It's, oh my
It's just the best. And he's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. From that GM
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Pochua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wiz Cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers and fans. Welcome to day 2 of the Utrecht Special Championship event. After exhilarating first day, filled with intense battles and strategic gameplay, our remaining trainers will now battle it out for the coveted championship title. I myself am Link Provost and joined by my lovely co-casters, Marcus Haman, David Partington and Lou Actos-Cromy. How are we all doing this morning? Excited for the event? Marcus, how are you feeling coming into day 2?
Yeah, absolutely stoked. Yesterday we saw some amazing games. Today it's going to be even better. And yeah, Championship Sunday. I mean, that's kind of always what it's all about. We're crowning a champion today.
It's very exciting, isn't it? The thought of it. And yeah, after yesterday as well, it was just such a great way to ease us in to this event and Regulation I, of course. David, any highlights that you would like to get us started with today from yesterday?
Yeah, I really liked a match that we had earlier yesterday where we saw a really unique restricted pairing in that Ho-Oh and Eternatus, which was really, really cool because it's not something that I really thought of coming into this, but actually kind of made sense on paper where you've got that poison and dragon typing that Eternatus has to kind of threaten Miraidon in or out of its Terra Fairy, as well as all the other Terra Fairy Pokemon that feel very safe going for it. But instead, you've got this Life Orb Eternatus that's just kind of absolutely smacking with Sludge Ball and Dynamax Cannon doing an awesome job.
Yeah, one of my highlights definitely from yesterday. Hopefully we see more of that today. But before we get into anything else, we need to have a look at where we've been, where we are, and obviously where we've got to go. EU calendar. So far, we've had a lot of events so far this season, and we're here in Utrecht this weekend. Lou, do you want to take us through what we've got to come after this event?
Well, there's not a lot left to come in
There
this
is not much.
season so far. You know, this is the penultimate event in Europe. We're obviously here in Utrecht, and then we have got Bologna coming up as our final event on the European tour. Over the pond, though, of course, they're going to end the season at NAIC, the final international championships, before we get to Anaheim, the pinnacle of Pokemon play. And I think that's one of the lovely things we're seeing, as Marcus was saying, you know, we're going to crown a champion today. There's only going to be 2 more left from the European region, and then Luca Ceribelli is going to be going to Anaheim and trying to defend his title.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and more exciting for our trainers that have got those Worlds invites already, know that they'll be going to the World Championships in Anaheim later on. But David, it's all about those championship points this weekend. We can have a look at the championship point breakdown. Do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So from all of our 89 players that have made it into day 2, only one is going to be able to get that 350 CP for that win. But of course, at second place, it's not too far behind with 325. And all of those championship points are going to really add up for that World invite. As you can see on the right-hand table there, it's top 75 in the EU region here that will actually get that World invite. 76th is not going to cut it, so you need every single last point in that race to get to that World Championship.
Yeah, exactly that. And the amount of points this weekend can really make a difference to our trainers. I know I spoke with a number of players that were playing yesterday, and they managed to just feel like they've got about enough to lock up that World's invite. So hopefully it is enough for them, but with a few remaining events left, they've got opportunities to do that. And of course, not only the championship points up for grabs this weekend, you've got a lot on the line for prizes. You've got those lovely medals that you get for winning one of these events, as well as a golden ticket, Marcus.
Yeah, the winner of this event will get their direct invite into the Pokemon World Championships. And yeah, I mean, why do you don't have to do any math. You don't have to think about, ooh, how do I rank up in terms of the leaderboards, right? If you win this event, you are in Worlds. And yeah, with only so many chances yet, I'm sure our players would love to get a lot of the booster packs as well that we're giving out. But yeah, I feel like it's really those championship points and the golden ticket that a lot of these players will be after. And yeah, if you get that win, then we've seen it in the US, in Milwaukee Regionals. Someone came in the tournament with no championship points to their name, but then winning it all, claiming their invitation to the World Championships. And that's just how it could go here as well.
Yeah, it's one of the really nice additions, I think, to the prizing that we've got this season. Of course, David, you did mention that we've got 89 players that progressed into day 2 of the tournament this weekend today. So they'll be playing on, duking it out for that championship title, and we can have a look at some of the players that are progressing into today's proceedings and have a look who will be, you know, going up against it. Who could be our next champion? Is there anyone that's jumping out to you, Lou, from this first slide?
Yes, a couple of familiar names from the broadcast yesterday. If you viewers at home were able to catch it, Jamie Boyd, Michael Kelch, to name a few. These are trainers that we're able to see showcased there in various ways, unique teams. Michael Kelch really bringing this Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider that I was very interested to see. And it was great to actually see it in action on the broadcast. So if you haven't been able to check that out from yesterday, I really recommend going back and watching that match.
Definitely go back and rewatch all of the games from yesterday. Some such exciting moments throughout the entire tournament and twists and turns leading our players into day 2. Of course, now they are here, they've got a lot to play for. They've got everything on the line. Those championship points we talked about, those prizes, and the glory as well. Marcus, anyone on this next slide of players that's jumping out to you that you think could be the player to take the championship title this weekend?
Yeah, we talked about him already. Of course, our world champion is still in the running as well. Luca Cherubelli will go to try and defend their title in Anaheim, but beforehand they have they're here to maybe claim another victory. Yeah, in day 2 here, saw them play on stream yesterday, played pretty well, so that's definitely someone to look out for. And then I wanted to give a shout out to Roman Manukian as well, who's a local player of mine, and yeah, we're usually going at it in the locals, so it's great to see yeah, that he made yet another day 2 starting to be very, very consistent, and maybe this will be his breakout performance.
Oh, hopefully it is, and a great little tidbit of information there. We've also got Aurelian Sula, our finalist from the last 2 years here in Utrecht. So can they make it to the finals again? And will this be the 3rd time lucky? We'll have everything to look forward to as we go forward in today's events. And David, anyone jumping out to you that you would like to maybe pin your badge to say they are the player that can win this event?
Yeah, there's plenty more on this screen, but I just wanted to shout out Nicolaj Høy Nielsen on the previous screen as well, a Danish player who's been doing so well in grassroots tournaments across the entire few months and in the Grand Challenges as well. And sticking to that really interesting Sneasler-Miraidon combination as well, making the most of that unburden ability on Sneasler, boosting up the speed with that electric seed on it as well. And I believe bringing Miraidon alongside a Zamazenta here this weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. And also Dill Yeomans there on our graphic. You might see a familiar name there from EUIC, finalist against Wolf Glick recently, earlier this season, and making it into day 2 here. So can Dill have another repeat, get to the finals, and maybe again, a little bit like Aurelian, get over the line and take that championship title. All very exciting, of course. We can't show all of the players, just don't have time for that, unfortunately, but we will hopefully be able to feature a lot of the players throughout this weekend. Now, Lou, I didn't get a chance to ask you about our day 1 highlights, because we've got Marcus, we've got David. I want to know what anything stuck out for you yesterday.
I mean, honestly, I just enjoyed jumping back into this regulation and getting to see it from a front row seat. But one of the big things for me was kicking off the day with Luca Cherubelli. Obviously, an incredible player, but also as we are approaching the World Championships, it got me almost more and more excited to see that caliber of play. And using his Miraidon, the Pokemon that, you know, he was able to win Worlds with as well, and he's so well versed with, I think was a really nice treat to be able to see as we get into that run-up, the final stage before Worlds itself.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more with you. And the one thing we didn't get really cover yesterday, we ran a little bit short of time in the intro, was our caster predictions. And one that I really wanted to come to you with, Marcus. You had Terapagos on your predictions. How do you feel coming into today? We didn't really see much of it yesterday, but there is a lot of Terapagos, I feel, in day 2. Do you think it stands a good chance to maybe claim its first title in Regulation I?
Yeah, I think with Terrapagos, so far we haven't really figured out what is the best way to use it yet. Now, there are those teams with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but having 2 special attackers, like that's, I don't know, that's giving me some bad vibes, let's say like that. So I want to see if there are maybe some other ways to use it. We saw Giuseppe Musico, for example, with Terrapagos Calyrex Ice Rider. That is a combination we hadn't really seen, but yeah, they made it to day 2, and they played a fantastic game yesterday, so that's definitely someone that I'll also have my eye out for. And maybe they can, yeah, get Terrapagos up the rankings.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that. David, what were your restricted pairing that you kind of pinned your hopes on for this weekend?
I like how you said pinned my hopes on there, Lee, because yes.
Purposely done.
My hope here. I know we haven't seen it at all on stream yesterday, and I don't know how many are in day 2 at all.
I know there's one.
There's one? Okay.
Oh,
I know there's one.
Take that.
Yes.
So that is what I'm pinning my hopes at the moment, because it did a good job for me in the Grand Challenge. It could have done better, but I feel like with that Assault Vest and its coverage moves to kind of Stone Edge those Ho-Ohs and crunch those Lunars and Calyrex Shadows, it's got a place in this meta, surely. And then just to be safe, I put Miraidon as my second restricted.
I'm convinced with Groudon now. I'm convinced. If you want to keep up to date with all of the action over this weekend and future events, of course, check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That will give you all of the options that you'll need, give you all the choice to watch anything from VG, which I would highly recommend, of course, as well as TCG and Pokemon GO as well that we cover at these events. You can follow along on the Play Pokemon channel on YouTube and /Pokemon over on Twitch. And of course, all of our socials, if you get in touch with us this weekend, cheering on players that you would like to follow, who you want to win. Make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, obviously at @PlayPokemon on X, Play Pokemon on YouTube, like we've mentioned, /Pokemon on Facebook, and Pokemon over on Instagram. But that hashtag #PlayPokemon, make sure you do include that. We might get a chance to feature some of your messages throughout the weekend. And of course, now we can move on to, we had a little competition ourselves. Do you want to bring it in and tell us a little bit about it, Lou?
So yesterday I had the pleasure of being able to go to the fan zone and hang out with 2 of our amazing tournament staff members who were kind enough to give me a decent amount of their time and show me around the fan zone and all the different activities that you can do there. They have loads of different retro games, some crazy formats like metronome battles, but they also had this beautiful arts and crafts area that included Pokemon origami. And it was a really nice way for trainers to come and kind of like decompress from the event, try their skills at something new, but also have little competitions of their own. And the rivalries I could see growing over there, and you know, who could make the best origami of Metapod is still the question to be asked, because apparently that one's really hard. And just through the conversations with my fellow casters, we decided to have a little caster showdown of ourselves where we would all take a different Pokemon from the origami collection. As you can see, we get kind of guides like this that will talk us through how to build one. This is Blastoise, that was Marcus's choice. And we would then see who has created the best Pokemon origami, and you guys at home could vote. Now, what I will say is when I did this, I didn't realize that they were blank pieces of paper. I thought they came pre-designed with the Pokemon details on them. So we also had to get creative. And I think maybe it's time to show the viewers at home what we've done.
Yeah, but that, I think, makes it even easier for anyone at home, because I think these instructions are also available online. So if
that is true,
anyone wants to try and beat us, you could do that. And like, yeah, look for these instructions online. But yeah, I definitely tried my best here.
Let's start with you, Marcus. Let's go with Blastoise.
Okay, here we go.
He's so angry.
I like it. I think you did a great job, Marcus.
It's a little bit like...
It's definitely Blastoise.
Yeah. Oh,
definitely a Blastoise.
There we go.
Next level. We can wear them as masks. No, but I like him. He's looking pretty angry, ready for battle. I think that's a good thing for Championship Sunday vibes.
Yeah.
How did you find the process?
Oh, it was fun. I've never done an origami before, and then also drawing. I mean, like, I don't think I draw like very good, but I like to draw every now and then. And yeah, it was nice drawing a Pokemon again for once.
Well, there we go. That's option number one.
Nice.
And
Well done.
David, we're going to move on to a legendary Pokemon.
Oh, yes. Yeah, one of the... Maybe not the top restricted right now, but surely an underrated one. Mewtwo. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
He's got some great eyeliner as well.
I
love
couldn't
it.
quite follow the instructions. I'm not very good at it, so I kind of had to wing it slightly. So one of the ears is like maybe slightly skew ear. Are they ears? They're not even ears, are they?
Maybe he's just hearing, like, listening out for something.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Like the ears perked
Listening
up.
out for your
True.
votes at home.
but we've added a little bit of that extra shine, you see, on the eyes there to kind of like make them sparkle. I think Mewtwo's using Ice Beam right now, a good move at the moment, especially was in previous regulations as well, versus those Landorus going around. So, yeah, Mewtwo.
Okay.
Come on. That's surely the best one, right?
It's a tough act to follow for us now.
Well,
on our side.
I bigged yours up yesterday, and I don't think I was understating, because I think yours is phenomenal. But
I'm the try-hard, but we'll go with this.
This is great.
So I've got little Vulpix. Okay, little Vulpix.
There's an actual Vulpix in the room.
He's so cute and fluffy, and I love him. But I have to say, the folding of the paper was not my skill. It took multiple attempts to try and get him looking like this, and then I had to draw on his face. So he has a little heart nose, because he's adorable, and he's got little fluffy hair and cute ears, and he's ginger, so he matches me. we're a little family over here, so if you want to vote for the little family, vote for Team Vulpix.
I don't know, it seems a little bit sus. It looks like you 3D printed that just
I know,
a template there, Lou. I think you've...
It was very just. I had the issue is when you do one eye and the first eye went quite well, then the ultimate pressure and stress to get the other eye to look accurate was very difficult. But I enjoyed it immensely. It was nice to do something to decompress backstage as well. You know, a stressful day of commentating, and I can then listen to my co-casters while they're working and do some art at the same time. What about you, Lee? Let's round us off strong.
Well, I'll let you guess. It's obviously
Who's that Pokemon?
Who is that Pokemon? It is Steve the Sableye, and he's a shiny Sableye as well. So for all you shiny Pokemon fans out there, then there we go. I found it pretty difficult to do the folding, but
yeah, I like the 3D-ness of it all, the way you've made the eyes sort of kind of shows the roundness of the head.
Yeah,
actually, it's quite good.
The head shape is perfect.
Yeah,
you look at it straight away and go Sableye.
Well, I think we should all hold ours up.
Okay.
So we can get everyone at home to vote for who you would like to win. I feel like there are some really good ones, and maybe not some.
No, little Vulpix.
I will. Yeah. Which one is the best one? Who at home thinks who's done the best job? I feel like Lou, yours. Honestly, you guys have done a great job. I think all of yours.
But I'm not a shiny
very
Pokemon.
convincing.
I'm not a legendary Pokemon, and I'm not one of the OG favorite Pokemon. So, just vote for Vulpix, please.
But
the voting is going to be in the Twitch chat, and you want to vote for Blastoise.
Oh, yeah.
Just making that clear.
Or a sympathy vote for Steve the Sableye, the shiny Sableye.
Vote for the little ginger.
You're just so cool. Come on. Restricted meta. That's where we are right now. You know you want to vote for Mewtwo.
I think my favorite would be, I'm going to go with Lou's. Lou, who's your winner for this one?
Honestly, it's actually really hard to choose because everyone's got their own little creative element, but I do really like the Sableye.
Oh, thank you.
I think because it's a shiny and I like shiny, sparkly Pokemon.
Seems like it's Team Lee and Lou over there at the moment, it seems like. Well, I like yours, Marcus. just about after mine, obviously.
I was going to go with
You can vote for yourself.
Right, surely.
I go for
yourself.
YouTube.
Yes, okay, yeah. Okay.
That's against them, Lou.
Yeah.
That's against the world.
I mean, that's how the caster duos are going to shape out today as well. So we'll keep this rivalry going, I think.
Yeah,
It's been good fun.
We'll have the decider. Everyone at home is going to have the decider on whose is the best, of course. I think you guys all did an amazing job. I love the Blastoise, the Mewtwo. They're all very convincing, look exactly like they're meant to. There's a little bit of a story behind mine, of course. We'll get to that after the results have come in because it may affect things. But if you want to vote Sableye anyway, go for it because, yes.
I think it was fun as well to like engage with something else at these events as well. You know, on the broadcast we showcase all the competitive action, but we talk a lot about all the other things that happen in the venue, and we do get to show you through video clips. But bringing an actual physical part of the action to the stream, I hope, is something you guys have enjoyed at home because it's been nice to kind of do it ourselves and get involved and see what else the event can offer for people coming to these events.
Yeah, and it's not only just the origami as well. You've got the art competitions as well. I remember going to an event, I think it was in Lille, and there's speedrun competitions on Pokémon Red, and I think they do them on Crystal as well, and they're so much fun to do. You get to a certain point in the game as fast as you can, get your first gym badge, how fast can you do it? And they have some really great prizing on the line. And, well, I've got the results in. I've got the results. So we can't put them on the screen. It's just what I've been told.
So you're going to be honest, right, Lee?
Of course I'm going to be honest. It was Sableye. No, it was not. It was not Sableye. It was... Wait for it. Vulpix and Lee! Well done.
Thank you guys for Team Vulpix. Woo!
There we go.
I've actually won something in
winner
competitive
of the
Pokemon.
origami contest.
I will take that. You know, my competitive. To be honest, when I sit around the caster desk with 3 incredible competitive Pokemon players, you know, worlds qualifiers, champions, left, right, and center, sometimes it's hard, you know. And then I now have a title to my name. I am the origami champion. So thank you for making my dream come true.
I will be back in the origami contests.
I believe it.
Oh, you definitely deserve.
The winner's mentality
Definitely
in you,
deserve.
Marcus, will be determined.
The talent definitely shone through, I think.
Go, little Volpe.
Automatic
winner.
invite to the World Championships of Origami now.
Yes.
Wow, okay, it's happening.
And I say this every time. We have the community choice. The viewers never let us down in that, and they haven't let us down in that one. But commiserations to the rest of us. You guys did great.
But I enjoyed the competition.
yeah.
It's good fun.
Well, with that, we are going to be getting into the tournament because we've got 3 rounds of Swiss before we get into that asymmetrical top cut here at the Utrecht Special Championship event. So we will wing it over to the desk and we'll be getting into the action very soon. Grab yourself a beverage, get hunkered down because all of the action is coming right up.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And from the couch behind the desk, I am Marcus Hamann, and I am joined by David Partington here for Day 2 at the Utrecht Special Championships. David, we couldn't win.
No.
In the origami. I mean,
gutted.
we kind of had this like team synergy.
We did. Yeah, but it wasn't enough, was it? I feel like if it was like a VGC competition, we put like, Mewtwo and Blastoise versus the
Vulpix and
Vulpix
Sableye.
and Sableye. Yeah, what are they going to do? I mean, they could, they could set Drought, obviously with Vulpix, and then you can kind of prankster Sunny Day to kind of keep that sun up.
Or you could like prankster Gravity and Hypnosis maybe. I don't know if
true.
Vulpix learns that, but anyway. Yeah, good synergy between the two of us, but then also I think great synergy in a lot of the teams that we've been seeing yesterday and that we will see today as we're heading in the later stages of the tournament. And I don't know how you feel, but whenever we look at the graphic of the season, how it progresses, and we're seeing how many events we've had in this wonderful season so far, the closer we're getting to Worlds, the more excited that I get. Like, I was just thinking about this, and like I feel like I like all parts of a Pokemon season. Like I like the early part where it's like all fresh and new, and everyone's like, oh, who's gonna be like the big stars this season? Then I like the middle part when it's like more like established. Players are qualifying for the World Championships. They're accumulating those championship points. But then I also like the later part of the season because now we're playing the format that we will be playing at the Pokemon World Championships, and we might not learn like who will become the World Champion today, but we will learn something about the format today. We will learn something more about which players will qualify for the tournament, and that's just something that gets me really excited.
Yeah, it's a great point. And we may have already seen the world champion already play. For instance, this weekend, for instance, or even the team that's going to win as well. We might have already seen it because we're obviously waiting to see what sort of teams become established in this relatively new regulation. And it seems like, you know, Miraidon Lunala is just a really common and really just solid composition that we might see kind of take those top tables. So, yeah, you need to really start learning the metagame at the moment if you're looking to kind of compete in these final weeks, really, of this regulation, of this entire season before Worlds.
Or it might be one of those cases where in a couple of months we will be looking back at this tournament and we will be like, what were we running at the time? Like we thought Miraidon was good. Well, all of a sudden it turned out that, I don't know, like Rhydon and like Raichu are on every team and everyone's using like 2 Lightning Rod Pokemon and like, yeah, no one uses Miraidon anymore. But yeah, that's what the metagame looks like at the moment, and this is what the statistics are looking like. Miraidon definitely on top of the charts at the moment, right?
Yeah, at the moment certainly is, and nothing seems to be consistently stopping it either. But let's see how our trainers have kind of prepared for, at least for this weekend. And as you can see, these are our top 4 restricted pairs from day 1. And in a minute, we're going to compare that to day 2. So you can see the popular Lunala Miraidon right at the top there, but only closely followed by that Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon, which I know that you were having a good go of in the Grand Challenge.
Yeah, certainly a strong duo, and one that definitely players had on their radar. But yeah, let's take a little mental snapshot of what the metagame looked like for day 1. And then let's have a look at what the metagame is looking like for day 2. Because yeah, I would expect things to shake up quite a bit. We were talking about this yesterday, but there's so many restricted Pokemon pairing that are viable in this format. And yeah, I just want to see like how are things really shaping out here. I would expect Calyrex and Zamazenta probably still there. Maybe Calyrex Ice and Miraidon. That is something that I think we saw a little bit more of yesterday than it was represented there. So maybe that's one that could maybe even take the top spot.
It could do. I wonder if we even see the Terapagos kind of pairing there as well, like you kind of predicted, Marcus. Yeah. We'll have to see if that is enough. Let's see.
Or the Groudon.
Or the Groudon. Oh, we know there's one in there, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. But yeah, there it is. Terapagos next to that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it's a good call on your cost predictions there, Marcus, for that. And yeah, as you said, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, potentially in a similar position, but up in usage from that 10% in day 1, now in that 14.6%.
Wow, yeah, it really looks like a lot of players have had a look at what was going on over in the US, in Milwaukee. And this Lunala Miraidon combination, not really the top pick when the format was announced and when the first players were starting to think about what could be good. Like people were talking about Terapagos and Zamazenta, which also has risen up to 2nd place. Players have talked about Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, which we still have here in 3rd place, still climbing a little bit in terms of the usage. But I would argue both, like Lunala Miraidon was not something that was on players' mind. And also this Calyrex Shadow and Terapagos combination, it has seen quite a bit of talk online. Is it good? Can it actually do something? But yeah, players have identified ways to make this combination work. And yeah, it looks like going into day 2, the metagame is a little bit more established already. And yesterday, I think the top pairing was only at around like 12-13%. Now we're seeing, yeah, 22, that's like 1/5, 1/4 of the field using Lunala and Miraidon. And this makes it easier also for players, of course, to prepare for these type of settings. Because, yeah, if you're going into a tournament and you really don't know what to prepare for, because, yeah, everything seems to be viable, then, yeah, this might be a good idea to look at how you play against Miraidon Lunala or any of the other pairings if you're going to tournaments soon.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Like, you can start to actually run those more counter teams that can predictably kind of counter those more common like pairings and compositions that you're going to see. And what I find interesting is that the Koraidon Lunala that we saw in day 1 in that 4th slot has now kind of dropped out of it as well for that Terapagos, and with another kind of pairing with a Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I wonder if it's that more like supportive Calyrex with, say, Disable and Encore that we've seen quite a lot of, that is able to kind of shut down more of these techs, like the Leech Seed Miraidon, for instance, kind of locking it into that. Leech Seed, Calyrex Ice Rider, locking it into that, for instance, or all these Grimmsnarl sets that are going around that are immune to Prankster control and status moves, but not to Calyrex Shadow Rider, locking it into a useless light screen or into a Spirit Break that isn't doing much. I feel like it's got a really good place in this meta.
Yeah, absolutely very notable points there. And as the round has started, let's have a look at some of our notable matches now, since players have already played one round today to kind of get a couple more wins under their belt in order to qualify for tomorrow. And we see Nick Holmer, I believe, is the only undefeated player at 9-0, still undefeated, will go up against Pascalis Dermentis. And that is going to be a great match, but looking down a little bit further, we see Sinistra. Yes, that is one of my caster predictions. And Jamie Boyd with the Chestnut also making it quite far into the tournament. Still at this point, 8-1 are both of these players. And then also Michael Kelch and Samuel Pereira also at an 8-1 record. But the match that we will feature
is Nikolaj Højnielsen versus Alexander Ubachs, and that is going to be a really good one there. I think I shouted out Nikolaj on the couch earlier today, actually. I was really excited to potentially see him, so I'm really excited to see him right now use that sneezer that he's been almost his like signature kind of combination that he's been using, right? With that electric seed, activating that Unburden thanks to the electric terrain that the Miraidon sets up, getting really fast and going for those really disruptive moves that it loves to use.
Yeah, Nikolai also known for using Ursaluna Blood Moon, so a lot of favorites joining up into that team. And then the Zamazenta, not really a Pokemon that I think they have used before. Of course, Nikolai and his brother, Frederick, they are preparing quite a lot for some of these tournaments. And it's really working for them. Some of the most consistent players in Europe for sure in the last 2 seasons, I would argue. And Alexander Ubachs on the other side, a fellow German player, and we've seen it there on the screen as well, is running the same 6 Pokemon as Michael Kelch. And you can expect that there was some sort of preparation group preparing together. Also Ibrahim Maroof, who we saw yesterday in the last round, also using that same team. And there we have our players on the stage getting ready for this game. All black seems to be what they're rocking here for day 2, and they are determined to make it one step closer into Top Cut.
Yeah, they're getting so close now. We've only got a few rounds of Swiss in our day 2 here before the Top Cut comes in, so not many chances left to get the remainder of those wins. So you can put yourself really at the kind of the top seed of that Top Cut, so you can kind of more guarantee that you might be playing some slightly easier opponents going into the later stages of the tournament here. But at the end of the day, it's another game of Pokemon, and I've talked to a lot of players over the years in terms of like what sort of strategies that they go into, especially when they're getting to these top tables. And one of the overwhelming things that they say is like, right, just play another game of Pokemon. It's just another player. They've still got 6 Pokemon. It's still the same playing field that you've been playing all day. Just don't let it get into your head.
Yeah, both of them doing amazing so far in this tournament, 8-1, and then here we see a couple of their previous results. Nikolai, of course, the top 8 at Worlds 2023 is standing out for me there. And then over on the other side, Alexander, a player that is just very consistent, continuously going for those top 16, top 32, but this is his chance to finally make it into a final Top Cut bracket. But yeah, Nikolai, definitely one of the scarier opponents to go up against.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot of players are going to be preparing for that Sneasler, what it can do. And basically having some sort of poison offense as well is not something that a lot of teams have at all. And I was mentioning that Eternatus earlier, which is able to kind of really capitalize on any of those trainers that are opting for a Terra Fairy, for instance. And we can see on your screen now Nikolaj's team, and there is that Sneasler with that Gunk Shot. Not going for that Dire Claw, but Gunk Shot being 50% stronger than Dire Claw, obviously going to make more of a difference in this restricted meta where there's so many more bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, let's have a look here. We have a Terra Water Tornadus. That's not something that we see very often. And then, yes, Sneasler, as you were calling out, Gunk Shot, also Throat Chop, Terra Dark. Not something that we see too often. And a Rocky Helmet Farigiraf with Terra Fire. So some very delicate decisions. Also having Protect on the Farigiraf. A move that, of course, has seen so much play in competitive Pokemon over the years, but Farigiraf usually a Pokemon that likes to carry other moves like Helping Hand. Yeah, Nikolai saying, yeah, my Ursaluna, my Zamazenta, my Miraidon, they're already strong enough. They don't need a Helping Hand or a Helping Hoof in this case, maybe. And but with how much experience Nikolai has with this trademark archetype of Farigiraf, Ursaluna, and some Tailwind mode, that is definitely going to be a very, very tough battle for Alex.
Yeah, 100%, Marcus, like you said it. And there on Alexander's end is that team that you mentioned, Marcus, that a few of the German players have been training with and building lots with. And it was interesting talking to Ibrahim Maruf yesterday on the couch, saying how important that taunt on the Landorus Incarnate was. So kind of used over that typical Ursaluna slot, another ground type, but able to shut down those Lunalas really consistently when playing against that sort of team.
Yeah, and he was able to showcase that perfectly in the last round yesterday. Yep. So it can be, of course, a big strength and a big advantage to work together with a group. They all made it to day 2, or almost all of them who used that team made it to day 2. Also, Rahim Farzan from Germany also using that same team. But of course, that also means a player from Nikolai's caliber, he will kind of analyze the metagame from yesterday, and he will have identified that this is a very, very likely team for him to go up against. So I would not be surprised if Nikolai has thought about this matchup before. And yeah, it is tough, on the other hand, if you're Alexander, because Nikolai and his brother, they're kind of known for using something that is maybe a little bit different from what other players are doing. That's not to say that is like worse or bad, like they're doing really, really well, but no one else can use Sneasler and Ursaluna Blood Moon like they can, I would argue. And so, yeah, this might be a team that Alexander has not had as much experience playing against. Of course, we're at the beginning of a brand new format as well, but yeah, Nikolai definitely has so much experience with the dynamics of using a team that has both a Tailwind and a Trick Room option.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen so many trainers use that sort of mode, or have those two sort of modes that means their opponent needs to kind of predict which one they're going to go for. And of course, you can kind of bring both to the matchup as well to kind of switch around depending on what your opposing trainer has done. But we're getting straight into it now for day 2 of the Utrecht Special Championships. Grimmsnarl and that Landorus Incarnate versus, there it is, the Sneasler alongside that Miraidon, that classic combination that Nikolai is so good at using.
I really like the color synergy here of that Sneasler with the electric terrain, boosting up its defense and also its speed because of the Unburden ability, of course. Activating your item means that now Sneasler will have double speed. On the other side, though, Alexander with Grimmsnarl has a Pokemon with Prankster, and that would be able to outpace even the fastest Sneasler and go for a Thunder Wave potentially. And then Landorus in a great position here, actually, as it is threatening a ton of damage, maybe even KOs probably on both Pokemon over on Nikolai's side with that Earth Power. So already here on turn 1, I mean, Sneasler does have Fake Out, so it should be an easy Fake Out plus something. Now, since Landorus is on the field, yeah, you can target both of us into Grimmsnarl, and you don't need to be afraid of a potential switch-in. But that also would give Alexander the chance to go for a big move with Landorus. Yeah.
That was already a big turn there. Not afraid of the Terra Ghost and that Grimmsnarl. Nikolai goes straight into that Grimmsnarl, getting that Fake Out, preventing any Prankster moves, getting that Volt Switch in, and getting it straight out as well. So really nice play from Nikolai there. But if Alexander has locked into, say, an Earth Power into that slot, which would be, you know, a nice target into a Pokemon that is really weak to it and can't protect from it, looking at those switch-ins, there's not a lot of Pokemon that want to take an Earth Power here, Marcus.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to switch in Zamazenta into the Earth Power, so I think you might want to go with Ursaluna, just, yeah, in the off chance that it is Earth Power targeted in that slot. But yeah, seeing Ursaluna is already kind of interesting because there is no Trick Room option and also no Tailwind option. So Nikolai foregoing both of their speed control options in favor of more damage. Yeah, definitely an interesting decision to see. But yeah, it seems like Ursaluna is the Pokemon that will join the battle right here.
Yeah, so here it comes. It's not that Assault Vest that we've seen on other teams, that Life Orb instead, but it's the Earth Power into the Sneasler instead. And yeah, no Focus Sash on that either. It's just a really, really powerful move to use into any slot right now.
Yeah, now we're down to a 3 versus 3 situation already. Not really any like field effects were going on. Of course, well, Electric Terrain is being set up, but there is no screens from the Grimmsnarl. There was no Thunder Wave or anything. So we're playing a regular 3v3 VGC kind of. So yeah, an even trade, one could argue. Yeah, maybe I wonder if Alexander like would have liked to have the screens, because yeah, Sneasler just doesn't have a great matchup into Landorus. But getting rid of Sneasler also means that Alexander's Calyrex and or Miraidon, which are probably waiting in the back for him, they will have an easier time without the Sneasler.
Yeah, 100%. And it's such a fast Pokemon, right? And I'm glad you mentioned, Marcus, there was a lack of speed control, really, on Nikolai's end to bring here. But, of course, Alexander, we don't know what they've brought in the back at the moment, and there's still one unrevealed, but at least it's that Calyrex Ice Rider to come in first. Now, what will be really interesting is the speed interactions between this Ursaluna and the Calyrex.
Yeah, and on Nikolai's team, Zamazenta is really there to deal with Calyrex Ice Rider, because look at this board position. You have two Pokemon, the Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Miraidon, weak to Ice-type attacks. You cannot really have that happen. But because it is Landorus next to it, it is not trivial of how you bring Zamazenta in. So you could think about going for a Terrestrialization here, just to mitigate some of that Ice-type damage that will come out from Calyrex, most likely. But which Pokemon do you want to Terrestrialize? The Ursaluna or Miraidon? One thing that you could do is you could Terra Miraidon and switch into Zamazenta, potentially. But if there's like an Earth Power covering that slot, that wouldn't be great. So, yeah. Draco Meteor, there's a ton of damage options for sure for Nikolai, but you gotta kind of call out what Alexander will do, because a double target into Ursaluna, depending on how fast Calyrex is, but that might be enough to just knock it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. Ursaluna is making itself even more normal than normal. And first of all, it's going to be that Volt Switch in with that Miraidon doing over 50%, a very healthy amount of damage there for Nikolai. And again, keeping that Miraidon really safe by making sure it switches right back out. Why this Choice Specs Miraidon set is just so common and absolutely omnipresent. Zamazenta coming in, activating that one-time boost of that Dauntless Shield. But there's the Landorus Earth Power first of all.
Oh, wow.
It clings on just about. But that Calyrex Ice Rider outspeeds into that Ursaluna, completely wasted Terra, and that absolutely goes down.
Yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon really not known for the best special defense, and this is what we were talking about. Nikolai going for the Terrestrialization there, but Alexander reading into that play perfectly, going for the double up, Earth Power and Glacial Lance. Now getting the knockout, getting the boost on the Calyrex. We have leftovers to recover a little bit more. Big turn for Alexander.
Yeah, 100% there. And a little bit more information, obviously, going into the future games. So Nikolai maybe not going to make that same sort of play next time. Maybe slightly caught out by the speed on this Calyrex Ice Rider.
And now the problem for Nikolai is, how do you deal with Landorus? I think the easy answer would be to go for Draco Meteor. And this is something that he could have gone for in the previous turn, but was maybe too afraid of a potential Protect play to come out. But yeah, without Draco Meteor, you can't really deal with Landorus, but then, well, Miraidon would be locked into Draco Meteor. You can't switch it out anymore, and that's going to be really, really difficult. However, the one thing that Nikolai has going for him right now is the fact that with both Miraidon and Zamazenta, you have two powerful and fast restricted Pokemon that could potentially outpace and take 2 KOs here.
So there's a double Protect, though. Smart decision from Alexander, because we know that this Miraidon is Choice Specs, has to lock into something, and then this gives Alexander a lot more information, especially when they've still got their Terra available, giving them a lot more information going to the next turn. So, Marcus, what do you think that Alexander is going to do to respond to what Nikolai has locked into?
So it depends a little bit on what the final Pokemon is on Alexander's side. If it is Miraidon, Miraidon has Terra Fairy available, and since you now saw that Miraidon on the opposing side is locked into Draco Meteor, if you have Miraidon in the back, and if you can save Terrestrialization, all you need to do is knock out Zamazenta, and you can even do that with like Electro Drift. So I feel like the main priority for Alexander would be to just go for the Zamazenta. You don't even care about saving Landorus, you don't even care about Terrestrialization, but as long as you can get this Miraidon in safely, you should be able to win.
So there's that one-hit KO with that Draco Meteor that Nikolai goes for. The Behemoth Bash, the signature move of Zamazenta into that Calyrex Ice Rider, which actually survives this hugely powerful super effective attack. And actually Trick Room goes up here, which is going to be really interesting, especially if there's a Miraidon in the back for Alexander.
Yeah, that...
Unless there isn't.
Well, that is quite interesting. It could also be Urshifu. I was going to mention this in the pre-game analysis, but Urshifu looks so good against Nikolai's team, but no, it is Miraidon.
Interesting.
Maybe let's talk about Urshifu before the second game, but maybe Alexander is just very, very confident about the fact that, this Miraidon will be able to take Behemoth Blade, or Behemoth Bash, rather, coming out from Zamazenta, because, yeah, it seems so telegraphed. Miraidon will go for the Terra Fairy, so you could kind of go for an attack with the Zamazenta. Like, you could go for that Behemoth Bash right away into Miraidon, predicting that, and I don't know if that was necessary for Alexander. Like, if, let's say, there was like a Glacial Lance, then I would be like, well, this game is kind of over. But because, yeah, the Trick Room, I mean, I feel like there's still some options now for Nikolai. But Wide Guard, I think you want to go for the Behemoth Bash, really.
Yeah, let's have to see if players are kind of predicting that, because you can't obviously protect your own Miraidon if you're on Nikolai's end. And again, I think we're going to see a little bit of the interactions of the speed dynamics between these Pokemon that might be really crucial into the future games. So there's that Terra Fairy to make it immune to any further Draco Meteors here, but making it slightly weaker to Behemoth Bash in the process. Calyrex Ice going on the defensive with that Protect, and it is the Wide Guard coming out from Zamazenta, calling the Dazzling Gleam from Alexander, but has he gone for it here? Let's find out.
Oh,
Is
you
the
want
Electric Drift?
Yeah.
There it is. Listening to you, Marcus, into that Zamazenta, and that is a one-hit KO.
Nice, yeah, so we didn't actually get to see how exactly the speed interaction would have played out between those two Pokemon, but yeah, Alexander identifying exactly what we were talking about. You just need to get rid of Zamazenta, because with Terra Fairy, we just saw it, immune to Draco Meteor, and that game is now like, over. But yeah, I just gotta wonder if Nikolai went for this Behemoth Bash into Miraidon, maybe with a critical hit, you could get the knockout there, and then all of a sudden there was a way back for Nikolai in this game, but yeah, the chance was small, and yeah, he tried to go for another read there with a Wide Guard, but Alexander Ubax taking the first game and just one step closer to our top cut here in Utrecht.
Well, if there was one thing from that, Landorus was so strong, right? Like,
yeah,
that immediate offensive pressure. Nikolai doesn't bring anything that can kind of even resist it. Like, only the Tornadus on his team can really resist it at all. And do you even want that in that matchup with something that's so slow and bulky, like that Calyrex, the Incineroar, the Grimmsnarl on that team as well? How do you think Nikolai's going to adjust to this, Marcus?
So I think typically Nikolai's team likes to go for Trick Room in similar matchups. Just to try and like position Ursaluna against the Miraidon teams. But against this particular combination of Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon, with potential partners like Grimmsnarl, maybe making everything a little bit more bulky, and also Landorus with the Taunt, it doesn't seem so easy to get the Trick Room set up. And then even if you get to set up Trick Room, there's Calyrex with Leech Seed, which can try and stall out Pokemon like Zamazenta. So typically, I think the Pokemon that Nikolai would want to center his game plan around would be like Zamazenta, Ursaluna Blood Moon, maybe Farigiraf. But all of those, yeah, don't have the best matchup into this Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider combination with Leech Seed and Leftovers specifically. So it seems kind of hard for Nikolai to come up with a plan. But despite that, he still was in a position where he could have won the second game. I think had he played maybe a little bit more ambitious there in the end game, there was a chance. So I gotta wonder, do you want to switch things up completely? Sneasler was nice, but maybe Sneasler is better to have kind of like later in the game, because it just looked like Alexander was ready. He was ready to take like some trades, he was ready to make predictions, but let's not forget about the fact that Nikolai had multiple opportunities. I think there were 2 turns in the game where he could have gone for Draco Meteor into the Landorus, but didn't decide to do so because he was probably afraid of maybe a Protect, maybe some prediction coming out. But that never happened. Alexander was confident enough that he was maybe saying, okay, even if you take the KO here with Draco Meteor, I can now bring in my own Miraidon and get the momentum from that. But yeah, maybe Nikolai needed to just go after the Landorus a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and that seemed just to happen turn after turn, didn't it? Like, the Landorus was just still there, getting to do exactly what it wanted to do. Well, let's head into this game 2 here of round 10 of the Utrecht Special Championships. Landorus is there again, next to that Grimmsnarl, and again, the same leads for Nikolai as well. The Miraidon and that Sneasler, but I'm sure we'll see a very different game.
Oh, same mind game as in the first turn. So, well, the quote-unquote obvious play would here to be Sneasler could go for Fake Out into Grimmsnarl, and then it could be a Draco Meteor to knock out Landorus. However, there's a lot of things at play. Grimmsnarl could go for Terra Ghosts. You could avoid the Fake Out that way. Landorus could Protect. Miraidon, even if it got a KO with Draco Meteor, then you kind of open yourself up for Calyrex Ice Rider to come in and use the position on the board to its advantage. So you really want to be very, very careful what to do here. And it seems like Nikolai wants to go a different route. Terra, Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, of course, also a very, very powerful option, kind of covering both. This will KO Grimmsnarl if it does not Terrestrialize, but it will also do a decent chunk of damage to Landorus, and it will ensure that Miraidon is not in KO range for Earth Power anymore.
Do we see a Terra Ghost on the Grimmsnarl this time? No, still not. Alexander maybe wanting to save that Terra for a little bit later. So again, denying any sort of prank moves from this Grimmsnarl, allowing this Miraidon to do all the damage it knows it wants to do. That Dazzling Gleam straight into that Grimmsnarl, getting that one hit KO like last time, but now also getting a lot of damage onto that Landorus Incarnate form. There's the Earth Power again into the Sneasler, getting a one hit KO apiece on these two supporters.
So we had the same leads, and now we have a very, very different turn, as David, you were calling out. Now, instead of Miraidon going for a Volt Switch to get the KO, it is Dazzling Gleam. But the difference being, Nikolai has already terrestrialized, but he got a little bit more damage on Landorus. So Landorus now would be in range of another Dazzling Gleam, unless, of course, Alexander goes for the Terra Poison on Landorus to withstand that. So already quite a different scenario. Nikolai, he probably knows whether Zamazenta can outspeed Landorus. I feel like if Zamazenta is faster, then you definitely want to bring in Zamazenta. Because then even with a Terra Poison, you could outspeed and get the KO with a double up onto Landorus. However, the question is, okay, which Pokemon does Alexander bring in? Because if it is, let's say, Miraidon, Miraidon could go for a Terra on their own and then go for a powerful Electro Drift. The other option, also, Calyrex could come in and probably set up Trick Room. This would allow Calyrex and Landorus to outspeed Zamazenta and Miraidon. So yeah, a tricky spot to navigate in for both of our trainers.
Yeah, you know that Dazzling Gleam's coming out for that Miraidon, which is not going to do a load of damage to Calyrex Ice Rider. So, and we saw how much the Behemoth Blade did to that Calyrex Ice Rider as well. It was kind of about 50 to 60%. So, do you think the Dazzling Gleam and Behemoth Bash is enough to KO this Calyrex Ice Rider from full?
I don't think so, and there's always the threat of Terra Water coming out from Calyrex as well. So I don't think you want to risk kind of your like the set on the spot here. And instead, I like the decision that Nikolai seems to be considering, which is switching out Miraidon, bringing Ursaluna Blood Moon preemptively, potentially to counter a potential Trick Room, but also to maybe take a lot of damage if it just is Glacial Lance coming out from Alexander's Calyrex.
So there's the Protect on this Landorus. Let's see if that Trick Room does indeed come out. But yes, the Behemoth Bash actually into that Landorus. As you said, Marcus, probably then Nikolai knows it outspeeds that Landorus. But the Trick Room going up, Nikolai covers for this play really nicely.
Yep.
Bringing that Ursaluna, which we now know is slower than this Calyrex Ice Rider outside of Trick Room, and now it's the fastest thing on the field right now.
Yeah, this was a really risky play for Ursaluna, but it's really paying off. If this was Glacial Lance, the game might be over. But now, Nikolai finally has established this position that we were talking about since the beginning. Ursaluna Blood Moon next to Zamazenta in Trick Room. It's not his own Trick Room, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a field effect. It applies to everyone, right? But now Zamazenta can go for Wide Guard to save Ursaluna. Or if you want to go one step further, you could even think about making a prediction here. Personally, I think I would probably go for Wide Guard, but I mean, how likely is it that there's a Glacial Lance? Because you have Leech Seed. Like, you have Leech Seed for scenarios like this, so you might as well click it, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We're behind the desk, Marcus. Let's see what happens. Hyper Voice coming out, not doing a load of damage, really, showing the bulk that these...
Oh, wow.
But there it is, straight out of the gate, Glacial Lance. Ursaluna is, though, bulky enough to take that hit. Having that much bigger physical defense is really paying off there. Behemoth Bash not going to get that KO, as we saw in that game one, but a good call from Alexander there.
Yeah, so then Nikolai probably knew that Glacial Lance would not be enough to knock out Ursaluna based on the damage rolls that he's seen against this Calyrex earlier. But yeah, this was really scary, and Alexander making a big prediction, and it's paying off here. Ursaluna now with Life Orb is on a timer, only will get 2 more attacks off before it will knock itself out with the recoil. However, I mean, the position is still favoring Nikolai. We've also got some confirmation about the speed tiers between Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Calyrex. That is quite important as well. But yeah, I feel like if Nikolai can use these next couple of Trick Room turns, then he will be in a great spot to win this game.
Yeah, he definitely will. Ursaluna is exactly where it wants to be at the moment, despite that slightly naturally higher speed stat than this Calyrex Ice Rider, showing some of the training this Calyrex has gone into. So now we are actually seeing this Terra here from Alexander's end, and it's going to go into that Miraidon, go for that Terra Fairy, making it take on those hits a lot better, particularly that body press that could be coming out from this Zamazenta that's going to be a lot more powerful than that Behemoth Bash.
Yeah, and Blood Moon coming out from Ursaluna should be enough to get the one-hit knockout. Yeah, didn't even care so much about terrestrialization here, and Blood Moon, such a powerful attack coming off of Ursaluna Blood Moon's monstrous special attack stat. And now Calyrex Ice Rider, once again, will we see another one?
There's the Glacial Lance into that, so finishing off the KO, and Zamazenta shrugging that off very nicely. But yeah, Marcus, is there a game here where we might see the Leech Seed come out versus this Zamazenta?
I mean, you could try to go for that, but it feels like it's a little too late. Calyrex already has taken so much damage, and yeah, Body Pairs might just be enough to get the knockout right there. So I feel like this strategy is most potent when you get into a spot where you are at like a high amount of HP, because we saw how little damage Behemoth Bash did, even with super effective damage. So in order to be able to, stall things out there, you would really need to have more HP. Yeah, this is quite an interesting spot, because now this is the situation that Alexander wanted to create. Landorus Eye in Trick Room now outspeeding both Zamazenta and Miraidon, but it's a little too late.
Yeah.
Landorus is like looking around like, oh, where are all my friends? Like, where did they go? Yeah, there's no more Calyrex, there's no more Miraidon either, and even though the Sludge Bomb will do a ton of damage to Miraidon, Nikolai can clean up the game, and we'll go to game 3.
Absolutely. Well played from Nikolai there. I feel like that pivotal turn where that Ursaluna came in just as the Trick Room went up was absolutely huge for Nikolai to really swing it into their favor there. Absolutely using that information from game 1, gained from the fact that the Ursaluna went down in the Trick Room to that Calyrex Ice Rider, and then utilizing that to their advantage to, well, play Alexander at their own game.
Yeah, I think there were two like really crucial turns in that battle. The one that you pointed out, switching in Ursaluna Blood Moon, a really great strategic foresight from Nikolai, understanding the position, understanding the pressure that he was applying, and the play that he forced out of Alexander to go for that Trick Room. And then the other one was when Calyrex went for Glacial Lance, hit Ursaluna Blood Moon, but was not quite powerful enough to get the knockout. So this is important information for both players going into game 3. And yeah, I feel like Nikolai, he walked like a very dangerously close to the edge there. But because Ursaluna could take Glacial Lance from what I assume is quite a defensive Calyrex Ice Rider, it was fine in that scenario. So Nikolai will learn from this, Alexander will learn from this, and this is what I love about game 3, because now both players will have all the information. They know how to win a game, they also understand how they can lose a game, and now they will use all of that information and all their experience to come up with a plan for the final game in the set.
Do you feel like if we see, say, the same leads yet again in that game 3, Marcus, we might actually see a slightly different turn where, say, Grimmsnarl might go for that Terra Ghost, or we might see a fake out into the Landorus instead? That little bit of higher level of reading might happen here in that game 3, or do you think our trainers will stick to something that's a little bit more safe?
Okay, I think we'll see the same leads once more, and I think we'll see Terra Ghost on the Grimmsnarl.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I think setting up light screen might be helpful.
Because that's 8 turns, isn't it? It's a lot.
We might also see a Draco Meteor into the Landorus. So like it isn't like clear to me, like will Draco Meteor in light screen, will that KO Landorus? Based on the damage that we've seen from Dazzling Gleam, it probably should be enough.
Depends on the bulk on Landorus as well. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
So
Let's see.
It is risky, but...
Is it the same leads? Yes, it is. They've swapped sides, but it's basically the same lead. But the same lead as well from Nikolai. So yeah, let's see how this plays out, Marcus. There's so many different options that can come out here, but I like what you think. I think the Terra Ghost on Grimmsnarl could be a really nice option here to make sure that Grimmsnarl at least sticks around for one extra turn, because it means it's not also going to go down to a gunk shot, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't.
If it Terra Ghost.
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't. It might also save itself from being knocked out from that Volt Switch like we saw in the first game. Because if you can get the light screen set up, yeah, Grimmsnarl would make it through another turn. But of course, Nikolai also knows this and is taking his time here to analyze the situation once more. We've seen this exact same turn 1 situation in both games. Now, you also might want to wonder, are there any other Pokemon that came to the battle? Is maybe something affecting the game outside of this leads? But yeah, we have the same play again. Let's see, is it the Terra like I predicted?
There is that Terra there, and it is going. It's that Miraidon first of all. So it is that Terra Fairy. So similar to game 2 at the moment. So chances are potentially locking into that Dazzling Gleam to make sure we've got that damage boost that can KO Grimmsnarl if it does not Terra. But so yeah, no Terra. Fake out into that Grimmsnarl once again. It's flinching. It's probably going to go down once again, and there's that Dazzling Gleam coming out. So making sure that all that damage is going out into that Grimmsnarl. This worked so well for Nikolai in that game 2, and to be able to get that Landorus nice and low to threaten it with a KO for that Zamazenta later on in the game. Yep, and there's that Earth Power once again into that safely targeting Caesar. You know you're always getting a one-hit KO there. So a fair play from both players at the moment.
Fair play from both players indeed. Now maybe Alexander went for the exact same turn 3 times. We never got to see what Grimson was going for, as it was being knocked out every time by Miraidon. And now Nikolai has to make his choice. Now, I was talking about in the previous game, we were talking about how maybe Miraidon could come in for Alexander. But then Calyrex Ice Rider came on the field to threaten Trick Room. So now Nikolai is thinking about, do I want to go with Zamazenta again? Because, yeah, in the previous game, he felt forced to make this very, very risky read to switch into Ursaluna. But it looks like he wants to create the same position once again. He won the previous game, so why not, right? You might want to go for the same line again, but at what point is Alexander maybe going for a different option?
So with the Calyrex Ice Rider, you've got so many choices, haven't you? The Glacial Lance is going to be strong, but it's not getting any KOs right now. And so does Nikolai want to deny the Trick Room? Possibly not. You might want to just allow that Calyrex Ice to get off what it needs to do. And you know Landorus needs to go on the defensive if it wants to keep itself around at the moment. So yeah, we're in that really interesting scenario, Marcus, as you say. We've got what is going to happen. Tell us, Marcus, tell us.
And it's so tough to be in a spot like this because your opponent, like Nikolai, went for the same play again, like in the first turn, not really caring about potential Terra Ghosts or whatever. So is he also going to make the same play again this turn? So the mind games are definitely online. And I feel like Alexander this is the turn where he wants to switch something up, because this was the turn that kind of lost him the previous battle, and it seems like Alexander has other plans. Yep, going for a Terra Water on Calyrex to ensure that it won't take as much damage from Behemoth Bash.
Okay, so there's the Protect from the Landorus, like we saw in that game 2 as well, but hoping this Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be able to live this double up that's now coming up. No switch into this Ursaluna either, so Dazzling Gleam, let's see how much it's going to do.
So it's going to be about how much damage does Calyrex do, and then which move is it going for? Will it be Glacial Lance or is it Trick Room? If this is Trick Room, this would be massive for Alexander, setting up a really, really strong board position with Landorus. It is the Trick Room.
Huge moves from Alexander there. So even if there's that Ursaluna in the back for Nikolai, it's still such a great position here. We know the Landorus and this Calyrex are going to outspeed both of these targets. Miraidon can't protect either, so even though it might survive that Glacial Lance, it's going to go down to that double up.
Yeah, that was a big, big play by Alexander. However, now Alexander has Terrestrialized as well, and we know Calyrex only has Glacial Lance as their attacking move. We also know Landorus cannot KO Miraidon with Sludge Bomb, so you could go for another Dazzling Gleam and Wide Guard, and you would be pretty much guaranteed to get the knockout on Landorus, basically bringing Alexander down to his last and final 2 Pokemon. And yeah, it looks like Nikolai's also thinking about that same option. You don't even need Ursaluna Blood Moon here on the Trick Room to deal with Landorus, apparently.
That's a great point, actually, Marcus. Yeah, I really like that, because as we saw, Alexander often brings that Miraidon in the back, and we could see that Ursaluna outspeed it later on in the end game, because there's so many more turns of Trick Room. So yeah, there's that Glacial Lance going into that Wide Guard. There's nothing that can get around it. No high horsepower on this Calyrex. So there's that Sludge Bomb. It does a lot of damage, but yes, still not quite that KO. And this allows Miraidon to go that Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam into that Landorus, getting that KO and getting Calyrex Ice Rider dangerously low.
Yeah, and Alexander, all the work that Alexander did, winning the mind game, going for Trick Room. Now, this play kind of made that go to waste, because Alexander's main sweeper for this Trick Room scenario was Landorus, but it was not quite powerful enough to get anything done under Trick Room. And now, well, Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, they really don't want to face down this Ursaluna Blood Moon and Trick Room. And it seems like Nikolai has found a way to really kind of neutralize the Trick Room play from the previous turn. And one thing that is so important in these Miraidon mirrors is, in a situation like this, where like Miraidon on Alexander's side, once again, maybe you would want to go for like a Draco Meteor later on in the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but you're forced to lock into a move right now, and you cannot switch out anymore. And Nikolai has all the tools that he needs to stop it.
Wow, and there's the body press coming straight onto this Calyrex Ice Rider. So we saw Alexander trying to reverse the Trick Room there on that turn. Wow. Seeing it as it goes before the Calyrex Ice Rider. So a fair enough play, but like probably the only thing he could have done at this point. Electro Drift, you have to lock into this move at the moment to be able to hit into that Miraidon, but you can see the relief on Nikolai's face there, knowing that he's got that Ursaluna in the back. Electro Drift has been locked into. Nikolai knows he's locked this set.
Absolutely, and this is what we were talking about. Nikolai had all the tools available. You had Ursaluna Blood Moon, a ground type in case Miraidon locks into an electric type. You had the Miraidon Terra Fairy in case it locked into Draco Meteor, and then of course also Draco Meteor just doesn't do any damage to Zamazenta. He had all it needed and takes this game 2-1.
Congratulations to Nikolai Hoyd-Nielsen there, really showing that not only are they incredibly impressive in the grassroots scene, not only in the Grand Challenge and Global season, but also showing their signature Sneasel Miraidon combination in the Open Teamship Best of 3 season in this Utrecht Special Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And just continuing with my point from earlier, so we had Zamazenta with Wide Guard against a potential Dazzling Gleam. You had the Terra Fairy, Miraidon, and Zamazenta against Draco Meteor. You had Ursaluna waiting in the back. And with that in mind, I think Alexander made the very, very risky decision to try and reverse Trick Room. So you could get speed advantage against Ursaluna Blood Moon later on, potentially, because we had already seen that Ursaluna under Trick Room will outspeed Calyrex Ice Rider. So the plan was, you're like reading a Wide Guard, or maybe like a Wide Guard switch or something like that. You take the knockout on Zamazenta, and then you just hope that Calyrex can somehow get the one-shot on Ursaluna Blood Moon later on. But yeah, that was like a very, very fine line. But yeah, it just came down to the fact that we were talking about how, oh, this big read, he goes for the Trick Room, Ursaluna doesn't switch in. But it turns out that Nikolai didn't even need to make this risky play there. Just going for Wide Guard and Dazzling Gleam. And this is something that really showed the downsides of running Leech Seed on Calyrex Ice Rider, because if there was any offensive move, like if there was High Horsepower, for example, a double up of Sludge Bomb and High Horsepower on Miraidon, that would have been enough for the knockout, and that would have kind of eliminated that play from Nikolai. But yeah, looking back at what happened in this game, all 3 battles, we had the same leads, and while it didn't go so well in the first game for Nikolai, of course, he found a way to navigate this matchup later on in this best of 3.
Yeah, and there's the Trick Room that we saw set up, but to Alexander's detriment, unfortunately. And yeah, a lot of big damage from both of these Miraidons coming out with that Choice Specs boosted attacks, but in the end, Nikolai was able to use the speed dynamics that were eventually revealed across this set that is not revealed on a team sheet to be able to take this game and showing his prowess at this sort of format.
Yeah, and I was a little bit curious about the approach of Nikolai here for going any sort of speed control, but in the end it proved to be the right choice for him.
Yeah.
Going for the Sneasel early on just for the fake out and just to draw in a lot of attention from Landorus allowed Miraidon to get some free turns to dish out all the damage, and then you had Zamazenta and Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back to deal with Calyrex Ice Rider, and Nikolai can be very, very proud and happy with how that went, and yeah, absolutely deservingly takes this game and now will advance to a 9-1 record.
Yeah, 9-1 is like absolutely incredible, isn't it? Like you're already so close to that top cut, and like almost at this point guaranteed even. Like you've got a really cool team and a really cool restricted duo in that Miraidon and Zamazenta that's not in our kind of top restricted graphic that we saw earlier either.
Yeah.
So a really interesting combination. 2 very common ones, but not paired together. And we could see how they were on the field next to each other a lot of the time, being able to cover each other's weaknesses. Zamazenta having a great matchup into that Calyrex Ice Rider, which Miraidon doesn't really want to face too much either. So we might see a few players maybe taking a leaf out of Nikolai's book, to be honest, showing how this team is just functioning so well in all sorts of formats.
Yeah, and then at the same time, Alexander's team, now this is the 3rd appearance that we've had it on stream. Yesterday, Michael Kelch and Ibrahim, they were both able to win with their team, now the first loss. And yeah, again, I think this small decision of running Leech Seed, it never came into play in this matchup. And yeah, maybe actually High Horsepower, there is something with that move as well. Yeah, I feel like Alexander, if he had some sort of additional Pokemon to make use under Trick Room, then maybe, yeah, it would have been his battle to win. And I wonder if Urshifu, this is a Pokemon that I mentioned during the first game, but just thinking about it more, maybe Urshifu was a Pokemon that you could bring, just because of how well it matches up into anything except for that Miraidon. And yeah, if you can maybe create a situation where you have Trick Room and you have Urshifu, maybe even behind a light screen, but maybe that's just too much to ask for, then yeah, it would be really tough for Nikolai's team to stop that choice by Urshifu.
do you think that the Terra Ghost on Grimmsnarl would have been the play for Alexander in that game 3?
Well, based on what we saw coming out from Nikolai, I would argue yes, because then it just makes Landorus be a little bit more bulky. You could take Dazzling Gleams a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe take 2 of them.
Take 2 of them, exactly, with the light screen. You also would have been able to maybe set up a Reflect as well, if you wanted to. Or you could have even considered going for a Spirit Break right away there, like Terra Ghost Spirit Break. And Earth Power, like just go on the offensive, something that Grimmsnarl like very rarely does. But yeah, maybe Alex was afraid of the same play from game 1, which was the Volt Switch into Grimmsnarl. That, of course, would have covered any sort of like Spirit Break, trying to get fancy play. And of course, in a high-pressure situation like this, it's game 3, you're on stage, you really want to win this game. Sometimes our players tend to maybe take a little bit less risks in these high-pressure situations.
That's true, yeah, and like it is high pressure. Obviously, a lot of our trainers are so used to this sort of like position, but
so, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is like it's easy to sit here and be like, yeah, you know what, like you go like Terra Ghost, right? But like you're sitting down there and knowing that, well, it's your like it's not your tournament life on the line, but if you get this wrong, you very like likely lose the match. Yeah, it's really tough to make those calls.
It is, especially when you're committing your Terra so early on in the game as well, right? Like when you kind of go, oh, there might be a better time for me to save it for maybe later, where it might be a little bit better. So, and like you limit your options so much more when you've kind of gone for that Terra instantly already. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense really, especially in this terrestrialized kind of format in Scarlet and Violet at the moment. It's a great mechanic, but when we're considering how it impacts your opponent's ability to predict what you're doing, it makes sense to hesitate before clicking it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still, I mean, this is now what, the 3rd season of terrestrialization as a mechanic, and we're still uncovering more and more about when is the right time to use it, how do you use it, and one person who absolutely knows how to terrestrialize, that is of course our winner from this round, Nikolai. So let's head over to the couch with Lee and yeah, see how Nikolai is feeling about this win.
Thank you so much, Marcus and David. I'm here with our round 10 winner, Nikolai, and congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much.
And a 9-1 record going into the rest of the tournament. How are you feeling, first off, after that really tough match?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good right now because I've secured top cuts, and it was the first time I faced this team this tournament, so I haven't prepared for it at all. It's not that often you see Calyrex Ice with lead sheets. So, yeah, but I've seen the team on stream yesterday, and my brother also helped me prepare for it. So I knew there was a chance that I was going to face it today, but it feels really good to get the win.
Yeah, especially after that game 1 where it went right down to the wire those last few turns, and you kind of pulled out the wide guard expecting maybe the Dazzling Gleam, and then the Electro Drift comes out.
Yeah, I feel like it was close to a 50-50 because I could also have clicked Behemoth Bass on Miraidon, and I think that would be close to get the knockout since yeah, it's super effective.
But then it's all about the speed tiers that at that stage in that part of the match as well, you haven't quite figured out if go faster, if they're faster, and it's a risk. And you can understand the play there to be safer, and it just didn't go. But then games 2 and 3, everything turned around, and you really seemed to figure out the winning formula to take the match forward. What was your thinking between game 1 and game 2?
My thinking was that he didn't Terra Ghost in the first game, and he didn't Terra his Landorus, so we could deal a lot of damage if I could get a fake out on Grimmsnarl and deal damage with Dazzling Gleam. So it was important for me that he didn't get the screens up, because then I had a trick remote with Ursaluna, and I also think my Miraidon was faster than him, so I have 2 modes to play in the later game against him.
Yeah, it's really, I think, really good for our viewers at home, the identification of that sort of information throughout a game and how well you did that, because sometimes it's not always the most preferable thing to terrestrialize so early on in games, but I think when you know you've got that game plan in mind and how powerful that terrestrialization can be, there's no reason to hold back, and you executed that so well, and then preserving the Ursaluna in the back, especially in game 3, to just lock the game down. It must have felt good knowing that you were locking in not only the win, but also progressing on further in this tournament.
And you also have to make a game plan on the spot. Often when you face a team, you don't have a game plan before to. So you find some ways after game 1 how to change your tactics to have a better shot in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we love when we get to see you on the broadcast as well, you're very well known for one of your signature Pokemon being Sneasler. You've used it in other regulations as well. It's slightly different coming into this one. What was the kind of the choices and the options that you changed for this regulation opposed to previous ones?
The biggest thing we have changed in this meta is that we're playing Terra Dark on Sneasler and have Throat Chop. In the last format, we played Coaching and Stellar instead, and it helps us a lot against the mid-range team, because then you can threaten Pokemon like Lunala and you can threaten like Shadow Rider. And this is, we have also, in all our tournaments this year, we have brought Blood Moon Ursaluna, so I'm also really happy that I can win with my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, it's really great to see, and hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more of the team as we get forward in the broadcast. Coming in to this event, thinking about Worlds invites and things like that, was there a big importance on the championship points that you got here to kind of help secure a Worlds invite this weekend?
Yeah, this tournament means a lot, because right now I have around 720 points, and people expect that you need 900 points or more. It's not certain. So I needed some points from this tournament, and there's only like 3 big tournaments left. This one, Bologna, and NAIC. So it could be nice that you have secured your spot before the last tournament, because otherwise it will be very intense to play that. So, yeah, and it's only me who is here. My twin brother is sitting at home because he already secured his invite. Yeah. So it would be nice that we both can qualify to Worlds. It would mean a lot to me.
Is there a set number of championship points that you need to get this weekend to secure that in your mind?
Yeah, I think that if you get a little bit more than 900 points in total, so I will need like 200 points from this tournament. So I think top 8 would be pretty sure for a Worlds invite.
Oh, well, good luck with securing that. And, yes. Are you planning on going to Bologna, NAIC?
I'm going to both Bologna and NAIC for the last 2 months.
We'll look forward to seeing you there. Before we let you go and take a breather before the next round, have you got any shout-outs to your brothers at home?
Exactly. I want to give a shout-out for the Danish community for traveling together and have fun and practice. And a special thanks to my good friend Oliver, who always helped in creating the teams and making some fun ideas. And a special thanks to my twin brother and my mom. Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, thank you as well for showcasing your talents on stage. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, Cly, and we'll be right back with the action very soon.
Let's hear it for Wolf
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on. And, my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards. I had, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older. And I really fell in love. And, ever since then, I've just kept playing. And it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, 30 minutes from where I grew up. And so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever, I want to be indisputably the best ever, but the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing, I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, People look at me and they see all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something because when you fall short, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best, and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
Welcome everybody back to the Utrecht Special Championships. If you're just joining us, we are here in day 2 of an intense weekend of Pokemon action. I'm David Partington, joined by Marcus Harmon on the desk to you again, shortly getting into our round 11 of our Swiss.
Yeah, what a great game we just saw, and also great hearing, of course, here from our winner there together with Lee in the interview. And it's just great. Like it sparked some images in my head, like the twin brother sitting at home, of course, everyone cheering on from the Danish community to support Nikolai on his journey to Utrecht here, and then also Bologna and NAIC to try and qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, that kind of journey is what it's all about for a lot of our trainers here. You've started off that season with 0 CP, and you just try and eke at it as you go along, trying to get as much as you can. And of course, we've got this season where you've got that top 75 from the EU and the NA regions to get into. There's not just that number of CP that you need, you actually need to be in that top bracket of all of the trainers in your region to prove that you are the very best.
Absolutely, and getting the support from your community for this journey is of course very, very great for our players. And just like them, we are also in need of some support from our community here, as we will have the community choice for round 11. You will get to choose which game we will see in this final round of Swiss here in Utrecht.
Yes, and all of these matches here are win and in. So all of these trainers are currently at 8-2. They need that win to be able to get into that top cut here. And there's a few notable mentions here. Giuseppe Musico we had on day 1 who got a quite convincing win just using their Calyrex Ice Ride along with their supporting cast with the Terrapagos versus Dill Yeomans, the EUIC finalist, who of course lost to Wolf Glick in that incredible final there.
Yeah, coming at us with Iron Valiant and Sinistcha. Definitely one of the more unique teams that we see here. But then also the other matchups. Roberto Parente, strong player from Italy, going up against Samuel Pereira from Spain, I believe. And a player who was doing very, very well yesterday with Ting Lu, starting the tournament with 7-0.
And we've got Jorine Rajmakers as well, I think was got the top 4 at EUIC last year as well, the year that Niels Dunlop won as well. So a really strong player from the EU region running that Calyrex Shadow Terrapagos that has now actually made it into that top 4 bracket in our usage stats.
Yeah, going up against Adam Cherafoui from France.
Yeah.
Another one of those very, very strong players traveling out here and using Rhydon Lunala, the combination that was the talk of the tournament.
Infamous, you could say it almost at this point. It's so strong and probably the #1 enemy to beat for all of our trainers here, especially having obviously won that Milwaukee regional a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah, and you can go into the Twitch chat and vote for your favorite match, of course. Then also Roman, who I gave a shout out over on the couch, one of the local players that plays at my locals, going up against Cohen. With Entei, I think also a Pokemon that we talked about a little bit yesterday, making an appearance, one of the only trainers to bring it, and so far they're doing pretty well with it, already at 8-2 and only one more win to claim their spot in the top cut.
Yeah, if you like Ho-Oh and what it can do with Sacred Fire, but you don't want to use up a restricted slot, then yeah, go for Entei, which can do exactly that as well. And on top of it, having that inner focus ability that makes it so powerful because you can't get intimidated, you can't be flinched as well, so it makes a really powerful lead.
I would love to see all of those games, but maybe now as the voting is kind of concluding, is there a favorite game for you personally, David?
I mean, like, I did have a brief chat with Dill just now as well before we came back in, and he was feeling feeling pretty good, honestly. And with that Iron Valiant and Sinister, they were like a really strong Pokemon and really interesting too, so I'd love to see how they operate.
Oh yeah, that would be a great match. Dill, second place at Internationals. Giuseppe, a regional champion all the way back in 2018. That would be a great one for sure. But then also a lot of our up-and-coming players making it so far into the tournament. And yeah, it's great to always, of course, see what are some of these newer players doing. How are they so successful, so that we can see maybe they're doing something a little bit different from some of the more established players. And Dill was one of those players, or used to be one of those players, as they made it all the way into the finals of EYC. And now already we're talking about them as if they've been around for like years and years. But no, this is kind of their breakout season with this big second place at EYC.
100%. And it was a really interesting positioning too, because I think they had a lot of success with that very similar kind of Iron Treads Miraidon sort of build that they were using a lot in the grassroots tournaments leading up to EUIC. Yep. Doing really consistently well, building up a little bit of notability of that team as well, and really taking it pretty much all the way to an incredible finish.
Yeah, let's see what the community has decided here and which game we will be featured as we have a look at the results. And it is going to be Roberto Parente against Samuel Pereira. Two very strong players indeed. Both of them using different restricted pairs, and both of them using some of the more common pairings for sure here. Roberto with the Lunala Miraidon, and Samuel with that Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, a combination that I feel like we haven't really seen too much of so far.
Yeah, we haven't really at all. It's a team that it's been on our radar for a lot of the time, and with that Calyrex Shadow Rider being so supportive more so on these sort of sets, kind of adopting that role that Screentail used to have on that set instead. But obviously on Samuel's team, it's that Calyrex Shadow Rider next to that Zamazenta instead. So Raging Bolt is there. We've not seen a lot of those Pokemon. Chien-Pao, we've not seen a lot of those Pokemon either, even though they've been so common in Regulation Set G.
And Ting Lu, of course, could be the big star of the show. We were talking about this yesterday as Ting Lu might be just that exact Pokemon if you're looking through the entire Pokedex and you are looking for a Pokemon that beats Lunala and Miraidon. Two special attackers. One of them weak to Dark-type attacks. One of them weak to Ground-type attacks. One of them attacking with Ghost and Psychic types. The other one attacking with mainly Electric types. Yeah. Ting Lu is the Pokemon for you. And yeah, I think Samuel, this is probably the matchup that they might have prepared for the most. Also Chien-Pao, another Pokemon that I think can do pretty well in this matchup. And yeah, I think we're going to get to see the Ting Lu. It's always kind of like sometimes you have these like tech Pokemon and they're for like very, very unique scenarios, like very unique matchups. And then we get to feature them on stream and then it's like another matchup. They're not actually bringing the Pokemon that we kind of want to see. But now I think with this Ting Lu, the chance of seeing it here is pretty high.
Yeah, I think so. Like, surely this is its time to show its Vessel of Ruin. And we're going to have a look at Roberto Parente, actually, as a player as well, just to kind of highlight where their accomplishments are and where they've kind of come from, too.
Yeah, absolutely a player who has been around for quite a while in the circuit. And some of their best results, of course, including a top 8 at Liverpool Regionals in 2024 and also at the Paris Special in 2020. And just this season with a very different team. In Stockholm, they were using a Koraidon team with Venusaur, Indeedee, with Iron Crown. They're always up for some tricks. Top 16, in Stockholm. And then, of course, also top 16 at the World Championships. At the highest stage, Roberto has proven that he is very, very capable. And with Lunala Miraidon, now I would say using a little bit more of a standard team right now in the metagame.
Yeah, with that Whimsicott, though, which is an interesting addition there, which is kind of the Pokemon that is not usually seen on that composition, at least over the last couple of weeks, though, instead. Which is but a really nice option, though, right? Because Whimsicott offers so much, as we saw on the World Championship winning team from last year that Luca Cherubelli used, to be able to provide those pranks to speed control options with Tailwind, that light screen that can really help those special attackers, and that Encore, which is so good at locking your opponents into any sort of setup move that they want to try and go for, which means you can kind of freely capitalize on just the maximum amount of damage that's coming out. And combined with that Urshifu, it's a really nice option to be able to punish any sort of protects or any sort of like trick rooms that might be coming out, especially from those Calyrex Ice players at the moment, who are often trying to carry Leech Seed, Protect, Trick Room. Whimsicott can come in and just shut them down and not worry about having to get hit by a Glacial Lance.
Absolutely, and well, in this game, I think one of the important things, of course, will be to how do you deal with Ting Lu? Now, there's, of course, you were hinting at some options like that Urshifu, but then looking at the other side, our other player, they will be using Ting Lu. Again, I think usually, well, there were some formats where Ting Lu was very, very common, but then we haven't really seen Ting Lu show up in this format at all, right?
No, exactly. Maybe like, alongside a solo Dondozo, where we've often seen it as that kind of combination in Regulation Set G and other previous formats as well. I think Darway C in the NA circuit was using it quite a lot as well. But I think we're going to have a look at Samuel Pereira as well to have a closer look at where they've come from as well. And it looks like just a few weeks ago, it was the Severe Special Championship that they got top 8. So coming off a really recent, a really hot finish.
Yeah, and maybe they were saying, hi, you know what? I got top 8 at Seville. Maybe I could qualify for Worlds. Like, what if I went to Utrecht and Bologna and just, did it in the second part of the season? But yeah, of course, there's no rule saying that you have to play the entire season. You can just get started whenever. And it looks like Samuel did exactly that. And now a very, very strong record already. And with a win here and some more championship points, maybe a player that no one really expected before Seville, they could claim one of those top 75 spots in Europe.
Yeah, like especially if you can obviously get that win, you get that automatic ticket. But at the moment, if you can kind of snowball, as you were saying, Marcus, and get as many points as you can in that short space of time, it's still very much possible. It's a lot of championship points. And if NAIC is on the cards for them as well, then that's even more of a shot.
Yeah, or maybe, as you said, just winning it all. But of course, there might be also some more local tournaments that you can get some points in. There's, of course, also online tournaments. Well, not anymore this season, but maybe Samuel also was able to get a couple of points over the course of the season. And then with another high finish here, maybe it's enough to reach those. We heard it in the interview earlier. Nikolai was saying that he was expecting the cutoff to be maybe around like 900 points. Of course, it could also be slightly higher or lower, depending on how things play out. With another high finish, maybe Samuel, is looking good to get there.
Yeah, and why not as well? I was just looking at the top 8 team that they actually got at Seville, and it is that kind of Terapagos sort of team with that Screamtail, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, Rillaboom, and that Ditto, which is a really cool composition. But interestingly, they didn't actually end up going for the kind of edit of that team like we've seen other players go for with adding that Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of that Screamtail. They've gone for a completely different set and still doing very, very well.
Yeah, definitely proving that they can play with the best here. Samuel showing a very different play style, as you said, and just identifying that this is the type of team that they believe in for this tournament. And on the other side, Roberto, I think, usually, as I said, you known for using a little bit like off-standard kind of teams, also changing it up a little bit and going for what seems to be the hot talk at the moment, Miraidon Lunala. So maybe both of these players doing something that is a little bit outside of their comfort zone, but doing it in a way that, of course, will allow them to grow as a player going forward. And they're also able to get some really good results with this here.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I wonder, like, I'd love to have a chat with them a little bit as well, especially Samuel, to see what led them to kind of get suddenly into that top 8 at Seville as well, where a lot of trainers are obviously trying and vying to get into, especially when they're just starting out on their VG careers too. So, but it's going to be the matchups, obviously, between these two very accomplished players and, of course, their 2 teams as well. Unique restricted Pokemon and also unique supporting cast as well. There's no common Pokemon between these 2 teams at all. So we've got, Amoonguss versus Whimsicott on those grass types, Ursaluna versus Ting Lu on the ground types, Chien-Pao versus Incineroar on the dark types, and Raging Ball and Urshifu are 2 different Pokemon. Yeah,
so definitely some sort of like similar construction that these players might have. But yeah, they will play at definitely a very, very different pace. And as both players know that this is a win and in scenario, both of them, yeah, they will feel the pressure. And they also know that there are not that many chances left. Now, actually, we had a quick look at the standing, and it seems like Samuel is doing quite well in terms of championship points. Might, with this finish, already have secured their invite. Roberto, on the other hand, might need just a couple more points just to feel extra safe. So, yeah, potential Worlds invite on the line here for Roberto. And this is, of course, an extra layer of pressure that might be at play here that we don't really get to see when just looking at the game or like the tournament. It might not tell the whole story because Roberto maybe in his head is already running some number like a lot of our players are doing at this point in the season, like where are you at, how many points do you have, and maybe with this win potentially he could claim his ticket to Worlds.
That would be absolutely massive here. So much on the line for these trainers right now. This final Swiss round between our illustrious top cut here. As you can see, the attention and focus on both of these players, particularly on Roberto there. Both going for the slight chair swivel as well. So an even matchup in terms of that as well, showing the small amount of nerves, but the comfort that that provides as well. I've sat in those chairs a little bit during rehearsals as well, and they're super comfy, very tempting to just kind of rock back and forward and just know where you stand, know where your stance is, and get into that mindset for that game.
Yeah, and this trainer is looking determined to qualify for Worlds. Both of them getting ready, getting set up in the game. We have a little Mewtwo plush there for Roberto. That's something that you're rooting for?
Yeah, my origami. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, we've got the team that we probably want to see more of here on our screens, which we've seen obviously so much of and should look very familiar to you if you've seen the Milwaukee Championships. But adding in that little cheeky little Whimsicott instead, there is that wide guard on Lunala, which can cause so much disruption, especially versus any Calyrex Shadow Rider that's going to be on the other side with that Astral Barrage, but obviously paired off with a lot of very strong options there, Marcus. What stands out to you?
Terra Bug on Incineroar and Terra Grass on Urshifu, as well as Terra Ghost on Miraidon. I feel like these are some options that we don't get to see that often, and some small adaptations to what we're used to seeing with this Lunala and Miraidon combination that is really establishing itself as one of the main threats in this Regulation I format. Other than that, yeah, Terra Water, Whimsicott, yeah, he got creative a little bit, I would say, with the Terra types.
Yeah.
Also, Incineroar holding the Assault Vest, not something that we're so used to seeing from previous regulations, as well as this Choice Band Urshifu, but two sets that have kind of started to pop up more and more now in this new Regulation I, where you get to use two restricted Pokemon, and that also changes the dynamic of your non-restricted Pokemon quite a bit.
Certainly does, and interestingly, those are actually the same six that Luca Paz got top 4 with at Milwaukee as well. Not the exact same sets, but at least the same 6 Pokemon as well. I think there's been slight changes, some Terra types, as you mentioned, Marcus, and more unusual choices like the Terra Grass on the Urshifu.
Luca Cherrybelly yesterday, for example, was also using, I believe, the same 6 Pokemon. So it is something that is, yeah, definitely picking up in usage. And Samuel on the other side, as both players are exchanging their team sheet, they get to see the exact same information as our viewers at home. And then they will be able to see for Samuel that he is using Calyrex Shadow Rider, Focus Sash, and Encore with the Terra Ghost. And that's something that we're also more used to seeing now in this regulation. Terra Water Zamazenta, that's also not something that you see every day. Terra Stellar Life Orb Jianpao, quite powerful version of Jianpao, dealing a ton of damage, of course, with those same time attack bonus boosted moves. And then Tingaloo, star of the show, I want to call it. It's an Assault Vest set. Now finally the secret is out. Stone Edge to maybe cover Ho-Oh as well. Maybe it's not only for this Lunala Miraidon, but for any Miraidon matchup at this point.
Yeah, that looks such like a strong option, doesn't it? Especially when you're bringing it up versus all of those such bulky Pokemon. And say an Urshifu comes against it, which is in this matchup, which threatens super effective damage, you can just Terrasilize into that Poison type, and still with that Assault Vest, take on those special hits that the Miraidon and the Lunala can offer.
Or you use your Amoonguss and Raging Bolt, two Pokemon, of course, that have, yeah, some of the best Pokemon to have against Urshifu, and especially against a Choice Band version, since you could go for Thunderclap, you have Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, you can kind of predict what this Urshifu might go for, and yeah, I feel like this might be the dynamic of the battle I would expect Roberto to really try and make use of Urshifu or Ursaluna to take out Ting-Lu, because yeah, those are the only two Pokemon that can really do a ton of damage to Ting-Lu.
Let's get into it. The final round of Swiss before Top Cut. Who is going to get into it here? The win and in for both of these trainers. There's that Zamazenta with Marcus. There it is. Ting-Lu has joined the field, but versus that Urshifu, which we were talking about, which definitely heavily pressures it here.
Yeah, that's the kind of situation that we were thinking about. And yeah, for Samuel, the question is, does he have a Moongus? Does he have a Raging Bolt? Does he maybe even have both? Because Calyrex also, yeah, probably not the best pick in this matchup, because similarly, Roberto also has a lot of tools to deal with Calyrex. So let's see. I think this first turn, we're expecting some sort of maybe Tailwind play, maybe even just a Moonblast, and then a very powerful Surging Strike. Or Close Combat. That would also hit both opponents for super effective damage.
Yeah, so a really nice lead from Roberto here, but can he capitalize on it this time, though? There's a lot of defensive options from Samuel. Both Terra has been on the field, too. And as we can see, it has now been committed to. Literally on this turn one, Samuel going for that Terra Poison, keeping it very safe from pretty much anything Roberto can throw out here. It's going to be that Tailwind coming out from Whimsicott, making sure that everything is as speedy as possible too. And the Surging Strikes is going into that Zamazenta, not falling for the Terra option / switch that Samuel could go for. And let's see if this does half damage to Zamazenta. Yes, just about. So that is really key going to the next turn to potentially get that Oko for the next turn. Not before that body press, doing a whole lot of damage. And is this a knockout with that Sand Tomb? Critical hit Sand Tomb.
Wow, that might actually be massive, because Sand Tomb does some residual damage, but just barely. Urshifu makes it through the turn, and this is really important here for Roberto, because yeah, Urshifu, the main damage-dealing Pokemon, has one more turn to dish out a powerful Surging Strikes. But you have to choose a target now. Do you want to go after Zamazenta and potentially knock it out? But then, how do you deal with Ting-Lu that would still be at full HP? Urshifu is kind of guaranteed to go down at the end of this next turn. And yeah, a big decision for Roberto to make.
Yeah, so there's the Encore that we've been talking about that locks this Ting-Lu into something, a move that's a little bit safer for whatever Roberto might have it in the back here. But Surging Strikes is definitely going to hit into that Ting-Lu right now, doing a decent amount of damage despite it, but we know this Ting-Lu's going down very... Sorry, this Urshifu is going down very soon.
Yeah, Urshifu is going down, and this might be a double KO. Yeah, Heavy Slam coming out into Whimsicott. Oh no, that was a body press. Maybe going for a read there. Oh, if that was Heavy Slam, that could have been a double knockout, but instead, due to Encore now, Ting-Lu forced to follow up with another Sand Tomb. Man, well, it is great to do some residual damage to Whimsicott, of course. It's not quite the knockout that Samuel might have liked.
Although, in that position, do you want Whimsicott to go down in that position if Roberto is able to bring in two really powerful Pokemon with the Tailwind? But as we can actually see, though, there isn't that second restricted there. It is the Incineroar instead of that Lunala. So it's just the Miraidon that's going to be making the most of this Tailwind at the moment.
Yeah, now Samuel, of course, does not know this, but because Roberto was able to force the Terra out of Ting-Lu, Miraidon can now hit it with electric-type attacks, and that is definitely something to keep in mind. Now, we still don't know what Samuel has in the back. It could be a Moongus, it could be a Raging Bolt. Two Pokemon that, yeah, could also take on those electric-type attacks. So, because of the fact that Roberto's Miraidon is choice specs, I think it's really important to have the option to switch around. But of course, with Whimsicott being locked in now, with a Sand Tomb, you actually don't get the luxury of switching out that much. So, yeah, I wonder if you just want to go for a Volt Switch here potentially for Roberto. But that might not even be enough to get a KO this turn.
Yeah, we'll have to see what this Miraidon actually locks into here, and then the Zamazenta can potentially protect. But the light screen's going to go out first, so this Whimsicott can definitely still put up all the supporting options it wants to. Volt Switch is enough to pick up that Zamazenta. No Protect to speak of there. So a really nice play there to be able to switch right back out, not get trapped in by the... We know what the Sand Tomb is going to be coming out this turn, into that Incineroar.
Yeah, Sand Tomb will hit Incineroar on the switch, and most likely, but Incineroar has the option to U-turn out of that trap, so not that bad, I would say, for Roberto, but here it is, hits once again. Of course, that move is not fully accurate, so yeah, also something to keep in mind, but it will connect to Incineroar, and now we got confirmation of all of the Pokemon Roberto brought to this battle. No Lunala, and now Samuel, I feel like, yeah, this is kind of the setup that he wanted. Now, two Pokemon that are kind of weak, trapped on the field, and if you have it, you could bring out Calyrex Shadow Rider potentially. You could also go for Raging Bolt in this situation to abuse electric terrain that your opponent has set up.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got so many options that you can still kind of go for, especially when you've got 3 Pokemon apiece here. Still allow some switching to happen if you're on Samuel's end. But yeah, Roberto kind of limited at the moment. But you do have that fake out turn with Incineroar here. But yeah, versus a Ghost type, maybe not that effective. But especially when nothing's been locked into yet for this Incineroar, the Encore and Calyrex Shadow Rider isn't quite effective right now.
Absolutely, and we still have one more turn of Tailwind, but I doubt that Incineroar would be fast enough to outpace Calyrex Shadow Rider. So, yeah, we might see a double up coming out into that slot. It is a focus sash on Calyrex, but the position that Samuel has played himself into is, with Calyrex, you could take the KO on Whimsicott this turn, and that way you would get the boost from Grimnay, and you would deny any future speed control, and that is exactly what we're seeing.
So there's that Ash Barrage, that huge, huge powerful move that can't be blocked at all with no wide guard there. Critical hit on the Whimsicott probably wasn't going to matter there. But yeah, a very healthy amount of damage, and thanks to that Focus Sash, it's definitely going to be able to survive whatever this Incineroar wants to go for here. Interesting to see what the speedable priority here will be. So Incineroar is able to come out first. And yeah, actually that is that knockout there, straight into that Calyrex.
And now, yeah, we get to see the strategy Roberto is trying to play for. The game plan here. Ting Lu still on the field, unfazed in his lane, just chilling there, going for more and more Sand Dunes. But how will Roberto deal with it? I feel like the answer has got to be you want to go for a powerful attack with Miraidon. However, yeah, let's not forget this is Assault Vest, Vessel of Ruin, and Electric Terrain is also running out at some point. So, yeah, will Roberto have enough damage to take on this Ting Lu?
Yeah, I don't know, really. I think, obviously, we've got the Assault Vest and the Vessel of Ruin that's lowering the damage, so this Chien-Pao is also somewhat protected by Miraidon, but Chien-Pao is a little bit squishy, so I think it's likely to go down to whatever attacks it brings out at the moment.
And one thing that is crucial here is also the speed interaction between Chien-Pao. It will move first, but goes for the crunch, predicting the Terra Ghost, but it was not to be seen. Instead, just a regular Electro Drift, and this will knock out Chien-Pao in one hit. Big turn for Roberto.
Yeah, huge turn there, trying to predict that Terra Ghost, but absolutely not there at all. One hit KO going back there. Great play from Roberto to just not get into that obvious Terra. A great way to save it. Flare Blitz into that Ting Lu. It's going to be able to take another one still, despite that. So the question is it
how much damage does it do? Oh, I think
it's going to hang on.
Yeah, it's going to hang on just barely, and that will be game 1 for Roberto.
Yeah, it just about hangs on, and we know this Ting Lu can't protect, so it's going to be a fairly safe double up going into the next turn to be able to secure that game 1.
Just one turn away. One more round of Sand Tomb would have been enough, but if instead Ting Lu going down to Electro Drift, not something you see every day, and Roberto with this key prediction, not going for the terrestrialization. Yeah, sometimes also that can be a big risk and can be a big prediction, not doing something, and he did it in the exact right moment and wins game 1 because of it.
Yeah, huge plays there from Roberto. I love that, actually. And like, interestingly, Samuel did have that opportunity to protect that Zamazenta before it went down, versus that Miraidon that Volt switched it too. So it could have been that extra turn of chip, say on some of those other Pokemon that would have been able to kind of get more damage around. Yeah, Sand Tomb onto that Incineroar to be able to, as it came in. Yeah, a really close one. And not in the way I really expected it to, Marcus.
Yeah, definitely could have. Yeah, this Ting Lu just on the field from turn 1, definitely so tough to knock out. But yeah, Roberto had things calculated out and just very narrowly finds a way to victory just in time before the residual damage was stacking up too much, and had to make this final decision. Do you go for the Terra Ghost to try and predict an Ice Spinner, or do you predict the crunch and go for no terrestrialization? I wonder how the damage calculation look if Chien-Pao went for Ice Spinner, because then you of course remove the Electric Terrain, and this would really decrease the power of Miraidon. But you kind of gotta expect that Afterlife or chip damage to Chien-Pao, Electro Drift, even in Vessel of Ruin, would still be enough to get the KO there?
Probably.
But that's a good calc to know if you're planning on using Ting Lu and Chien-Pao.
Yeah, it is, especially if you've got the Ice Spin in a particular move too. But let's see how things switch up, if at all, in this game 2 of our final Swiss rounds here at the Utrecht Special Championships. It's that Ting Lu and Zamazenta yet again, but a slight switch up for Roberto here in that Miraidon and that Urshifu Rapid Strike.
And I actually like that quite a bit from Roberto, because even though Urshifu will not be able to outspeed Zamazenta. We kind of know that it doesn't have to, because Urshifu will be able to take on a body press. And so now, because it is an Assault Vest on Ting-Lu, Roberto could go for a double up into either slot and threatens a KO right away. So Ting-Lu is under a lot of pressure, and this causes Zamazenta to likely not protect, because you don't want to lose a Pokemon to double up. And this opens up the opportunity to go for the double up on Zamazenta. Very, very positional play, identifying this option for Roberto.
Yeah, we saw how much damage that Surging Strikes did in that last game, and it did just about the amount of health that this Zamazenta has at the moment. So we'll see if it's able to pull it off at the moment. Not before that body press does, yep, a similar amount of damage it did before. But yeah, there it is. 1 strike, 2 strikes. It looks like it's going to be enough here, Marcus. Yeah, securing that knockout on this hugely powerful restricted so early on in this game is a massively huge advantage for Roberto.
Yeah, and switching out Miraidon also means that whatever Ting-Lu is going for, Miraidon is still waiting in the back. Now, of course, this time around, no terrestrialization coming out, as Samuel understands that this might have been a little bit too soon in the previous game, because, yeah, with Terra Poison, this allowed Roberto to go for this late game plan of taking out Ting-Lu with Miraidon. So this time, maybe a little bit of a risk there by Samuel, saying that, okay, you're not going for the attack into Ting-Lu, all right, then I'm not going for the terrestrialization either. However, once again, Urshifu just very, very barely hangs on there, and we know that Ting-Lu can't protect. Of course, you also, yeah, it's hard to protect against an Urshifu. So yeah, we might want to see, is there Jianpao maybe for a priority attack to knock out Urshifu that we know is trapped on the field and we know is locked into Surging Strikes, so no way to get out of that position for Urshifu.
Yeah, so the question is, what is Roberto going to do with that Whimsicott, knowing that Sucker Punch is most likely coming out in there just to guarantee that Urshifu can't do anything but Surging Strikes, which we know is going to go into that Ting-Lu. I mean, something you could do here is still commit that Terror into the Ting-Lu, for instance, and maybe try and get the double KO with Ice Spinner on Whimsicott and then have the Urshifu survive. But there is that safe Sucker Punch instead, ensuring that Bear is definitely going down and keeping the Terror very much preserved on this Ting-Lu.
Yeah, Whimsicott is ready to attack though. Moonblast into Jianpao. Will it be enough? No.
The Vessel of Ruin.
Yup. So important, and Samuel probably knew about how much damage that was going to do, and feels safe leaving Jianpao exposed there against Moonblast, as Whimsicott is now also being trapped by the Sand Tomb.
That's so cool, yeah. These Ruin Pokemon coming back into the fray again after, like, what, Regulation Set C? I think we maybe last saw Ting-Lu in its rise. And yeah, like a couple of years later, it's really showing its offensive pressure here versus these, well, supportive teams which aren't really doing a whole lot. So Miraidon in the back is looking like it definitely doesn't want to deal with this Ting-Lu here. So yeah, what can Roberto do to deal with it?
That is a very good question. Well, you have Incineroar. You can go for a knockoff maybe to get rid of Assault Vest. You could also go for a U-turn to potentially do some damage there. Yeah. We have sort of Ruin on the field, so this could work against Samuel in this position.
I was going to say, it's Terra Bug U-turn. That could be some good damage. Which I don't see a lot of.
But yeah, it is a very good question indeed, because Ting-Lu not only does it have Sand Tomb, but also later on, maybe it could go for like a Stone Edge into this Incineroar. It could go for Ruination. Could go for some Snarls. And yeah, Ting-Lu, Samuel was playing the waiting game there, waited for Urshifu to get knocked out, and now doesn't need to terrestrialize Ting-Lu anymore.
Yeah, it's looking in a very strong position. So it's the Terra Water, though, that's coming out into the Whimsicott right now to maybe keep itself safe from an Ice Spinner that could come out, keep it around a little bit longer versus these two Dark types at the moment. But yeah, that Moonblast is not going to be able to KO this Ice Spinning Jianpao, first of all. So it's going to be that Incineroar we know comes out first. It's that knockoff, as you said. It's going to be able to lower the special defensive presence of this Ting-Lu to be able to hopefully get knocked out by whatever this Miraidon can go for in the back. But not before this Incineroar is trapped in again with that Sand Tomb. But not from a U-turn. U-turn will be able to allow this Incineroar to pivot out if it so chooses to.
Absolutely, yes, but then you are forced to bring in Miraidon, and then Ting-Lu gets another chance to go for a move there. Now, Whimsicott could have gone for Tailwind that previous turn, but Roberto was kind of ready to knock out Jianpao right there and then. But yeah, Samuel making a nice prediction there, I would argue, and protecting Jianpao. So now terrestrialization kind of wasted over on the Roberto's side. And yeah, you could go for Tailwind this turn, but it's not going to really help too much against Jianpao. Incineroar will still be slower, than Qian Pao, and it was already faster than Ting Lu. So nice play by Samuel there on the previous turn, as now Qian Pao might want to go for maybe a crunch into Whimsicott to knock it out, and now you're kind of forced to go for the Tailwind. But no, actually it's a Sucker Punch.
Wow. Sucker Punch instead. So yeah, because of that Tailwind, there's no Moonblast coming out. Good call from Roberto there, especially if we know this U-turn's going into this, well, no, not the Qian Pao. So the Qian Pao actually gets away with it, but it's still probably very good damage on this Ting Lu. Any sort of extra damage is really going to help to potentially get this Ting Lu, this huge bulky beast, in range of what this Miraidon can potentially do to it here.
Yeah, let's see if it's another Sand Tomb. And it is Ruination.
Oh, Ruination.
Okay. Half HP gone for Miraidon.
That's pretty big, right? Because that's in range of what Qian Pao can do now.
But we've already seen Intimidate on Qian Pao.
Ooh, true.
There is still Terra Stellar available, but Roberto could also switch into Incineroar. So now we're thinking like, how much will Sucker Punch do? I mean, it is life or boosted. We got Sword of Ruin, and we got a potential Terra Stellar as well to boost up the damage even further. So yeah, that is something, again, one of those unique kind of damage calculations where I don't know the answer to, but I think right now it might be enough to get the KO. So Roberto probably has to switch an Incineroar if he wants to play around this.
Agreed, and this Miraidon doesn't have Dazzling Gleam on it, so which is really key in this matchup too to make it even harder.
Another way though, yeah, I just thought about this as well. You could switch in Incineroar as well and then go for the Moonblast into Qian Pao, because now also Whimsicott should be able to take a Sucker Punch here. And yeah, Samuel of course can only go for one of the two targets. Let's see what he chooses.
Okay, so there is that Terra that's coming out from Samuel's end. So this is either that Terra Stellar on that Qian Pao, which is coming out.
Roberto was ready for it.
Yeah, knowing that that extra damage is most likely coming out, and it's going to be spent too, because that Terra Stellar only works once for each type of move that you choose to lock into. So yeah, there's another Sucker Punch that fails. Great call from Roberto there. There's that Moonblast picking off that Qian Pao, and Miraidon's looking really strong now.
And Roberto Parente just very, very close. He can taste it already, so close to qualifying for the World Championships based on his points. And another Sand Tomb that's gonna hurt a little bit, but yeah, definitely a big turn for Roberto in this battle. Once again saying, I only need one restricted Pokemon. I only need Miraidon to do all the damage, and all of a sudden it's Whimsicott taking an important KO with a Terra Water. Yeah, probably not something that happens that often, but yeah, Roberto identifying this very, very great strategic play.
Yeah, the little fluff that could, taking out like this massively powerful cat on the other side there. But here's the Calyrex that Samuel's been saving right here for the end. Not chipped yet by that Focus Sash, but I believe there might be another turn of Tailwind.
Yeah, the game's not over yet. Ting Lu still
2 turns of Tailwind.
Not terrestrialized and still difficult to take out for Roberto. But that was a big turn now for him previously. But still, you have to identify how can you get rid of Ting Lu. Now, you can, of course, double up into Calyrex once more with like a Moonblast and knockoff. But also, Whimsicott getting dangerously low on HP. And if Calyrex can get some boosts and outstall this Tailwind, then all of a sudden you're looking at a boosted Calyrex against Miraidon that has already taken half of her health. So the game is far from being over.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. So yeah, there's one of those protects at least that needs to come out here. So good call from Samuel to kind of cover for that, because Whimsicott and Incineroar, as we saw, was doubling straight into that slot. And this Ting Lu may not be able to quite get a KO on either of these targets. We'll have to see, but either way, Miraidon will then come in fairly safely. But then Samuel has to deal with yet another turn of Tailwind going into the next turn. Yeah, it is that Ruination. It's not going to get any KOs and does still not put it in range of any potential Sand Tombs that could come out later either.
Yeah, great defensive resource found by Samuel, protecting Calyrex in the face of danger. And now, of course, Encore is online because Ting Lu didn't have enough power to knock out Whimsicott. Whimsicott is quite frail, but Ting Lu going for like Snarl, like Ruination, Sand Tomb, all those moves only do a little bit of chip damage to Whimsicott that has already taken quite a lot. And now Encore could lock Calyrex on the field. So yeah, do you try and go for the double protect maybe if you're Samuel?
Surely, yeah. I think you have to try and you need to get rid of that Whimsicott because you need Calyrex outside of Tailwind to be able to actually deal with this Miraidon that's in the back that's hardly taken any damage, and it needs to be able to do
Oh, protect fails!
It does not! There is the protect, it fails, and so Encore comes straight out into that Calyrex, locking into the protect. Useless for turn after turn going forward now. Exactly what Roberto needs to see, and chipping away onto that Focus Sash, ensuring that one more attack can KO it. Incineroar switches out into that Miraidon.
Locking Calyrex into protect and potentially locking Roberto for top cut. Let's see, Miraidon joins the field once more. What did Ting Lu do? Maybe with a Sand Tomb? Maybe with a critical hit, you could get something done, but no, it is Sand Tomb into Whimsicott to knock out Whimsicott with the residual damage potentially, but that allows Roberto to bring Incineroar right back in for Fake Out. Calyrex locked into protect, and Miraidon will have a field day.
Absolute field day, yeah, exactly. It can lock into pretty much what, well, it needs to lock into that Draco Meteor, right? Like, it needs to be able to hit this Ting Lu for as much damage as it can. It's still fairly healthy, so you've got a fairly safe Fake Out. You know the Calyrex is going to be protecting here, and then just whittle away. Even if Draco Meteor doesn't KO, you can then hit it on for the next turn. Thing is, you do need to hit those Draco Meteors.
Yeah, and where do you go? So, still 3 more turns of protecting Encore for Calyrex because it attempted to go for the double protect. Now, this also could have been something for Samuel to consider in the previous turn, maybe something to analyze for our viewers at home. Maybe it was better to let yourself be Encored and then try and like wait things out. Because, yeah, Miraidon will need to lock into Draco Meteor, but where do you target right now? Calyrex will protect this turn, but if you target down the Ting Lu, then yeah, maybe actually that's the plan. Just go after the Ting Lu right away. Maybe don't even go for Fake Out. Just go for Draco Meteor and U-turn. You knock out Ting Lu this turn, and that is enough.
Roberto knows that he's got this locked up as well. A huge, huge move there. And we even know that if somehow we had a load of like misses from these Draco Meteors, that this Miraidon can mostly still survive an Astral Barrage that could come out from this Calyrex here. Not worried about that Encore. It's got a decent amount of health there. There's that double protect. It doesn't go off at all. Let's see if this Draco Meteor hits. There it is. It's at -2, but it's still enough. And there it is. Roberto Prence taking this game and getting himself into that top cut.
Getting himself into top cut, and with how the leaderboards are shaping out, also likely claiming enough championship points to maybe feel safe about his invitation for the Pokemon World Championship. So such an important battle here for Roberto, not only for this tournament, but also for the grand scheme of things. And he played it so well in a very, very tough matchup. I have to stress this point again. Ting Lu, we talked about it. You go through the Pokemon decks, you identify one Pokemon that is good against the team that Roberto had, and he had to play against it in a win and in, on stream, against a player of Samuel's caliber, just coming off of a top 8 in Seville, doing so well this season as well, already over 1,000 championship points to Samuel's name, someone who is qualified already for Worlds. It seemed like the odds were really stacked against Roberto, but somehow he made it work. He identified a game plan, bringing only the Miraidon, only one restricted Pokemon, using Urshifu early on to do a lot of damage, and then also finding very, very cute plays, cute and committal, I want to say. Whimsicott calling the Terrastella, going for the Moonblast, and just every turn in this battle mattered so much for Roberto.
Yeah, it really did. Like, it came down to the wire. A lot of these kind of chipping away moves and the locking in of the Pokemon that couldn't really switch out much. Roberto was able to play around that so much. And yeah, that was that Chien-Pao. It was so good to see. Calling the sucker punches every turn, calling that when it was to not Terra to get around it as well. Like, just every single turn, he was just calling out Samuel, showing just what he needed to do to get that win.
Yeah, and Roberto was playing so well here. Finally, you can see the relief there. Finally, Ting Lu was knocked out, but every turn trying to call the targets. Where do you need to put the damage? Where do you need to go with the Surging Strikes? He was locked in, and yeah, Samuel also identified some nice situations, locking in Pokemon with Sand Tomb and really disrupting Roberto's game plan. But big Moonblasts into Chien-Pao. I think this was definitely a key turn, predicting this Terrastella, getting the KO on Chien-Pao, and then eventually locking Calyrex into Encore, knocking out Ting Lu finally with the Draco Meteor and taking home this set.
Yeah, so satisfying to see. Like, I still can't believe it. Yeah, like Ting-Lu just seemed to solo Roberto's team, didn't it? Like, it just seemed on paper, in theory, it should do that. But yeah, with the knockoff on the Assault Vest to get rid of that, to allow Miraidon to kind of go up against it and do a little bit more damage, it was just enough. I mean, looking at the moveset of that Ting-Lu, like, it obviously didn't have a lot of moves that could do a lot of damage, right? It had Sand Tomb as its main ground type of move, had Ruination, Snarl, and that Stone Edge. Like, would we want to see maybe slightly different moves into that matchup, like a Stomping Tantrum at least? Yeah. Or something to deal just a little bit more damage, because even Whimsicott was like still surviving from this Ting-Lu. It couldn't get rid of it. And like, Ting-Lu's a Pokemon that gets access to Heavy Slam. Maybe it's the moveset that needs to be different there. I don't know.
Well, I definitely agree with you to some extent. However, the thing is, very rarely you can afford to dedicate one Pokemon entirely to just like one team and one strategy. So I feel like a move like Stone Edge, while it doesn't really have any use in this matchup, it is generally useful, for example, against those Ho-Oh teams, which also are running around together with Miraidon. So Ting-Lu, I guess, is not only there for the Miraidon-Lunala matchup, but also against Miraidon Ho-Oh teams. Maybe it could even do something against, like I don't know, Ho-Oh Calyrex Shadow Rider, if that ever pops up, or Calyrex Miraidon even, like Jamie Boyd is using. So yeah, you don't want to over-index on just one type of team, but in this battle, yeah, Stone Edge wasn't the move to click ever. And yeah, if it was High Horsepower or Stomping Tantrum rather, that could have been a little bit better. But of course, yeah, you never know what team exactly you're going up against. And yeah, also you got to feel with Samuel here, who maybe was feeling great going into this matchup. It's probably a matchup that he's practiced against a ton. Probably a matchup that he's already won a couple of times already in this tournament. But yeah, Roberto, once again, you got to give him credit, identifying a line of play and also like a kind of momentum of how to approach both games, trying like different leads, but identifying ways to deal with the Ting-Lu at the right time. And I think that was key, because game one, he left Ting-Lu there until the very, very end of the battle, and it almost happened again in the second game. And I don't think that that was like coincidence. I think this was very well planned. Roberto identifying, okay, I need to deal with Zamazenta first, because it would require too many resources right now to go for knockout on Ting-Lu. And you also, of course, there always could have been like an Amoonguss or Raging Bolt waiting in the back as well.
Yeah, like, there's so many different things that could have happened there. It's just great to see how, like, he practiced that. And I wonder if he kind of practiced that at locals as well, potentially.
Yeah, I wonder if Ting-Lu is maybe one of the Pokemon that now people will try out at their locals as well, right?
Yeah, exactly, or maybe the inspiration came from another player there, for instance, because it's like, even until you think of it, you don't even know it's an option sometimes. So, and that's a lot of what of our trainers out there have been doing a lot of, and ourselves as well. You mentioned locals earlier too, Marcus. So if you're interested in getting into the local scene, check out this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, Pokemon.com/play. If you want to learn more about your locals, we got our event finder there, where you can kind of see what tournaments are around in your area. And then using that QR code, you could do that right now. Maybe you feel like you want to play. I know my next local is going to be next weekend, actually. So yeah, maybe if you're in my local area, then could see you there if you scan the QR code.
Yeah, if you want to lose to Marcus, yeah, head on over.
Yeah, or win, or I don't know. But yeah, of course, always a great way to getting started, to get into the game. And also, yeah, if you're doing well, you could already claim your first couple of championship points to potentially your own Road to Worlds later on.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, championship points are very much on the line for even these local events as well. And I'm sure all of our top players here are really making the most of those locals to kind of get as much championship points as they can to kind of get, even if it's you're one step above another player in that leadership board, it's still really exciting and it still makes a big difference.
And then the next step from going from locals is, of course, at some point you might also want to go for some of those major events. Let's have a look at how exactly you would sign up or spectate events. You will see it down there arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon is where you can find out all information about upcoming major events. Of course, as the season is already kind of coming to its climax with the World Championships, there might not be that many events left, but yeah, maybe bookmark that link and check back later if there are no events that are interesting for you right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, there's always going to be more Pokemon action wherever it is as well. So, like, yeah, we've now just had our final Swiss round match, haven't we? So it's now up to the top cut, and be interested to see what Roberto thinks of that and his chances in our interview. Let's kick it away.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by the winner of that last match, Roberto, and what a fantastic way to end Swiss. You looked very emotional towards the end. Talk us through how you're feeling.
I'm feeling great now because I really wanted this top cut. Yesterday I closed my day one at X1. Today I lost the past round. In the first round I got no-show. So it was kind of traumatic to be on stream and maybe lose there. But I'm really, really happy to be here now.
Fantastic, and I'm so looking forward to seeing how you're going to do in the top cut. Let's talk a little bit about this match, because one of the Pokemon that our commentators were talking about a lot was the Whimsicott.
Yeah.
And Whimsicott obviously can get up to a lot of tricks, but you were also running this Terra Water. Talk us through why you put Whimsicott on your team.
Well, this team, of course, I just ripped this team. I stole this team from a friend.
Okay.
He made this team before the Milwaukee Regional.
Okay.
So it was a great meta call by him. And we decided that Whimsicott is just better for us than Grimmsnarl. Because I'm not a Grimmsnarl player. The only time I played the Grimmsnarl, I went like 0-3 drop.
Okay.
So never...
That's not the choice.
Never more. And so Whimsicott is a great piece in that kind of matchup because it allows your Urshifu to outspeed Chempao, Calyrex, Zamazenta, and you can deal a lot of damage with that because with Choice Band Urshifu really it's hard.
Yeah, and Whimsicott can do damage by itself.
Whimsicott helps with Tailwind, helps with Anchor, like on stream, blocking the Calyrex. And it was great with the Terra Water too, because I kind of stood in front of Chempao. So yes, it was a great choice.
Yeah, it was a great showcase as well, and I think a lot of trainers watching your match will also be trying out Whimsicott going forward.
Yeah,
happy
to that.
On the opposing side, Ting-Lu, right? Ting-Lu's a very difficult Pokemon to deal with.
Of course.
How did you plan against it? Because you were successful, but it looked like it gave you some difficulties.
Yes, because of course I'm running Miraidon, so against Assault Vest Ting-Lu is not that easy. But I had the Urshifu, so I kind of put all my fishes on it, and hoped that Miraidon with Incineroar in the back would be enough to close the match, because he has a very speed team, a very quickly team, but with the Tailwind and Miraidon, the help of Incineroar, I think that Ting-Lu was problematic, but in the first game he went for the Terra Poison.
Yes.
It made it a lot easier for Miraidon to handle it. But I think that once I knock off the Assault Vest, then Draco Meteor is just a great way to deal with it.
It felt like you had a lot of tools with knockoff, for example, as well, to deal with it, and you played it perfectly. At the end, though, I have to say, I saw you click Draco Meteor. Were you...
I don't know if just one miss would cost me the game.
That's fair.
Maybe yes, because if I lose Incin, then it's a bit problematic too. Or even the 3 protect in a row of the Calyrex scared me, but I had to play my Oz in there. I could try to predict that maybe doubling the Ting-Lu. I thought a lot of on making that play, but it was just risky, and I just had the odds with.
Well, it's good to see the confidence you had in your Pokemon as well, that it would connect that move. So for the trainers at home, to kind of get to know you better, how's your season been so far? And are we looking towards Anaheim for Worlds?
Well, my season started very, very badly.
Oh, no.
I'm glad I managed to top cut in Stockholm 2 months ago, and now I'm here. So in the last part of the season, I'm trying to improve my score. I think that I could get a lot of points from this tournament to not ensure, maybe not 100%, but to get me very close to the invite.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aiming to Anaheim, so I just hope to do even better now and try to secure my world invite now. Who knows, maybe by winning the tournament.
That's true. You'll get that golden ticket and lock your invite straight away to Anaheim.
Yes.
So I know Top Cut is just around the corner, so we will let you go and get rested. But beforehand, are there any shout-outs to any teammates or friends you would like to give?
Yes, of course. The first person I have to shout out now is my friend Mattia Angelini, because I built a team with him. And we played a lot, we practiced a lot. He made a lot of calcs. He helped me a lot. I'm glad he also got the 2 today, because he really deserved it.
Oh, that's
and
good.
I'm glad the team put really in a ton of work. And then I have to shout out the whole Team Aqua for always being there, helping my roommate Olimak, always helping me. And the biggest shout out of all may go to my grandfather, who passed away a few weeks ago. He's the only reason I'm here now. I started playing thanks to him, so I cannot thank him enough. I just hope to win this tournament for him, because I know he's watching him from above, and he's cheering for me stronger than anyone else. So I just hope to take it all.
Those are some beautiful words, and I'm sure he's very proud of your performance today, and I hope you are
I
as
hope
well.
so. I hope so.
Fantastic. It's great to hear all the teamwork and friendship that goes along with
Yes.
Pokemon as well.
Yes.
So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Best of luck in Top Cut. I can't wait to see
Thank
how
you
it
very
goes. And speaking of Top Cut, it's going to be coming up very shortly. So go get ready, go grab a drink, and we'll be right back.
Able to connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke in the go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza's at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull in play, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived.
The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No! It doesn't into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going first. The close combat.
To Luis Urshifu. It's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutter Mane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. If you're just coming and tuning in, my name is Lee Provis. I'm joined by the lovely Lou Octechromy, and we are about to head into the top 32 here at the Utrecht Special Championship event, and I cannot wait.
Me neither. I mean, this is one of my favorite parts of the tournament because we hit the knockout rounds now. Swiss is over. There's no more redemption for these trainers in the sense that you lose your match, you're out of the competition. You win, you advance to the next stage. And this is where things get really, really intense on the battlefield.
Yeah, because now we're past that Swiss round of the tournament, of course, and we're getting into the knockout stage. Any loss at this stage of the tournament means, unfortunately, that you are out. But if you win, of course, you're progressing on to that next stage, getting closer to claiming that title for your own, which is very exciting, like you say. And we've had some really great matches for us to kick off the broadcast this morning. I'm sure there's a lot more to come.
And some interesting Pokemon choices as well. Like, I was not really expecting to see Ting Lu, so it's great to see it on the field and kind of showing that it still has some capabilities from the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, where Chi-Yu and I think the Chi-Empower have been obviously a lot more dominant. So it was great to see it in play, even if it wasn't victorious. You know, it definitely has a mark to be made out here, though.
Oh, definitely. And I think there's it's find its place. It's got a place in this format. Just find that right place with it. Unfortunately, Roberto was just able to kind of guide through that Pokemon pretty well in that last set and get into the next stage of this tournament. But I'm sure it's not the last we're going to see of Ting Lu. Maybe for this weekend, but maybe I'm definitely sure not for the rest of Regulation I.
I like as well the supportive Pokemon, and this was a nice thing I was talking to Roberto with, you know, talking about the Whimsicott because it has so much utility, but we are often seeing on these team builds maybe Grimmsnarl being a little bit more traditional, but Roberto, for example, was saying it's just not my kind of Pokemon, we're not vibing, it's not going to be a good synergy match here, and it's interesting to see trainers then thinking, okay, well, where are the Pokemon where maybe I have history with, or I have that confidence in, and then building those support moves onto their team.
Yeah, and it's a lot like with Luca Cherubelli when we kicked off yesterday with that Whimsicott in particular, where that is something that you're comfortable with, you know how it works, it functions. You maybe have to slightly tweak it depending on the format that we're currently in, but I think it's always worth looking back at those Pokemon that you've had success with and maybe trying to integrate them into those current teams that you're working on to see if that is the missing piece to the puzzle.
And at the end of the day, this is the penultimate event in the European calendar, so for a lot of our trainers, it could even be their last chance to lock in those championship points to try and get their qualification for the World Championship. So everything is on the line, not just from the linear perspective of this tournament, but from the bigger angle as well of the season as a whole. If they want to make it to Anaheim, they've got to get into that top 75 rankings of the European season, and some of them may fall short, some of them might make it, and this is one of the events that could determine exactly what that list could be.
Yeah, and I know from speaking with Nikolai earlier that we were able to feature on our first broadcast game. They were coming into this event hoping that they'd be able to get that enough points to kind of almost but secure that World's invitation, and I think from the progression that they've made, they'll be able to do that, which helps then take a little bit of pressure off the rest of the tournament, because if that's your main goal coming into the tournament, I think then you're this later stage now, you think, okay, well, I've done that little goal that I set, let's set the next one. The pressure's off a little bit. Can I aim for higher? Can I go for that championship title? And it's nice for the player that have been able to put that kind of hard work in up to this point, feel a little bit safer and have the reins almost taken off.
I like the reins there, with all the Calyrex that we see running
reins
around.
Of unity,
yes, tying up the competition and tying up our restricted pairs as well, because we are seeing a lot of Calyrex Ice Rider. We're seeing the occasional Shadow Rider coming out, but I think the Ice Rider has definitely been the most dominant this weekend.
I would 100% agree with you. I think it's strange with Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's one of those Pokemon, Marcus was talking about it on the broadcast yesterday, where it's coming into events and coming into new formats, it feels like the strongest option.
It is so powerful.
Yeah, but then we come to these events and it just kind of hit us out a little bit, and it never really kind of hits those peaks that everyone expects it to, whereas the Ice Rider Calyrex, we've already seen it have success. It was in the finals of Milwaukee, and in this tournament as well, we're seeing a little bit of an adaptation with that Leech Seed and that having a bit more success, and it is probably, if you were to say at the moment, the stronger out of the two options, I think, for sure.
And I think the Shadow Rider struggles in the sense that it's almost always forced to go for its terrestrialization as well, a little bit like Terrapagos is, and that's why it's maybe not having as much usage out there at the moment, because with the rise of the Dark types coming up, and not just even Dark types in general in terms of the Pokemon themselves, but the Terra types as well coming up from Dark type Pokemon, has been really interesting to see, and obviously a lot of that damage can come through into the Calyrex, and at the same time then if you're a Dark type Pokemon, you're resisting those Astral Barrages, so it makes things very, very difficult for the momentum of that Calyrex to get going, and that could explain why it's in a bit of a difficult spot.
Yeah, and I think it's also, it's not got the defensive capabilities of something like Lunala, which has that similar typing, you know, to it, and I think with the Shadow Shield ability on the Lunala, it almost gives you a bit of a cushion where you're able to kind of switch it in a bit more freely, take those attacks a bit better, whereas Calyrex feels like it's so frail, it kind of taking those big attacks can put you in those detrimental positions, and then you're not really able to get the most out of it. It's a hard Pokemon to get to work perfectly every time consistently, but I'm sure someone will figure it out, and it's inevitable, I think, that we're going to have one of these majors soon enough where Calyrex Shadow Rider does steal the show. Maybe it's this weekend. There's still some in play.
I mean, that's what I mean. There's still so many restricteds out there, and I think it'd be interesting to compare day 1 to day 2 as well. So those kind of day 1 restricted Pokemon that we saw in usage, obviously Miraidon #1, no one's really coming for its top spot right now, but this is the interesting thing. Yes, Lunala's second place, we'll come back to you in a moment, my spooky friend, but Calyrex Shadow Rider in day 1 was actually more popular than Calyrex Ice Rider, and this is where I'm going to be interested when later on we look at the day 2 comparison, whether Calyrex Ice Rider has indeed come to the forefront, because the snapshot that we've seen on the broadcast has definitely been more dominant of that Ice Rider like we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think you'll be exactly right in your prediction, Lou, with that swap over there. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Miraidon up there with 43% usage in day 1, so I think it was translated quite well in the broadcast games that we featured yesterday, how predominant Miraidon was and how potent it still is in this format. Nice to see Pokemon trying to make their way onto this board. The likes of Ho-Oh and the Kyogre. Ho-Oh in particular, one of my favorites, and I do have a lot of belief in that Pokemon in particular in this format. Kyogre, again, it's one of those solid choices. We've not really seen too much of it, though, throughout the Regulation I yet, but I do feel like there is the potential there for that Pokemon. I know that combination with something like that Ice Rider Calyrex has been picking up recently as well. But we can have a look at the Day 2 restrictions.
Yeah, let's do the comparison.
Do that comparison, see how things have shaped up. But
oh,
wow,
interesting.
completely wrong. The other way around. The Ice Rider's fallen down. The Shadow Rider has went up the ranks.
But, you know, this is also very interesting, though, because from the broadcast side of things, it has been all about Calyrex Ice. So the little snapshot that we're able to bring to you tells one tale. But then when you look outwards and look at the bigger picture for the rest of the tournament, it's actually interesting to note that the Shadow Rider is doing well. We just need to maybe find some more of them to bring onto the broadcast. So we'll take note of that for Top Cut for sure. But I definitely want to talk about the spooky Pokemon. I told Lunala I'd be back, and let's talk about it now. It's one of these Pokemon that I think has evolved throughout this format so far, because we've seen a lot of trainers running Power Herb with the Meteor Beam and being able to get that devastating damage off, you know, in one turn rather than two. But a lot of trainers now have said, actually, yes, that's a very flashy tech. It's nice to get that damage off, but it's easy to predict and you can protect into, and you still leave your Lunala quite vulnerable. So we're seeing Lunala's running Electric Seed to boost up its defense, or we're seeing some Lunalas run the leftovers in the combination with a Rillaboom with that grassy terrain to get all of that recovery and reset the Shadow Shield. So I am noticing a lot of changes going through Lunala right now.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see the Shadow Rider actually take a jump over Lunala, if I'm completely honest.
Oh,
but
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, and you're right though, with Lunala, it's one of those Pokemon that can be quite flexible, and with how you integrate it within your team, we're seeing a lot of Calm Mind variants in this tournament in particular, and players having success with those sorts of builds. But the Shadow Rider doing well, and like I said, maybe this is the event where we do see the Shadow Rider Calyrex kind of take the trophy in the end. But like we mentioned from day one, we had the Ho-Oh, we had the Kyogre. We've actually got Terrapagos making its way onto the board now, and that they, where are we looking? 7th place there. So interesting to see that that is making its way into the statistics as well, and whether or not that combination with the Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be up there amongst the top mix of teams this weekend. And of course, it's not just about the restricted either, Lou. It is about those non-restricted Pokemon. We can have a look at the usage stats for these as well, and this is the usage stats for non-restricted in day 1.
Well, there's my boy, #1 spot, the Incineroar, but close on its heels is going to be that Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, bringing that integral part of the Fire Water Grass Core to fruition, and it's really nice to see both of these doing well. I want to talk about the Iron Hands, though, because Iron Hands has really jumped up. Again, it's a Pokemon that provide great fake-out support. It's generally very bulky, particularly when you put an Assault Vest on it and get it really ready for battle. But the one thing I like about Iron Hands is its versatility, in the sense that it can be a great support Pokemon, but it can also work so great within Trick Room. And that can sometimes catch a few opponents off guard, particularly with a lot of our trainers running Ursaluna. If you can tackle an Ursaluna with a devastating close combat, for example, that's going to put you in a good position. And a defensive Terra-type hero there on the Iron Hands can lead it to actually face up against the formidable Ursaluna.
Yeah, definitely, especially if we're seeing something like that bug terrestrialization that we've seen commonly in the past. It can take those ground type attacks pretty well and then respond with those super effective fighting type moves. And I love it for its versatility. It's great to kind of come in and sponge those electric type attacks from things like Miraidon that we're seeing so popular. And maybe that's why we're taking a shift with Miraidon, having that Dazzling Gleam back a little bit more than we saw early on in the format, because of threats like that Iron Hands, where you need to have a better way to help deal with it. But of course, they're the day 1 usage stats for our restrictors. We can also take a look at the day 2, see how things are shaping up with the players that progressed through to the second part of this tournament.
Well, Iron Hands is still there, but it's been knocked down a peg or two here. You know, Ursaluna actually just pipping it to the post of that top 5 spot. But of course, we've got Incineroar and the Urshifu right front and center at the top. I want to talk about some of the support Pokemon, though, because that little Whimsicott that we saw in our previous match has actually now made it up onto this graphic. You know, replacing a Pokemon like Tornadus that was the other prankster user that was on there previously from day 1. So I think in the battle of the prankster Pokemon, Whimsicott is reigning supreme here in Utrecht.
Yeah, and the other supporting Pokemon to note as well that's made its way up the ranks is that Amoonguss. I'm quite surprised at that, because I feel like Amoonguss really struggles in this format, like surrounded by so much electric terrain, so many Miraidons here that really make one of its best tools in Spore pretty useless when it's active on the field. it's obviously proving very well, though, for a lot of players in the format, taking maybe advantage of the ability to heal up your partnering Pokemon through things like Pull and Puff, and also that redirection as well, and be, again, a little bit of a sponge, because the redirection to protect your restricted is so valuable. If you can allow your restricted to get that one extra move off that maybe wouldn't have done before, at the sacrifice of losing your Amoonguss, then it's definitely worthwhile. So, yeah, nice to see that that is coming up the ranks, and it's obviously got really nice resistances to things like fighting type attacks that are predominantly in the format right now, as well as those electric type attacks as well.
It's a nice switch into an Urshifu Rapid Strike as well. I think with their Surging Strike attack, you can take those reasonably well. Another Pokemon I want to talk about, though, is the Raging Bolt, because this was a Pokemon you and I were talking about yesterday, and we weren't really seeing it, and it wasn't in the day 1 top usage stats, but it is here in day 2 with a significant amount. You know, around the 17% here does show that a lot of trainers are utilizing it, and I think it has a lot of versatility when you consider when the sun's up, photosynthesis is activated, and that's a really good benefit for it. But also as an electric type, it can thrive quite well in that electric terrain that Miraidon can set up as well, because you're going to get a boost to your electric type attacks.
Yeah, definitely, and it is one of those Pokemon I always keep an eye out for. I think it's such a powerful Pokemon. The other thing to note is how far Chi-Yu's fallen down.
True, yeah.
The Beads of Ruin ability, which is really good and amongst all of these special attackers, but not only that, with that dark typing as well, it's really useful against the flurry of Ghost Pokemon that we're seeing at the minute, and to really kind of hamper them, but doesn't seem to be performing as well as what players expected it to coming into day 1, and up day 2 players aren't using it as much. So as we get closer to that top 8, the top 4 and the finals, it'll be interesting to see if there are a number of Chi-Yu, or if they're none at all, you know, going into that up echelon of those teams.
I mean, sometimes a Chi-Yu does like to turn into a cheeky ghost type as well with that terrestrialization. It's a great way for it to bypass Fake Out, and I think that's where ghost types have always been very reliable in these formats as well, because, you know, you don't take that damage from Fake Out, you don't then get flinched, and you can avoid an onslaught of different attacks from fighting and normal type moves. But also the terrestrialization has been really, really popular, but in the same way that we're saying the Pokemon like Calyrex might be struggling against the dark type Pokemon that are on the rise as well, these ghost terror types aren't as safe as they used to be.
No, they're not, and I think when you look at something like Chi-Yu, a lot of the time, if it's under that pressure and you really want to keep it on the board, you're forced to maybe terrestrialize it, and that could be at the detriment of your overall game plan, when a different Pokemon would have been the better option to terrestrialize there. But there are a bit of a breakdown of the day 1, day 2 usage stats. We'll come back to those, I'm sure, throughout the broadcast, but we can take a quick look now at an event that's finished very recently over
breaking news
land, and take a look at the top 8 from this tournament. I believe it only finished around an hour ago. So this is Master Ball League from Thailand. This is the top 8, and we can have a look at some of the teams that performed extremely well with their players over there.
Well, I love seeing the winning team here, Bionisac. I mean, this is such an integral team that we've seen in the previous format with the Weezing and the Dondozo and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, that the Weezing using its neutralizing gas to really stop some of these abilities coming into play has been a really interesting synergy core. It's nice to see it coming through with the Koraidon that can then help out the Brute Bonnet as well. So lots of different pairing options here. But number 2, is that a Scraggy?
Well, I was just about, that was the question on my lips. Is that, I don't know if that's correct or not, but
it is real. It's got Endeavor.
Scraggy with Endeavor, that is brilliant. So, okay, well, you would imagine something like the Focus Sash there. The Trick Room goes up, it gets taken down to the Sash, uses Endeavor, and it's going to be slower than everything because it's a pre-evolved Pokemon. So a really good tech there to catch your opponent off guard. Goes paired up with that Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon, but I love to see Scraggy, one of my all-time favorites, and to see it getting such a strong result against in such a tough field of opponents is brilliant.
Yeah, and to do a deeper dive on it, you know, has a lot of utility. It's got that Endeavor, but also Fake Out to cause a flinch, coaching to help boost up a partner Pokemon, and Foul Play to maybe deal with some of those ghost types or, you know, big offensive pressure Pokemon. And the Eviolite, a great item to see. I've seen it on Clefairy, I've seen it on Dusclops. I've never seen it on a Scraggy, but now I have, and I feel very happy about it.
Yeah, not the Focus Sash that I thought initially. It is that Eviolite, giving that little bit of a defensive boost to it. And, you know, it's got that Intimidate ability as well, which is really, really useful to slow down those physical attackers. But yeah, really interesting integration there, and what a unique Pokemon to bring to a tournament like that.
Yeah, I mean, the other teams are also very interesting to take a look at. We've been kind of sidetracked by the Scraggy, but taking a look at Terrapagos getting in that number 3 slot as well with a Screamtail. Really nice to see those two Pokemon back on top, as well as when we look through the rest of the teams. The other Pokemon that jumps out at me is that Pelipper, because when we're speaking of rain, we often obviously are thinking Kyogre right now in a double restricted format, but Pelipper really trying to, you know, work with the best of them.
Yeah, and it not only supports the Urshifu really well to boost the attack damage of Surging Strike, but it's probably one of the best counters to Koraidon that we've got access to in the format right now. So you come in, get rid of that Sun, set the rain up, and it's going to resist pretty much all of the attacks that commonly come out from Koraidon. So really good Pokemon in that respect, especially when you're piloting next to that Ice Rider Calyrex that would maybe struggle a little bit against that Koraidon initially. And it also lends itself well to shutting down those photosynthesis ability Pokemon that really rely on the sun and make things a little bit easier for the likes of the Miraidon that you can see next to it. But again, a really good shout. And you also get that Wide Guard support, which is, you know, we've seen time and time again in Regulation I, as early as this format is, how useful a move that can be.
True, there's a lot of utility that the Pelipper has access to, and I'm spotting a lot of Cornerstone Ogerpon as well throughout this top 8. Again, a Pokemon that's been rising up in the ranks, being able to hit a lot of the flyers with its Rock-type Ivy Cudgel, but I think critically that redirection support it's able to provide as well and draw in a lot of attacks does provide a lot of support to the heavy hitters that maybe want to get a set-up move utilized or just be able to get some devastating damage on. I think one of the nice things I think about it with a Calyrex is when it can enable the help of Trick Room being set up, for example.
Yeah, that's very true. And talking about Trick Room, there are only 2 Ursalunas in this top 8, and you know, it might lend itself to saying that players are slowly starting to come up with ways to really better handle that Pokemon, because I think coming into Regulation I, it was one of those maybe not on the forefront of everyone's mind, but I think after Milwaukee, it's one of those Pokemon you have to sit up, take note of, and have ways to better deal with, because otherwise it is just going to run through your team. We saw it on the broadcast yesterday occasionally, but not all of them making it into top 8, and it'll be interesting to see the comparison with Ursaluna conversion in this tournament to our own here this weekend in Utrecht.
That's true. There's a few similarities when taking a look here. You know, Rillaboom and Iron Hands, obviously Miraidon and Lunala doing well too. So within the restricted, I'm not seeing too much, you know, diversity between our tournament and this Master Ball League tournament, but maybe amongst the other supporting Pokemon there are a few changes, like we said, that Ogerpon, but also the Brute Bonnet. I mean, we're seeing a bunch of Amoonguss, and I know there are some trainers out there who really champion Brute Bonnet and really like the fact it has this priority Sucker Punch and its additional bulk as well. But I'm interested to see how it's actually done so well in this top 8. It even won the tournament.
Yeah, it's great to see. It has got that photosynthesis ability as well, so it can benefit from the sun. And I just love the priority attack options that it has, obviously with the Sucker Punch. And you can run it a lot of different ways as well. We've seen the loaded dice as an option on there, the Bullet Seed as an option if you want to go down that route. But generally it does pretty much a similar job to the Amoonguss. It's a little bit faster and way more offensive and can deal with those ghost types so much more effectively. So it makes sense that it's doing well in this ghost-ridden format at the minute.
I think as well, the beautiful thing about the Paradox Pokemon is, you know, they're incredible Pokemon, but it's nice to have that nostalgia kick as well when you look at them sometimes. I vividly remember playing through my game and spotting a Paradox Pokemon for the first time and then trying to figure out where its origins were or where its future form had come from, and that's always a really nice memory to have. But there are going to be some more memories to be made this weekend, so we can take a look at the standings to see which trainers are still in contention to make those memories even more intense throughout the rest of this Championship Sunday. I mean, wow. There's an 11-0 there with Nick Holmer. What an incredible record. They've got to be feeling confident right now.
Have to be feeling very confident coming into this tournament. I mean, going undefeated in the field of, you know, players that there are at this tournament is just incredible. And coming into the top 32 of this tournament, you know, you've done everything right up to now. It's just about staying on track, continuing that streak, and hopefully going on to win the whole thing. And then we go down the list. You've got a lot of 10-1. Well, not a lot. We've got 2 10-1 players. We need to shout out. We've got Hengwai, Zhang, and Nikolai, who we were able to feature early on.
With that Sneasler.
And again, 10-1 in such a tough field of opponents is an incredible record to bring into this latter stage of the tournament. And then we've got a lot of the 9-2, the rest of the player base that make up this top 32. And of course, there'll be a few more players after this as well to kind of make up the asymmetrical top cut that we've got going into the latter part of this tournament. But a player as well, EUIC, top 4 from a couple of years ago. Rainmaker
making it to top 16 so far.
Home region for this event, so doing very well and playing that Terrapagos and the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Okay, that's interesting. The two special attackers, always love to see that.
Yeah.
There's also some names on there that we've been able to feature from yesterday's broadcast. Giuseppe and Michel, for example, as well as Aurelien. So it's great to be able to see those contenders having gone through day one and being able to have a snapshot of their story so far. Maybe we'll be able to see how they're doing in Top Cut later on.
The Ho-Oh dream is still alive.
Little
so
Ho-Oh.
Come on, Aurelien, let's let's
keep
see
the Ho-Oh. I mean,
more.
it had fallen out of the statistics, but that doesn't mean that it's not capable of winning the tournament.
No, it just means there's less of them there, but maybe yes. So we'll see how it gets on, but I'm sure all of our trainers will be feeling confident to take the title at this stage. They've got this far, but we can have a look at the notable matches from our next round and see who we're looking at, what the matches are, and which ones we're going to be covering.
Oh, well, the feature match is going to be Francesco versus Max, and we are going to be seeing double Calyrex, so it's going to be great to see that front and center, as well as that Terrapagos. Some other interesting Pokemon here is the Whimsicott once again, but that Raging Bolt Lee, we finally get to see it in action.
Yes.
The other notable matches, though, I wish we could go through all of them. It would be incredible to showcase all of this Pokemon action, but Hursam versus Luis and Florian and Alexander, Roberto and Bram, so many awesome matches.
Yeah, really are, and I think, you know, it's a shame that we can't feature more, and that's just the nature of the broadcast, of course, but it's nice to be able to show the other games that are going on. Hussam as well with that Annihilate. I love the integration of that and the Synergy as well, alongside the Ho-Oh. I think really good innovation, and nice to see that team performing very well up to this stage in the tournament. Going to have a hard one next, of course, against the tried and tested Shadow Rider Calyrex and that Zamazenta core, but we can see a few more Terrapagos in here. We've got Florian running that with the Shadow Rider Calyrex, so that feels like it's one of those teams where it is popping up. It is performing pretty well at this level.
Yeah, a lot of consistency with Terrapagos generally, but it's just not always able to get that #1 spot. It gets lots of top cut finishes and a lot of prestige, but not always the glory at the end of the day. I think the other interesting thing coming through here is on Max's team being able to bring that Ogerpon Hearthflame, because I remember when the Ogerpons first kind of jumped out into our metagame, Ogerpon Hearthflame and the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask were the two that really everyone was jumping between, and you kind of had to decide whether you wanted the more offensive or defensive capabilities and typings respectively. But at the minute, it's really a little bit more about the Cornerstone Ogerpon that's been in usage. So it's nice to kind of see the Hearthflame fulfilling that role again.
Yeah, I do like the Hearthflame a lot. I think because of the Mold Breaker ability on there, it can lend itself to some really useful situations in this format where you're thinking about how important some abilities are on those Pokemon, and the Mold Breaker in some situations can be a benefit of ignoring those abilities and hitting through. But the Cornerstone is so hard to look past with the supporting ability that it offers. And then if we do look at that, the Ivy Cudgel being a rock type attack as well, that's actually really quite good into the format at the moment, and can lend itself to just being generally across the board a more preferable attacking option than maybe the Fire is in a lot of situations.
Yes, and both of our trainers, you can see, are ready on the stage, about to start their top cut here at the Utrecht Special Championships. So it's a very monumental moment for both these trainers. It's the knockout rounds now, so one of our trainers will be advancing to the next stage of the competition, but the person who loses this match will be knocked out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is just the case. And I mean, you've got to, even if you do go out of the tournament at this stage, it's still a huge accomplishment to get to this stage of the tournament. And I think it's always good experience now taking this away and using that experience for your next event to obviously improve, look at what went wrong, how can I better this performance going into the next one. So it's not always a negative. I think you've always got to try and look for the positives in every situation. And even if the inevitable is going to happen, one of these trainers does walk away after this and they're out the tournament, it's still something to look back on with a lot of positivity to say,
oh, yeah,
I did amazing to get to this stage. What could I have done maybe a little bit differently to get a little bit further? But of course, we're getting ahead of ourselves because we've got the match to go before we get into our victor and our non-victor.
Exactly, and this is actually Francesco's first day too, so almost every additional bit of victory that you can get here is almost like the cherry on top of a fantastic tournament so far. Max, I think, has a little bit more experience. I believe in Birmingham, if you were able to watch that showcase, Max was able to get top 16 at that tournament, so knows what it's like to be in these top cuts, maybe has that little bit of extra experience, but I always say sometimes the unknown competitor is the most intimidating, because a lot of Pokemon isn't just playing the Pokemon in front of you, it's also playing the player. Are they going to be more of a risk taker? Do they play a little bit more methodically? And if you don't have that information on the opponent, if you can't read them and their play style, they can be really, really hard to predict, and you might overestimate things and overpredict, and that could then throw your game plan out the window.
Yeah, with how important each and every turn is, especially at this stage of a tournament, any wrong turn or little mistake you make can be the detriment between winning and losing the event. So it is exactly like you say. We've got Max's accomplishments. We've covered those. Top 16 recently at the Birmingham Regionals, and then a top 128 at the Lille Regionals earlier in the season as well. Francesco, of course, with no accomplishments yet, but they are going to be added after this event, which is great. Another thing why it's nice to see the rise of maybe those unknown players come through, because now they're adding that accomplishment. So the next time we see them, we know where we've seen them from.
I always like adding new chapters to the Pokemon history books as well, and particularly on the broadcast, it's always preserved as a beautiful memory for these trainers. It could be where many trainers' journeys start out, but let's dive a little bit deeper into the team. So that Ogerpon running a very standard set to what we've seen in the past, the Ivy Cudgel, Woodhammer, Follow Me, and Spiky Shield, nothing too untoward here. The one thing I'm really looking at a little bit is the Chien-Pao with that Taunt, always good to have to shut down a lot of those setup moves that we see on the other side, but the Fake Tears on Whimsicott, that's a blast from the past, and when you've got some key special attackers like the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt, Fake Tears, reducing the special defense of your opponent can be devastating.
I love the Fake Tears integration here, and the ability to weaken that special defense to allow Pokemon like the Raging Bolt, and in particular that Calyrex, to get that extra damage and get them over the line to clinch matches is so useful in those really awkward positions that you can find yourself in sometimes. The Encore is really nice. It pressures your opponent to maybe not go for those setup options so much, and I love the integration of Substitute on the Calyrex. I think that is brilliant, because you've got ways to support that setup as well. With the Wide Guard, you can have an opening there to get that Substitute up, and also with the Follow Me redirection from the Ogerpon. Once that Calyrex is behind a Substitute, it becomes a big threat to deal with, and then with the Life Orb, if you get a couple of those special attacking boosts from maybe a knockout here or there, it can become a really hard Pokemon to deal with.
I think we're used to seeing Substitute on Pokemon like Terapagos at the moment, but being able to see that on the Calyrex does give a whole new level of intimidation coming through there. We've seen it in the past a couple of times on Calyrex, but interesting to see it come back into this match, and if it can be set up accurately, then that could be something dangerous to play around with. On the opposing side, however, that Terapagos isn't running Substitute. Instead, has decided to opt for Earth Power to be able to have that guaranteed ground-type attacking damage. This can be really nice into some poison types out there, but also the fire types. You've got Incineroar, you've also got the potential Terrestrialization into fire typing. That's always nice, but you've also got Terra Starstorm to deal with a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and I like the Earth Power a lot. I'm a big fan of Substitute on Terapagos, but I can see, why the Earth Power's opted for a little bit more now with the rise of Wide Guard, that single target attack. It gives you an option in front of those Wide Guard users. Gives you a nice outlet as well, especially if you've got a Calm Mind boost against things like Zamazenta, especially if that Terra type has already been spent. So really useful. And also looking at the Fluttermane. We have Fake Tears
wild.
on one side of the field, but this one has incorporated everything that we had from Max's side, because we've got that Taunt that Chien-Pao has. We've got that Fake Tears that the Whimsicott had, and the Thunder Wave, the speed control. So really supportive looking Fluttermane set with the option alongside that booster energy to utilize the Moonblast and be able to really pressure things, especially the Chien-Pao, the Raging Bolt. They're going to have to watch out for that Moonblast going into this game.
I think as well, we've seen Fluttermane run Icy Wind in the past for its option for speed control, but the Thunder Wave is a little bit more permanent, let's say, and it can be incredibly disruptive to, even potentially stop a Pokemon from moving. The other thing I like about this Fluttermane is the normal Terra type. That's a really nice defensive player. You lose your kind of weaknesses in a lot of places, but critically you now become immune to those ghost type attacks from other Calyrex or other Fluttermane. But let's jump into Top Cut here, trainers. If you're just getting in, get excited as these restricted Pokemon join the field in the form of the Terapagos and the Zamazenta. Zamazenta's paired up with the Whimsicott, and Incineroar is the partner for Terapagos.
Yeah, well, we've got the Terapagos out on the field. It's got a nice support line next to the Incineroar. It's got the active Fake Out out here and can utilize that into the Zamazenta. Not so much into the Whimsicott because it has got that cover cloak, so immune to the flinch chance. So the Whimsicott pretty free to go for whatever it would like in this situation. The Zamazenta, of course, is pressuring down damage onto both the Incineroar and, more importantly, the Terrapagos. Terrapagos does have its ability intact, so it will take reduced damage at least until that is broken, but a combination of something attacking like from the Whimsicott and then following up from the Zamazenta, depending on how their speeds interact, could be quite detrimental. You want to protect that Terrapagos, and you do have a way to do that with that fake out from the Incineroar, but you don't want to leave these two Pokemon vulnerable to Zamazenta out on the field too long without having any additional support.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about the next turn afterwards. With that fake out is going to stop the Zamazenta from attacking Terrapagos in this turn. Whimsicott, however, is going to say, I'm going to break that Terra Shell, if I may, and now it will leave this Terrapagos more vulnerable to a potential follow-up in the next turn to a body press, for example. The critical hit as well, just doing that extra little bit of damage as Terrapagos goes for the Terra Starstorm. Does not want to go and set up a Carmine. Instead, just going to try and get some damage on the board into that Whimsicott. It's still a single type attack before Terrestrialization.
Yeah, and the one thing that you can't do with Terrapagos in front of that Whimsicott, why I think we're seeing Francesco target that down, make that the priority to get rid of, because you can't go for those Calm Minds or protects as long as that Whimsicott's on the field because of the threat of the Encore. So you have to remove it as soon as possible. It's hard to do, though, with that big threat in Zamazenta next to it, which is pressuring down with those body presses, can do some detrimental damage now that that Terra Shell has been broken. And because of that, we're seeing the Terrestrialization come straight out.
The most majestic Terrestrialization that is in the game. Terrapagos bringing all the sparkles to the stage as it tries its best to deal with this opposing team. Whimsicott is going to go for the fake tails, though, and leave it now with a harshly dropped special defense as Zamazenta goes for the body press. This time to the Incineroar. Gets a full one-hit KO down onto that Pokemon, and Terrapagos manages to come through unscathed. So it's going to be able to go for the Earth Power. Now, if this is targeting down into the Zamazenta, it's going to be able to do a significant chunk of damage, but there's no Calm Mind, so it's not going to be able to put it in the danger zone.
No, but a big special defense drop there to make sure that that next Earth Power probably would have done it anyway, but is going to be enough to knock it out, and it makes it more important, especially if we do see that Shadow Rider Calyrex come in. It's going to mean that that Zamazenta is going to be checked a little bit more to help protect that Terrapagos this next turn. Now, the Whimsicott in that position where you could potentially lock that Terrapagos into the Earth Power with an Encore here. You've already got the fake tears onto it. The Earth Power not going to do too much to you, but whether or not you want to go for maybe that Tailwind, saying that is the Astral Barrage going to be the option to come out? The one thing you have to be careful if you click into that Astral Barrage, of course, is going to be that Wide Guard that would be able to block it. So maybe the Calyrex has to rely on something like that. Psychic, it could also go for a Pollen Puff as well to help protect the Terrapagos a little bit more. But I think in the immediate threat that the Zamazenta is putting onto that Terrapagos, you need to deal with that first and foremost and try and remove that threat from the field, which will free up the Terrapagos to get a little bit more extra damage onto the field.
So many options at the moment, and speed-wise, you don't have to worry about the Terrapagos. Zamazenta and Whimsicott have kind of got that covered, but with the Calyrex now on the field, that Tailwind button may indeed be utilized. But it looks like Calyrex was a little bit of a bait here, wants to actually leave the field and bring the Amoonguss into play. This is going to be able to take attacks much better going forward. Whimsicott does indeed turn up the speed, goes for that Tailwind and doubles the speed on Max's side of the field. As the Heavy Slam comes through, this connects into the Amoonguss, does very little damage, and that would have, I think, have been trying to break the Focus Sash on that Calyrex. Terrapagos now can go for the Terra Starstorm. This will connect on both the opposing Pokemon on Max's side, and it's enough to get the KO on Zamazenta, but Whimsicott able to hang on.
Yeah, really well played from Francesco, using that Calyrex as immediate bait to make sure that the Zamazenta went after the Calyrex before going after the Terrapagos. And then, obviously, the Terrapagos just taking full advantage of that. The Rocky Helmet chip as well, just enough to get that Zamazenta in range for the Terra Starstorm. And the Whimsicott's getting closer and closer to getting knocked out. But we have to remember that the Whimsicott has already dropped a fake tears on to that Terrapagos. So it is going to be a little weaker on that special defensive side. So if we're looking at Max's side of the field and bringing in something like the Calyrex now, it is going to be able to hit a lot harder with something like that Psychic. And the Amoonguss, another Pokemon, it contrast lies now. It's going to be weak to that Psychic. So the Calyrex sitting in a pretty nice position right now.
I'd almost quite like to see a fake tears go into the Amoonguss and then Psychic. If it goes to Terrapagos, fair enough. If Amoonguss wants to try and redirect it, it's going to have to take some significant damage as well. The key thing, though, here is the Pokemon on Francesco's side are doing what they need to do to enable success for the Terrapagos. They're providing that support, and Terrapagos, yes, it's taken a fake tears, but it's taken very minimal damage otherwise. This is the Covert Cloak variant, though, so it's not, you know, using leftovers to be able to regain that HP. So that's something that Francesco has to be mindful of.
Yeah, definitely. And you do have the option of that substitute. It's going to kind of get you out of trouble from a Spore if you aren't prioritizing dealing with the Amoonguss straight away. That's what comes out from that side. But I think the one thing that you have to be aware of is this Whimsicott is going to be taken down with the next Terra Starstorm, which then removes the Encore, which then opens the door up for that Terrapagos to start really getting those Calm Minds under its belt. But another fake Tears Loot into that Pokemon.
Calyrex is trying to deal with the Terrapagos. It targets down into that slot. It gets the knockout. Terrapagos is gone, but Amoonguss still on the field, able to maybe try and get a cheeky Spore down into that opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, what a momentum swing this is from Max. Going for that second fake Tears, getting that Grim Near boost as well, and catching that Terrapagos with the Psychic. Huge here, especially after the Amoonguss protected. Now it is the Calyrex coming in from Francesco's side of the field. It does have that Focus Sash, so a little bit of a security here, but with that Tailwind in effect from Max, the Calyrex on their side of the field in a great position now just to set up that Astro Barrage, drop it onto the field, and maybe even utilize that Whimsicott now. Just get the chip that you need to break the Sash on the Calyrex, get rid of the Amoonguss, and things aren't looking so good for Francesco here.
Yeah, I forgot that defensive play on Amoonguss there. Thought it still had the potential to go for a Spore, but no, instead it just didn't do anything in that turn. Max was able to call perfectly the direction, and now, yes, you have the Calyrex on the field, but as you've said, the speed advantage lies with Max. This could be very, very difficult for the Calyrex to get out of on Francesco's side.
Yeah, and it's all about the Whimsicott's support here. It's been instrumental in this first game for Max, and even though that Terrapagos looked like it was getting a good grip of this game, the second fake Tears, the key targeting of that Psychic into the Pokemon was enough to be able to close this one up. Now, in response, we are seeing now Terastallization from Max's side of the field, and it will be into that Dark type, giving it that nice resistance to the opposing Astro Barrage that could come out from Francesco's Calyrex.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to do the work to set up a substitute to avoid Astro Barrages when you can go for the Terra Dark and provide a fantastic resist. Also, the poor Amoonguss is going to fall fate to that Encore. It's going to be forced to have to go for some protects as the Astro Barrage comes through, takes the Calyrex right down to his Focus Sash, but Amoonguss is out of here. I feel for Amoonguss, it really hasn't been able to have much utility in this game at all, even though it is traditionally quite an offensive threat.
Yeah, definitely that, and I think the Protect turn, I think it really cost Francesco on there, and you can see the reason why. You don't want to lose it to a Psychic, but I think it really shows how well Max kind of took the opportunity there and really capitalized on it to this point with that Whimsicott to be able to close this game up pretty freely.
Whimsicott's done a lot of work in this game. It deserves a bit of rest, and the perfect Pokemon to replace it is the Ogerpon, another grass type that can come to the forefront and provide a little bit of support. Obviously, we know that the Calyrex on Max's side, one more Astral Barrage from it is going to get the knockout on the opposing side, but Ogerpon can at least try its test as well.
Yes, exactly that, and I think for Francesco now, it gives them a little bit of time to maybe reevaluate some of the decisions that they made in this first game and how they're going to approach game two, because it's so important to try and tie this game up as soon as possible. But Max not taking their foot off the gas one little bit. Any opportunity to get a little bit further ahead, lock this up even more, getting that substitute off, predicting the Protect from Francesco here.
Really nice play here as well, because the Tailwind does end here, so we could be dealing with a little bit more of a speed tie situation between these Calyrexes. So really great to get the substitute up, but the Calyrex didn't have to worry about that. It's still moving first. Max is going to be able to go for the Astral Barrage, get the knockout, and take game one in this Masters Top Cut.
What a great play by Max to execute the game plan as well as they did against some big threats here, especially after they didn't really get too much of a return from the Zamazenta. I mean, going for the heavy slam into the Calyrex and then it going down pretty easily without getting much damage or any damage into the Terrapagos. What you think the Zamazenta has been brought to kind of counterplay the Terrapagos a lot, but once it went down, you thought, okay, well, Francesco's doing everything right in this situation. You're chipping down the Whimsicott, you've nearly got rid of it, so you get rid of that Encore, but you just couldn't quite get rid of it in time, and that additional fake Tears that was used by Max was just enough, and the targeting of the Psychic as well into the Terrapagos, really smart there. I think the Whimsicott put so much pressure on for you not to want to protect those big attackers because of the Encore, you know? So you can see why the Amoonguss went for the Protect there, trying to catch Max out in that situation where the Psychic goes into that target, the Terrapagos gets a free attack, gets rid of the Whimsicott, and then it can start trying to maybe weave in those Calm Minds and a little bit more damage from there on out. But yeah, Max perfectly played that.
I think you've explained well, you know, what Amoonguss was trying to do there, but ultimately it just wasn't able to find that success, and I wonder if Francesco is going to be able to bring it confidently into this next game. One of the other Pokemon that can kind of work around the Whimsicott, for example, potentially you could use something like the Flutter Mane to try and go for a taunt and shut down those fake tears and the Tailwinds and things like that. But if you're bringing your Flutter Mane in that supportive role, you're going to have to drop something like the Incineroar or the Amoonguss. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe that being an adaptation that could be made. Thunderwave as well could be really disruptive.
Yeah, and I think if you are Francesco going into this game too, if you're expecting the same lead of that Whimsicott and the Terrapagos, maybe you could look at something like the Calyrex even from your end, where you say, okay, I'm just going to lead this game two, sorry. I've got the Focus Sash, so I've got a little bit of leeway on taking damage, but I can get some big damage onto that Whimsicott and try and remove it a bit quicker as well. With something even like the Psychic, then you don't even need to entertain if Wide Guard's a potential on the opposite side of the field. You've got that single target attack into the Whimsicott. You have to be careful that it doesn't terrestrialize though, because if it goes for that Dark type, I'm going to have that immunity, you kind of waste an attack, and you don't want to be doing that with the Calyrex. But it is one of those big damaging options that you could bring in to try and remove that a little bit quicker, which I think you need to do to allow some of those other Pokemon to perform a little bit better.
Well, double Ghost coming out for Francesco with that Flutter Mane and the Calyrex. And on the opposing side for Max, Calyrex also here in its beautiful Shadow Rider form, but with the Zamazenta, double restricted on the field.
Yeah, I like the adaptation to the Calyrex and the Zamazenta from Max as well. Kind of maybe saying, okay, you need to deal with this Whimsicott, like we were just talking about. What are you going to do? You're going to bring those big hitters, the Flutter Mane and the Calyrex here. So the Flutter Mane in a great position because it has had that booster energy activated. It has got access to Taunt. It has got access to, more importantly, the Thunder Wave, which can be really detrimental to either the Zamazenta and the Calyrex that do rely a little bit more on that speed stats, so shutting them down and then having the chance of them not being able to move from being fully paralyzed is a really appealing thing for Francesco. Whether or not you leave the Flutter Mane vulnerable from an offensive point of view, because you've got the Astral Barrage going to hit for super effective damage. One of those will be enough to clear it up. You give a Grimnir boost for free, and also the Heavy Slam you have to watch out for. So maybe you do see a Terrestrialization. We are going to see one. Which side of the field, though?
It's going to be here on one of the Calyrex. It's going to be that Dark Calyrex, meaning this is Max Musameki's one. So once again, going to be in a position where it doesn't want to take any Astral Barrage damage, and it obviously will not take any Psychic damage either. Flutter Mane opts straight away for the Fake Tears into that Zamazenta, really hoping that then with an Astral Barrage maybe coming through, it's going to be able to try and get the KO. But Max's moves first. It connects on both the opposing Pokemon. Huge damage. Flutter Mane is gone. The Focus Sash is now used up on that opposing Calyrex. Francesco really banking on trying to get the damage through with his own Calyrex here.
It's a huge knockout onto the Flutter Mane, getting that Grimnir boost early on as well after the Terrestrialization. But the Zamazenta, bit of a sitting target now after the Psychic comes out, after that Fake Tears. Is it going to be enough? It is not. The Zamazenta hanging on and returning with a Heavy Slam, picking up a 2 knockout across the board. Turn 1, game 2.
Such a commanding start for Max here, being able to deal with 2 Pokemon, including a restricted over on Francesco's side. I think the Psychic coming through there may be worried about the Wide Guard potentially, and even though it wouldn't have done a huge amount to the Calyrex on Max's side, it would have been good to get that little bit of chip, maybe allow something like Terrapagos to be able to help deal with it.
Yeah, now you've got the Terrapagos, everything to do for that Pokemon. Alongside the Incineroar, you've got the Fake Out here. It can go into that Calyrex, slow it down this next turn, and the Zamazenta are in that awkward position. Yes, it's got the ability to use the Body Press, but because of the Terra Shell ability right now, it's not broken. You probably don't want to waste it, and Zamazenta taking any attack from that Terrapagos will probably go down because of that Fake Tears drop that it's got. Maybe you want to just preserve it for a little bit later on in this game because it's so good offensively against the Incineroar and the Terrapagos. Preserve that, maybe bring something else in like that Whimsicott. Stop putting the pressure on like we saw in game 1. Then you've got the Encore. You can't go for the Encores into the Incineroar, unfortunately, as long as it doesn't Terrestrialize. But as long as it is that Dark typing, of course, it's free to go for those Fake Outs to slow things down a little bit here, but not seeing a switch just to protect.
I think Max has the utility to go for a switch maybe in the next turn and preserve this Zamazenta. He has all the speed control options. The Fake Out does go down into the Calyrex here at this point as Terrapagos follows up with the Earth Power, but into the Protect. You can see it trying to get rid of the Zamazenta, but Zamazenta and the Calyrex are going to have the speed advantage over both of these Pokemon, so the momentum is really going to be on Max's side to get that damage rolling.
Yeah, you have to start doing it now. You've got the speed advantage, of course, like you've mentioned. You're going to be able to get those attacks off first, but fortunately with that Astral Barrage, the Terrapagos has a little bit of an advantage there because of that normal typing, going to have that immunity to that. And the other thing that the Terrapagos has in its back pocket is this Terrestrialization. When it does that, it goes for that double target attack, and it will be super effective into that now terrestrialized Pokemon on Max's side, and could be enough in range, even without a Calm Mind, to get the knockout.
Yes, there's going to be no Wide Guard coming through. Calyrex able to utilize that Psychic, do a huge amount of damage. That Grenade boost really paying off with the combination of the Life Orb. As Zamazenta goes for the Body Press, we know this gets the knockout in Incineroar. So now for Francesco, it is just the Terrapagos left in the game to try and get through all 4 Pokemon on Max's side. Terra Starstorm was a fantastic way to try to do this, but without a Calm Mind boost, it can be underwhelming. Coming down into both these Pokemon, the Terrestrialization on the Calyrex really paying off. It's going to leave it even more vulnerable to Terra Starstorm. A double knockout. Francesco could still be back in the game.
It's both restricteds taken down with one fell swoop. The Terrapagos saying, I'm not done yet. Here we go. But Max still got 2 Pokemon in the back, active. What are they? You can see it is that Whimsicott and the Ogerpon. Has the Terrapagos got enough in the tank to be able to deal with these? And you would say with that Whimsicott there, probably not, because you want to try and weave in those protects to make the best of that leftovers item. It's covered clock. It hasn't got the leftovers here. So really difficult situation. You can't protect. You can't outspeed the Ogerpon. And even if you could, you've got that Tailwind on the Whimsicott to just support, get that Tailwind set up, and then allow the Ogerpon to get the final bit of damage that you need to remove it from the field. But what a kind of try and comeback here from the
it was a really monumental moment, because you can see how little these Moonblasts are doing, but the Ogerpon is going to be the heavy hitter. The Ivy Cudgel gets the knockout. Max Musumeci able to win this 2-0 and will be advancing into the next stage of Top Cut.
Absolutely incredible here, and our winner that will be moving on to the next stage of this tournament. Max played phenomenally well there, especially in that game 2, just coming out of the blocks and being relentless with those attacks, just removing Pokemon one after another on Francesco's side, and just so well executed. I think I got a little bit excited there at the end when I thought the Terrapagos could come back.
It depended who was in the back, right?
It really did, yeah. And I think there might have been a chance, but I love the Terrapagos that was able to go for that Terrestrialization, clear those 2 restrictors at the same time. Kind of risky at that point, but I mean, at that stage of the game, you had nothing else to play for, so you throw all your hands in and say, right, let's try and get rid of these. Let's see what's in the back and try and tie this matchup. Just not quite enough. Max doing just enough to secure victory here.
I think if it had only been the Whimsicott in the back, then it could have been very different, but the 2 Pokemon was just too much to deal with. You can see Terrapagos doing well here. It was able to KO Zamazenta in game 1, but not able to get through that Whimsicott that was so disruptive and a key pin for Max in this game. The Encores, the Fake Tears, the double Fake Tears into the Terrapagos there, enabling that knockout, really did carve victory in game 1.
Yeah, it was so potent, so powerful. And Terrapagos, one of those Pokemon that's very good defensively as well, but to be able to put it in a spot where it's just cleared by one single Psychic, you take away the need to worry about Wide Guard in those situations. You say, well, yeah, it's fine, you Wide Guard, take up the spot on your other Pokemon next to it. That is the situation, and you just go for that. And, it just was a really good use of Zamazenta. I think the way that Max kind of was carefree with it, almost using it to get knockouts when needed, like onto that Incineroar both games, making that Incineroar, it might have got 1 fake out off, 2 fake outs, but then didn't do anything outside of that because it was just the body press bait. And amazingly played from Max.
I was sad to see Fluttermane go down so early as well, because it has that normal Terra type as well. And knowing Terrapagos was in the back, and it's a Pokemon that you really kind of do need to put your Terra on, I think if there had been more flexibility and that had been a normal Terra on the Fluttermane, obviously it would have been immune to an Astral Barrage. It could have had a little bit more longevity out there on the field. I think we only saw it go for the Fake Tears, and that was it. But it had so much more potential with maybe the Thunder Wave, because you can hit the Calyrex, you can hit the Zamazenta. There were a few options there to really slow down the pace of play on the opposing side, but it just wasn't to be for Fluttermane, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really hard, right? Because I think the Terrestrialization on the Fluttermane probably is the more optimal option in this matchup in particular, especially for that lead that they were facing against, because you're going to take a heavy slam from the Zamazenta in that situation. It would then allow you to get maybe a Thunder Wave off into the opposing Calyrex, which is great. And then you utilize your own Calyrex, I think, to come in, deal with the Zamazenta. And then if the Calyrex on the opposing side, Max's side, does decide to Terrestrialize into that dog type, then you've got your Fluttermane to fire off those Moonblasts.
Exactly.
For super effective damage. So that combined with an Astral Barrage could be a way around it. It's really easy for me to sit here and say that's an option to go down, because it's a different story when you're sitting up on the stage and you've got that pressure and you've got a million things going through your mind all at once. But I do think something that you can maybe look back at and say, was Terrapagos the right option to bring that game to? And like you say, it is a bit of a Terra hog that wants to terrestrialize. When you bring it to games, when it's not terrestrializing, it is not half as effective as it is when it has fully terrestrialized. So yeah, for those reasons, you can see why the Flutter main kind of was a little bit ineffective in that game, where it didn't really get much return for Francesco as he probably would have liked to.
I think this illustrates a great point, though, because yes, you know, hindsight is a thing, and as we're saying, when you're in the match, it's very difficult to make these calls, and you have to go with certain predictions and hope that the turn's going to play out a certain way. But in those losses, you can learn so much by using that hindsight and doing exactly what you've just done there, and kind of analyzing all the different options, because when you're then faced with this team again, or maybe against this player, you can kind of think about how you're going to adapt and where maybe the pitfalls were before that you fell into, and that's how a team can evolve and be refined. And maybe if Francesco is going to the next Special Championships that we have in Bologna, then maybe this team could be refined a little bit to have even more success, but to be able to make it through to day 2 and top cut, I think is already an incredible achievement.
Exactly that, and like we were talking about, taking the positives from every situation, that is exactly it. You look at the positives from this match, how I can improve for next time, how I can improve the team, how I can improve how I approached it, all things you can look at and say, yeah, give yourself a pat on the back for getting to this stage in the tournament already. 617 players we had in Masters Division. We're down to, you know, just around that over 20 mark. I think both of our players have done phenomenal to get here. Obviously, Max has done incredible to progress, but Francesco still needs to give themselves a huge congratulations for getting this far in the tournament. But talking about Max, they are ready on the couch for an interview, so let's get some insights from this phenomenal player.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. And Lou, let's just do that. First of all, I gotta ask you, is that how you expected this match to play out?
It's definitely went exactly to plan. I was a little bit less nervous once I saw that the Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't have Will-O-Wisp, right? That can make things a lot more difficult, and it makes me a lot less likely to lead Zamazenta, especially in game 1, where I was kind of trying to hard read their lead with Incineroar and Terrapagos, and so that's why I led Whimsicott and Zamazenta, but if they led Calyrex Shadow, I would have been a lot worse in the position as well, right? Even then.
Yeah, and you did so well. I felt like you got some like early leads in both games, and then you just never let them go and just continued to put your Calyrex into good positions to kind of like pick up the pieces after Zamazenta was able to do a ton of damage early on. Yeah. I know, and we've played at a previous tournament. Yeah. I know that you're a player who has used Calyrex Shadow Rider for quite a bit now, not only in the previous format, but now. How do you feel about it carrying over now into Regulation I?
So, in general, Calyrex Shadow Rider, it really helps that you have a second restricted partner that kind of draws some of the attention away from it, right? That makes it very, very strong, but we've seen in recent tournaments that there's been a lot of teams that have been preparing very heavily against it as well. So, I'd say currently it's quite a hostile environment for it, but even then it's able to perform like this, and that just shows how strong it is, right?
Yeah, especially when you got Zamazenta now as a partner Pokemon. I think, everyone was excited to try that out.
Yeah, it seems just so strong together. And at one point, I was quite worried about this team choice with Zamazenta and CSR. But ultimately, I just think the duo is so strong that if you can find the right 4 for it, then it's always going to go well.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like you found like a nice little combination, also bringing some more innovative choices like the Terra Dark on the Calyrex and also Substitute and Life Orb. Do you want to talk us through like what went through your mind in preparation for this tournament and how you came up with this team?
Yeah, so I think the first thing I should say is that this isn't not my team alone. I have a prep group that I prepare with, and at one point we were testing out Nasty Plot, and then I ended up changing some pieces on the team, and that made it so that Substitute ended up being a much better choice, especially when you're ahead, as we saw in that game, right? When you're ahead, Substitute is just that much more, it just gives so much more pressure for your opponent, and so that's what made it good. That's kind of what I was thinking around.
Yeah, and it also, of course, gives you a way to kind of mitigate against, like, I don't know, Spore from Amoonguss, or even taking some, like, I don't know, Gen Power, Sucker Punch, like, gives you a unique tool to to maybe play around some situations where usually, Calyrex wouldn't want to find itself in.
And most importantly, when you have fake tiers on the team, you don't need Nazi plots as much, right? And so Substitute ended up being very good there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and we definitely got to see the strength of both fake tiers and Substitute in that set.
Yeah.
So yeah, two kind of little unique choices, but yeah, you showed why they are on your team.
Yeah.
So looking a little bit ahead now in this tournament, you have your spot in the top 16 now.
Yes.
I feel like this might be your
This is my second top 16.
Second top 16, yeah. So you're like kind of repeating that success from I think Birmingham it was, right?
Yes. This is my second top 16 in 2 regionals. Internats didn't go so well, but in second in a row, technically.
So I gotta ask you, like, what would it mean to you if you could like take it one step further and advance into the top 8 and maybe even further in this tournament?
Yeah, so currently I'm not in an amazing spot in terms of Worlds qualification, but the difference between top 16 points and top 8 points are very, very significant. It's like 160 to 280 or something like that. So that would be a huge step in the right direction for Worlds qualification.
Yeah, so very, very important match then coming up for you.
Yeah.
But I've heard before you're not kind of in this alone, but you have your little prep group. Any other shout-outs that you want to give?
Yeah, so I obviously want to shout out my family and my friends. I want to shout out Team Ireland in general, but also the people who helped me prep. Nicola, Carson, and Maddie especially helped, and Brian Hanley, can't forget that. He helped a lot with early matchup prep. And I also want to shout out the Yorkshire UK crew. I got bodied, so I learned a lot from them, and so I'm here because of that as well. I want to shout out all my friends who and colleagues who may not play Pokemon, but are also supporting me right now. Thank you.
Wow, yeah, broad support network, and I think that's the beautiful thing about this game is also the fact that you would find friends to like kind of practice with, learn together, improve together, and you find yourself now in your second top 16.
Yeah.
And I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Of course, in the next round. Now you will have a little bit of time maybe to prepare, but we're also getting set up with our next match, and I believe if everything goes according to plan, we will feature the player who has gone undefeated so far, so you don't want to miss that, and we will be back in just a little bit.
What a treat we have for you, Pokemon trainers. We're joined here by Maurice Uteg to tell us a little bit about his experience in the video game championships. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us, and what a pleasure it is to have you along with us. For those at home that haven't come across you before, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thanks for having me first, of course. I started playing in 2020, I should say. I mean, I visited the regional in 2017, but only as a spectator and lost interest again. So I would say I'm playing the game for roughly 3 years now, and in my first competitive season, 2022, I managed to win the Bremen Regional Championship, and since then I tried to win the regional again, but I missed it slightly in Lille a few months ago, where I ended up top 8, and in Malmö where I got top 4. So yeah, I really try to get another win soon though.
Yeah, I remember in Lille you went undefeated on day 1 in that tournament, and of course you're the Bremen champion as well. Can you tell us a little bit about your play style and your mentality when it comes to playing?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say I'm kind of known as the Grimsnarl guy, because I won with Grimsnarl. I had a good world run with Grimsnarl. Malmö top 4 was also with Grimsnarl. So I was happy to show to myself and to other people as well that I'm not a one-trick pony, basically, that I can play other teams as well. In Lille, I didn't have a Grimsnarl at all, so I was quite happy to show that I don't have a specific playstyle at all.
But that's one of those things, is sometimes the tried and tested are the things that really get you to those top finishes, and the things that you're comfortable with. But of course, finding those new things, finding different Pokemon to play with isn't just something that you do on your own. And I know that you're a big part of the German VGC community. Tell us a little bit about that and how that is to be a part of.
Well, when I joined Pokemon in 2020, obviously COVID happened, so I couldn't attend any regionals. So it was really tough for me to find friends really to play with. I ended up actually quite disconnected from the German VGC community because I ended up with other people from around Europe. Since then, I told myself it's really bad for newer players that we don't really have a great way of introducing them to the community. So there was this Discord, Warrior Esports, where I ended up going, and we managed to make a great spot for newer players, especially of the German community, of course. And it's really nice to see this being so active. I don't have that much time anymore, but it's so nice to see that we have like some training sessions twice a week, and there are always people in voice chat and talking. And yeah, it's great to see what we build up there.
That's fantastic, getting newer players involved and, you know, sharing the love and knowledge of the game in that community. And can you talk to us a little bit about the other German players who are maybe more established that people should have an eye out for?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's Markus Statter. I think every German player knows him. He obviously did a lot for the community as well, and he still is, even though he's like working full time. I don't know how he pulls it off, so it's really crazy. And then we have the upcoming star, Michael the Best, Michael Cash, who managed to go finalist in the World Championship in 2023, which is just absolutely amazing because he started playing VGC in January. So yeah, I think these are the players to definitely I look up to.
That's absolutely fantastic. And to round out, can you tell us what's your favorite team you've ever used?
I mean, my favorite team's got to be my Berman winning team, right? Obviously, I said I try to not have a specific play style. I tend to use more defensive teams, and I mean, I have to admit, Screens teams are just so fun to me. I don't know. It's so nice to think ahead how to mitigate the damage of the opponents, and yeah, this is just what I really love about the Grimmsnarl that was introduced in Sword and Shield.
Yeah, fair enough. That's maybe a favorite Pokemon? I don't know. Grimmsnarl, would you say that's...
My favorite Pokemon will be Kartana for a while. I hope it comes, hope it comes into the games again, so I can play it in some tournaments as well. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, we'll see if Kartana comes along. Thank you so much for joining us, Maurice. We hope you learned a lot from that Spotlight Trainers. I know that Ben and I did, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly.
I'm Ben Kiriakou, and I'm here playing the regional championships. Oh, when did I start playing? A long time ago, way back in 2011, where I competed at my first national championships. The favorite team I've ever used was back in 2018 season, where I used a Mega Salamence and Incineroar Florges Kartana and Tapu Koko and Suicune. It was the Florges that really made that team work, made sure the Kartana could just keep attacking. I played so many great games with that team. It was really good. The thing that keeps bringing me back to competing in Pokemon is the challenge of new series coming over and over again. You can't just play the same team for years and years and years. You've got to adapt. You've got to keep playing and keep working with the community and with yourself to keep what you're doing relevant all the time. And it's just so good year on year on year to keep coming back and seeing new things and having new challenges.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Utrecht Special Championship event. My name is Lee Provost, and I'm joined by Lou Actros Chromie. If you're just joining us, we are about to get into the top 16 here of the event. Things are really heating up, especially after that last game. What a great game for us to come back in to kick off top cut of this event.
I think, honestly, we've been speaking so much about the restricted Pokemon, but little Whimsicott is almost trying to say, I'm a restricted too, if you think hard enough, because it's been so integral to so many teams to enable success for not only the other Pokemon on the field, if it's trying to do some kind of support setup, for example, but also it just has been so good for the trainers. They're feeling confident using it.
Yeah, and I'm going to time travel a little bit back to the start of yesterday, because you were the person who called it out at the beginning of this event, asking if this would see a lot more usage, be successful in this format. When we saw the usage stats and that Tornadus there, you thought, is that going to pip Whimsicott to the post?
And Grimmsnarl as well, that's been popular.
Yeah, but no, Whimsicott seems to be the better option for a lot of players in this tournament, consistently doing well when we're able to feature it as well.
You can't underestimate the cute Pokemon, right? They are also devastating.
I mean, Scraggy was a great example of that, right?
Yeah, Scraggy at the Master Ball Cup in Thailand has done so well. It came second place. Like, who would have thought it? But I think sometimes these cuter, more unused Pokemon, okay, Whimsicott's pretty popular, but still, it's nice to see them coming to the forefront.
It definitely is. Well, we can have a look at the top 16 bracket now of the tournament and see which players progress through to this stage of the tournament and what their route to the final looks like here. We've got Nick Homer is undefeated going up against Lewis Markle in the first match of the top 16. And as we go down, any jumping out to you?
Yeah, again, some of the trainers we've featured so far over this broadcast, Aurelia has been able to make it through into the top 16 with that Ho-Oh. I know your pin is going to be very happy to see that making its way into top 16. Nikolai as well with the Sneasler, you know, a Pokemon that he really is just, I think, committed to bringing, really well versed with, and even if it has dropped out of the general meta that, you know, we've seen it being popular before, Nikolai's not given up on it, you know, has still got it by his side in these battles, as well as Max that we were just able to showcast. Giuseppe has done incredibly well too, and Michael, who was running, I think really kind of has pioneered that Leech Seed Calyrex and shared it with some of his teammates as well. It's really nice to see that he's doing so well and consistently too.
Yeah, I love that as well. And one of my probably favorite matches from yesterday was watching Michelle as well, with how controlling they were in that game, you know, and just being able to be so methodical in their play, knowing their outs at every single turn and just locking the game down and making it very difficult for their opponent. And that's consistently what Michelle kind of does. And I love the Leech Seed. We didn't really get to see it showcased so much yesterday, but I'm sure there's been situations throughout this event over the weekend where that has come into play and been a really pivotal moment for that team to progress on. Difficult matchup next for Michelle going up against John. Not going to be easy, but I mean, you would expect to see these names at this stage of the tournament. These are all hard hitters. They're all going to be duking it out for that #1 place.
Exactly, and what I love at this point of the competition is, you know, we had hundreds of competitors yesterday. Now we have 16 remaining, and then in a matter of an hour, we will have 8 and so on and so forth. And this is where the competition really gets intense, and you get to know these trainers a little bit more as well as they start carving out their tournament story, getting towards that final. That's the end part of the bracket that they all desperately want to get to be able to showcase whether they can become the special champion or not.
Yeah, well, we can have a look at some of the notable matches. Of course, we've had a look at the bracket, but some notable matches for you to keep an eye out for at home. And the match that we will be featuring, of course, will be undefeated Nick against Lois, and that is going to be an incredible one to feature because there are some really interesting Pokemon on that team. The first thing that jumps out to me is that Serena.
Oh yes,
we've seen it in previous years combined with the Kyogre to great success. It's nice to see that coming back to the floor and being the strategy that Nick believed in, and it proving true coming into this event. Undefeated is incredible at this stage of the tournament. And then we've got a lot of other matches as well that we've briefly talked about, but when you look at the team matchups in particular, some interesting combinations going up against each other.
I think as well, we've spoken a lot about grass types in the meta at the moment, you know, Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet, Rillaboom, and of course Whimsicott as well. But what's interesting is that Serena is going so strong in the tournament right now, a grass type that we haven't even spoken about, and once the players are seeded and we can look at the teams, we can dive into a little bit more deeper and kind of explain a bit about what potentially we could see it doing. But at the same time, both these trainers have got some interesting choices with the Tornadus as the prankster Pokemon for Nick as well, being able to provide that supportive role. And you also, of course, have on the opposing side Incineroar and Rillaboom, a tried and tested duo for that fake out and, you know, U-turn or parting shot combination to be able to reset those fake outs again. So I think this matchup is going to be incredibly interesting, particularly with Serena on the field in the face of those fake outs. But looking at some of the other ones as well, the Entei on Cohen's side, I love to see that doing so well.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that always consistently kind of pops up in these top cuts of tournaments and proves that it's still a really good choice. Normally one of those Pokemon that you see Michelle kind of piloting and pioneering to use, but Cohen having extremely good success with it in this tournament. That inner focus ability that it does have, giving that immunity to fake outs, flinches, and having that kind of attack Lord initially from Intimidate is so useful and it hits so hard. It's another Pokemon like Ho-Oh with that Sacred Fire that is so useful in a lot of situations to have that good chance to burn opposing targets that rely so heavily on those physical type attacks. And then you look at Oliver's team, you can see the Roaring Moon there. Not something we see so often used, occasionally now and again, but when it is piloted correctly, like Oliver has done, it does do a phenomenal job and offers that dark typing as well, those dark offensive threats to all those ghosts that are flying around in the format at the moment.
And there's a whole range of restricteds as well in those notable matches.
Yes.
We had Terrapagos, we had 2 Kyogres as well, the Ho-Oh, obviously, Zamazenta, so a huge range actually coming forward into this top cut of the competition, but our trainers are now ready on stage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this match is going to shape up, because that Serena, I think, is going to be pivotal.
It is really, when you look across the board at what Lotus has got to offer, you've got the 2 grass types that are going to threaten that Kyogre before it terrestrializes, with Grassy Glide on the Ogerpon as well. If that grassy terrain's in effect, that can be really threatening. Well, that's shut down, that priority is blocked by the Serena, so that's really useful. And the Serena has some nice tools for its own as well, with that triple axle going to be hitting super effective into those opposing grass types. Rillaboom has to be wary of that, can't utilize its Grassy Glide, its Fake Out like it would normally do. Urshifu even has to be careful around the Aqua Jet, and again, more priority on the Incineroar with that Fake Out. Again, you've not got that kind of cushion to be able to support your partnering Pokemon as well with the Serena, as long as it's active on the field. The nice thing that you would say that Nick has an advantage of immediately is going to be that Tornadus with access to that Tailwind with that Taunt as well. The Taunt not only shutting down setup normally, it is a really great way to stop the wide guard that could be detrimental to your Kyogre operating the way you want it to from that Zamazenta, because then as long as that's taunted, you can fire off those Water Spouts, Origin Pulses, and you can position that Kyogre pretty nicely on the field with that Tailwind support.
So many moves and counter moves potentially from these trainers. I do not envy them being in the hot seat right now. But we can take a look at kind of their previous journeys in Pokemon history. Nick, having made a lot of top 128 finishes this season in Lille and Dortmund, but fantastic to be able to say, at the very least, I'm going to have top 16 here in Utrecht. And in 2024 was able to actually get top 16, top 64 at the Pokemon Worlds, which is incredible. On Lewis's side as well, lots of top 8s, top 16s, EYC top 64 as well. So both these trainers kind of have been able to get these top finishes. I think Nick really on an outstanding run so far in this tournament, and on Championship Sunday is going to want to be trying to take that championship indeed. Yeah, well, no trainer so far in this tournament has been able to take a win from Nick, so you know it's going to be everything for Lotus to do in this one. And you know, both players, you can see from their accolades, comfortable in this sort of situation of a tournament, but want to be progressing a little bit further, want to be adding that top 8 accolade to their accomplishments, I'm sure, at the very least. And we can now dive even deeper into this arena. We mentioned the triple axle earlier that can apply a lot of pressure to Pokemon like the Rillaboom as well. It has that Ice Terror type as well, so it can deal even more offensive pressure if it wants, and that wide lens there to help with the accuracy of some of those shakier moves as well, the Power Whip included there. But I think the key thing is that Queenly Majesty blocking the priority moves. You've already mentioned the fake outs on the Rillaboom and the Incineroar on the opposing side, Aqua Jet, Grassy Glide. There's just so much utility that the Serena could be made into play for, but it's going to need to be protected then if it's going to be able to be utilized. And you've got some heavy hitters in the form of that Miraidon with the Choice Specs. Urshifu's running the Choice Scarf, not the Choice Band that we've actually traditionally seen this weekend so far. So it's nice to see that speedier one coming through, because it might be able to get a knockout to enable Serena's success. Yeah, and I really like the Choice Scarf. I'm pleased you mentioned it, because I think with the rain setup from the Kyogre, there's no disruption from the opposite side of the field to overwrite that rain, and it almost, with the Choice Scarf, gives an enabler to attack that Calyrex on the opposite side pretty freely for big damage, maybe even remove it from the field, especially when you've got that Serena kind of supporting it, blocking those fake outs. It could be a little bit detrimental otherwise. And then we can take a look at Lotus's team here, and it's that Calyrex Shadow Rider, that Zamazenta, that combination that we've seen do so well in this event. And Lotus being able to pilot it to this stage, but there's some different interactions here with Pokemon choices. The Ogerpon I really like, because it's got that Grassy Glide. We've seen that have a lot of success in the past, and it could be quite useful here. If the Kyogre doesn't go for that terrestrialization, you almost feel like it is forced to go for it, but you've got two sides of the coin with the Ogerpon. You can hit it for the Grassy Glide for super effective if it doesn't terrestrialize, and then you've got that Ivy Cudgel that can hit it if it does terrestrialize, although you're going to have to contend with the rain, which is a little bit annoying because it will weaken that fire type damage. Well, my old friend Incineroar is looking a little different in this match as well. You know, it is running Fake Out and Potting Shot that we traditionally see, Knock knockoff as well has been a move really jumping up in popularity with all the ghosts running around. But Helping Hand, I know that Incineroar gets a lot of utility support moves, you know, Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, and Helping Hand, of course. But Helping Hand really has been the one I've seen the least. So I'm interested to see if this, what is possibly going to be like a bulkier Incineroar that's going to be this more supportive role, is going to be able to enable a knockout with Helping Hand on another Pokemon, as well as the fact Calyrex is ready for battle with not only the Life Orb, but a potential nasty plot as well.
Yeah, well, the Incineroar with that Helping Hand can be quite useful. It's hard to bring here with the Rain being the predominant strategy on Nick's side of the field, but you do have the ability to kind of block that to a certain extent with that Wide Guard. With the Zamazenta, you just need to be careful around that taunt that could be a little bit problematic from both the Tornadus and that Serena as well. That could maybe hinder your ability to prevent it.
Well, let's turn the music up and get into this battle. Both the restricteds out on the field for Lewis here with the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And on Nick's side, we've got the Urshifu reigning Supreme at the front next to the queenly, majestic Serena.
Yeah, now you've got that Urshifu, has got the Choice Scarf, so it's immediately putting a lot of pressure on to that Calyrex. Isn't really too threatened either from the Zamazenta, from a body press or heavy slam here, so we'll be able to take a combination of those attacks. The big question is, can the Calyrex on the Lotus side be able to take a Surging Strikes? And there's always a possibility that Serena switches out here. The Kyogre comes in, gets the Rain onto the field, boosting that Surging Strikes, becoming even more threatening to guarantee a knockout onto the Calyrex. And it doesn't have a defensive Terrestrialization type to get around that threat, and because of it, we are seeing it switch straight out.
That Choice Scarf already applying a speedy pressure, so Calyrex is going to leave the field and bring the Rillaboom in. The perfect Pokemon choice to take potential water-type attacks from those Surging Strikes. The grassy terrain on the field as well to be able to get that recovery in future turns. Terrestrialization straight out of the blocks. These trainers are not messing around. This is going to go down on the Urshifu, going for the Terra Water to boost up potential Surging Strikes even more.
Yeah, and if this is into the Zamazenta, this could work out pretty well for Nick, because it will ignore that defense boost that the Zamazenta's got, especially if it is the Surging Strikes. In response to that, though, the Zamazenta might be just covering bases with that Terrestrialization into the Dragon type, meaning it will have a nice resistance to those Surging Strikes if this is the chosen target.
Fantastic Terra type option here for the Zamazenta in the face of this Urshifu that is indeed going for the Surging Strikes. It finds its mark down on the Rillaboom that's switched in, however, so it was going after that Calyrex Shadow Rider, trying to remove it from the field, but of course, we know Rillaboom is going to be able to eat up all 3 critical hits. And
even though it resisted, still taking huge damage from this attack from the Urshifu as well. Does leave an option open for the Serena. We are going to see the body press. It isn't enough to take it down, and the triple axle coming out. Where's the target? And it misses. It is a huge miss, because if that was into the Rillaboom, you've got to think that would have been enough to take it down and give Nick an early lead, but unfortunately falling to the wrong side of the target.
Not only would it have been great into the Rillaboom, but the Dragon Terrestrialization on that Zamazenta would have led super effective damage. You can see Nick shaking his head. That is not how he wants to start the Masters top 16, but you have to regroup. You have 2 restricteds in the back. We got a little sneak peek, so you have momentum that can still be gained.
You do, and you have the protection from the Serena for at least this next turn with that Queenly Majesty, so you don't have the immediate threat of that Grassy Glide or the Fake Out Disruption from the Rillaboom right now, as long as it stays on the field. And you could almost even switch the Serena out, because you know that your opponent's probably in that position where, okay, yeah, I'm not going to go for the Grassy Glide or the Fake Out here, because it's so risky, but you do have to worry about that Wood Hammer that could come out. It could still hit for big damage, boosted by that grassy terrain, cause some big issues.
Yep, Kyogre does join the field now. You know, switch the Urshifu into the back for later. Maybe it can reset that attack going forward. Serena is going to be knocked out cleanly by a body press coming through from the Zamazenta, so you now are able to utilize your priority if you are Lewis here. However, it's just going to be a simple U-turn, of course. You're going to be able to reposition, bring that Fake Out in a little bit later on, as well as get a decent amount of damage onto that Kyogre. That's going to weaken the potential water spout pressure that it can deal. But in the face of the Zamazenta that has that Wide Guard, the Kyogre, considering it only has Origin Pulse and Water Spout, cannot safely go for either of its water type attacks.
Not safely in front of the Zamazenta, like you quite rightly mentioned, and having to rely on the Ice Beam that it's got. It will hit for super effective damage into the Zamazenta, but without that Serena now, the Ogerpon becomes a way bigger threat, especially with that Grassy Glide. It can fire that off pretty safely into the Kyogre. Now that Terrestrialization's been spent on the Urshifu on Nick's side, the Kyogre doesn't have a way to get rid of that weakness. Now it's a bit of a sitting target where the Ogerpon can protect the Zamazenta, and the Zamazenta can concentrate a bit more on that Urshifu. It does have to be careful though, because if you're wanting to prevent maybe a water type attack coming out, it does spend a turn going for the Wide Guard. Do you want to go for it? I think the threat of the Wide Guard being there is probably enough for you to get a body press out onto that Urshifu to try and start whittling that Pokemon down.
You make a good point that the Zamazenta doesn't even want to take the Ice Beam either, so it puts the Zamazenta into a difficult spot. The Grassy Glide not enough to be able to get the KO on the Urshifu, so Urshifu can retaliate, locking in with Surging Strikes once again. It's going to find its mark on the Ogerpon, and these 3 hits are going to be more than enough to clean up the Ogerpon and take the Pokemon down.
Yeah, big knockout here. It does leave the Zamazenta open to going for an attack here, and it probably will be, where would you say, going into the Kyogre maybe to wear that down here, but I think the immediate threat is the Urshifu. You've got to start chipping that Pokemon down, get a body press onto that target, or not the option for the Kyogre, because it is a clean knockout.
Yep, able to just remove that Kyogre from play. As you mentioned, you still have to worry about the Urshifu. It is a low HP though, so I think anything you throw its way is going to be able to get that knockout, but this is the big contender. The Miraidon comes into the field, is going to be able to do a lot of good damage as well as overriding the terrain. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lewis try to bring the Rillaboom back in just to be able to stop the Hadron engine from being activated and the boost from the electric terrain helping Miraidon.
Yeah, this is not the position that Nick wants to find themselves in here, but we are seeing that Rillaboom come back onto the field. So the electric terrain will activate, overwritten, like you quite rightly mentioned, by the Grassy Surge. So straight away just denying any boost for that Miraidon and bringing back into play that Grassy Glide for the Rillaboom, the fake out support as well into either of these targets. One's Choice Specs, the Miraidon, and one is Choice Scarf. So you've got your options open here. You probably want to go for that Urshifu because it is the bigger threat, but then do you want to leave the Miraidon alone as well with that Draco Meteor that's threatening down onto that Zamazenta now? It could be a bit detrimental here, and why we're seeing that Protect come out for this turn only. Even
Dazzling Gleam is going to be difficult here for Lewis to deal with unless you want to go for those Wide Guards. The Grassy Glide, however, is a really nice way to clean up the Urshifu, and if this Miraidon has gone for the Draco Meteor, you're going to be able to try and get rid of this opposing Rillaboom. It has had its health damaged by the Surging Strikes earlier on, but as you can see, it goes into the Protect, so Miraidon unable to get the damage on the board, and now you have to face down against both these Pokemon. You're locked into Draco Meteor. You can only target one of them. It's whether or not the opposing side can deal with it, and Nick says, yep, this is too much for my Miraidon to climb. This game has not gone my way. I need to refresh, get ready for game 2.
Yeah, really, you know, even with the full health Calyrex in the back, you think the Draco Meteors are just a little bit out of reach to remove all 3 Pokemon that were remaining on Lost side. So a lock in from Nick, and things just not going their way in that match. I think like they would have maybe saw, and that's testament to Lost and how well they have prepared for this matchup coming in and just executed a perfect game plan almost against these big threats, removing that Serena so early on and so easily, so it wasn't really effective. It was unfortunate with that triple axle miss.
Very unfortunate.
You think then you get rid of the Rillaboom and then you don't have to worry about the terrain wars. You kind of win when your Miraidon comes on. You got the Hidden Engine boost, and maybe the option to lock into the Draco Meteor isn't so the efficient needed there. You can go for that. Maybe Electro Drift or the Dazzling Gleam in those situations. It could have been a bit more helpful.
I think as well the Terrestrialization on the Urshifu, I can understand it, particularly if the Calyrex Shadow Rider had stayed in there for Lewis. You were able to get a lot of damage going through. But then when Kyogre came onto the field and was facing down against an Ogerpon and a Rillaboom, both with Grassy Glide priority, and your Serena was long gone, then it made it very difficult for the Kyogre that I think would have loved to have that Grass Terrestrialization to be able to give it a little bit of defensive capability on the field.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Lewis as well for leading with the Calyrex, because it was a complete bait, really, in that first turn. Switching it straight out into the Rillaboom, saying, yeah, this is a big target you need to go after. And that's exactly what Nick did. Fell for the trap, went for it, and it gave enough room for the Zamazenta in that situation to get those key body presses off into the Serena, putting it in range to remove it quickly. And then that made everything really way less effective. The Urshifu was kind of pinned to that position with those active threats. And yeah, just really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, that triple axle was very devastating for the Serena because, as you said, you can switch out the Calyrex, bring in the Rillaboom, but then if you're covering with the triple axle, then that Rillaboom is going to be in a dangerous spot, and I think it was only a 1% chance to miss thanks to the wide lens boosting up the accuracy of that attack. But we're in game 2. This could be Serena's redemption. It looks like a very similar lead here for Lewis, but a slight change on Nick's side. Instead of the Urshifu, we have got the legendary Kyogre out front and center, sending the rain and dampening the field.
Yeah, it is going to be threatening with those water spouts, with those Origin Pulses, but has to be very careful around a potential Wide Guard coming out from the Zamazenta that could just protect it and this this Shadow Rider Calyrex, and we're just seeing things, no Wide Guard coming out, and Astral Barrage straight away onto the opposite side of the field.
Astral Barrage comes through, does 50% to the Kyogre, and puts the Serena in range of a knockout from a follow-up from Zamazenta, but instead its target was going after that Kyogre, and that's a clean knockout. Kyogre unable to move, and Nick down and restricted straight away in this game too. Serena finds his mark with the Power Whip, though not enough to get the KO, but does put Calyrex into a difficult spot if something like the Urshifu wants to come through.
Yeah, and the Urshifu, you lose your Kyogre pretty free here. I mean, to the double up there, and don't get any utility other than the rain, but that might be enough here, because now the Urshifu coming onto the field with that Choice Scarf, it is going to be the fastest thing in play at the moment, and puts a lot of pressure on Los's side, especially that Calyrex slot. But there's that easy option of just switching the Calyrex out now for the Rillaboom here, and yeah, you can do that. But if you're concentrating too much down on that Calyrex right now, the Zamazenta becomes a bit free and it can start throwing those body presses out. We know it's going to outspeed the Serena. It's going to be able to remove that threat. And then once that's gone, the Queenly Majesty ability also goes away with it. Opens up the door for being able to utilize those priority attacks, that disruption through Fake Out that might be lurking in the back for Loss.
And I think as well, you can switch out the Serena and bring in the Miraidon if you want. If you think that that Shadow Calyrex is going to switch out, this would be nice in the way that, you know, potentially if the Rillaboom came onto the field first and the terrain was there, you could then overwrite it. But it looks like the Calyrex is not going to be switching out in this moment. So the Miraidon comes onto the field. It could be taking a huge amount of damage for its troubles. However, there is a lot more speed with this Urshifu in play, so it's going to be able to terrestrialize once again, get an extra boost to its water type attack. So something like a Surging Strikes is going to be formidable, and it's going to be finding its mark on the opposing side of the field.
Which target is it into? And it is into the Calyrex, not getting caught out. A nice play from Loss to say, I switched it out last time, so you're going to go after it this time. If you don't, I'm going to punish you. But no, Nick not falling for it, getting rid of that big threat in the Calyrex. It does, like we say, the switch into the Miraidon, leave that Zamazenta to get a free body press off, and very useful into this Urshifu. But the nice position that Nick's got now is if that Zamazenta goes for the Terastallization, you can, if you're Nick, go for the Surging Strikes and then double into it with the Draco Meteor. And even if you bring out something like the Rillaboom here, it's dangerous to go for something like a Fake Out or a Grassy Glide, because there's an easy switch then from the Miraidon into that Serena, which is now being preserved in the back from Nick. Really well done, of course, as well. That would allow you to keep control of the terrain that could be so important for that Miraidon to hopefully try and close this game out as the Ogerpon makes its way onto the field.
Yeah, Miraidon keeping the terrain right now. Rillaboom, if it is in the back, has not yet made an appearance, but if potentially, you know, Zamazenta wants to switch out, you can bring Rillaboom in and allow a Grassy Glide to come through from the Ogerpon. That's where you have to watch out for the Serena, just like you said. Urshifu leaving the field, maybe wants to reset what move it's locked into, and instead Serena comes back in. This does protect its partner Pokemon from that potential priority with a Grassy Glide, and Zamazenta is leaving the field. So we're going to be able to see the fourth and final Pokemon. It is indeed that Rillaboom, so the Grassy terrain is going to be in effect.
I love this play from Nick, calling out that there might be a Grassy Glide, a switch into the Rillaboom from that Zamazenta. Exactly what's happening. Grassy Glide into that Serena.
It's Mold Breaker.
It's Mold Breaker. It ignores the Queenly Majesty and is enough to pick it up, but it leaves the Miraidon in a position where it can fire off a big attack. The unfortunate thing is Nick down to the two remaining Pokemon, not going to be able to get control of the terrain again. So even though you pick up the knockout on the Ogerpon, you've still got that Zamazenta to come back in under the grassy terrain, and a very low health Urshifu that's going to be now vulnerable to a Grassy Glide knockout.
At least the Miraidon was able to get some revenge there, was able to get the damage down onto the Ogerpon, but now you're locked in with both these two Pokemon. You're not going to be able to switch it out and reset the drops that you have taken. Zamazenta rejoins the field, and I believe the Terrestrialization is still in play for Lewis, so there is the potential to shake up what these types are. But Nick, not happy with the outcome of this match, is going to lock in the forfeit, and Lewis is going to be able to take this top cut match.
Amazing, amazing play from Lewis here, and the strategy just to shut down these big threats from Nick's side of the field was just incredible throughout, from start to finish. The game plan was executed so well. Congratulations to both our players, but Lewis will be moving on to the top 8 of this event, which is so exciting.
Really great to be able to see their gameplay, particularly with those restricted Pokemon. The way Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider kind of interchange so beautifully on Lewis's side there, I think was really really well played, as well as the positioning of that Rillaboom. When you're up against a Miraidon, another one of the big dominant terrain setters in the meta at the moment, you need to get that terrain control. Shutting off the Miraidon is such a great way to weaken it with that Hadron engine, you know, locked off. So it was really great to see the Rillaboom played, but I have to say, I feel for Nick, particularly from that game one, and then it's so hard knowing that you're in a good position to come back into game two, and just unfortunately, you know, the mold breaker on the Ogerpon, and I think Nick was even shocked at the beginning, maybe overlooked it a little bit like I did at the beginning, but to see it come through and be like, bring Serena all you want, I've got this, really showed that Lewis's team had such strength in this match.
Yeah, big miss there from the triple axel, but like you say, I think utilizing the Ogerpon with that mold break, a really good identification from yourself, Lou, to say, you know, that's one ability that you can take advantage of to ignore that Queenly Majesty. Didn't really get much use out of it in that first game because the Serena went down so early, but in the second game in particular, it was really pivotal, and the way that Los was able to bring it in and just close out the match so perfectly in that situation and keep control of the terrain at all times with that Rillaboom, positioning it so well. And you think when Nick's kind of called out, yeah, you're going to switch that Zamazenta out, I'm going to switch up the board a little bit and kind of try and get a momentum swing, just denied by Los every single step of the way.
But Nick has still done so incredibly well. That big damage of the Ogerpon at the end, showing that there is power in this team. You know, up until this point, it was undefeated in the tournament. So an incredible run. Just unfortunately, it has come to an end. But for Lewis, he is actually still advancing. So his run is still very much alive with such a great team as well. I did love the Ogerpon Half Flame Mask as well. I think I love the support that it gave. The synergy it has with the grassy terrain, courtesy of the Rillaboom, does give it a lot of offensive pressure. And particularly when you're coming down against a Kyogre matchup, these grass types have got to be happy.
Yeah, and the terrestrialization type on the Zamazenta as well. You can see that dragon typing, it has been used quite commonly in the past, but coming in so useful, especially in this match when you're coming up against those scarf threats like the Urshifu that maybe otherwise would have been so detrimental in that situation. You just kind of nullify that threat completely, even if the rain goes up. And I think the big thing for Los was able to remove the restricteds without Nick really getting any utility out of them at all in that match. And that's I think that, you know, if you're not really getting the damage output with the two main centerpieces of your team, you're not doing well in the match. And I think that's testament to the setup of Los's team, how they positioned their Pokemon on the board and had those kind of threats like Y-Guard. You never saw the Y-Guard at all.
No, it was
but the
presence
presence of it was enough to really be a factor in the decision-making from Nick's side.
And the speed as well, I think, was very much on Lewis's side with the advantage there. Not only the Calyrex, but the Zamazenta was quite speedy when it was facing down against Pokemon like the Serena, for example. That said, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, that applied a lot of pressure very early on, and even when things were maybe going wrong with the other Pokemon, Urshifu, I still think, played incredibly well, getting that offensive pressure with the Terra Water as well, and I think threatening the Calyrex consistently with those surging strikes did mean that Nick constantly had that pressure to apply.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that we hadn't seen the Tornadus in that match. When you look at Los's team with the Rillaboom, with the Ogerpon, with the Urshifu, and the access to that immediate speed control through Prankster, you feel like, well, yeah, it's a great Pokemon to bring to this match. You can put yourself ahead of these faster threats in the Calyrex and Zamazenta, and then you can then threaten with that Hurricane. You've got the single target attack, so you don't even need to worry. Bleakwind Storm's not an option for you. You can go for those single targets, you can remove those big grass threats, and then that helps your Kyogre in the end game to hopefully be able to clean things up. But, you know, like I always say, it's easy to sit here and digest and say ifs, buts, and maybes. It's a different story when you're up there and you've got that pressure of everything going into that next stage of the event, because it can all hinge on that pressure sometimes, and it might get too much for you. You might just have a really bad matchup as well. But one way to get around that is to go to more events, get more experience, and you can do that segueing in. You can do that at your locals. So yeah, check out this quick video. Going to give you a lowdown of locals in your area and how you can get involved in competitive Pokemon.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I always love seeing that video because it not only showcases locals for the competitive video game, but also Pokemon GO and the Pokemon trading card game. And sometimes I know some trainers who go to like different locals for different parts of different competitive Pokemon. So it's always nice to see people starting out their journeys or also testing grounds for bigger tournaments.
Yeah, multi-talented trainer.
Oh, yes.
You know, and not one of my fortes. But if you want to find out about locals in and around your area where you reside, you can use this QR code on the screen now, and it'll tell you all about everything you need to know to make your first step into the local scene in and around you. And it's definitely something I would 100% encourage.
And it's not too late either. I know the 2025 season is kind of coming to a close over the next couple of weeks or so, but local events will still be happening up until that point. You can still get involved with the action and maybe start thinking about whether the 2026 season is something you really want to actively pursue, and you test the waters a little bit now. You'll also be able to go up against trainers maybe competing for Worlds, trying to get those last championship points, or maybe testing out what battles they want to have. So it's going to be an interesting experience for sure at your local events.
Definitely, and like we always hear as well, you know, Marcus going to locals, you're going to see players of that world's level caliber do attend locals. So if you want to meet some of these big, well-known players, maybe at your local is where you'll find them.
And not just locals, also at our regional championships and our special championships as well. By using the link below with RK9, you're going to be able to, you know, come to events either to compete or maybe spectate. I know a lot of trainers who maybe don't have, you know, a team ready or don't really know where to start, so they come along to an event, soak up the atmosphere, talk to a few new friends that they meet here, and then the next event, they are the ones competing.
Yeah, and like you mentioned at the start of the show today, there aren't just the competitions going on. There are lots of other things going on. You can do origami, like your forte.
You can try and make the Metapod that everyone is still trying to make.
That is the challenge, yeah. Or you can play the side games that are on, Metronome, Battles. There's all sorts going on. Lots of fun to have, even if you come and just spectate the event as well.
There's a lot of nostalgia at these kind of fan zone, fun areas. You've got a lot of the old games as well, like Pokken, that used to be one of the competitive formats. And I think there's a couple of the old games on different Nintendo consoles. So it's really interesting to be able to go back and have a little bit of nostalgia and be like, hey, I played this game a long time ago. Let's maybe move it up to the modern side and look at the games that are being played today. And it's just a great experience overall.
It definitely is. Come and get involved in those Pokemon Stadium mini games. But before we get into the next stage of this tournament, we have Lois ready for an interview so we can get a lowdown of that last match and what their analysis was from it.
Lewis, congratulations. What a win. You're into top 8 at the Utrecht Special Championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very good. To win the first time I am on stream. And I think my opponent played really well. He had a very scary team. He went undefeated in Swiss.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that I was able to win. Yeah.
Yeah, you were the first person to beat him this entire weekend as well. And in a 2-0 fashion as well. So I've got to talk about that game 1 as well.
Yeah.
When you the Rillaboom comes in and it expertly dodges that triple axle as well. Let's pretend it hit. Did you have more of a game plan though going forward after that?
Well, if it hit, I would probably try to focus down to the Urshifu first. And if I somehow got rid of the Urshifu, then my Calyrex maybe could have cleaned up the game. But I didn't expect him to double the Calyrex slot with Surging Strikes plus triple axle. He played very well there, and I got pretty lucky to dodge that.
Okay, excellent. And I mean, as you said, you've had a game plan there, and it seemed like you had a lot of tools that could really help as well. So going into that game 2, obviously, did it plan out as you expected it to?
Well, I didn't expect him to lead Serena plus Kyogre. I expected him to lead maybe Miraidon, or maybe Urshifu again, and then switch to Kyogre this time. So if he lets or the way he led, that was pretty good for me because I could just double up his Kyogre immediately, remove that from the field, and then my Ogerpon kind of just cleaned up from there.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the Ogerpon as well because we've not really seen Ogerpon Half Flame at all this weekend or in Regulation Set I at the moment. Yes. And especially not even combined with the Rillaboom as well, to have that kind of grassy glide priority thing going around. So what made you decide on this entire team?
I think this team won an online tournament, and I just copied it. But I basically just copied it. Ogerpon was very interesting in this matchup because it actually ignores Queenly Majesty from Serena.
Yeah, we saw that. That was huge.
And I think that's why the Ogerpon is like one of the most important parts that I can bring here, not just to redirect Miraidon's attack, potentially, but also to just KO Urshifu through the priority blocking.
Yeah, and we saw that. I think it seemed to catch Nick off guard as well.
Yeah.
You didn't expect it, which a lot of players wouldn't. So yeah, nicely done on that end as well. And so have you used this team or any other teams throughout the regulation set I? Did you compete in the Grand Challenge, for instance?
Yeah, I've been using something similar since the beginning of Regulation I. I kind of switched between Ogerpon and Tornadus, and in the Grand Challenge I actually ended up using Tornadus because there it's best of one closed team sheet. Tornadus adds a little bit of variety. You know, you can rain dance, you have tailwind support and stuff like that. But I think in an open team sheet format, Ogerpon is pretty decent. It's very good. Yeah.
Yeah, smart choice there as well. Seems to it obviously worked out really well for you, and still could be for the rest of this weekend. Yes. We'll have to see how that pans out. So, but having a look at the bracket as well, I don't know if you're familiar with who you might be facing next, but we've either got Koen van Kaan or Oliver Akerman that you could be facing.
Okay.
So Koen has Lunala, Miraidon, Entei sort of team, and Oliver has another Kyogre with a Zamazenta and a Roaring Moon. Okay. What would you rather face?
I think I would rather face the Lunala team, because every time I play Roaring Moon, it's a bit difficult. Because Roaring Moon outspeeds my Calyrex, it can 1-hit KO to Calyrex, it also has Tailwind, right? So I think the Lunala team is a bit slower, and I like playing against more slow teams.
Nice, and another back-to-back to Kyogre as well. Having just beaten it, you can rain on their parade as well. I like that. And Lewis, have you got like any sort of goals throughout your Vici career this season at all? How much championship points are you on?
I'm currently at 1,200. So I kind of have my World Championships invite already locked, but I wanted to get some last-minute practice in because I'm actually not going to NAIC. So I went to Utrecht, and it turned out to be worth it, right?
Yeah.
So my goal for this season is obviously to go to attend the World Championships and see how it goes from there. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Lewis, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah, definitely shout-outs to Michael and Marcus for inspiring me to pursue VGC myself. And then also shout-outs to Adrian, Alex, and everyone else who has supported me along the way.
Amazing. It's great to see you've got so many friends behind you as well. They've inspired you as well to kind of come along, and obviously you're reaping the rewards of it here in the top 8 now at Utrecht Special Championships. Lewis, thanks so much for chatting with us here.
Thank you.
And good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll be heading into the rest of our rounds very shortly, so you do not want to miss the high level of matches we are going to showcase to you.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokémon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokémon GO World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokémon GO player in history!
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a secondary recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokémon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisaur is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now,
Arcanine's gonna
I don't
avoid
think that KOs. Gastron
survives.
That
it's
means
just a sliver of
Storm.
HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Italy Amuga, stats down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your seniors division world champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
I'm Victor Medina. I'm a BGC player, and I'm here just to get better, to try to qualify for the World Championship and to play BGC. My favorite Pokemon is Lantern, but my favorite Pokemon competitively is Tornadus because he can set up the Tailwind really easily and make a lot of damage. My favorite part is the people within the community. I feel like there's a lot of great players. I can call them friends now. I think it's great. All the community is very welcoming, so I really liked it. I think my favorite team I use competitively is probably the one I use in NASC 2023 that is called New Balance. It's Chiyu, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Tinglu, Gyarados, and honestly that team has a very oppressive mode with Fluttermane and Chiyu, and also a very balanced mode with Amoonguss, Gyarados, Hans, and Tinglu. Well, there are a lot of players I look up to, but Sejun Park is the one I look up the most. It was the first finals I watched, and it was a really incredible team. He's a really incredible player, and I really look up for Sejun, yeah.
I am Iker Rodrigo, and it feels amazing.
It's enough! Iker Rodrigo is your 2025 Sevilla Special Champion!
To be honest, I was not expecting to win. So about the last match, before the game, I was thinking like Dragonite plus White War was a big deal for my opponent, so I was trying to get into that position, and it went well. So coming into the tournament, I was very afraid into playing into Coraidon, the previous regional champion team. To be honest, it was auto loss for me, so my matchup was to avoid it. And I faced two of them during the tournament. I was able to win one because of luck, and thankfully I didn't play anyone on Top Cut, so I was pretty lucky in that part. So my practice for this tournament was not too much because I have been using this team for 4 months, so I was pretty used to it. Coming into the tournament, there were some challenges that I was not prepared for, like Rocky Helmet on Bozo, Coraidon with Indeedee, but for me it's like I won't prepare this because it's already an auto loss, so I will try to not face it, and that's it. My favorite Pokemon I think is Groudon. Why? It looks like kind of a dinosaur, so that's probably why I like it. And Groudon is always better than Kyogre, so I used to play a lot of balanced team, but since I became champion with Hyper Offense, so maybe now I start playing more Hyper Offense. So my motivation now that I won a regionals, is to win Worlds. My advice for new people and people that have been playing during a long period of time is that every single time you lose, take a look at the replay and think about why you lose and what could you change so that that loss could become a win.
Oh, it's really heating up now here at the Utrecht Special Championships. We're getting to the top 8 markers, and I'm so excited to be doing this with you as well. We're really getting to the final stages now where we're going to shortly crown our champion later today. How are you feeling?
Absolutely, yeah. It's coming down to the wire. Only a couple of trainers left in the tournament. Well, 8 to be exact, and one of them will be crowned a champion in just a couple of hours, and we are here to guide you through that action.
Yeah, there's not very many at all, and great to see that Lewis Markle from that previous match is also in that contention as well. Yep. It was really nice to kind of interview him as well, because he gave you a shout out as well as someone you inspired him to kind of get into VG as well. How did you do that? I guess you just kind of turn up, don't you, and go?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, like what exactly I did, but of course, it made me feel really good to hear about that, and yeah, it's just great. Like, I want to try and inspire others to play this amazing game, and yeah, if it goes so well, then with someone like Lewis, who now is having yet another great result. Yeah, he's a player that I've talked to every now and then. Like, sometimes we would try and collaborate, and yeah, he's definitely like at my level, or definitely above with his play right now. So yeah, maybe I got him started, but then the rest he definitely did on his own. And yeah, it's great to see, and he still has that chance to finally make it into the top 4 of one of our offline major tournaments. He's a player who has had quite some success already in some online tournaments, but translating to that now to the big stage, yeah, that's something that I'm really happy, and he can be really proud of himself.
Yeah, he certainly can, and as he said, he kind of made a little bit of a switch up for that sort of open team sheet meta, adding in that Ogerpon that's really helped him in that match too. Yeah, was able to use priority Grassy Glide thanks to the Grassy Train set up by his own Rillaboom, which was able to then bypass the Serena's Queenly Majesty, which seemed to really catch Nick off guard. So if you haven't seen that set already, definitely go and check it out.
Yeah, crucial mechanic that definitely had an impact on that game, and yeah. Great to see, and let's see, well, how he will do if we will get to see him again in the semifinals. And I also want to give a shout out back, not to Lewis, but to another German player, to Alexander Ubach, who we got to feature on stream earlier as well. And yeah, I was just in the crowd, or like I was just like back in the match area, and saw as he was winning his game, and with that, now he has a place in the top 8 guaranteed, and he needed to get top 8 or better in this tournament to have a chance for his Worlds invite, and he did just exactly that. And yeah, that's pretty awesome as well, and just to see. So I'm happy to see the next kind of generation of German players, rise up and make it to the top.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the current generation as well, right?
Well, I mean, they are the current generation now, and I like belong in, like, I don't know, like a museum or something.
Well, I'm sure lots of people would buy a ticket for that. That sounds good. But yeah, like, we've got plenty of matches to feature as well. Like, and I can't wait to see the rest of this top cut, honestly, Marcus. Have you got any hopes for what you want to see or hope win?
Well, of course, we have our, like everyone made their little predictions going into the tournament, but yeah, I don't know who exactly else is still left, so we definitely know about the 2 Germans, but yeah, I think in a moment we will be able to have a look at how the bracket has shaped up. Maybe with Michael Kelch, there could even be a 3rd German player, and I don't remember the last time we had 3 German players in the top 8 of a major event. That was a while ago, I would bet, but yeah, maybe it's happening here. I'm not one of them, that's for sure, but yeah, let's definitely check out what our top 8 matches will be as soon as they are finalized.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst they kind of get finalized, we'll have a look at the Melbourne top 8 actually, which happened just last night basically, for us anyway here, and to see who was eventually crowned the champion over across the variety of ponds in Australia there. Right at the top, it is that Koraidon Calyrex Shadow Rider team. Well, with a Koraidon which is absent in our top cut over here.
Yeah, Masayoshi Kuro, a player who has also made it to some other tournaments. I remember playing against them at NAIC one time, so he's a player from Japan, but traveling a little bit outside of the region, and with this first place, also getting that direct invitation to the World Championships with a Koraidon and Galarian Weezing team. Is the ability shield on Koraidon, so you can still set the sun up even when Weezing is shutting down abilities. And then also, looking down the list, there's a couple of really known players. Bingji Wang representing China there with a very, very strong showing yesterday in the Swiss rounds, going undefeated there, and also rocking that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice, which we also saw made some waves here in this tournament.
Yeah, it did, alongside an Annihilate Scott's team, it looks like, but yeah, more of a stellar composition on Bingji Wang's team there too. I think in that final as well, that was streamed last night as well, we saw how the Walking Wake actually really popped off with that Assault Vest, taking some really key attacks from the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Terapagos as well, and kind of dishing back damage with Hydro Steam and Snarls as well. So another really cool set to kind of watch back, of course, after this weekend, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And then also Alistair Sandover, I feel like, every tournament down under, like he's doing well. He's somewhere within the reach of the top, if not at the top. And then Oliver Ramsey as well, a player I don't think we've seen too much of them like on stream, but definitely a player who has had a lot of success in online tours and in tours in Australia. So yeah, great to see the players down there doing their thing. And yeah, look at that. I mean, 3 Calyrex Shadow Rider in the top 3 of the tournament. It looks like, well, on first glance, it might look like, oh, maybe they figured something out, but then we see, well, it's paired with Koraidon, one is paired with Terapagos, the other one is paired with Zamazenta, so there's still a lot of different variety at stake. And one thing that I wanted to also highlight here with the tournament down in Melbourne is the fact that some of the very, very best Japanese players actually like made the trip down there. So we have Masayoshi Kuro winning the entire tournament, but we also had our previous world champion from 2023 in attendance, and also Joji, a player who's very well known for placing really highly on the ladder and doing really well there. Also, I think he is currently located in Australia, but also playing in this tournament, and they didn't even make it to the top 8. So it's great to see how that region and the level of competition is like really raising up like season after season. So yeah, everyone who made it to the top 8 and even below that, they can be very proud of themselves.
They certainly can, yeah, and the competition only heats up further and further from there. So I think we're ready now to see the top 8 here at the Utrecht Special Championship as well.
Yeah.
So let's have a look who has made it through. There's the bracket, and we can see in that illustrious top 8 some really well-known names as well, and a few we still haven't featured yet, which would be great to see.
Wow, and yeah, we do have the 3 Germans in there. Lewis Markel, Alexander Ubaks, and Michael Kelsch all made it. And then we have Wenhui Zhang representing China, Jochen Rijmakers from the Netherlands, as well as Cohen van Kan from the Netherlands, Eric Legru de la France, and then Nikolai from Denmark. So yeah, really international kind of top cut shaping out here in Utrecht for this special championships. And wow, those are some amazing names.
Amazingly pronounced as well, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really want to know how that Jochen against Giuseppe, because this must have been like a Terapagos against Terapagos, like really, really long, kind of drawn out games. But it ended 2-0 for Jochen, and oh, that's quite interesting to seeing, knocking out a former regional champion. And yeah, Michael Kelsch is still in. Our reigning champion from Stockholm.
Of course he is.
I mean,
every time.
He could go for his 3rd regional title here.
Wouldn't that be insane?
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a story to follow. Or is it going to be one of the other 7 players who I believe do not have that title yet? But yeah, we have got Jochen with a top 4 at EOIC. We got Lewis Markel. as we were just talking about. Nikolai doing really, really well in some online tournaments as well. Yeah, it's like a lot of talent and quality in that top 8. And yeah, it's really hard to predict what will happen.
It certainly is, yeah. And Kyogre's not out of it yet either. And obviously, we saw Nick lose with their Kyogre team, but I think Elliot Legru is also running that swordfish sort of team with the Zacian and the Kyogre as well. So we might even get to see that as well.
So, it's time to make a decision. Which game should we feature? So then, yeah, let's have a look with our community choice. Which Pokemon are they running? And then you will have the option to vote in our Twitch chat. So already hop in there and wait for the vote to be opened up. But let's talk about some of the matchups we're seeing. It's going to be 5 Miraidon in this top 8. Probably about what we expected.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, it's a Zacian. We have 2 Zamazenta, we have a Ho-Oh, 1 Terrapagos, and only 1 Lunala. I think that's the one thing that is standing out to me.
That's a really good point, actually. Something that was going to be so common in going to this tournament, especially off the back of Milwaukee, being so, like, low usage at the moment. Yeah, it's something that I don't think any of us really expected here. But yeah, really good to see like the Ho-Oh still going strong there, and the other Sacred Fire user Entei at the top on the right there as well, run by Kern as well. That's really good to see. And Nikolaj Hoy Nielsen, who we had on earlier as well, really showing off that Sneasler alongside the Zamazenta and Miraidon. 2 common Pokemon, but not commonly put together.
Yeah, make sure to cast in your votes. There are a couple of great games to watch for sure, but yeah, let's talk about that Lunala Miraidon again for a second, because it is not even that variant that we are used to seeing with the Ursaluna, you know, like use the Lunala for Trick Room. It seems like it's a build that is more focused around Tailwind maybe, with Whimsicott there, or the Trick Room mode is really focusing on this Iron Hands. So yeah, different approach from what we were expecting with Lunala Miraidon, right?
Yeah, definitely is, and that Entei could be a very strong option, especially into Lewis's team as well. So I hope he's got an answer for that going into that. I mean, quite interesting to see Hengwei Zhang's team at the bottom right there too. Very similar to Joel S.'s team from Milwaukee, who got that top 8 Poke-Aim with a very similar composition too, using that Iron Bundle alongside that Miraidon Ho-Oh duo as well, but with an Iron Treads instead of one of those Pokemon. But still a very similar composition, obviously doing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like looking for some more like insights. We got a couple of fire types, but not every team has one. As Nikolai and Eric, they didn't see the need to bring a fire Pokemon to the battle, but yeah, a lot of diversity in the team choices that our trainers have been making. We got different types of terrain, we got different types of speed control, different types of redirection, support Pokemon, damage dealers, everything in this top 8, and yeah.
You got it all here this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, only 2 Grimmsnarl as well. Like, that is another Pokemon that I had high hopes for. You spotted something else?
Where's the Ursalunas? Apart from the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh.
Where are they all?
That's true.
They've all gone as well. So
wow, yeah.
So yeah, it seems like these players have really been able to capitalize on, you know, what was maybe popular, prepare for those Ursalunas and kind of bat them away.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, yeah, that's very true. I think it was at like 20% usage going into the tournament, and now there's none left here in top 8. So players seemingly were prepared to take down the bear. And, well, maybe Ursaluna Blood Moon will shine in the moonlight. I don't know. Yeah. Cast a shadow and make the other Ursaluna type forgotten a bit. But Nikolai, maybe it's, their time to shine.
Yeah, it makes sense too, because with that Mind's Eye ability, you can suddenly hit those ghost types with those normal moves as well, which is obviously a very powerful thing that they can do that the other Ursaluna can't.
Absolutely. Well, what we can't do is wait any longer to have a look at those results, because I want to know which battle are we going to feature, and it will be Michael Kelch.
Yes.
The German champion against Hengwei Zhang. Ho-Oh, 2 Miraidon, I think that's a great matchup.
Yeah, I think it definitely will be as well. And potentially quite fast-paced as well. Mikhail obviously having the more slower-paced team with the Grimmsnarl, the Screams, and the Leechy Calyrex, but very much turning up the firepower with Hemway, with that Ho-Oh especially, and that Iron Bundle as well. Be interested to see more of the move sets and the team choices that both of these players have made to try and capitalize on that. And yeah, especially that Iron Bundle into, say, that Landorus, that Miraidon, and that Urshifu, all with that freeze-dry move, being able to hit for such big damage.
Yeah, wow. Michael making it against the odds in a way. Later yesterday, like, he was having a really, really good, very strong tournament, like we're used to seeing from him at this point. But then he wasn't feeling so well towards the end of it. And yeah, was even thinking about, like, well, he's already qualified, right? Like, does he even want to continue playing, or is he maybe, I don't know, taking a like earlier trip home? But he said, well, you know what, like, I'm here, I'm determined, I want to show what I have. And well, I said it yesterday when he was on for another round, but Michael was going into this tournament before and he was saying, you know what, I have a great team, I'll finish top 8 or better. And that man delivered in the top 8. With a new team that he hasn't used before like that, Leech Seed Calyrex Ice, new innovation into the meta, introduced by him and his other friends. And yeah, going up against Ho-Oh Miraidon though, that will be a tough challenge for sure.
Yeah, it will. That is not an easy matchup to go up against, especially if you're not taking on like a rock move or a water move in the rain as well to kind of take it down. So we'll have to see what kind of cooks up, but surely they've got a plan for Ho-Oh, you know? Like, it's been a common enough Pokemon. There was at least one, I think, in top cut of Milwaukee, and a few a little bit further down as well. So you've got to be prepared for it in this matchup and in this meta.
I mean, you have Miraidon, right? It's not like Ho-Oh is like walling your entire team. Like, you have Miraidon, you have Urshifu Water with a Choice Band, you have Incineroar as well. So I think, yeah, Michael definitely has the tools, but still, Ho-Oh, I think, is one of the Pokemon that introduces a little bit of a different dynamic in terms of how the battle is paced, because we're not used to having a Pokemon, a restricted Pokemon, that can heal like with Regenerator like that. That's usually something that Amoonguss does, right? But Ho-Oh has the ability to soak up damage, switch in and out, and then also the supporting kit between Tailwind and fishing for some burns with Sacred Fire also is quite unique to Ho-Oh specifically. So yeah, for sure, Michael will have some sort of idea of how to go up against this team. As you were saying, we had Joel S. In Milwaukee with a top 8 finish with a very similar composition. But still, I don't think the Ho-Oh is like fully understood yet. Like, which item does it want to use? Which Terra type does it want to use? Which partners? Do you need to have Iron Treads because Miraidon is so bad against, or so tough to play into? Or, yeah, what about different kind of builds like we're seeing here? Urshifu is the attacker of choice, but that, yeah, might make the team a little bit weaker against Miraidon, for sure.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And what I quite like about the Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon duo is that often the Ho-Ohs are carrying Terra Grass, for instance, so you can hit it super effective with either of your restricteds either way. So as long as you can get her in the right part of that speed sandwich, then you can hit it.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that is something that Miraidon teams really like to do, like set up the speed sandwich between Miraidon on the one hand being a fast Pokemon, hitting on the special side, hitting with electric type attacks, and then on the other side we have the ice type physical damage coming out from Calyrex Ice Rider that can also, of course, set up Trick Room, which provides some support for the rest of the team. You have Urshifu potentially that you can try to put into position. We saw in one of the previous stream games, Alex was trying to set up his Landorus Incarnate under Trick Room against opposing Miraidon. So it's really a team that can operate on different speed level. And it's really down to Michael to identify those positions of how he wants to, yeah, set up his sweepers in the right spots. And so far, that has worked out really, really well for him, making it all the way into the top 8. And yeah, now the question is, can Ho-Oh stop him? Or will he become our back-to-back regional champion? Well, winning the regional, and then I think he didn't attend in Seville the Special Championships. Yeah. Now the second event in a row for him. Yeah, that's almost like Wolf Click level of accomplishments.
Yeah, but Mikhail has only been playing for like a fraction of the time in VG as well. So, like, can you imagine if he'd been playing for as long as Wolf, how many would he have won at this point? We don't
Hard
know.
to tell, but yeah, maybe we have a GOAT in the making in a way, but well, we'll see. I mean, he's not there yet, of course. I think he also knows this, or he also says this, that there's still a lot that he has to learn about the game. But it really, like in the last 2 seasons, if we have a look at what he has done in just 2 years, in just 2 seasons, yeah, we see just how many accomplishments he was able to stack up, basically. And yeah, other players, it took them years and they didn't even reach, you know, like a part of the level that he was able to accomplish.
Yeah, he really is a household name. It's already Mikhail Kelch, isn't he? And like, he have plenty of accomplishments already to kind of put under his name. Not only, yeah, that back-to-back Stockholm regional champion as well that he was too, which is just such a hard thing to do, but was able to do so well. And yeah, obviously getting finals at Worlds as well was incredible too. If there's anyone you want to be watching in the EU scene, it probably is Mikhail Kelch, basically.
Yeah, he has really solidified himself as one of the, like, I would say, top 5 names in Europe to be following along. I mean, of course, there are other titans of the game here as well, but yeah, look at him with a piplup. Yeah, having this list of accomplishments already, I mean, what are they going to do if he wins this one as well, right? Like, there's no room. We only have room for 4 major accomplishments, and winning 2 regional championships already, and then also, yeah, world 2nd place and world's top 4. Yeah, he's the guy to look out for, I would say, in Europe right now.
Definitely. I think maybe you kind of combine the 2 Stockholm regional champions and make it X2 at the end as well.
Yep.
Maybe something like that. But then I don't know where you go from there.
Yeah, you got to find some room there.
Pretty tricky. These are the problems that a player like Mikhail Kelch has.
Fortunately, we don't have to deal with that, as yeah, we have someone who thinks about this stuff. But yeah, looking at his team a little bit more again, Michael is a player who. He was very known for using very like similar type of teams for a while. Like in Regulation H, I remember he was using the same kind of Magmar balanced team for like multiple tournaments, and he was always saying how, oh, like this tournament I'm gonna bring something new, and then he didn't. He ended up using the same team.
Yeah.
He ended up doing well, right? But like maybe like not to his standards, right? Like he wants to go in and win tournaments. But now for this tournament specifically, he said, well, I have a team. I really think it's like really good. It's like outstandingly good, even from his already very high standards. And so seeing that come into effect and seeing how he was able to do so well with something a little bit more unique, yeah, that is quite amazing to see. And it's always great, of course, seeing some of our best players in the circuit battle it out on the stage.
Yeah, it really is. And he's such a player who is so open to the community about like the teams that he uses and the help he gives to everybody else. It really is everything all at once, isn't he? Like an amazing player, but also kind of just shares that knowledge with everyone and all of his experience.
Absolutely. But now we've talked a lot about Michael. Of course, we know a lot about him, but he has an opponent. Believe it or not, the tournament is not over yet. And he will be playing against Hengyue Zhang. And that is a player who has quite the accomplishments, traveling around different tournaments, but with a purpose. With a purpose of doing well, and they've done so in Turin in the Special Championships in 2023, but they've also done it at San Diego Regional or the DC Open. So like, yeah, playing all sorts of major tournaments and doing well in them. Yeah, I've seen them out in the playing area yesterday. They were wearing yeah, like Pikachu-shaped headphones, and they were like really focused on the game. I wonder if I think we can't see them on stage just because we have our own headphones, right, provided on the stage. But yeah, they looked really fashionable there with that, and determined to make a deep run in this tournament, and that is what they did. And yeah, well, I would like to know like where exactly they are in terms of championship points. Maybe they've already solidified their Worlds invite. Possibly. But yeah, maybe they need this top 8 because yeah, we know that top 8 of course gives so many points, and that is what our players yeah, want to collect at these tournaments.
Yeah, there's no achievements there from 2025 or the recent 2025 season, not yet. But maybe there's could be maybe a few top 64s that just haven't eclipsed some of these on here. So yeah, we'll have to see how the rest of this matchup and this weekend plays out. But already having gotten to the top 8 of this Special Championships is already incredible and something that will definitely go on there.
Absolutely. But now, as both of these players are sitting down, one thing that is for sure is that one of them will walk away not only with a top 8 finish, but with a medal and with a top 4 finish to their name. On the left-hand side, Michael Kelch, and on the right-hand side, Hengyue Zhang.
Amazing. And And that Togedemaru as well. Looks like life-size, actually. That's pretty cool on the right-hand side there. It's not on Hengwei's team, unfortunately, but maybe one to consider for future matchups, given how common Miraidon is, and there's 5 of them in this top 8 as well. So, yeah, well, getting ready.
Well, that sounds like a Pokédex trivia question, because I would have not known how big Togedemaru is.
That's a good question. Yeah, maybe we should like little different sizes of Togedemaru, and then
which one?
Yeah, which one's the real size? And then like you've got like the Dynamax version as well, which is like the size of this building.
Yeah, but I'm just glad to see like Michael. He's laughing, he's having fun. So yeah, he seems to be doing a lot better than yesterday, and yeah, he's at this point like very familiar with this stage. Yeah. He like went up there, probably said like, "Oh yeah, hello, Mr. Judge or Mrs. Judge." I didn't quite see it there. Yeah, we've met each other again like a couple of times, and yeah, he's usually like owning the stage. I think in our recap of Stockholm, Costa was saying that he was like cold in his veins and he was like determined, and that's also what I'm seeing here. This determination of a man who is using Calyrex Ice Rider with Leech Seed, one of the big innovations coming out of this tournament.
Yeah, kind of turning itself into a bit of a Cellar Stealer in a way, if I can throw back to 2017, 2018, with that being a Leech Seed user, but not actually being that grass type, and having that leftovers, that ability to recover, but still throw out all that really big damage and terastallize into a more defensive type, being that water typing too. So we saw Mikhail yesterday as well do very well on stream too, and we've seen this team across multiple other players as well. Ibrahim Marouf as well using it too. And
Alexander Ubaks still in top 8 with the same team.
Yeah, so like strong players obviously, but obviously a very strong team as well.
Absolutely, and yeah, we talked about some of the unique choices here. The Terra Grass on Incineroar, Terra Ghost Urshifu with Choice Band, Terra Poison Landorus with Taunt. Just some of the few clever ideas, but of course standing out as Leech Seed, leftovers Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, and it's a really big one too. Like, and it could be an interesting one into this matchup as well, where you've got some Pokemon with a lot of HP, like that Iron Hands and that Farigiraf that is on Hengwei's end. I'm sure that Calyrex would love to get a Leech Seed on both of those, which otherwise we could probably take those Glacial Lances fairly well. So I could see a matchup where this could be used.
Yeah, Hengwei on the other side, Ho-Oh, as we were talking about, Clear Amulet, Terra Grass. Maybe establishing it as the most standard set now at this point at Ho-Oh. As Ho-Oh is a restricted Pokemon we haven't really seen too much in previous formats. Players are still figuring out how to use it best.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Iron Bundle, Terra Grass as well. That's quite interesting. Probably not that impactful here in this battle. But you never know. I mean, it might want to take a hit from Miraidon or something like that. But Iron Bundle might be a good choice here. You could hit Landorus, you can kind of hit Urshifu as well, of course, with Freeze Dry. You can slow down Miraidon for your own Miraidon. So yeah, maybe that's something that Hengwei will consider here. And then having the 2 fighting types and Farigiraf is a pretty known kind of combination. Having Focus Sash on Urshifu, there's a lot of Pokemon that would want to hit Urshifu with a priority attack, but then there's always this threat of Armor Tail, Farigiraf switching in, and you have to be very careful with your moves, like Fake Out, of course.
Yeah, and the Aqua Jet on that Urshifu that's on Mikhail's end as well. Interestingly, that Iron Bundle is actually that booster energy itself, but never mind that. We're getting straight into the top 8 here, and look at all those huge, powerful restrictors hitting the field. Iron Hands, yeah, sure, you could be one of them as well if you want to be. Miraidon, Calyrex Ice for Mikhail, and Miraidon, Iron Hands for Hengwei.
And already, Iron Hands might be in a great spot to deal a ton of damage with Low Kick. Both Miraidon and Calyrex Ice, of course, really heavy hitters. So yeah, taking a ton of damage from Low Kick potentially, and Michael already has to make a choice. Do you want to just take a Fake Out and a strong attack from Miraidon on the opposing side of the field? And if you want to stay in with Miraidon, do you go for Terastallization? A big story the past couple of months in competitive Pokemon. Miraidon against Miraidon, do you go for the Terra? Do you not? Both of them are Terra Fairy. And yeah, well, are they going for it? Do you want a Dazzling Gleam? Do you want a Draco Meteor? It's always a tough decision to make.
Yeah, it's a war or a tale as old as time, or rather as old as all the restricted formats that we've had with Miraidon.
And they're from the future. How? Yeah, okay, we'll talk about this after.
Whoa, don't blow my mind again, Marcus. Okay, well, we've seen that Miraidon on Mikhail's end go first with that Terra, but no responding Terra yet. Fake out first from that Iron Hands.
Wow.
Whoa, there's that Draco into that Miraidon. So really good call from Mikhail. Oh, there's the Dazzling Gleam now coming out. Is this going to be enough for this Miraidon to go down? Yeah, it is!
One-hit knockout from Michael, dodging any damage from Draco Meteor and then firing back with the Terra-boosted Dazzling Gleam. That is a perfect turn for Michael, and this might honestly already put him into a winning position.
Yeah, that's already obviously a massive play here. And a player like Mikhail is like, when you're up against a player like that, you go, right, they're such a good player. Oh, this... If they just go for the Dazzling Gleam, that's just so obvious, right? But sometimes you can use that to your advantage. Just click the move that is best in most scenarios, and it really pays off just like that.
Yeah, and Michael seemed to be a little bit surprised by that as well. So this is not the scenario that he was anticipating, but one that he gladly accepts as this beautiful Ho-Oh joins the battle. And of course, Ho-Oh, yeah, will have no problem taking Dazzling Gleam whatsoever. But for Farigiraf, that also will take quite a decent amount of damage. And yeah, looking at the Pokemon that Hangyue brought, yeah, it's going to be tough to stop this Miraidon.
Here comes another Dazzling Gleam, nothing stopping it just yet. And this Ho is going to take it very well, being a Ho-Oh, but over 50% is a big deal for that Farigiraf. Sacred Fire into that Calyrex, and there's the burn as well. Exactly what Hangyue needed to really start slowing down Mikhail's onslaught of offense right now, as that Glacial Lance comes out into that Farigiraf, and Ho-Oh really just doing a little bit of chip to put everything a little bit more in range of the rest of his Pokemon.
Yeah, thanks to the burn, Hangyue's Pokemon taking this very, very well. And because of the leftovers, Calyrex is in a little bit of an awkward spot now. It kind of doesn't do a lot of damage against Farigiraf or Ho-Oh, but at the same time, it won't go down anytime soon. And maybe this is something that Hangyue can kind of use to their advantage. Maybe you want to keep Calyrex around for a little bit longer and focus on the Miraidon, which, however, is locked into Dazzling Gleam and can just go for that move to knock out Farigiraf. So, yeah, Hangyue, I think, will lose another Pokemon this turn.
Helping Hand is coming out though. Farigiraf, knowing it's going to go down to this Dazzling Gleam next, is able to get around that and at least get that Helping Hoof into this Ho-Oh. Is it going to get it off though? Let's see. Dazzling Gleam first. It's not going to do a whole lot to Ho-Oh, but yeah, Farigiraf may have done what it needs to do. If this is that Helping Hand, it might be going into this Miraidon with a Brave Bird. Let's see how much damage this does. Yes, this is pretty strong, and it's not enough for the one-hit KO. Miraidon is just too good.
And with all that recall damage, Ho-Oh might be in range of Glacial Lance, and it is critical hit. Michael Kelsch goes up 4-1, and just with their leads.
Just lead the restricteds, click the best moves they've got, and just sweep from there. Just a really great showing of like why this restricted duo is one you really need to prepare for.
Wow, yeah. That almost looked a little bit like too clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dazzling Gleam, just no resistances on Hangyue's team besides Ho-Oh, and losing Miraidon like that on turn 1 is not something you can afford against a player of Michael's caliber. So now, yeah, Iron Hands joins the battle. Might even be able to go for a KO with Fake Out, but no, Hangyue knows this is over, and Michael takes the first game.
In 3 turns as well, so very quick there. I know from when Michael was in Stockholm, he really wanted to bring a team that gave him nice quick games so that he can relax between rounds, and it seems like a team that does that a little bit as well.
Yeah, this is like optimization on the highest level, you know, like, okay, which team do I use to win? Do I use the one where I win in like 15 turns, like long drawn-out battles, or should I let her try and find something that lets me win quickly? Wow.
Yeah, so, but obviously, Hangyue still had a little bit of options there. Like, that first turn obviously was very pivotal.
Yeah.
With that Draco Meteor going right into that Miraidon, getting that call wrong, and also getting the call wrong not to Terra on themselves as well to take the Dazzling Gleam too. So, Marcus, how could that turn 1 go a little bit more differently, even if Hangyue sticks with the same lead?
Yeah, so this was a very, very big risk that Hangyue was willing to take here in game 1, turn 1. And yeah, I don't think that this is something that they would want to happen again. So there are a couple of plays you could have made instead. For example, you could have tried and go for a Volt Switch or Electro Drift into Miraidon, predicting Terra Fairy to come out. Another option would have been to go for Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam yourself, because it seemed like Hangyue's Miraidon was faster. And with Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, you can still do a ton of damage. Of course, also supported by Fake Out from Iron Hands. That would have been an option. Also, another option could have been to just go on the offensive with Iron Hands straight away. Go for a low kick maybe. Into Calyrex Ice Rider potentially. But of course, yeah, Protect is always an option as well that you have to consider coming out from your opponent. So yeah, I feel like the Iron Hands Miraidon, it wasn't like the worst, but you cannot afford the same thing to happen again.
Let's see if that does as well. It's the same leads for Hengwei, it seems like, and it is the same leads for Michael as well.
But the problem, of course, for Hengwei is this mind game right now where Michael is like, well, I showed you last time what I did, and it worked like perfectly. So are you letting me do it again? And if Michael expects Hengwei to adapt their play, then this might make Hengwei more predictable once more. So it's a really, really tough decision to make. We had a similar spot in an earlier battle with Nikolai against Alexander, where also the same situation happened again. And then the question is, do you go for the same moves? Do you want to switch it up? It looks like Michael wants to try and do the same thing again, locking in the Terra Fairy here, and I respect that choice. You don't want to kind of, yeah, be hit with a Draco Meteor and like lose on the first turn. Similarly, like he won on the first turn, this could happen.
Yeah, exactly. So I really like this call. So there is definitely a Terra coming out from somewhere, and it is going to be that Miraidon. Whose side is it, though? Because they're both Terra Fairy as well. So there's no clues to who is it going to be until it comes out this very turn. Hengwei maybe playing this slightly safer and going for it on their end, which they are. And yes, as we saw, Michael is going it for on this side too. Now, what's quite critical, I think we saw Hengwei's Miraidon outspeed on game 1 as well. Yep. Also done it on game 2 as well. So potentially he's won us 2 speed ties, but it may consistently be the faster Miraidon.
Yeah, that is also, of course, the interaction of the terrain speed, but this time Fake Out going into Miraidon and Dazzling Gleam coming out right away. I think that makes a lot of sense and will do a ton of damage to Miraidon as well as the Calyrex.
Yeah, so some decent damage on the board, and of course the Miraidon on Michael is not getting an attack off, but not before that Glacial Lance, doing just under half to both of these Pokemon.
So, time to take a little bit of a breath. Calyrex restoring a bit on the leftovers, but now Miraidon very likely in range of another one of those Dazzling Gleams, and Hengwei having the advantage here, I would say, in terms of the damage trade. Because, yeah, if you're outspeeding, if you have the faster Miraidon, you threaten this 2-hit knockout with Dazzling Gleam, and yeah, Michael wants to preserve Miraidon, switches it out, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so be able to bring in something that takes that a lot better, and that is going to be that Assault Vest Incineroar, taking that attack a lot better. Now it's a Dazzling Gleam and not like a Draco Meteor or an electric type move. But can Hengwei maybe target a fighting type attack into that slot to cover this Incineroar switch? Let's see. Calyrex taking that fairly comfortably, as well as Fuegro here. Low kick, not into the Incineroar, but into the Calyrex slot, and that is getting a KO, outspeeding that in Calyrex Ice Rider as well. A really key outspeed there.
Yeah, big information. Calyrex, I think, on Michael's side, also not minimum speed, and now seems like also Hengwei's Iron Hands. They tend to sometimes try to be as slow as possible so you can really make use of Trick Room, but it seems like Hengwei has other plans, and this is important because now Michael almost on the back foot.
The Incineroar is, though, going for a hard switch out here. Perhaps predicting some defensive play on Hengwei's end to kind of counter that Fake Out that is most likely coming out here, or even kind of baiting for a potential Farigiraf switch in to come in here. And yes, there it is. Michael calls the Farigiraf switch and gets that Incineroar right out of there, so it's not going to be able to get hit with this Dazzling Gleam coming out from the other end. But with the Miraidon on Michael's end, it's going to be in range again. So, and this Urshifu's going to take the Dazzling Gleam too.
Yeah, and this is just a double knockout.
Yeah,
Hengwei.
Absolutely, like, get some huge KO there. So it's a huge turnaround. 4-0 still to Hengwei at the moment. So looks like Michael didn't really have the switch-ins for that Dazzling Gleam, and maybe hoping Hengwei actually swapped out the Miraidon in fear of that Fake-Out play.
And oh, how the tables have turned. All of a sudden, it is Michael who has to lock in the forfeit, and just like that, Hengwei tying up the series 1-1, and it all came down to this Miraidon being faster, going for, I would argue, a better option for this in this situation, going for the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, and yeah, I think that is the game plan that Hengwei should follow.
Yeah, it's a really good play, isn't it? Because there's nothing that obviously threatens that with a one-hit KO unless maybe you go for that Choice Specs Electro Drift into the Miraidon, predicting the Terror, which is a little bit of a call to make.
Yep.
But it is a possibility. Is Michael a player who could make that?
Oh, absolutely yes. But I wonder if Michael wants to go in that exact same situation once again. While it has worked out so well for him in this first game, now the second game didn't go his way at all. So I wonder, is he really willing to go into a situation once again where he knows that it could be about a turn one prediction? Or would he rather try and come up with a plan where he doesn't have to go for that line? Maybe something that includes the Landorus Pokemon that would threaten both Miraidon and Iron Hands quite a bit.
Only if you outspeed, though, because you could get one hit KO'd back with a Draco Meteor fairly safely. Unless you, say, bring the Grimmsnarl.
Yes, yeah, like that is something that we saw Alexander do. Now, of course, we don't know exactly if Landorus would be able to take Draco Meteor behind light screen. Miraidon is a very powerful Pokemon, so that might still be enough for the knockout, but yeah.
Yeah, with the Farigiraf in the back for Hengwei, it's really tricky to kind of just lead Incineroar safely as well.
Yeah, in some of these Miraidon mirrors, something is worth noting is that even if you get to KO something with Draco Meteor, sometimes there are situations where you might get the first KO, but then you're stuck on the field, you're locked into Draco Meteor at -2, your opponent brings out their Miraidon, and they get to then Terra Fairy, kind of lock you out of the game, and they get to choose which moves they want to throw at you. So it's only like delaying things a little bit, but getting the first KO with Draco Meteor is not always a clear advantage.
We'll have to see who wins this in this final game of this 3-game set in the top 8 of the Utrecht Special Championships. Is it going to be Hengwei Zhang or Michael Kelsch who makes it into that top 4? Hengwei sticking with that Iron Hands Miraidon, but there's the switch up, Marcus. Michael makes the Incineroar play instead here alongside that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, now that we got confirmation that Iron Hands is outspeeding Calyrex Ice Rider, it makes sense to try and go for a more Trick Room-based game plan. Incineroar there to intimidate Iron Hands. Yep, makes sense. You have Assault Vest, so you can take on a hit, and you're threatening Fake Out as well, which might force Hengwei's hand, and maybe you can bait out a Farigiraf switch in, maybe you can like force the Iron Hand to switch out in this situation and then capitalize on that.
So yeah, the immediate Iron Hand switch here, no fake out, which would have been a fairly safe option for Hengwei. So really trying to try and capitalize here on a potential fake out. So here's the Farigiraf. But again, Michael didn't really fall for it last time, but will he fall for it again this time? We'll have to see. But at least then the Iron Hands isn't attacking. But first it's going to be that Terror. I imagine on the Miraidon's end, so potentially take that Glacial Lance that could come out to it. It knows it's going to be able to take at least one hit at this point. But there's the move it's going to lock into. Could be really big going into this turn, especially if it's that electric type move into that Calyrex Ice Rider. It could do a lot of damage. Choice Specs Electro Drift in that electric terrain is not quite enough for that one-hit KO. So it's going to be that U-turn instead that switches this Incineroar out, and we're yet to see what the Calyrex Ice Rider goes for.
Now we have a position where Michael can very, very safely bring out their Miraidon, because we know that there is no threat of Dazzling Gleam, there is no threat of Draco Meteor, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Now, Hengwei was able to do a ton of damage, but now is locked on the field in Electro Drift.
So there's the Glacial Lance instead, going to both of these targets, doing a decent chunk of damage as well. And maybe because of that U-turn chip on that Miraidon, it might now be in range of yet another Glacial Lance if Hengwei allows that move to come out.
But of course, you have to wonder, will Miraidon stay in and go for another Electro Drift? Because Michael has prepared a little surprise there. Landorus waiting in the back, could switch in here, absorb any electric type attack, and that would really shut down Miraidon on Hengwei's side. So Hengwei really needs to switch out Miraidon this turn if they want to have a chance in this battle, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a really good call out there, Marcus. We'll have to see what happens, because it looks like Michael has never even brought out the other 2 games, and so has maybe conditioned Hengwei to think that it's never going to be in the back yet. But
they make that play. Nice job there.
Hengwei,
not falling for the trap.
No, exactly. So we've had a lot of trap setting and things moving around here. So Ho is a little bit safer here, because it's unlikely you want to do you still could do the electric move into that, to be fair. It was Terra Fairy, so a risky play, but at least it's not going into this Landorus.
But it also could have been Iron Hand switching in, so that's why Michael decides to go after Farigiraf and gets the KO. Really big play by Michael, and gets to reposition, gets to knock out Farigiraf. Now Fake Out can reign supreme here on the field. Incineroar, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you kind of have your opponent in this awkward position where they can't really switch in Miraidon right now because it would be susceptible to like a Fake Out and double up from Landorus. So they gotta go to Iron Hands, but also Iron Hands, you could go for Fake Out and Earth Power into that Pokemon as well. So tough spot to be in for Hangaway.
The only thing that might save Hangaway is if this Iron Hands is trained to be really, really fast. We saw it outspeed the Calyrex Ice Rider, but obviously we saw the Incineroar outspeed Michael's own Calyrex Ice Rider as well.
Yeah, it outsped his own Urshifu previously.
Oh, did it? Oh my god, okay, right.
Not in this game, but previously.
Fine,
so yeah,
okay.
I think this is like the fastest Incineroar on the block for sure. But yeah, very valid point there. However, yeah, in this particular instance, I think, yeah, it's just a Fake Out and Earth Power into Iron Hands, and then, well, what does Ho-Oh do? Well, you could try and set up Tailwind and maybe set up for like a late game Dazzling Gleam sweep with Miraidon. I feel like that must be the option for Hangaway to consider here in this position.
So there's that Fake Out. And of course, Iron Hands is a very bulky Pokemon, but with the sheer force, with that Life Orb, that Earth Power is enough for a huge knockout there on that Iron Hands. Nice and safe too, can't protect either, whereas this Ho-Oh definitely could. But Hangaway takes advantage of that and does get an attack off this time. Sacred Fire doing over 50% to Landorus, getting the burn, not going to matter necessarily too much being a special attacker.
So while things don't look that well for Hangaway in terms of the Pokemon count, he was able to get significant chip over on Michael's Pokemon. So now Miraidon can come in and go for Dazzling Gleam potentially to still make something happen. But the problem is Incineroar with Flare Blitz might be enough to get the knockout on Miraidon. I'm not sure if the damage calculation works out like that. Maybe if you're not sure, you'd instead go for the U-turn, try to reposition Incineroar, and then bring in later to go for a Fake Out. But yeah, this Miraidon still cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, 100% not, especially when it has the ability to lock into anything on this turn at least, where it's at its most threatening, as opposed to the next one where it's already locked into something. But Michael does have the advantage of having all 4 Pokemon still available to him, so he's got a lot of options, but it is the Dazzling Gleam as the move of choice that Hangaway locks into here. Is it enough for the Landorus? Yes.
And I feel like you either have to go for Brave Bird and KO Incineroar, or you have to go for Tailwind.
Let's see if Hangaway has listened to you here, but
oh wow, it's so fast!
The U-turn comes out first instead. That is such a rapid Incineroar, but maybe not what Michael actually wants in this situation, because you don't actually know what the Ho is going to do yet. But at least if it's a Brave Bird, Miraidon is a fairly safe switch.
Absolutely, and Incineroar is already waiting to join the battlefield once more. Brave Bird coming out won't do that much damage to Miraidon. And more importantly, Incineroar can switch in. There was no Tailwind, Fake Out, and Electric Move into Miraidon. It's hard to see what Hangaway can do at this point.
Yeah, that's looking really strong at the moment. I mean, we know that that's it could just be Fake Out, really, can't it? Because like Sacred Fire maybe need a critical hit, maybe, to get up this Miraidon, but it resists both attacks. Like, it's looking really difficult for Hangaway right now. Michael's positioned his Pokemon so perfectly.
Yeah, Michael is so close from taking this game and making it into yet another top 4 at a major tournament. Fake Out into Miraidon, safe play, it will flinch, Electro Drift, targeting,
into that Miraidon, and it gets that KO. That Terra Fairy Miraidon is absolutely gone and out. It was the faster one, but not enough to beat Michael. And this Ho-Oh is left, that's sitting turkey on the opposite side of the field. Fire and flying moves are just not gonna cut it. Lost its Tailwind, why not show off all its moves there?
Yeah, why not? As well, if there was an option to get rid of Miraidon, Hangaway could potentially stall out Calyrex and Incineroar, but yeah, unfortunately for him, Miraidon matches up so nicely. Well, yeah, Brave Bird gets the KO. Okay, fair play, but Electro Drift will come out from Miraidon, and that should be the game.
Yeah, there it is. The signature move from this bike here in Utrecht into that Ho-Oh, absolutely destroying it and taking it down. Michael Kelch, after an intense 3K set, gets into top 4.
Once more, Michael Kelch finds a way after a second game that did not look that convincing at all. Hangaway finding a way to position Miraidon, and I think this is the big story of the series. in this Miraidon mirror, you have to create opportunities, you have to create openings for your own Miraidon, but it's so tough when you're always staring down your opponent's Miraidon. Is it going to go for Draco Meteor? Is it going to be Dazzling Gleam? Is it going to be Electro Drift, right? So I really like what Michael did there in the third game, identifying that, okay, well, I will let my opponent lock into a move first, and then I can capitalize on that. So he was saying, okay, you can go for the big Electro Drift turn 1, doing a ton of damage to Calyrex Ice Rider, but I will get in my Miraidon, then I will have my Landorus as well, because now I know that you're locked into an electric type attack. And he didn't let go from that position, using the super fast Incineroar as well in the process to ask some questions. And yeah, then the other big play was the Volt Switch, KOing Farigiraf, ensuring that there was no protection anymore from Armatail. And yeah, priority moves like Fake Out could support Michael's team, could support his damage dealers, and with that, he will advance into top 4.
Yeah, that made a huge difference there. Like, just showcasing, obviously, everyone loves Miraidon. It's such a great Pokemon, but how do you best use it, especially when you're faced up against another Miraidon as well? Both have the ability to one-hit KO each other, and it's just about that positioning game of what else you use to be able to get into that exact position here. And as you mentioned, Marcus, getting rid of Farigiraf was a huge deal here too. And the fact that Hengwei's Pokemon didn't have a lot of protects going anywhere, you could kind of safely target so much of the time. Like, it was just Fake Out plus Earth Power for Landorus. It was Fake Out plus Electro Drift into Miraidon. It just made it so easy as soon as you get into that spot.
Yeah, that was the big Volt Switch here, and then Landorus coming in, Fake Out and Earth Power so safe into Iron Hands here. Dazzling Gleam, yeah, there was still a little bit of a hope for a comeback for Hengwei, because of course, if you can position Miraidon and Ho-Oh next to each other, they are pretty powerful and have great coverage, but Michael, with the help of Incineroar and his own Miraidon, takes down the restricted Pokemon of Hengwei, and with that, yeah, taking the game. Yet another medal. I mean, his, like, he must feel the weight now. All the medals pulling him down. Well, maybe he's only wearing them on like special occasions.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You've got a few medals yourself there, Marcus. Like, what do you do? How often do you go out and wear them?
Every now and then. You know, like sometimes I want to go.
Some of them are
for,
trophies as well.
Grocery shopping. Yeah, you're like, okay, today.
Yeah, just walking down the street constantly.
Yeah.
That's what I would do anyway.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, well, I mean, you've got some of your trophies as well, right?
That's true. It's like, it's not too big. It's like, yeah, it's like that.
But still.
Yeah,
sure. It has like, yeah, and it's, I mean, yeah, you're like Michael is a player who knows, of course, what it means to be a champion and to, like, have left their mark. Like, even if Michael's career, like, yeah, if you were to never join another tournament, or even if you like didn't do well at them, like he already had a great career, but he's still hungry for more. He wants more medals, he wants more titles, and only 2 games away from winning yet another major tournament.
And what I feel so incredible as well, he always seems to do it with this new innovative team that he comes in with as well. So he consistently is able to build a team, well, obviously with some friends as well, and then bring it to that tournament and then do well with it. He's not like he's trying to pick up another person's team as well. He's also innovating at the same time as just kind of breaking through everything too, and tends to be the person who gets the furthest with his team as well. Really showing that that amazing ability this guy has.
Yeah, absolutely incredible display of skill.
Yeah.
Yet another top 4, and well.
Where does he go from here? I mean,
where does he go from here? I mean, well,
we kind of know, I suppose.
Probably like, yeah, hanging out with his friends, preparing for the next matchup. But yeah, I mean, he already, I'm gonna say, like, he will be a big favorite to win the World Championships this year.
100%. Yeah, like, he was so close in 2023. He's easily can do it again.
He was so close in 2024 as well.
Yeah, true. Oh my God, so amazingly close. I mean, well, should we hear it from him a bit more about how he's feeling?
Please.
Okay, well, we got an interview. Mikhail, who are you?
Thank you so much, David and Marcus. I am here with our top 8 winner, Michael Kelsch. How are you doing, Michael? And congratulations as well on making your way further into the tournament. How are you feeling going into top 4?
Feeling amazing, especially after yesterday. Some stuff has happened. I had some health issues, almost collapsed and stuff. But now I'm back here, and I'm just really happy that I'm feeling well and I'm playing well as well. Like I'm playing I think this might be the best tournament play-wise for me, because I play very well with the team, and I know what to do in most situations, and the team just really suits my style, and I'm really happy that I am able to pilot it to top 4 now.
Yeah, it was one of the things that I noticed yesterday, how well you can control a match in really awkward situations, and you never seem to get flustered in any situations. I mean, there was one point in Game 2 yesterday on stream where you looked at all 4 Pokemon, they're still intact, but they were all on very minimal amounts of health.
Yeah.
You were still able to kind of maneuver the board very well and methodically kind of get the win, and I think that's a real art, and it's something that you're brilliant at. You did that again here because I think you really capitalized on a turn 1 where you kind of took advantage of punishing no terrestrialization, and then it went downhill from there. And then it got a bit dicey Game 2, but then in Game 3, I think the Incineroar in the end game was the key to victory. And do you want to just talk us through about the speed of that Incineroar? Because it was something we noticed yesterday where the Urshifu actually went after the Incineroar. We were like, huh? Are we seeing this right? Has there been some interaction? But there wasn't. Actually, the Incineroar is very, very fast compared to what we're normally used to seeing.
Yeah, I just really love that very fast Incineroar because that just ensures, since I don't have Farigiraf on my team, having the faster fake out is very important. And I thought I really want to be faster than opposing Incineroar, maybe some Rillaboom. And also, if I run this max speed Incineroar, since, as you said, the Urshifu is slower, I have some nice interactions like going for a knockoff into a Rocky Helmet Pokemon, and then go for Searching Strikes, and instead of taking 50% recoil with my Urshifu, I take no recoil instead. And also, people do not expect that kind of speed scenario, and they just think, okay, his Urshifu will move first, and then the instant, so I will play that way, and then I can catch some people off guard. Especially yesterday, it worked phenomenally. Now it is known, so people are a little better prepared for it, but the speed interactions are still very, very nice.
I think it's genius, and yeah, I love the insight and thought process behind it, because those little intricate details of like the micromanaging those board situations is just so perfect. And I think it really shone through how pivotal that was in this last game, in Game 3, because if you weren't outspeeding the Ho-Oh, then Hengwai would deny that fake out when you were able to you would deny the U-turn out, so you weren't able to get that fake out and then close the game up like you were. So I think just in that one instance, a really good example of why it's really good to just take a little bit of a step back sometimes, reevaluate how these Pokemon are interacting in the current metagame.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just super happy that everything on the team works as we expected. Like with my friends, we built the team on Friday, which is kind of crazy. So we had the idea of Kelly Ice, Miraidon, and Grimmsnarl, but unfortunately, Grimmsnarl is the weakest link on the team, and I just we had to create the team on Friday, so we didn't have a lot of time to prepare. We also played no games with the team. We just went with intuition, and the cool part in this region is that you can exchange thoughts between the rounds as well, and the team itself pilots pretty well, and I also got messages right after day 1 that some people also used that team in a local, and they perform with it as well. So I'm just really happy that this team seems to have an impact on the meta from now on.
Yeah, and you've got a knack of being able to do that in new formats, I feel. We've seen it time and time again. You had the Zamazenta team with that Latios that you were able to kind of cultivate, and that had a huge impact on events going forward, so I'd imagine this is going to have the same. One thing I really wanted to ask about was the Leech Seed with the Calyrex. How have you found that coming into the event this weekend?
I'm a very big fan of Leech Seed. I clicked it very often because the problem is if you do not have Leech Seed, all these White Guard Pokemon like Zamazenta and Lunala, they just sit there and they just spam White Guard, and if you play high horsepower, even high horsepower doesn't do anything to Lunala, and even against +1 Zamazenta it doesn't do a lot. But if you Leech Seed them, you actually win the 1v1, and the cool part is also that if you remove certain key threats to this Calyrex can also just 1v3 as well, because you just leech seed with one Pokemon, leech seed the other, and then after protect you heal 50% of your health, and that is just very nice because you outplay these White-Guard Pokemon. And you also have like this bulk that you can just stay on the field for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Ferrothorn and how you can end game with that Pokemon. Well, of course, we haven't got it in Scarlet and Violet, unfortunately, but you're kind of making do with the Calyrex in place. But it's a little bit better offensively, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Just getting on to your tournament run in general, I know Marcus at the top of the show yesterday mentioned that you felt very confident coming into this event, and it's definitely translated pretty well, aside from all the outside effects that you had going on yesterday. So it's really great to see. Are you confident going forward that you might feel like you could win the whole thing with how you're playing?
Today, I think yes. I haven't looked at the remaining matchups, so what I can face, because there's one certain restricted combination. I won't mention it yet, but it's a very, very common restricted pair that is just really, really hard to play against, where I have to make multiple hard reads to get in a winning position. So I just hope I don't face that exact restricted pair. But other than that, I feel very confident that I can make it. And Regulation I is more fun than I initially thought. At the beginning of Reg I thought, okay, this regulation is not going to be good because there are too many like speed ties, people talking about Koraidon, Miraidon, Fluttermane speed ties, or the Calyrex Shadow speed ties. But I think the meta evolves in a way where speed ties doesn't matter too much, where speed ties do not matter too much. So that's why I'm a bigger fan now of Regulation I as well.
You say that, now we're just going to have to deal with Incineroar speed ties. But Michelle, before we let you go, have a break and kind of gather your thoughts before getting into top 4. Have you got any shout outs for anyone here, anyone at home you'd like to do?
Yeah, shout outs to my friends that supported me yesterday and also the whole weekend. So shout outs to Rahim, Ibrahim, Kusha, Belex, Dominic, Lewis, Snomny. Really, really appreciate it. And it means a lot that I am able to spend the time with you guys. But also big shout out to my family that is also supporting me all the way. Really, really appreciate it.
That's amazing. Well, sit tight, everyone. We'll be getting into top 4 very soon, so grab yourselves a beverage before we get into these crunch matches of this special championship event.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokémon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp. The crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a No Guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks out another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for the first top 4 of the Utrecht Special Championships. And wow, like, we have got such a show for you this
Bidoof is enjoying the tournament.
I know, it's cracking me up.
We, right?
Yeah, that is Leonard, who is one of the Pokemon GO casters as well, who I think ran out of people to interview.
So maybe they didn't want to talk to him anymore.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I want to... Bidoof, you come here.
I know. Fantastic. He's a great interviewer, so I'm sure he got a few words out of Bidoof as well. But yeah, we've got to talk about our top cut here, Marcus. Yep. And it's going to be incredible to see, and we're going to show you very soon of that top cut as well. We've got some really interesting teams as well. We've already kind of said that there's a huge lack of Ursaluna, a lack of Koraidon as well, and there they are, that top 4 there.
Louis, Alexander, and Michael, 3 German players, and of course, I'm not biased, right? But all 3 of them, we're part of a little group who every now and then test together, play together, support each other. So I'm just personally happy to see them make it that far.
Well,
and then Nikolai, of course, also a fantastic player.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well,
amazing top 4.
Let me tell you something, Marcus, because
please do.
We've got 3 German players in top 4. Do you remember the last time that happened? You may remember was in 2017 Leipzig Regionals.
Oh,
do you remember who won that?
Well, your boy, yours truly.
Your boy over here as well. Yeah, one of the many regional championship titles that you've got, Marcus. Yeah, so that was, yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's very long ago, but the German VGC crew.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, picking things up.
Yeah, and not even in Germany itself either.
So. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just around the corner, right?
Yeah.
So a little car trip maybe over to Utrecht, but yeah, I would say, well, it's hard to say like who were the favorites in these sets, but yeah, all other games in a clean 2-0 fashion. So probably, yeah, deservingly. And yeah, that sets up 2 semifinals, 2 top 4 matches for us, and then of course 1 final. And yeah, the question remains, will Michael Kelsch claim his 3rd regional title, or will one of these 2 or Nikolai claim their very first major win? Lewis on the left and Alexander on the right. For Lewis, going into this tournament, he was already confirmed to be playing at the World Championships, but he wanted some more points to maybe make it into the top 16 in Europe. A little bit of a different story for Alexander. Going into this tournament, he was like, yeah, you know what, like Worlds is probably not going to happen for me. I had some decent results, but not like he was lacking this like one deep run into a tournament. And yeah, now he has it. Now over 900 points as well. Probably locking up his invite for the World Championships. But of course, if you've reached this stage, you don't want to stop there. You want to go all the way. You want to go home with first place.
Of course, yeah, you've come so close this far, and you are 2 sets of Pokemon away from clinching that title as well. And we've got some interesting teams as well. We've seen both of these trainers on the stream before as well, but obviously not up against each other. We've got, again, Michael Kelsch and his team building crew's team again, that Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon that Alexander is using. And on Lewis's end, the team that he's kind of got a little bit of inspiration from a few weeks ago, thought, this looks pretty cool, put his own spin on it, and it's got that interesting duo of Rillaboom and Ogerpon Half-Flame to make use of the Grassy Glide priority, but using Ogerpon's attack as well as Rillaboom's attack to be able to make use of that. And using that Rillaboom to shut off all those Miraidon electric terrains is probably something he's been doing all weekend.
Yeah, Lewis, a player who rose to a little bit of fame online for using Sing Clefairy in the previous regulation exclusively. And he was clicking Sing on turn 1, and he was hitting those Sings, and he was doing well. Top 16, a top 8 even at Stockholm Regionals with his trademark team. But now he was able to take it one step further without his trusted Sing Clefairy. Now he's here in the top 4, and he wants to leave his mark. He wants to take home the Utrecht Special Championships.
Yeah, he's already made it that one extra step closer here. But in front of him is a pretty accomplished player himself, Alexander Ubachs, with a Lille Regional top 32 this season as well, a top 128 finish at Worlds as well, and yeah, some really good top cut results as well in previous season too. So this is not going to be an easy one for either of these players.
And yeah, you can see there on stage having a little bit of fun with each other. They know each other well. They have practiced against each other. They have played against each other. Probably not in this format too much, as it's still relatively new. But they have a decent idea of what's going on. And yeah, here we see once again Lewis's team, that Life Orb, Terra Dark, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, paired up with Terra Dragon, Zamazenta, and then the good old Fire, Water, Grass Core, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Ogerpon Hearthflame that we saw. Mold Breaker, not something to underestimate in certain scenarios with that double Grassy Glide. So some priority moves, a lot of very, very good, I would say, fundamentals coming out of Lewis's team. Pivoting with Parting Shot, U-turn, that's something that he can do. Double Fake Out, you can hit through protects, you can wide guard, a lot of options, and choosing the correct Pokemon to bring to each battle and how to adapt your game plans on the fly, that is something that Lewis is really, really good at, and something that he will need to bring to the table here as his opponent, Alexander, also a very, very strong player, and yeah, has a little bit of a different team, a little bit of a, let's say, different type of approach. It's not going to be about this like water, fire, grass core for Alex, but it could go like one of 2 directions. He could try to go more for this like Trick Room based approach with Calyrex Ice Rider, or to go for a more like screens, bulky Grimmsnarl mode.
Yeah, both those options are really nice. And obviously, we've got that Trick Room threat on Alexander's end too versus what is arguably a pretty fast team on Lewis's end as well. But with that taunt on Landorus, that can shut things down quite heavily too. And being that ground type, obviously, it can take on those Miraidon electric attacks so much better, assuming it can avoid those more powerful attacks as well, like that Draco Meteor that we can see on your screen at the moment. This is what Lewis has got to go up against here. But I think he's definitely got the tools here. That Rillaboom, I think, is going to be a really key one too. Threatening a lot of damage to that Landorus, being able to shrug off that Earth Power with the Assault Vest, probably take that Sludge Bomb too, and start shutting off that terrain, slow the damage output down a little bit, and maybe get some KOs on that Urshifu.
Yeah, Rillaboom really, really good against kind of the right side of Alex's team, but kind of bad against the Calyrex and Incineroar. So you really need to pick your Pokemon very wisely. And yeah, here once again we see Alex's team, the team of the tournament so far, 2 appearances in top 4. Michael Kelch also using that exact same team. And yeah, it's another Miraidon team, but with Calyrex Ice Rider. And yeah, that might be the next type of metagame progression for Miraidon teams, maybe. Calyrex Ice Rider is the better partner after all, better than Lunala. But Alex definitely wants to prove that here. He's already, I talked to him before, he's already so happy to have made it to Worlds and to have clinched that invite. But of course, you have this opportunity, right? Like, it feels almost like you're kind of in a race and you're so close to the finish line, and sure, there's going to be more races in your career and you could try again, but you're here now and you want to win this title now, and Alex definitely wants it. Having a team sheet, that will help, so glad that was handed in there as well. Of course, both of these players, we would expect them to have some sort of idea of what is going on your opponent's team respectively. But yeah, it helps to have it in written form as well.
Something that glares out to me, Marcus, I don't know if it does for you as well, is for Lewis, Helping Hand on Incineroar plus Astral Barrage on Calyrex. Yep. With that Terror Dark, looks really strong right now. There's no Wide Guard. Grimmsnarl can't flanks the Thunder Wave you if you go for the Terror Dark. And it'd be a really hard call to go for that Fake Out if you had led the Incineroar. So what's to stop Helping Hand Astral Barrage right now? Yeah, that's a great observation there. And yeah, Helping Hand, a move that we have seen a couple of times on Incineroar, but it never really caught on too much, just because, yeah, Incineroar has many, many great options and many great moves that it could go for. One thing that I would consider here is the fact that, well, Calyrex cannot really touch Grimmsnarl at all, and while Terra Dark would be able to stop Thunder Wave, you still have Spirit Break, you can still set up Light Screen, and I would expect Miraidon to definitely take Helping Hand, Life Orb, Astral Barrage behind the Light Screen, and then you open yourself up to take maybe either Dazzling Gleam would be disastrous, or also Electro Drift would probably also get the KO. So I think the position of Incineroar and Calyrex, like, that is something that could be really strong, but you can't just like open up with it and just like win from there. So yeah, this might be a position that Lewis might try to play towards. And this is one of the beautiful things with a team like this. You have that many options to pivot out and to reset your board until you shuffled enough to find that perfect position. And this might be one to look out for sure. Okay, I like it. And that Zamazenta as well, it's such a bulky Pokemon as well, be able to kind of shrug off things as well. Say, if Trick Room goes up for Alexander, like, how do you knock out Zamazenta? Like, that is one question for Alexander for sure. I mean, he definitely has an idea of what to do here. But yeah, there is a Landorus. Yep. There is Miraidon as well, so there are some options, but let's get into game one. Yes, the classic lead of Urshifu and Incineroar for that guaranteed surging strikes, and the Rillaboom reveal though as well, alongside that Calyrex Shadow Rider on Lewis's end. It's like a little snapshot from Regulation Set G, but we're definitely in Regulation Set I, and the stakes are very high right now in this top 4. Okay, faster Fake Out should usually be from Rillaboom, but because we know that this is this quick cat, the fastest Incineroar you've ever seen, Intimidate activates before grassy terrain, and this already is something that, yeah, you're not used to playing against a fast Incineroar like this. Usually, if you have Rillaboom, you would expect Fake Out to be faster, so already something that Lewis has to kind of play around, but I'm sure that he is versatile enough with his plans to come up with something here. Rillaboom, of course, being threatened by a Flare Blitz as well, it could just be outsped, and that's something that Lewis has to keep in mind. Not only is Fake Out faster, but potentially also Flare Blitz would hit before U-turn. That's a really good point, actually. So you've got to really watch out for that amount of damage that could come out. But we've got the opposing Incineroar from Lewis's end coming in instead to get a little bit of Intimidate damage down. So if a close combat comes out... Oh, my goodness. Okay, Surging Strike straight into what was that Calyrex Shadow Rider here. And a decent target for it too, but Incineroar is getting heavily punished for coming in at this point.
Yeah, Lewis wanted to make a repositional play, but no terrestrialization on Alexander. This could have been just a Psychic coming out from Lewis's Calyrex Shadow Rider to knock out Urshifu in one hit. But because Lewis understood the threat of potential terrestrialization from Urshifu, you don't exactly know how exactly is it trained. He's willing to switch an Incineroar, potentially lose it, but you would do a little bit of chip damage to Urshifu, and this is important. Now, Calyrex comes in, Urshifu cannot protect. And you don't really have any great switch-ins unless there's, like, I don't know, Grimmsnarl in the back. That wouldn't make so much sense for Alexander here, I feel like. So it might seem like a kind of bad turn of events for Lewis, but I think he was okay losing Incineroar like this, because now that allowed him to maybe go for Terrestrialization, Terra Dark, and go for a big attack this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, but there is Grimmsnarl in the back.
There is Grimmsnarl in the back is not something you see every day there. Usually a great Pokemon to lead to the perfect switch-in that Alexander's made.
No terrestrialization either.
Yeah, so he's left it restricted at home as well. A great game plan that Alexander's come up with here. Little critical hit there, and the Life Orb chip.
What's it going to be from Incineroar? Oh, it's just a U-turn predicting Terra Dark. This could have been knockoff, but U-turn coming out. So yeah, Lewis's Calyrex lives to see another day, and Alexander, without taking that much damage on Grimmsnarl and Incineroar, gets to reposition, brings in Miraidon.
But we have not yet seen this Rillaboom go for an attack just yet, because we know it's that slower than the Incineroar here. So yeah, it is that U-turn as well. So Lewis is able to preserve the terrain advantage by having Rillaboom in the back, that it can be switched in yet again to reduce Miraidon's damage.
Yeah, now it feels like Lewis kind of has found his rhythm, as with this U-turn, now he's the one that gets to bring in Zamazenta, and having the faster Calyrex Shadow Rider, yeah, is threatening. Lewis might want to switch Rillaboom in to override the terrain again, but at the same time now Alexander, yeah, has to think about, okay, should I, I don't know, go for like a Thunder Wave into Zamazenta? Is he just going to protect Zamazenta as he's repositioning? And yeah, it's, I don't think we will see a KO this next turn, but yeah, terrain control for now back in Lewis's favor.
So the Rillaboom's coming in on the Calyrex Shadow Rider slot here, so not going for that Terra Dark hit just yet. So Zamazenta likely isn't going to be able to take any sort of hit coming out from either of these targets at the moment.
Oh, Thunder Wave comes out, but it misses Zamazenta. That is big.
Absolutely a big one as well, as Heavy Slam just gets that one-hit KO. Grimmsnarl does nothing in this turn at all.
And how do you deal with Zamazenta now? That was a huge turn of events.
There's the Volt Switch, though, that goes into that Rillaboom, getting Alexander now the opportunity to switch it back in and get the terrain advantage instead here. But this means that either Incineroar comes in here or Urshifu, likely that Incineroar to get that Intimidate. You've got that Fake-Out pressure as well, especially into the Rillaboom that can't protect too. And then you can bring in Urshifu at the same time and get that Fake-Out plus Surging Strikes combination.
Absolutely, yeah, but like the damage is kind of already being done. Zamazenta outspeeds Miraidon. That's one important piece of information, but dodging the Thunder Wave means that Zamazenta now also will outspeed Urshifu still, and Urshifu, due to the Rocky Helmet chip damage from before, will be in range of another Body Press. So that means that right now, as both players have Fake Out active, if Urshifu comes in, you could kind of trade Fake Outs, and Zamazenta can just go for Body Press into Urshifu, and yeah, it's hard to see how to deal with that. If Urshifu is in Body Press KO range, which looking at this range, Maybe it's actually not. I mean, if this is like a super bulky Urshifu, it might be able to take a Body Press here. But yeah, if this KOs, I feel like Lewis is in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting right now, like especially with the fact that Alexander chose to leave that restricted at home, really kind of putting all the eggs in that Miraidon basket for this end game here. But it might rely on kind of winning that electric terrain war as well, making sure everything's faster. But yeah, that Calyrex Shadow Rider is always going to be faster instead. So there's that Fake Out into the Zamazenta, keeping that at least that Incineroar slightly safer, and the trading of the Fake Outs into that Urshifu too.
Yeah, trading Fake Outs, I think, pretty neutral turn. It will still come down to whether Body Press can KO, and with a grassy terrain recovery, I feel like, yeah, Urshifu pretty much at the same HP as before. You could try and switch in Miraidon into that slot, but yeah, then how do you deal damage to Zamazenta? We already got confirmation that it is faster than Miraidon. And because it's not paralyzed, yeah, being faster than Miraidon and Urshifu and threatening a ton of damage into all of them, yeah, Zamazenta feels like the final boss here for Lewis for now. And he still has Calyrex waiting in the back as well.
So Rillaboom, you can see, is kind of considering going for that Terrafire here because that Incineroar does outspeed it and so can kind of get a Flare Blitz off if it so wanted to. So if Lewis wants to try and prioritize KOing this Urshifu with a Grassy Glide, it wants to keep itself safe with that Terrafire. But then it's not being spent on either the Calyrex or that Zamazenta, which might want to take Electric type attack later on. So but it's the hard switch in from Incineroar instead, straight into the Miraidon.
So this will be Body Press into Urshifu, and the question is, will that be enough for the knockout? If it knocks it out, then I feel like, yeah, Lewis kind of has this. But if it doesn't,
oh,
it's enough.
Okay, because that was probably a bulky Urshifu as well, given how slow it was. But yeah, it isn't enough. Instead, Gortrum is able to go for that U-turn though. Again, preserve that terrain advantage going into the future turns. Now having 3 up against 2. And that means Calyrex Shadow Rider can come in. Miraidon has to lock into a turn next turn, as well as go for that fake out, so it's a really safe double protect next turn.
Yeah, you could go for the double protect. You could also protect and switch in Rillaboom if you wanted. I feel like now Lewis has all the options, and this is the kind of position you want to play towards. Having more Pokemon left than your opponent allows you to reposition while they cannot reactivate those abilities that only activate on switch in, like Intimidate, like the electric terrain that is being set by Miraidon. And yeah, Lewis has found a way. I think definitely the Thunder Wave, dodging Thunder Wave definitely helped here in this first game. But yeah, he took what was handed to him and turned it into something great, into a great position. And now let's see if he can convert it.
Yeah, but that Thunder Wave kind of missing Zamazenta as well, really big too. It kind of takes away that complete option. And oh, it's just the forfeit as well for Alexander. So we saw that with the writing on the wall for Alexander there. Lewis taking a commanding win in this top 4 set.
Yeah, just in one of the games we saw before, yeah, of course, missing an attack that was kind of like priced in your game plan. Like you were, like Alex was expecting, he was playing as if this Thunder Wave was hitting, but then losing that option for a speed control meant that Zamazenta not only outspeeds Urshifu, but also outspeeds Miraidon. And yeah, there were just no good ways to hit Body Press. So going all the way back to the very first turn, where Urshifu over on Alexander's side got the one-hit KO on Incineroar, we were kind of discussing already, like, this might not be that bad. Like, it looks bad. I mean, you like having one Incineroar is better than having 0 Incineroar, right? But the little chip damage, and Lewis understood this, I think, the little chip damage from Rocky Helmet was exactly the chip that he needed on Urshifu of his opponent to put it in range of Astro Barrage, to put it in range of Body Press, and this is what we saw later on in the battle. So yeah, really well done, identifying where do you need the damage and identifying that, well, I'm okay giving up my full Incineroar for only like almost half HP of Urshifu.
I love that big, beautiful brain of yours, Marcus. That's pretty good. I love it. Okay.
Oh, it was Lewis who came up with that.
Well, you were able to identify it as well, though. So, Incineroar's a piece this time, straight on in the lead, versus Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Urshifu as well for Alexander too. So we've got the same leads for Alexander, but yes, maybe a slight little switch up here, and so no Rillaboom lead either for Lewis's end.
Yeah, Lewis is like, okay, well, if my Rillaboom is slower, then what's even the point? I might as well just go with my own Incineroar and have that Rocky Helmet on the field right away, potentially baiting Alexander into targeting that Calyrex slot, which could open up a switch into Rillaboom at this point, but I wonder if he was expecting some sort of switch up by Alexander, who goes back with the same lead though. And if this is some sort of fake out and Surging Strikes play again, like we were talking about, this could be big. But is it time for your secret weapon, for your special move? Helping Hand, Terra Dark, Astro Barrage.
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw that Helping Hand lock in there, unless it was a self fake out, which I don't think it's going to be. Yeah, there we go. That Helping Hand into that Calyrex Shadow Rider. This is going to be a lot of damage here. This is why we use that, folks. And yeah, to get around that fake out.
This could be big.
This is very big. There's not even an attack going into that Calyrex from that. Astro Barrage into that Urshifu. It's not Focus Sash. It goes down to that one hit KO. go. And that's a Grim Nay boost on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, meaning this Incineroar is now in range of another Astral Barrage without that helping hand.
Yeah, that is a huge turn for Lewis, a big risk, but it pays off. No fake out coming into that Pokemon, no knockoff either. Just clean knockout on Urshifu. And now, as you were saying before, Calyrex is immune to Thunder Wave from that prankster Grimmsnarl. Yeah, just another helping hand. Astral Barrage will knock out Incineroar and will do a ton of damage to Grimmsnarl as well.
The light screen is probably the only thing that can save it, at least at this point, right before the attack comes out here. So we'll see if that's enough to counteract the helping hand. Incineroar is able to survive there. A really crucial survival there based on the multiplier effects of both of these multipliers. So U-turn can go out into that Calyrex, does a little bit of chip damage, and this allows Alexander to at least breathe for a little bit whilst he repositions.
Yeah, Alexander is still in this, but yeah, we're expecting Miraidon to be the fourth and final Pokemon. There it is. And yeah, even if it doesn't KO, another helping hand Astral Barrage, that would do so much damage.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. So that will potentially put it in range of, say, more priority moves or some faster threats that Lewis has in the back, say that Rillaboom.
However, one thing to definitely consider here for Lewis is, do you really want to go for another helping hand if you expect it not to KO?
Ooh, true.
Or is it maybe better to like protect and reposition, because you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself? Like, yes, this is a great opportunity, this is a great position, but maybe defensive and slow play is what the situation calls for.
Yeah, it's true. And when you're protecting, you're going to find out what this Miraidon wants to lock itself into as well. And it may very well be a Volt Switch, in which case it goes out of there anyway, and then you may want to change up your move plan from there. So yeah, as you predicted, Marcus, that protect from that Calyrex not getting ahead of themselves, which I probably would have myself there. And there's the Volt Switch into Gortrum, so it can get out into that Incineroar here, which will come back in and then actually threaten a fake out into this now Dark-type Calyrex Shadow Rider, which won't be able to be immune to that flinching effect.
Yeah, it threatens a fake out and Spirit Break, which would be super effective and would do a ton of damage, maybe even knock out Calyrex from here, but because Rillaboom joined the field just now, it's also able to go for a fake out next turn. So this was Spirit Break into the Protect. Lewis repositioning nicely is saying that, yeah, I could win or I could try and win right here, but I want to make sure that I don't let this opportunity go to waste, because being up 1-0, being in a commanding position, you really want to make the best plays possible to get that slot in the finals.
But yeah, now you have Fake Out on the board for both of these trainers at the same time, so we can see that Fake Out trade happen again. And so Gortrum's going to be able to keep that Calyrex safe here from that Spirit Break if that Fake Out goes into that Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I think this might be another turn of just trading Fake Outs.
But have we seen the Terra yet? The Grimmsnarl could Terra Ghost and get around that Fake Out and potentially still Spirit Break into that slot.
Grimmsnarl could go for Terra Ghost. Yeah, that's a very good call. And maybe is also something that Lewis is considering, going into Incineroar for Intimidate just to lower the damage output. I don't know. Maybe Fake Out and Spirit Break could still KO Calyrex at this point, though.
Yeah, it could be really close, depending on the attack investment.
Oh, but it is into what was Rillaboom slot.
Rillaboom as well, so perhaps predicting a switch out from this Calyrex, which just gets off another +1. Astral Barrage as well, KOing the Incineroar. Yet another Grim Nay boost, and still this Grimmsnarl is not able to get up much damage unless a Spirit Break comes out right now.
Yeah, if Alex wants to have any chance of winning this battle, this has to KO. Spirit Break into Calyrex Shadow, and it's not quite enough.
It's not quite enough at all, and still that Dark type is keeping it safe from that Thunder Wave. And we know this Calyrex is faster than that Miraidon as well, so it's just able to sit there. Incineroar's also coming on top of that and has a Fake Out turn.
Yeah, you can go for Fake Out, you can go for another Astral Barrage. It might not KO the Grimmsnarl, but Rillaboom is in the back, and Lewis Markle is so close to taking this game and making it to his very, very first finals at a major event.
Yeah, wow. Like, masterfully played. Like, we've talked about positioning of both of these teams as well, but yeah, there it is, the forfeit from Alexander there, and Lewis Markle advances to the final.
Well played. A match between friends, exchanging a hug there. I'm sure Alex would have loved the opportunity to fight for his first win as well, but it will be Lewis advancing after playing so well in both games, using Incineroar and Rillaboom. A very, like, yeah, you were saying it before, like from the ancient times almost of VGC, coming here to Utrecht and coming together with Life Orb, Terra Dark, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and in that second game, this almost felt like he had this like kind of like prepared at home. He was like, okay, there might be situations like this where I just get to Helping Hand or Astral Barrage, get a quick KO, and then I can just like snowball off of that in a way. And that is what Calyrex, tends to do sometimes, because the boosts just keep on coming and they keep on going. And that is what Lewis did. And in the first game, I really think that this turn 1 play, switching in Incineroar, was so clever. Taking all the recoil on Urshifu in exchange made it so that later on in the battle, this body press could get the KO on Urshifu, and seeing that from afar is not easy at all.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when you've got a player like Alexander, who's obviously very accomplished in themselves and is possibly aware of that game plan as well and knows their own calcs too. But Lewis was still able to kind of get around all that and just position exactly where it needs to be. Just as if he'd been doing this in Regulation Set G. We didn't even see the Zamazenta in that last game either. It was just instant Rillaboom and what we always thought the most powerful restricted form, like Pokemon always was on paper, that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
I was talking to someone backstage earlier, and they were asking about, oh yeah, Lewis, who is that again? And I was like, oh yeah, I think that's like the best German player that is like a little bit under the radar. He doesn't have like a big like online presence or anything like that, but he is such a strong player. And now I feel like after this tournament, people will know his name. They will know who Lewis Markle is, and he has the chance to become the Utrecht Special Champion.
Yeah, that would be incredible to see as well, coming off of like a relatively unknown kind of past and history too. And with a team as well that he's kind of crafted on his own as well and kind of honed and practiced with in Best of One on the Grand Challenge, made some changes for grassroots tournaments as well, and bringing it here, he's ready, he's prepared, showing the dedication that he's put in, and it's really paid off.
It has indeed. And Alexander, on the other hand, will of course also go home with a medal and with a lot of booster packs, with a lot of championship points, and with that pretty much securing his invitation to the World Championship. So also for him, this was an amazing result, an amazing tournament for sure. And I am very convinced that he will sit in the crowd in the first row and he will cheer for Lewis in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what if Michael gets there as well with the same team?
Oh, well, then maybe he would be rooting for Michael.
It's so hard when you've got so many Germans in the tournament as well. You've done so well here. So, yeah, and unsurprising as well, just a very strong community as well. And that's what helps a lot of the time, isn't it? Just having that community around you, those friends who can help you out, team build, practice with, to kind of build each other up and kind of get these successes at these events.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, we're still early in Regulation I, and this is the first major tournament in Europe. And yeah, already I feel like we're learning a little bit more about the format. It looks like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta, which, yeah, people were looking at it after Milwaukee. Some of them were saying like, maybe it's not that good. Now we could look at this result and be like, you know what, maybe it is that good, or maybe it depends on, of course, yeah, how exactly you play those Pokemon together and how well you play them. But yeah, Lewis definitely showing why Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow was the big talk before this regulation started. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing more from him about it.
Let's hear more from him, Marcus. We've got an interview with our winner of that top 4 and now finalist, Lewis Markle.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by our first finalist here, Lewis, at the Utrecht Special Championships. Congratulations on making finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very well. I'm feeling very well. I wasn't nervous at all going into top 4 or top 8, which I'm kind of surprised by. And yeah, I'm glad that I was able to battle a good friend.
Well, that inner confidence shows, particularly in the way you played game 1. It was very calm and collected. Yes. How do you feel with this team in the sense, have you put in a lot of prep with this specific team, or is it quite new for this tournament?
Yeah, I think this team has a lot going for it. It's a very good balanced team. It has like all of the good Pokemon on one team. And the great thing about it is that they synergize very well as well. So yeah, this team is just a good balanced team all around.
And it shows that you understand that synergy really well in the way that you play. And speaking of synergy, I want to talk about game 2 with Helping Hand Astral Barrage, because Incineroar is a Pokemon that can have so many different moves. Yes. Why did you pick Helping Hand?
Well, Helping Hand just boosts Calyrex's damage to an insane level. So a lot of Pokemon are EV to live, maybe Astral Barrage or a Psychic. And I thought that my opponent's Urshifu was easy to live as a Barrage, and I was afraid that if it were Terra, it would also live Psychic. So Helping Hand just gets that extra damage that you need for these KOs.
Have you used it a lot during the tournament, or was this like a special moment?
It's Helping Hand is one of the best moves on Incineroar on this team.
Well, I think you've definitely made a case for it with that incredible match. So looking forward to finals, and so our trainers kind of at home can get to know you better as well. How's your 2025 season been so far, and are we looking towards Anaheim?
Yes. Well, my 2025 season has been going pretty well. I got top 8 at the Stockholm Regional, which was my best result so far. Obviously now Utrecht is my best result, and I'm looking forward to play at the World Championships.
Fantastic. What would it mean for you to win the tournament today?
Yes. Well, sorry, what was the question again?
What would it mean for you to win Utrecht today?
Well, that would mean a lot. I've been playing for around 1.5 years now, but I've been following competitive Pokemon for quite a while. And winning the Utrecht Special event would mean quite a lot for me, because that would mean that all my hard work has been worth it.
And I know there's a lot of people supporting you as well. Even Marcus on the commentary desk was saying, you're one of these German players that maybe goes under the radar, but he's called you one of the best German players out there.
Yes.
And that's quite an accolade to have going into this tournament. But those friends and people who have supported you, is there anything you'd like to say to them? Any shout outs you would like to give?
Yes. Well, definitely shout outs to all my good friends from Germany who have helped me along the way, who have helped me get better. Shout outs to Michael, shout outs to Marcus, shout outs to Alex, Adrian, and everyone who has just helped me get better along the way, helped me improve and also practice. And yeah, I definitely would not be here without them.
When you say Michael, do you mean the potential opponent you could be facing in finals if they win their top 4? How would you feel about facing up against them?
Well, normally I wouldn't feel so good, but Michael has the same team as my top 4 opponent, so I think playing Michael would be preferable over the other one.
Okay, so a little storyline could be brewing here. Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go watch the next top 4 and prepare for finals, and we'll be wishing you all the best of luck in that match. Pokemon trainers, we've had one top 4 match. We've got another one coming right up. You don't want to miss it. Let's kick it to a break, and we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know how to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Utrecht Special Championship event. My name is Lee Provost. I'm joined by the wiser Actos Chromie, and we are about to get into the second top 4 game as we get closer to crowning our champion for the weekend.
I can't believe we're at this point of the competition already. That last top 4 match was so incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Lewis looked so in control the whole way through, and hearing his words ahead of the final, it's going to be interesting who his opponent's going to be and how that's going to be, and Lewis feels confident, but we have to find out who his opponent is going to be, which is why we have the next top 4 ready to go.
Yeah, we do, and I think just talking about Lewis for a second, I think he's like, when you look at a tournament from the outside in, and you look for those outstanding performers throughout a weekend, I think he's definitely ticking all the boxes for that and making his way, rightfully so, to the final. Is going to be a tough opponent for whoever progresses out of Nikolai and Michelle in this next one, and what a game we've got to feature next to take it to get that last finalist for this event.
I mean, I've been talking about this Sneasler all weekend long, and I think some of the other casters have been able to obviously cast over Nikolai's game, but I haven't, so I'm really excited to see how Sneasler is going to contend in this top 4 of the tournament, as well as Michelle Kelch, who we were able to see yesterday with this Leech Seed Calyrex, and Lewis kind of saying, you know, I'd be quite happy to face him. I know he's a friend. I know I owe him thanks for helping me prep for this tournament, but I'm very happy to take him down to be the winner.
Definitely, and I think you've got to have that mindset as well. And when you're coming in as friend groups, I think you're going to be happy even if you come away with the loss in that situation, because your friend is progressing on to the final, and it might be them that is able to pick up that trophy at the end of the day, which is exactly what you want to see. You know, if it's not you, hopefully it's your friend. So perfect situation. One more step to go for Lois, of course, and it's going to be tough because both of these opponents, in Nikolai and Michelle, we know what they can do, and they've performed extremely well every time they've been on the broadcast this weekend. Like you say, we've got that Sneasler. Can Michelle overcome the threat of that alongside all of the other tricks that Nikolai's got up their sleeve?
Exactly, and they're both well-known players on the European circuit, but they're also world competitors in their own right too. So you are really getting a treat here on the broadcast of top Pokemon play. If you're maybe just tuning in, we're here in our second top 4. Lewis has been able to make it through to our finals, and we're going to find out who his competitor will be before the final match of the video game broadcast.
Yeah, I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament so far, and I think as well it's nice to see that, you know, the combinations of restricteds that we've got coming into this final, or what we could potentially see. We've also got the Zamazenta and the Calyrex already confirmed, Lois. And then we've got another Zamazenta, but this time paired with that Miraidon for Nikolai. And then we've got the Miraidon and the Ice Rider Calyrex from Michelle.
That's the thing, there's an interesting variety of Pokemon that can come through into this match as well. And yes, we kind of do talk a lot about the Sneasler, for example, but that Zamazenta as well has been a key Pokemon that we've seen throughout the tournament, just being able to pressure with Wide Guard alone. I have to say, I don't think I've even seen it being used that much, but just the knowledge that it's there is so intimidating to those spread type attacks.
Yeah, and the fact that when it does need to attack, it can go for those body press, and it can pick up key knockouts onto Pokemon that are very disruptive in things like Incineroar, and just clean up little bits here and there when it needs to. But like you say rightly, with that Wide Guard, it has the presence of just putting off your opponent from clicking those spread attacks, which are so detrimental in a lot of situations. I think the thought of just wasting a turn is more valuable sometimes than actually clicking that button itself.
Because you want to keep your momentum up, so you want to make sure that you've got that presence on the field. And taking a look at Michelle's team, you know, there are spread moves on there. We've got Glacial Lance, we've got Dazzling Gleam, so there is the utility of these hard-hitting moves to be negated by a potential Wide Guard. But what I like on Michelle's team building is, particularly with like the Miraidon, you obviously have single target options with Draco Meteor and Electro Drift and Volt Switch, for example, as well. So there are ways to get around it.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the Incineroar we already talked about when we had the interview with Michelle earlier, with the speed of that Pokemon.
Yes, it
probably going to be able to get the jump on a lot of things on Nikolai's side of the field, especially that Ursaluna. You would imagine that probably is more preferable in a Trick Room scenario, along with the Farigiraf as well. The rest of the team, though, do really like that tailwind condition. And if you look at Michel's team, he's got the Trick Room there himself, so can take advantage of it. And some options on the team are slower than what you would normally expect to see. That Urshifu isn't the fastest of things, so that can take advantage of a Trick Room if that is opted for from Michel. And definitely that Calyrex will come in and be able to perform wonders, because the Glacial Lance is going to be super effective against the Ursaluna. You can Leech Seed that, you can Leech Seed the Farigiraf, you can drop those Leech Seeds throughout the field and threaten a lot of the other things as well.
And just in case you missed it, as a recap on who these trainers are, Nikolai running an incredible record from the past. You know, the Global Challenge as well, being able to get top 4. That's a very different format, so really well versed in different Pokemon styles, as well as getting top 8 at Worlds, top 32s across regionals and internationals. And Michel being able to have this Worlds back-to-back consistency, a finalist to a top 4 finish, as well as being a Stockholm regional champion on the double. Both these trainers are so incredible, and I'm looking forward to seeing them duke it out.
Yeah, I think if you the overall picture from both of these trainers is that they are up-and-comers in the recent format and really hard hitters, world's caliber level players, and this on its own could be a final. So this is why it's such a great match for us, and we're only in top 4. We've got one more to go after this, so we'll be deciding who will go into the finals out of these two phenomenal players.
And both of them will be so deserving. Not only are they incredible players in their own right, but the way they have played this tournament has been absolutely awesome to behold. Being able to see the way that they've got these very unique teams and they're able to masterfully use them in so many different scenarios does show their versatility as a player and their knowledge of the game.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. You know, the unique choices that each of these players have chosen, and the belief in those choices as well to go forward with and bring them, and then have the conviction to kind of follow through to the point where they're at this stage of the tournament almost in touching distance of that trophy. So we can take a look at Nikolai's team once again. I think the big things that we're looking out for here are ways to kind of get an advantage over what Michel's going to try and do. I think the Sneasel is quite useful, because no doubt that is going to outspeed that Incineroar, fastest fake out on this side of the field, so it can cause a little bit of disruption there, and whether that will be enough to create a bit of a room for something like the Miraidon to come in and just start chipping away at things on Michel's side of the field. We've seen from previous games where Michel's Miraidon not the fastest and has been outsped, and that can be a little bit of an advantage. You just can't get punished for not terastallizing with that Pokemon. So I think you've got to be really clear in your convictions. Which Pokemon am I coming in to use as my main attacking option, and which one am I going to not leave vulnerable in front of some of those bigger threats like the Calyrex and the Miraidon on Michel's side.
And the Electric Seed helps out as well defensively against some of the powerhouses on Michel's side of the Incineroar, Urshifu, and the Calyrex, for example. But the other key Pokemon I want to focus on is this Ursaluna. It's the Ursaluna Blood Moon variant that we haven't seen so much recently. It tends to be the other variant that we're seeing more often. But the fact that you have this devastating Hyper Voice, or the Blood Moon even, that's almost like a button that just completely removes Pokemon from the field. So if you're able to get that Blood Moon down, particularly with a Terra Normal potentially, onto any of these Pokemon, it's going to put you into a great stand. You do have the potential for some Terra Ghosts on there that we know Michel is running on Urshifu and Grimmsnarl, but Mind's Eye is able to get around that. So your usual strategies to kind of avoid these normal type moves isn't going to be in play here when you're facing down against a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
No, not at all. And I think the preferable situation it would find itself in would be in that Trick Room environment. If it can get in that sort of environment, then it's going to be able to deal with a lot of the threats on the opposite side of the field a lot better, and not have to worry about, you know, getting those Glacial Lances that might be a little bit annoying to deal with, the Leech Seed on there as well, and you can just constantly get those big damaging attacks off on the Michel's side of the field. We've seen all of these combinations already. We've got that screen support from the Grimmsnarl. It might be difficult to bring against the Miraidon, especially knowing that it is that Fairy Terastallization. It has got that Dazzling Gleam, and you don't have Wide Guard on your side of the field to kind of mitigate that. You do have your own Miraidon to kind of counterplay though, and then that Calyrex, which we've seen be so good defensively, where it can start to disrupt and lay down those Leech Seeds to start sapping that health.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on the speed as well coming through this game, because Nikolai does have the utility to go for that Tailwind with the Prankster ability and get speed right up on his side of the field. On the opposing side for Michel, though, there isn't like a Tailwind option necessarily, and I don't see any Choice Scarf. However, that Trick Room button on the Calyrex could be a really good way to turn the Tailwind against Nikolai if that is the utility he wants to go for. You have the option as well for Thunder Wave on Grimmsnarl to start trying to paralyze a lot of Pokemon on the opposing side, but with the Ursaluna, you can't touch that to ground type, and then Sneasel has the potential of Dark Terastallization as well, which will not let the Prankster come through. So there are ways to avoid that, but I do wonder if Tailwind or Trick Room could come out in this particular game. But let's jump into the top 4. Landorus and Calyrex out on the field for Michelle, and it's going to be that Sneasler. Love to see it with the Miraidon on Nikolai's side.
Yeah, it's a nice approach here from Michelle. I've got 2 Pokemon out in the field that you can protect this first turn to kind of, one, scout out what the Miraidon and Nikolai's side is going to lock into because it has that Choice Specs item, and you're also getting around the potential threat of that Fake Out slowing you down for at least 1 turn from the Sneasler. Whether we see the Protect or whether we see Michelle kind of reposition here, you might have something like Incineroar on the back that you could bring in for that Landorus, because it's doubtful you would ever see the Miraidon go for an electric type attack into that ground type there. So it might open the door for you to have that Fake Out support the next turn, but it is risky at the same time. You could take unnecessary damage where the Protect is a bit of a safer play here. It's just whether or not Michelle locks in with that. Nikolai expects that and then tries to capitalize on it.
Again, it's not just the moves you pick. You have to try and predict what your opponent is going to do and adjust accordingly. Nikolai taking every second of this fun turn to make sure that he gets it right. And we're going to see a Terrestrialization straight out of the blocks now into something like the Miraidon here that's going to be able to be that Terra Fairy, and it's going to be able to boost up the Dazzling Gleam, getting some really decent spread damage onto the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, and now you are in a position where you are going to be weak to the Sludge Bomb from the Landorus, so you still have to respect that, but we're just going to see a Protect here. We did talk about the threat of the Fake Out kind of slowing that down and being a bit of a target for whatever that Miraidon decides to throw out, but it gives Michelle the chance to just see what it locks into before making the next move.
And the Fake Out actually forcing defensive plays from both the opposing Pokemon. It's a very safe play on Michelle's side because you know you burn that Fake Out, and in a way you also get to force Nikolai to commit to that Terrestrialization to no avail. So he's locked in with that. You know there's a Dazzling Gleam. It's a great way to get information from this double Protect.
And what's beautiful about this is now you know the Dazzling Gleam is locked in on that Miraidon. If you look at the Terra type on that Landorus, it is Poison, so can go for that Terrestrialization. It's then going to have the resistance to those fighting type attacks from the Sneasler. Not that that would be super effective anyway, but it just gives you that little bit of an extra reason to go for it and then get that boost on top of the Sludge Bomb, which is super effective against the Miraidon. The Calyrex does have to be a little bit careful here, of course. It doesn't want to take a double up from that Miraidon, boosted Dazzling Gleam, of course, and then a follow-up from the Sneasler. It would be the other way around, of course. It is going to be vulnerable right now to that Throat Chop because of that Psychic typing on it, so you do have to be a little bit careful what you're doing with that Calyrex.
And again, every last second counting here on Nikolai's side, deciding to get the Miraidon out of there just in case, as you said, Lee, something like the Sludge Bomb could come through and then do devastating damage to that newly fairy formed of the Miraidon. Zamazenta's going to join the fray, though. This is a great Pokemon with that Steel typing to be able to get around any poison shenanigans that Landorus wants to throw its way, and it is going to lock in that Poison Terrestrialization, so this could be where Michelle is trying to go on the offensive, but with Zamazenta in the way, it could be difficult.
Has he called the switch done? Went for the Earth Power, because if he has, that's going to be huge. Gunk Shot coming out from the Sneasler into the Calyrex, doing nice damage and picking up the poison on top of that. Not what Michelle wants to see.
Yes, Tarkney found that one restricted.
Here it is!
Power comes through. That's a knockout. Oh my goodness, fantastic adaptation by Nikolai, but Michelle was one step ahead.
The pressure was too much. Michelle calling it perfectly, saying, yes, I know the Dazzling Gleam you're locked into, the Terra Poison there, and taking full advantage of the turn, removing that big threat in Zamazenta with one fell swoop.
No hesitation on Michelle's side. He means business as he's trying to get into that grand final. Sneasler, I think, was a nice play, however, getting that poison on the Calyrex, putting a little bit of a timer on it, and Nikolai still has Pokemon in the back that are going to be helpful here. The Miraidon, however, is in such a detrimental spot where it doesn't want to take one of those Sludge Bombs.
Yeah, it doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb, but it can come back in now and it can lock into something more favorable. Now you can use those electric type attacks, especially because the electric train's active on the field. Hit-on Engine will be powering that up, and now the Electro Drift probably in that position where it will be close, very close to picking up the knockout. But it's easy saying that in most situations, but Michelle, one of those trainers, does like to really put refinements into training their Pokemon. So whether or not it's going to be enough to take it down, that's the other question. But you would say the Miraidon in a good position now where it can come back in and like reset, have another go at this position.
And you've got the Farigiraf as well in the back. Something like a Psychic into that new Poison type could be something that Michelle has to be aware of, as the Miraidon here is now on the field. Of course, it probably doesn't want to necessarily go for that Dazzling Gleam with the Poison type Landorus on the field. As you said, Lee, maybe wanting to utilize that Electric Terrain, boost up its Electric type moves even further, and deal some devastating damage on the field to try and get rid of this Landorus before it can do even more damage.
Yeah, and the problem is that Michelle's got the option to just protect again with the Landorus. There's no reason not to just scout out what this Miraidon Miraidon's going to lock into. Then, with 2 fresh Pokemon in the back, if you've got an optimal switch, then you say, well, okay, I'm just going to switch out to this one now because you've locked into this move. The Sneasler getting lower and lower in health. How many turns longer is it going to be left on the field? And the more you concentrate down on the Landorus, it gives the opening to the Calyrex Ice Rider. Michiel managing this board position and locking down what Nikolai has to do.
I think that's a smart observation about the information game that Michiel is able to play here, thanks to the utility of Protect on both those Pokemon, but it's not going to happen now. Electrodrift does come through. No Protect on Michel's side of the field. That's a one-hit KO down onto that Landorus with a critical hit as well to get a little bit of redemption for the fallen partner of the Zamazenta as Landorus does go down.
Yeah, big critical hit there. Whether or not that mattered, we don't know, but it does, like we say, leave this Calyrex open to go for the Glacial Lance. It will be able to get it off onto both these targets, do some nice damage into that Miraidon, taking about 50% health, and just topping up with that leftovers. It does have to contest with that poison, though, that will be kind of undoing that recovery.
It's nice to get the damage on the board, but no KOs means no chilling Nay boost to gain even more momentum from these Glacial Lancers. I like the switch from Farigiraf coming in because you now allow another Fake Out to come through from that Sneasler when it rejoins the field.
The nice thing about this, though, is you say, okay, well, you take down my Landorus with that Electrodrift. Now you're locked into Electrodrift, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got my Miraidon in the back, and I don't need to worry about that Dazzling Gleam, so I can bring that onto the field now, feeling pretty good to go after the remaining Pokemon on Nikolai's side of the field, kind of almost forcing another switch, and then you can concentrate down on that Farigiraf because you don't really need to worry so much about that Miraidon. The Calyrex in a vulnerable position, yes, you can get knocked out from an Electrodrift there, but you've got the easy option just to say, I'm going to Protect, and then use my own Miraidon to clean this up.
And the Miraidon on Nikolai's side has taken a significant amount of damage, so an Electrodrift from the opposing Miraidon is going to be able to clean through that Pokemon. Farigiraf as well is just unfortunately not a threat right now. Psychic and Foul Play are not going to be doing anything really to the opposing Miraidon, so it's in a prime position to, as you said, just start dealing with the other Pokemon, picking them up one by one.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about this positioning. And Michiel could even go one step further and go for the Volt Switch onto that Miraidon, saying, I know you're probably going to switch into the Sneasler, but I'm going to get my Miraidon out of here as well, whilst also picking up potential KOs on either target that comes onto the field as we see that Sneasler come out once again.
Maybe the Miraidon saying, hey, I kind of need my Dazzling Gleam later, Sneasler. You've got to go front and center right now and take this Electrodrift for me. Electrodrift will come through, connect into the Sneasler, and that's an easy knockout.
Yeah, another big critical hit. Not that that one mattered one little bit. And now, yeah, you could go for the Volt Switch, you could go for the Electrodrift. It doesn't really matter because once that Miraidon comes back onto the field, especially when it's partnered with a Trick Room, is huge because this now means that Michiel, if he does have the slow Miraidon in the Twisted Dimensions, will 100% be outspeeding Nikolai. Now comes back onto the field. Nikolai trying to reposition, come back in a favorable position to say, okay, I can't use my electric type attacks to any effect, but I can use Dazzling Gleam, but I need to switch out to be able to use it. Now I'm switching out, coming back onto the field, but the problem is that Trick Room beautifully timed by Michiel. Now the Electrodrift, a big threat, and the Miraidon from Nikolai cannot Protect. The Farigiraf just protected, so as well, you're a bit pinned, you're a bit locked. Michiel setting this endgame up perfectly.
This is what we were saying to watch out for at the beginning of the match, is the way speed control is going to be manipulated in this game, and that Trick Room late coming in isn't there for a Trick Room sweeper, but it's there just to stop the offensive speedy Pokemon on Nikolai's side from gaining the momentum, because Nikolai's got Miraidon in. He's able to lock into the Dazzling Gleam. This would be a perfect situation to deal with the opposing Miraidon that cannot Terrestrialize, is going to be forced to keep his Dragon typing, but the fact that the Calyrex now in Trick Room is able to go first, is able to get the knockout on Miraidon, means Miraidon is not even able to move, and Farigiraf is going to be easily cleaned up by the opposing Miraidon on Michiel's side.
Yeah, here's me talking about the Miraidon having an easy time under Trick Room, but yes, of course, we have to remember as well, there is a Calyrex Ice Rider here, and under Trick Room, that is also going to go first. It's going to benefit, and we already saw the damage from one Glacial Lance. This one is enough to clean up the big restricted in that Miraidon, and now Michiel's Miraidon able to clean up the game, take this first one.
It was nice for Farigiraf to try and get a KO there at the end against the Calyrex, but it was to no avail. The Miraidon just too strong, and even a fourth unrevealed Pokemon on Michel's side hiding in the back. So Miraidon taking this, Michel takes game one game closer to the finals.
Wow, what a first game for us. That was incredible. And the fact that Michel had one Pokemon that wasn't revealed, it's pretty huge in that match, because I think that is really key information to keep hidden, because it makes it more difficult for Nikolai to prepare going into this game too. If you want to make adjustments, if you knew all four, you would think, okay, well, I've got a really good picture of what I need to kind of combat against. But because there's that one Pokemon hidden, you've still got three options it could be. And if you get that decision wrong going into this game, things could get bad pretty quickly, but the predictions there that Michelle was able to make each and every turn, the Earth Power was so pivotal. Catching that Zamazenta, just being able to deal with that Pokemon so easily made it so difficult for any sort of momentum swing from Nikolai's side of the field. And Michelle just absolutely rolling through it.
I mean, that was a great moment, right? When you saw the Earth Power coming through, like such great momentum on Michelle's side there. But I liked what Nikolai was trying to do in that turn as well, you know, playing the advantage, identifying the Terra type on the opposing side and preserving your Miraidon quite rightly, because if there wasn't that Trick Room at the end, Miraidon on Nikolai's side would have been a key component to trying to get that victory. But the fact that Michelle was just able to kind of play around that, going, hey, I know you're going to keep your Miraidon nice and safe in the back, so let me take down what comes in, I think was a beautiful play.
Yeah, and I think if you are Nikolai, I think maybe leading off with the Miraidon again in this next game might not be the best plan, because it's so easy for Michelle to lead with us protecting Pokemon and just scout out what you're going to do, kind of burn through the fake-out disruption that you've got as well if that Sneasler does appear next to it. And I think it almost gives Michelle the advantage in that situation where it's like, okay, I know what you're locked into. I've got like lots of flexibility with my Terra-type switches in the back to make this a really awkward position that then I'm going to be able to capitalize off. And I don't think you can give Michelle the room to be able to do that. So maybe adjusting the lead slightly. The Sneasler was actually really good in being disruptive and making Michelle have to operate differently to what they probably want to. But whether we'll see a switch up or not, doesn't look like it.
Well, you said the Sneasler was effective, and that's why it's back for round 2, paired up with the Miraidon as the Landorus and the Calyrex Ice Rider come out for Michelle. So electric terrain on the field means the electric seed on Sneasler will also be activated, giving it this defense boost in the face of the Calyrex.
What do you do differently here if you are Nikolai? Because you're in that same situation where Michelle has nothing really to think about other than going for that double protect, and I don't think you really need to risk anything else. The only thing that Nikolai could do is maybe predict the double protect and get something off the field that's going to be a little bit more beneficial. Whether or not you've brought something like the Saloon in the back, I don't know. It's tricky because you kind of want to have that Farigiraf, I guess, for later in the game where there might be those situations where Fake Out could come out from Michelle's side and be a bit of a problem. So if you've got the Ursaluna, it could be a good time to maybe bring it out onto the field and expect this double protect coming out.
Well, there's the first protect, a shake of the head on Nikolai's side as the Calyrex also goes for the second one here. So just burning through that fake out. But Nikolai hasn't gone for a Terrestrialization here, so still has that preserved, but will be revealing what this Miraidon has been locked into. The fake out going down into the Calyrex, maybe trying to stop it going for a Trick Room here. And we're going to see the Draco Meteor as the choice, and that was going down into the Landorus potentially.
Now, this is the better choice. I think the Draco Meteor threatens a lot more, and a really good decision from Nikolai, because now you don't have the optimal Terrestrialization from Michelle to kind of block that attack, and you don't really have optimal switches unless Michelle's got the Grimmsnarl in the back.
True.
But you've then got to guess the right slot. Where is the Draco Meteor go? And you would expect the Draco Meteor to probably go into that Landorus because it is threatening the Sneasler right now, and it is threatening the Miraidon. So if Michelle does decide to switch, and it is the Grimmsnarl, if that has been brought, that could be a little bit of a detriment, but a much better choice here from Nikolai going into this second turn.
I would be surprised to see a Grimmsnarl hiding in the back for this one. I think if it's coming in the game, it would be out front and center, but then who knows? Michelle's always playing his own game as the Terrestrialization comes through. Gunk Shot will come through into the Calyrex. Will it get the poison again this time? Yes, it does. So Sneasler always hitting its marks with these Gunk Shot, making sure it's doing as much damage as possible as Miraidon does connect the Draco Meteor into that Landorus. This is going to be a one-hit KO and just removes it from the field.
Yeah, it's another situation. It's a nice knockout. You remove one of those big threats that was very disruptive from that game one. But the same thing can be said here. You leave that Calyrex kind of open to go for the Glacial Lance, get some really respectable damage onto the opposite side of the field. And now that Miraidon's in that situation where it's locked into Draco Meteor, you can bring your own Miraidon in. You can Terrestrialize. It's pretty risky, though, in front of a Sneasler, so maybe another option, but at least you know what to expect from the Miraidon now, because it is going to be weaker. It is locked into the Draco Meteor, and it probably has to switch out this next turn, which might open the door for you to start taking advantage of that position that is a little bit awkward. Do you lock in with the Terrestrialization if you're Michelle? That's the big question, because if you don't, then you could maybe just save that for a little bit later on in this game, get another Glacial Lance off, pick up that Sneasler this time, and get some good damage onto whatever comes in if you expect Nikolai to switch that Miraidon out, which I feel like he has to in this situation.
I feel the Glacial Lance is incredibly scary at this point as well, because that's going to be able to get a double KO on Miraidon and Sneasler here. You might think, okay, Miraidon's faster, it can go for another Draco Meteor, but it's going to take that special attack drop, and you really cannot leave the opposing Miraidon unchecked in this match. Sneasler's able to go go for that gunk shot, though. Fastest thing on the field into Miraidon. There's no terrestrialization, so it does about over 50%. Also gets the poison through, so Sneasler really doing his best to try and get its trainer. And even Stevens here as Miraidon follows up with the Draco Meteor, and the double up is more than enough to be able to get the knockout here.
The conviction to keep the Miraidon on the field great and go for that double up because you're covering bases. The gunk shot gets the fairy terrestrialization, the Draco Meteor gets if it doesn't, but then you've got to deal with this Glacial Lance coming out, and it will pick up 2 big knockouts here. Now it's going to get that Chilling Near boost twice. It's going to be +2 attack, and now Nikolai down to the last 2 Pokemon. You know one of them is safe in knowing that it'll probably be that Zamazenta, but what is the other Pokemon coming out with it?
Well, this is where you've really made a trade, right? Because you have got rid of a formidable threat on the opposing side. You're now 2 Pokemon apiece on either side, so both trainers going to have to be bringing in their last remaining Pokemon, but you have given this Calyrex a +2 boost. It has the poison, it has a decent amount of damage, so you might be able to get a KO before it's able to move, but you're going to be banking on the Zamazenta to pull through on that, because Farigiraf, I mean, actually, wait, Farigiraf has Foul Play. This is at +2. Farigiraf could get the job done here if it's able to deal with the Calyrex before it deals with you type thing.
It definitely could, and I think that's the big threat. You do have the water terrestrialization for Michelle here to get away from that dark weakness that you've got from the Foul Play, but again, it's still going to hit pretty hard. And also the fact is you don't have the Trick Room set up now, so the Zamazenta are in a position where it is going to be the fastest thing on the field. It's got a kind of a free target into either the Calyrex or the Urshifu with that body press. It's going to do significant damage. The one thing that you have to watch out for is this Urshifu. It is a bit of a problem because it has got that choice band item, so whatever it does decide to lock in, it will be hitting pretty hard. And if it is into the Zamazenta as well with the Surging Strikes, it will ignore that defense boost that it's got. The problem is the Calyrex is poisoned, so it is on a bit of a timer. Even though it's in a difficult position, has it got enough room to maybe weave in a Trick Room? If you have, that's great, but can you utilize those Leech Seeds either? That's the other question. It feels too weakened, status condition.
Yeah, and this is a Ghost Terrestrialization, which will now leave it actually vulnerable to a potential Foul Play, whereas previously that would have been resisted. So depending on where the Farigiraf is able to find its mark, let's see. Nikolai nodding his head. They're going to see the Protect on the Calyrex, so it's not going to be taking any damage in this particular turn. So the Behemoth Bash was going down into that slot, maybe trying to get the knockout, but it's going to come down to what this close combat is going to do. It's Choice Banded. It doesn't get the knockout. Farigiraf in a position to be able to retaliate. The defenses are even dropped further on this Urshifu. So Farigiraf able to go for something like the Foul Play into the slot is going to do a huge amount of damage, but can it get the knockout?
That's a call! That's a huge call here from Nikolai. Expecting the terrestrialization there was the most optimal thing that Michelle could do, and the tables are flipped around here in a hard lock from Nikolai. Going to be able to tie this game up and take us to a game 3.
I mean, this Calyrex on the field has been so formidable for Michelle the whole way through this set, but now it's got a little bit of a wall to get through. It is at +2. We still cannot underestimate that, but with the low HP it's got, and if Zamazenta obviously gets the edge on it with something like that Behemoth Bash, then it's going to be able to clean up the game.
Yeah, and I think we saw the speed interactions earlier on where the Farigiraf definitely outsped the Calyrex. Outside of Trick Room, of course, without that Trick Room support, the Calyrex not in the best position at all. And the Behemoth Bath going to be super effective into this. And we do see the cancellation from Michelle, and Nikolai coming back and saying, I'm not done. I am wanting to get to the final. I'm going to give it everything I've got, and we saw exactly that. What a great adjustment going into that game 2, and now we will be going to a game 3. Exactly what we want to see heading towards the finals.
I was kind of worried when seeing Farigiraf come onto the field, not known as being one of the offensive powerhouses, but the fact that Foul Play is able to do more damage when the opponents are more boosted in their physical attack. You've got a Pokemon at +2, then you've got a Choice Band Urshifu that kindly gives you the Ghost Terror type as well to really give an opening for Farigiraf to claim victory. And now we are even Stevens going to the one game, the deciding game of who our second finalists will be here at these special championships.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, I think the one thing that you would say is in both games 1 and 2, both players have been able to catch the other out with really big predicts. You know, Michelle in game 1 with the Earth Power onto the Zamazenta switch, and then in that game there, Nikolai calling the terrestrialization onto the Urshifu, surviving that close combat and being able to retaliate with a big knockout and really tie that game up. So everything to do. Michelle in that last game didn't really get much utility out of the Landorus. You're taking the trade, yes, but I think Nikolai playing into that game a lot better here, saying, well, yeah, we can play the trade game. I'll be locked into Draco Meteor, but I'm going to play it a lot better this time. And I'm not going to fall for these traps almost. Staying in, having that conviction with the Draco Meteor to get that Miraidon. calling that it wouldn't terrestrialize as well in that point, because that's kind of dangerous. I mean, the gunk shot probably would have been enough anyway. You had the options there with that Sneasler, and it really came into effect there to make it difficult for Michelle.
Well, game 3, deciding game in this final top 4. Calyrex, Landorus, out front and center, and Sneasler Miraidon. I think I've seen the show before, Lee.
Yeah, we have, and we'll be going one more time. So we'll see what our players are going to do this time around. Can again expect maybe a double protect coming out, or whether or not Michelle takes the risk here. It doesn't feel like the sort of player that would take risks in this sort of situation where you maybe don't protect one of these targets expecting the double up into something else, and then you can maybe get a slight advantage that way. But it is very risky, because if you get that wrong, you could lose a piece of your puzzle very quickly, and things can start to snowball from there. So Nikolai in that driving seat once again with that active fake out, got the Miraidon in a position where it can start threatening knockouts very early on.
Well, here we go. The fake out pressuring on the field could easily force this double protect. Landorus goes for it and Calyrex goes for it. No need to change up the strategy at this point. But Nikolai, once again, has locked in an attack but not used that terrestrialization, preserving it and utilizing it later on in the game. If it's going to be the same play as game 2, it's the Draco Meteor down into that opposing Landorus. So really just kind of going through the same script that won game 2 for him.
Yeah, and I wonder if Michelle's made any adjustments with Pokemon that they've got in the back. We talked about that Grimmsnarl. Doesn't feel like the most optimal Pokemon to bring into this game, especially when you're looking at the Urshifu as something that can come in late game and start sweeping up. But if you do have that Grimmsnarl here, although it's going to come in on probably a gunk shot, it's not ideal, but it does allow you to preserve that Landorus a little bit better. Take the special attack drops from that Miraidon and then reevaluate, reposition a little bit later. Maybe enough room where the Calyrex can set that Trick Room up, because it is so valuable once that Trick Room is in effect, because then those Glacial Lances can start to stack up and you can get that damage quite quickly onto the field without worrying about getting knocked out first.
And we see Nikolai do this time and time again, taking every second to really calculate the moves, make sure there's no sudden decisions that could lead to error. But you can see he's concentrating, hoping in this moment. Miraidon is indeed going to go for the terrestrialization here that Terra Fairy has now been locked in and committed to. So the Draco Meteor, if it's able to find its mark, we know that it can get the knockout onto the opposing Landorus, but is it going to be able to do it this time? Sneasler goes for the throat chop, a lot of damage into that opposing Calyrex, leaving it vulnerable with that critical hit, but no gunk shot this time with that residual poison. Miraidon, however, doubles up, finds its mark. That's a double into the Calyrex and a guaranteed knockout.
Yeah, big knockout onto that restricted Pokemon on Michelle's side, but it does leave the Landorus free to fire off an attack into either one of these, and this time it's into the Sneasler, and this time it will be enough, removing that poison threat.
Sneasler goes down, but the Miraidon is able to dodge out of the way of a potential Sludge Bomb if that was something Michelle had maybe read into. And yes, your Sneasler has gone down, but it's helped get rid of a restricted, and you now have the opportunity to bring a free Pokemon in from the back.
Yeah, and it's a much better position now without that Sneasler. You can more freely terrestrialize your own Miraidon if you're Michelle. The problem is that Nikolai has a kind of cover as well in that Zamazenta with that Behemoth's Bash that would be super effective into the Miraidon as well. So it doesn't make it as simple. You can get around the threat of the Draco Meteor a little bit easier, but again, by doing so, you put yourself in a vulnerable position against the Zamazenta. So your main priority is looking at that Zamazenta, dealing with that right now. And I think with an Electro Drift, you could be close to doing it, of course. You're gonna, in the process, have to protect that Landorus, but then by doing it, you open up the door for Nikolai to reposition their own Miraidon, get it off the field without really any risk, get the Farigiraf in, and then kind of be able to bring it in later to choose once again one of those 4 moves, whichever one's going to be more impactful in that situation.
But also the Landorus cannot be underestimated. It could go for Earth Power or Sludge Bomb respectively into either of Nikolai's Pokemon to get some super effective damage on the board. So either you double up into it or you have to make an adjustment around it. And you can see that Nikolai switched out the Miraidon, brought the Farigiraf into the field, and Landorus stays in play. Miraidon going for the Electro Drift, going into what was the opposing Miraidon, and Farigiraf unable to hold on. That's a one-hit KO. Farigiraf leaves the field as quickly as it was able to join, but it does leave a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage that's always nice. But this Landorus, if it's gone for the Earth Power locked in against this opposing Zamazenta, it could be devastating damage. The Miraidon easily able to take that Behemoth Bath, but let's look at Landorus. Earth Power connects.
This is a huge turn and a huge knockout as well. The conviction not to terrestrialize with the Miraidon paying off for Michelle, and now it is 1 versus 3 Pokemon. Nikolai got it all to do.
Who needs double ups when you can get one-hit KOs? That's what Michelle Couch is saying, being able to get the double there on both of Nikolai's Pokemon, forcing this Miraidon in. All it can really do is go for Dazzling Gleam and cross its little paws and hope that it's going to be able to get some critical hits, but terrestrialization is still on Michelle's side. You can drop that Dragon typing, you can turn into the Poison typing. All the options are there. The cards are in Michael's favor.
Perfectly timed, perfectly chosen. Terastallization to resist this Dazzling Gleam that's inevitably going to come out into the Miraidon, probably enough to pick up the knockout, but Landorus doesn't care. It's going for that Terra Poison type. It's going to return with a Sludge Bomb and lock this up, sending Michael into the final here at the Utrecht Special Championship.
This is all it takes. One Sludge Bomb and Miraidon goes down. Michael Kelch does it. He's in the finals with a smile to boot. Congratulations.
Explosive scenes.
What an incredible match. You can see what it means to him as well. And commiserations to Nikolai, because I love the team. I love the way Nikolai played so composed. But you just could not get through the formidable force of Michael Kelch's team. That Landorus, the Miraidon, the Calyrex, there was just so much damage coming from every possible angle.
That was incredible. From minute one to the end of that game was just so incredible to see from two exceptional trainers. Massive congratulations to Nikolai. Commiserations for not getting any further in the tournament, but top 4 is nothing to be ashamed of. It is an incredible achievement, but Michael,
yeah,
something else.
Wow.
Absolutely something else. I mean, when it looked...
Speechless, honestly. It was great.
It looked really, really awkward because you're looking at how Nikolai approached that game was so good, especially game 2 adjustment, making sure that I've got covers for everything. The Terastallization, I'm not going to call out like I did in that game 1.
Yeah.
I'm going to cover it. I'm going to cover it with the Draco Meteor and that Gunk Shot. So it really makes it difficult for Michael to get any sort of momentum swing there. And Michael kind of saying, okay, well, if you take one thing, I'm going to lock you in. I'm going to make it awkward to have to make you reposition your board. Never quite got on top of that. That momentum swing never got the full way through for him in that second game. Nikolai really capitalizing in those moments perfectly. But that third game there was just so well played by Michael. The adjustments, calling the exact things, getting rid of the Sneasler in the right moment was perfect with that Landorus, and yeah, just locked Nikolai out completely.
I mean, it was a thrilling set in this game 1. You know, Michael made that fantastic prediction with the Earth Power from the Landorus to get that first game. But then Nikolai made such a great adaptation, as you said, kind of learning from that turn 1 that played out the same way almost in all 3 games. And being able to adapt and take the victory, I think, was really, really well executed by Nikolai here, using the Sneasler and particularly this Farigiraf at the end to be able to even out the score.
Yeah, that was huge for Nikolai there, especially the call on the Terastallization. Now, this game 3, I think Michael was like, okay, well, you go for the Calyrex, I get the Earth Power off. I'm happy with that. If you go for the Landorus, maybe get the Trick Room off. So we don't know what would have played out there, but it worked out perfectly in the end, where the Landorus was the key component, getting some utility off that, getting the knockouts with that, and then that well-timed Terastallization right at the end was just so well done, saying, yeah, Dazzling Gleam's your most optimal play, and I'm just going to Sludge Bomb you to take me into the finals.
Well, I cannot think of a more commanding way to advance into finals than to take 4 one-hit knockouts. You know, every single Pokemon just went down straight away on Nikolai's side. There was just no room to be able to get damage on the board. I think it was only the Rocky Helmet damage that came through, and then some other damage, obviously. But the fact that Michael, every single time he connected with a Pokemon, got a knockout, like, that's just unheard of.
Yeah, it was real, you know, if you want to make use of your moves and make sure that you're getting the most value out of them, that is the way to do it. And like you say, every single hit was a knockout in that game. It was incredible to see, so fast-paced. And, you know, it was just one exchange after another, and Michael was the one that managed to come out on top. Of course, the job is not done yet.
We've still got one more.
How have we got a final after that game?
Oh, I mean,
I mean, it's very exciting.
The action just keeps going.
Yeah,
like.
That game felt like a final in its own right, and you know, with 2 such high-caliber players going at it like that, it's amazing. And you know, this is actually a rematch of the top 8 from 2023 Worlds.
Oh wow! Okay, and who was victorious in that one?
Michael.
Oh, of course it was. It was 2023 Worlds. I'm getting my dates a little muddled. But that's interesting to see, actually, that they're going to have this history, having faced against each other. And when I spoke to Lewis after his top 4 game and asked, you know, how do you feel about going forward to finals?
Oh, sorry,
and your
not
opponents?
the Lewis game. This game.
Oh, this game?
Yeah, this game.
Oh, this game.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Too many amazing players to count. But that's interesting to see that there was that rematch already. But then going forward to this potential match between 2 German players as well that have trained together, worked together. You know, Lewis shouted out Michael as a thank you in his kind of shout outs during the interview, but he said, I want to face him. I can beat his team. I'm confident.
Wow.
And then after watching the way Michelle's just played, I wonder if Lewis is a bit like, okay, might need to come up with another plan. But you just know they're both going to not hold back, have the ultimate respect for each other out there on the field, and it's going to be an epic final.
Yeah, and I'm sure they've both got, they've thought about lines into each other's teams, what they're going to have to do to kind of overcome the obstacles on both sides of the field. And that's the beauty about it, you know. I think both of these players have been standout trainers over the weekend. When I said about Lewis before, and the same could be said about Michelle. It's like, do you look at this tournament and you think back to what really stands out for you? Michelle's definitely one of those trainers you think throughout this weekend. They've just been playing phenomenally, and Lewis is exactly the same. So for both of them to get to the final, it doesn't always work out like that, but it's worked out perfectly for it this weekend. And I genuinely believe whoever comes out on top will be the most deserving trainer in an incredible event, you know.
And Sneasler is still able to claim a medal in Regulation I as well, which is pretty awesome, you know. And I really liked a lot of the support of Pokemon on Nikolai's side. The Frigoraph in particular, being able to get that foul play, big knockout, I think was really, really awesome. But I have to say, the way Michelle has so much utility on that team, we didn't get to see the Grimmsnarl, but knowing that it's there to be able to provide that defensive support, to be able to provide a little bit of speed control coverage with the Thunder Wave, does just show the versatility of that team. But honestly, seeing the way that the Calyrex, we know that it can go for these Leech Seeds, which I think we always really want to kind of see, but clearly it's for a very unique situation. But the Trick Room that came in the game one, I think again shows that Calyrex isn't just the offensive powerhouse with these Glacial Lances, it can really turn the tide of a match with its supportive moves as well.
Yeah, it's got that consistent damage that you're going to see. It's probably not trained as offensively as maybe we've seen Calyrex Ice Riders in the past, but for good reason. You need that defensive stability to take advantage of the Leech Seed. But you can still see the damage that it's doing each and every turn, and if you kind of tend to ignore it, that damage soon adds up, and it soon starts removing those targets from the field. And then at that point, that's when those chilling Nair boosts start to kind of influence the game, and then that damage creep happens and becomes a little bit too hard to contain. And especially with that Trick Room, where you think, okay, well, it's capable of operating outside of a Trick Room, but it thrives under a Trick Room. So when you can flip those dimensions and get it into position like Michelle did in that game one, you're able to just to lock things up very quickly, and it makes it difficult for an opponent to kind of position against that.
Well, I can't wait any longer. I think it's time to go find out from our second finalist, Michelle, how they are feeling ahead of the finals. So let's kick it over to the interview.
Yeah, at this point, you're kind of used to being in the finals, right? It's only been a couple of weeks that you were in the finals of the Stockholm Regional Championships. Now you're in the finals of the Utrecht Special Championships. How does that feel?
Honestly, incredible. I didn't think I could pull it off, especially with a little prep we had. Like playing 0 games and changing the entire team on Friday is definitely something I do not recommend, but it worked out. I mean, we saw the team made it to top 4 as well and had some other really good results, and I'm just happy that we made a really good call for this tournament.
Yeah, and you were talking about this, and we also saw it on stream, like Ibrahim, for example, like Alexander, yourself, and then also Rahim, Kusha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be like a very, very strong group of friends, and yeah, I think we'll see almost maybe all of you at Worlds as well.
Yeah, that is so... I'm just very happy that all 5 of us are qualified, especially after the start of the season. 2 of my very close friends were having a really rough time and were probably not getting their invites, but then they delivered in the grand challenges and in the regionals. Like, for example, Alexander, who we saw earlier today, he had to go top 8 in this tournament, and just after we saw that he made top 8, we jumped, and it is just a phenomenal feeling when you can cheer your friends on, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, doing well yourself, of course, is one thing, but sharing that success with your friend and also supporting each other, I think, yeah, that's really, really beautiful. About this game, though, your top 4, I have to ask one question. So, a couple of years ago, well, 2023, not that long ago, in World's top 8,
yeah,
you played against the same opponent, right? That time, you were the one with the Farigiraf. How did it feel that now he was the one bringing Farigiraf? And did you have, like, I don't know, some sort of extra motivation to win that game?
It was actually really funny because we had a really good chat before the game, and we also talked about our top 8 set, just thinking about the past and talking about the good stuff. And it's interesting to see that the Farigiraf switched sides. I didn't expect the Farigiraf to come at all because I remember that against Alexander he always brought Ursaluna Blood Moon instead of Farigiraf, but that Farigiraf made it way more scary because I always brought my Urshifu in the bag, and Urshifu is amazing into Ursaluna, but worse into Farigiraf. We saw it in Game 2. He made a phenomenal read in Game 2 as well. He played really well, and I'm also just really happy that all my stream games are just very good games. They are not boring,
back and forth,
and yeah, I love it.
Absolutely. And then one other thing, I mean, there was a lot going on, but I know that you have a finals to prepare for as well. But in that final game, like, it felt like every hit that you were doing was a one-hit KO. So you really got to see not only like your defensive capabilities of the team in previous games, like you can go like screens and like leech seed leftovers, but you also have the really like the raw power of something like Life or Blandurus, Choice Specs Miraidon. So how would you rate like on your team, like which one overweights? Is it more about the power or about like the defensive balance?
So it depends on the matchup. Since his team was very offensive, I had to respond with offensive stuff myself. I think I could have also tried a Grimmsnarl line with screens, but we saw that all the other 4 Pokemon were just really important. And the problem is, if I lead with Grimmsnarl, there's the Sneasel, it can go for Fake Out, it's not great. And so in this particular matchup, I had to beat offense with my own offense, but most of the time Grimmsnarl was actually really bad so far. I only bought it to like 3 games out of 30, so okay. I'm not a big fan of screens, especially after my friends told me I got crit here, I got crit there, I got Flare Blitz burned there, and then screens are kind of a waste.
Yeah, so then you need to, I don't know, change gears a little bit and then go for the damage.
Exactly.
But yeah, you were able to overcome that strong opponent in top 4, and now you will play against Lewis, another friend of yours, in the finals. And yeah, he of course was just able to beat your friend Alex in top 4 in the same matchup. So yeah, how do you feel about this finals against Lewis?
So after my top 8 set, I can say it now, I said there's like one restricted duo which is very common and that we have a really rough matchup into, and it is Shadow Rider plus Zamazenta. So I'm not particularly thrilled about the matchup, but I'm happy that I can play against a friend in the finals, because that never really has happened before, and so I still hope I can deliver a good set. It's going to be difficult, but if someone can pull it off, maybe it's me.
Maybe it's you, yeah. I mean, you've won 2 regional level events already. This would be your 3rd. Not many people have done that. But of course, yeah, either way, fantastic showing from your side. And then I would say, let's get ready for the finals. You probably have your friends who are, waiting for you to maybe prepare a little bit. And then I wish you the best of luck. And yeah, we'll see you on the big stage again.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Then, yeah, we'll go to a very short break. Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn. You don't want to miss this. We will be back with the finals here in just a little bit.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. single trainer. We give her respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today. Legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
Well, it is time. We are here to bring you the finals of the Utrecht Special Championship event. My name is Lee Provis. If you're just tuning in, and I'm joined by the lovely Loiza Actos-Chromi. And we cannot wait to get into this one because it is going to be a phenomenal match with two absolutely incredible players.
Honestly, the adrenaline hasn't stopped since we got into top four. That first match that David and Marcus were commentating on, you and I were sat looking at the screens, watching every single intense moment, particularly that game 2 where Lewis was able to go Helping Hand, Astral Barrage, and just remove Pokemon from the play. Yeah. Then we came this side of the desk and we just watched Michael take 4 KOs with one-hit knockouts, and now these two trainers are in finals and we're going to be able to see them battle up against each other.
I wonder if it'll be as fast-paced as it was in that one. And I think if, you know, looking at the matchups as well, you know, you've already talked about how confident Lewis feels going into this.
Yeah.
How probably the matchup probably favors them a little bit. And Michael knows how difficult this is. But I think even talking with David, and if there's anyone that can do this, it probably is Michael to turn it around. And maybe the route to winning is going to be that fast-paced return where you are just picking up knockout after knockout after knockout. Not going to be easy, though. Of course it's not, but well, maybe.
Michael's like the 7th Pokemon on his team, right?
Yeah,
you know, he's someone who can really pilot a team in a way that nobody else can. And sometimes that mind game that you can bring into a set is what will determine the victory, not necessarily the Pokemon you bring in the lead, the Pokemon you have in the back. It's just the way you utilize them on the field and the way that you're able to read your opponent. And Michael is someone who is so well versed in that it can be unnerving.
Yeah, it can be. And we can take a look at the bracket to see the routes of both of these trainers on their road to the finals here and who they've had to overcome. Michael's route taking down Hengwai first in top 8, before then that explosive top 4 match against Nikolai to make their way into the final.
Lewis has had very clean 2-0s the whole way through, just kind of almost a straight line into the finals here. Michelle's been a little bit more troublesome here. We've had 2 1s, and that's been quite rare over the entire tournament this weekend. Almost all of our games, bar a few, have been 2-0 matches. So Michelle's had a little bit of a difficult climb into this final compared to Lewis, but between the two of them, you just know how well versed they were going to be. Lewis, I think, has got to be feeling confident because Alexander was running the same team that Michelle is running. And so Lewis not only already knows how it plays, but he knows he can win. win, he knows he can beat it. So that's got to be a boost.
It's a huge boost, and I think for confidence going into a final, I don't think you could really ask for anything more than that preparation against such a strong opponent in Alexander as well. The only thing that you would say might give Michelle a little bit of benefit is looking at that game and maybe saying, okay, how did Lois approach that in both games? What was their strategy? What did they do? What did they click into? What did they switch out at this turn, in this position? Can I capitalize in any of those moments? Can I trade and come out on the better end of that trade? And I think that's what Michelle's really good at. Like you outlined, he's able to find those win cons out of seemingly nowhere that other players might not be able to see. And I think that might be the edge here, where he can look back at that match and say, okay, there's an opportunity here, and I need to cultivate this board position if I can, and I can get my moment right. I might be able to steal this. It's not as one-sided as that, of course. I think Los has to do everything right on their end, but they've been doing that so far. You can see from the results, 2-0, 2-0 into the finals, confident. Speaking to them after the interview, they feel like they are already
so ready.
They've got their hands on the trophy, ready to lift it, right?
Both of them are just chomping at the bit to be able to get that title.
Yeah, but Los still need to do all the right things, so it's not going to be super easy. But I think Michelle's probably got the harder task at hand. Wasn't really bigging up the Grimstall from their side of things.
I think he said he brought him to 3 games out of 30.
Been a little underwhelming.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that feels like the Grimstall could perform quite a pivotal role in this match. The screen support, I think, when we look at the teams, could be something. But outside of the screen support, it doesn't really offer too much. And I think that's the problem. I think every Pokemon needs to contribute equally to get the title against such a formidable opponent in Lois.
Yeah, I think the only other thing outside of screens Grimstall can do is possibly you go for the Spirit Breaks into Pokemon like the Calyrex, particularly if it goes for that Dark Terrestrialization. You know, you can flip that on its head and then hit it for super effective Fairy-type damage. Other than that, I'm not really seeing a lot of potential from this Grimstall coming through, and both these trainers are so calculated in the way that they're able to play. Lewis, so calm, is so well-versed with this team as well. He's not going to be easily unnerved, even by a trainer like Michelle. But Michelle, again, he's a player who can absorb and utilize information unlike any other trainer I know. And so every single moment of the game, and as you were saying, they've both watched each other's top 4s. They're going to be able to take information from that game and utilize it in this match as well.
Yeah, and both can be said for both players. They're going to be able to look back throughout the tournament to hopefully maybe points that they could have watched maybe their opponent now where they were playing earlier, and take points from each other's games in those situations to bring in influence into this match. The one thing that Michelle's going to have to watch out for is that Astral Barrage. You've got no Wide God on your side of the field. You've not got any way to mitigate that damage. You don't have a Terra Normal on your side of the field. You don't have a Terra Dark either to have any sort of resistance. So the Astral Barrage is going to be the big thing you're going to have to really try and keep check of. And how you do that, you don't have anything faster there. You're going to have to utilize the speed control methods that you have. You've got Trick Room on the Calyrex, but if you bring the Calyrex and it's in front of the opposing Shadow Rider Calyrex, you're going to have to Terastallize, because if not, you're going to take huge damage, maybe even get knocked out before you can even set a Trick Room up.
That's very true, and the Zamazenta as well, another one of the restricteds that Lewis has that Michelle himself has said he did not want to come down against. The combination of Calyrex and Zamazenta is a very strong core into his team, so even though he doesn't have a way to have White God on his side, he has to contend with the White God on the opposing side, because those Glacial Lances, those Dazzling Gleams, they want to be able to come through, as well as the fact that Zamazenta can just apply so much pressure with its body presses and the heavy slams. But if you're just tuning in, Michelle Kelch versus Lewis Markle here. 2 players from Germany, 2 formidable opponents against each other. Michelle has gone in incredible consistency back-to-back in Worlds, from a finalist to a top 4, as well as winning Stockholm Regional twice in 2024 to 2025. And then Lewis, again, on a phenomenal tear at this event in Stockholm, was able to get top 8, EUIC top 64, and Stockholm top 16. So both of them actually probably has faced off against each other a lot in Stockholm and now here in Utrecht.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if they did face off at any stage on the road to Michelle winning, but incredible accomplishments from both these trainers, and at least at the bare minimum, they're going to be able to add finalists of the Utrecht Special Championship here from this weekend, but maybe even champion might be the title after this. But we'll take a quick look at Michelle's team, the Calyrex, Ice Rider, Miraidon, Incineroar, Urshifu, the Grimmsnarl, and the Landorus.
Now, we talked a lot about the restricted Pokemon, but for me, the superstar, particularly from that top 4 game, is the Landorus, because the Landorus can apply so much pressure to opposing Zamazentas with something like that Earth Power, and that was a really nice way that Michel has been able to deal with Zamazentas in his tournament run so far. Also, we know that there's a lot of the Fairy Miraidons out there, so the Sludge Bomb has been really well utilized, but in this particular matchup, Fairy types are nowhere to be seen, so I wonder if Sludge Bomb's maybe going to be more utilized to the Grass-type Pokemon. That Lewis does have an abundance with that Ogerpon and Rillaboom. Yeah, and it'll be really useful. It's just getting that Landorus into a position where it can fire off those attacks consistently without being threatened from a knockout from the likes of things like that Calyrex that threaten it so much, you know, with that Life Orb that the Calyrex has got access to. And we saw in previous games that Lewis does like to rely on that helping hand support from things like that Incineroar, and with that boost on top, could be enough to just remove that Pokemon quite quickly from the field before it becomes a threat. The other option of speed control you've got on Michel's side is that Thunder Wave. If you do decide to bring the Grimmsnarl, it could be utilized. You've got to be careful about choosing your slot. If you go after that Calyrex and it does Terrasilize into that Dog type, has that immediate immunity because of the Prankster ability and how much you ignore it there. So it could kind of fall a little bit on the wrong side if you do go down that road. Well, the team sheets have been exchanged. The fist bump has been given. These trainers are locked into team preview and getting ready for this grand finals. Lewis's team, as a refresher, if you missed it in top 4, has this beautiful synergy between the Incineroar and the Calyrex going for that helping hand Astral Barrage. And Lewis even said he's used it loads this tournament. It isn't just there for a niche. It's something that trainers are not expecting. And so we can overwhelm with the damage there. Another key Pokemon we've seen him utilize well is that Ogerpon, using that redirection to draw in attacks and allow either something like a setup on the Calyrex with Nasty Plot or the Zamazenta to just deal some offensive pressure has been really well utilized this tournament. Yeah, and you've got that Wide Guard on the Zamazenta as well. It's going to come in handy if that Calyrex Ice Riser does Terrasilize on Michel's side and decide to go for those Glacial Lances. That would be at the detriment of things like that Ogerpon and the Rillaboom and even the Calyrex. It doesn't want to take too many of those. So the Wide Guard protection there, really nice lair for the team that Lewis can lean into. And the one thing that you would say that Calyrex with the Nasty Plot, Michel cannot be passive against this team, because you give one opportunity to get that Nasty Plot off, and then if that helping hand is active, then even if you've got a resistance, it's not really going to help you against such a formidable Pokemon. The speed controls is interesting for Lewis as well, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of utility on the team other than some priority moves, Grassy Glide and Aqua Jet, for example, whereas Michel does have the utility to go for something like the Trick Room on that Calyrex, or as you mentioned, the Thunder Wave as well. So possibly the way these Pokemon have naturally been trained is going to be something to keep an eye on. But we're jumping into finals, Pokemon trainers. It's going to be Miraidon and Incineroar versus Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yeah, you can see both trainers here have led out with their Incineroars to have that fake out support. One is going to take a bit more of an advantage from this than the other, because the Calyrex right now is immune to it and free to go for an attack onto both of these targets that it probably will outspeed. It will be able to get the Astral Barrage into the Miraidon, but do you want to leave it vulnerable to taking an Electro Drift? Do you want to go for the fake out into that slot, because you want to try and mitigate as much damage early on as possible if you're Lewis? And then it does leave the opposing Incineroar that does threaten the Calyrex to go for maybe a knockoff into the Calyrex, so you can't really leave it open too much, especially in that Ghost typing. Maybe you want to commit to that Terrasalization early on here to mitigate that Dog type threat. I think as well, we know how speedy Michel's Incineroar is, but even if it goes for that fake out, the helping hand would have gone first. But Incineroar's leaving the field. We're going to override that terrain, shut down the Hadron engine on Miraidon's side, and bring the grassy terrain to the floor. And you can pressure some fake out into the next turn on that Rillaboom side. Also a Protect coming through from the Calyrex. So a nice defensive switch up here on Lewis's side, as Michel is left in the driving seat to go for the Electro Drift. That goes into Protect, so no damage is going to come through on Michel's side here from that Miraidon. But the Incineroar able to reposition with a U-turn, taking a leaf out of the opposing side here, getting the fake out user out to come back in later on. Yeah, it's a nice play here from Lewis, just to be able to reposition, get rid of the electric terrain as well. And Michel kind of not going for the Volt Switch like you would maybe expect into the Incineroar slot, so it can get out and reposition, bring that electric terrain back in later, expecting maybe something like the Rillaboom to come onto the field. Now it has got that active fake out, it can slow down the Miraidon for one more turn, and it opens the door for the Calyrex to be able to start performing, throwing those Astral Barrages that are so devastating onto the field. But a really good response from Michel with that Grimmsnarl, now going to have access to that screen support, Spirit Break, which can slow down the Calyrex, as well as that Thunder Wave.
Just got to be careful in case it does go for that Terastallization.
I mean, he said that the Grimmsnarl has not been strong for him. He's brought it to only 3 games. Well, now he's brought it to 4, including this final. So I think the Spirit Break, if you are trying to catch that Dark Terastallization on Calyrex's side, is in a really nice position. Not only is it super effective damage, but you're also lowering that special attack. But Calyrex not falling for it. Lewis gets it out of here.
Yeah, and a really good decision, I think, because it is in that vulnerable position where it's not really going to be able to offer too much going forward and could get some unnecessary damage or into a position where it could get Thunderwave when you don't want to commit that Terastallization. Fake up from the Rillaboom, slowing down that Miraidon, preventing it from switching out, at least this turn, as that screen is set from the Grimmsnarl. Going to give a little bit of extra defense against those special attackers that are so threatening from Lewis's side.
Yeah, it's a shame neither of them are on the field right now. You've got those physical attackers with Incineroar and Rillaboom, but you know the Calyrex is in the back, so that's something to bear in mind. It's holding the Light Clay, so it is going to be for those 8 extended turns.
Yeah, and you've got the Fake Out coming in from the Incineroar now on Lewis's side, and yes, it can slow down the Miraidon once again, but yeah, if you're not pivoting out and getting something in that Rillaboom slot now, then the next turn you're kind of putting yourself in a vulnerable position, especially with your Incineroar. Do you have a safe switch in from the back that you can take an Electro Drift with? Yes, the Electric Terrain's not set up, but you've still got to remember that it is holding that Choice Specs item and can still do some devastating damage.
I think as well, you know, Grimmsnarl taking note of the situation, saying, hey, I can go for my Reflect here. Either you fake out into me and then I can't, but then Miraidon gets a big amount of damage out on the field. So now a lot of defensive capabilities up on Michael's side. And almost in a way, you want the Grimmsnarl to go down or just get off the field so you can bring in your offensive powerhouses to start cleaning through Lewis's team. But Lewis playing really well with the pivoting Pokemon, as we like to say here, because Rillaboom's gone for that U-turn, gives him the opportunity to adjust. And I like the time that he's taking here. This is the Grand Finals, the best of 3. You want to use every second that you can to be able to make sure you're not going to overcorrect or misplay and bring the correct Pokemon in for the situation.
That's true, and you are mitigating any sort of damage from Michelle's end from that big powerhouse in the Miraidon, but at the same time, you've got that. If you're Michelle, you've been able to set your screens up pretty freely here, and you're in that nice position now where you can start utilizing that Thunder Wave into the Zamazenta. That might be a really nice option to slow that Pokemon down, and then you've got the chance, if you can get that paralysis onto it, of preventing it from moving. You've got a 1 in 4 chance. If you do go for that, of course, then you can go for the Electro Drift into the Incineroar here, get some nice damage onto that, or you might want to just revert to switching that out for now. You have to be careful around the Zamazenta going for the Behemoth Bash into the Grimmsnarl, of course. That is going to take super effective damage, but at the cost of a Thunder Wave, it's probably worth doing at this stage in the game.
And at the same time, Michelle has to find a way to deal with that Zamazenta because it can be so tanky out there on the field. Calyrex does rejoin the fray here. It's going to be on Michelle's side. That Calyrex Ice Rider going to be applying a lot of pressure. Could even try and go for something like the Leech Seeds here. You have to watch out for the Wide Guard, of course, but it's going to have to take a body press for its troubles as Miraidon, free to go for the Electro Drift, will find its target down onto the opposing Zamazenta. There's no electric terrain, but even so, that does over 50%, showing the formidable presence it can have with those choice specs, but it will take a drop now thanks to the potting shot.
Yeah, and that potting shot is really nicely timed because the Incineroar are going to be able to go back out. You'd probably expect the Calyrex to come back onto the field now, and it's going to be in a prime position to start putting down some Astro Barrages on the field, or even take the opportunity to go for a nasty plot to boost that special attack even further and put Lewis in a really commanding position, especially when you're supported by the Zamazenta. The Miraidon has taken that special attack drop, so this next Electro Drift not probably going to be able to pick up the Zamazenta. And do you worry about the Calyrex Ice Rider so much, because that is not really in a position where it is going to be able to threaten too much of a knockout here. It's got the Leech Seed, it can put that out into the field, but it's very passive in this situation. The only thing that would threaten is a Trick Room, but have you got the room to be able to take an Astro Barrage in this situation to get the Trick Room set up?
That's a good question, and I think as well, you know, the Miraidon has been really effectively neutralized by Lewis here. You've got rid of the terrain, you've given it a parting shot as well. So Michelle's maybe in a position where he wants to get the Miraidon off the field so that you can try and set that up later on. But the Wide Guard finally comes through. That means that these spread type attacks are not going to be able to connect on Lewis's side of the field, and the Calyrex can capitalize on this and go for this nasty plot. So really hoping that a potential Glacial Lance is going to be blocked, as Miraidon, we know, locked into the Electro Drift, will have to commit to this, goes into the Zamazenta, but it's not enough to get the knockout. That potting shot paying off so well, enabling Zamazenta to stay in this match.
A great play here from Lewis, and being able to survive that potting shot, so pivotal in being able to allow that nasty plot. You think maybe the Michelle went for the Trick Room there to try and get the Twisted Dimension set up to get that speed control, but not going for it, going for the Glacial Lance, and unfortunately getting caught out by that well-timed Wide Guard. It's going to be actually intact this next turn, but the thing is, the Miraidon now in that really awkward position. Yes, it's got light screen support, but Is it going to be enough to allow it to survive a +2 Life Orb boosted Astral Barrage?
That's the thing, it's going to be so much damage coming this way, but we have just seen the utility of when the stats are manipulated, where the damage counters can roll. But it's such a beautiful turn for Lewis here. You also managed to make sure that that Zamazenta's in play again. You haven't lost a Pokemon here, and the White Guard just so beautifully shutting down that opposing Calyrex. But it's time to get all beautiful and bejeweled up here on the final stage, as Terrestrialization has been locked in for this Calyrex Ice Rider, so it will be turning into a water type, trying to resist some of the potential Astral Barrage damage that can come its way, capitalizing on dropping its weakness and that light screen in play to try and give it the longevity on the field. White Guard comes through once again to ensure that a Glacial Lance is not going to be able to get damage on Lewis's side, paving a way for the opposing Calyrex to go for this Astral Barrage. It will connect on both the opposing Pokemon here, and can it get the knockout? No, light screen still paying off, so strong.
Yeah, you can see the value of that light screen and why the Grimmsnarl here is such a great choice, as the Electro Drift now be into the Calyrex, and it is going to be doing some nice damage. Nowhere near enough to pick up this big threat, as finally the Trick Room is turned on.
Now, we've seen Michelle pull this move before, and as soon as that Trick Room goes up, the Calyrex Ice Rider is in a prime position. However, White Guard is still on the field, so that's a really difficult spot to allow this Calyrex to shine. You could try and go for something like Leech Seed to start setting up, but the fact that the Astral Barrage can still come through and connect, and you cannot stop it, means Calyrex might be on borrowed time.
Yeah, it could be on borrowed time here. I don't know if you want to maybe just try and let the Miraidon go down, or if you switch something in that's a bit more preferable to take those Astral Barrages. You know, something like the Incineroar next to the Calyrex would be a lot more preferable. You get your Miraidon off the field then, and then you can bring it in later to get that Electric Train set up, knowing that you can deal, or better deal, with these opposing Pokemon. Once the Incineroar is on the field, then you can use that Fake Out into the Zamazenta, or at least stop it from going for a White Guard one turn, while then you can utilize that Glacial Lance to try and get rid of this Calyrex. It's in a really awkward position, and because of that, switching straight out.
Yeah, Lewis saying, you know what, my Nasty Plot boost, it's great, but I don't need it right now. What is more important is getting the Incineroar here on the field. It can throw that Intimidate down, stop the Calyrex from maybe doing as much damage, because if Zamazenta keeps going for the White Guard, it can't deal a huge amount. So maybe as soon as it decides to switch off that White Guard, you need to stop the Calyrex from being able to capitalize on it. Calyrex just goes straight for the Leech Seed, however. Now there's minimal HP remaining on the Zamazenta, so maybe this turn or maybe one more will actually be able to get the knockout, as Miraidon goes for the partner slot here and targets down with this Electro Drift. Incineroar taking just under a half damage here.
Yeah, that's really useful damage onto the Incineroar. I do take a little bit of recoil damage from that Rocky Helmet, of course, but well-timed Leech Seed, because that's going to give you really valuable health back onto the Calyrex here. It will take down the Zamazenta in turn. The one thing about this water-type terrestrialization, it does leave you very vulnerable against the Rillaboom that can come back into play now and have those big, powerful grass-type attacks that are going to be able to hit so hard, and especially when you're next to the Incineroar that Luce has got access to now, you can at least prevent a Glacial Lance from play. Now you've lost that Zamazenta and the White Guards removed from the field.
With the Reflect up, though, maybe there's a way to get around the potential physical offensive pressure that the Rillaboom can deal out, but you still have to burn through one turn of Trick Room with the Fake Out that both the Incineroar and the Rillaboom are capable of dealing here. Miraidon definitely looking to be in a difficult spot, and Miraidon possibly, if you switch it out here for Michael, not only can you maybe throw an Intimidate down with your own Incineroar, but then you can reset the terrain later on to allow Miraidon to shine.
Yeah, and that's a really good call. I think that's one thing that you could do, but maybe Lewis sees through that. Maybe. For maybe a U-turn from your Rillaboom into that Miraidon slot. You know it's locked into the Electro Drift, and if you can just get the U-turn into it rather than going for a Fake Out.
Oh, no Fake Out!
No Fake Out and getting caught out!
Glacial Lance comes through, not going to be able to get the knockout, though. That Intimidate really helping out here as Parting Shot comes through instead from this Incineroar. So a reposition here, wanting to Intimidate and Fake Out later on, try and burn through another turn of Trick Room into that Miraidon. So even if Miraidon would be able to connect and attack here, it's going to be at a weaker damage pace. But Rillaboom still to move, and I think the U-turn could be a great way to guarantee that KO.
Yeah, it could be a really useful way, and still preserve that Fake Out, preserve that Grassy Terrain for later on if the Miraidon does stick around and decides to go out later, but not going to have the opportunity. The U-turn into that slot, finally taking this big restricted Miraidon down.
I like that because the U-turn guarantees the KO, but if there had been a potential switch there, the Parting Shot will at least negate the offensive pressure that the Pokemon in the back could bring forward. You know, you just want to try and make sure Incineroar isn't going to be able to deal too much. But Incineroar for Lewis now back on the field. That Intimidate coming through will connect on the Calyrex because this is the leftover variant, not that Clear Amulet we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, and almost it's a bit of a double-edged sword here, where having the faster Incineroar in this Trick Room environment is going to backfire on Michelle. Michelle, when now Lucis Incineroar is actually going to be able to get the fake out off before Michelle's, preventing the Calyrex from attacking. Again, it's just protected as well, so it's going to be in that vulnerable spot against the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it could go for the Terastallization here. It could get rid of that weakness to the Dog type. It is impending coming out from the Incineroar on Michelle's side with that knockoff that would be so detrimental. Be able to get rid of that Life Orb, and not only that, it would be able to easily pick up a knockout as well.
There's a lot of potential threats on the field right now, and I think that Calyrex, as you said, has to watch out for the potential knockoff from the Incineroar, so it's going to need its partner to go for the fake out and shut that potential down. Calyrex not going on the offensive, instead setting up another Leech Seed to try and gain as much HP back, combined with this grassy terrain on the field as well, and combined with its leftovers. As the Shadow Rider says, I lost my nasty plot earlier, but you know what, it was kind of useful. I want it back again. I'm going to utilize this position to get set up, so when Trick Room is over, this game is going to be mine.
Yeah, and if you can keep that Incineroar in a nice, healthy position for when that Trick Room ends, you're going to be able to go for that helping hand Astral Barrage, and even against these two targets, the Light Screen up, it's still going to be close. I think the Light Screen's the big turning point for this, for Michelle, to just have that security, knowing that you might be able to take these big attacks and then return with a knockout yourself. There's the Light Screen ending. Now you're going to be more vulnerable to that Astral Barrage. Of course, you've still got the Trick Room to contend with, though, so you are the fastest thing on the field if you're Michelle, but you have to guarantee, if you're attacking, you have to guarantee taking down that Calyrex. If you don't, if you miss the knockout, 2 nasty plots under its belt, it is going to be able to do some significant damage, and it might be enough to sway the tide.
And even though you don't have to contend with Wide Guard, there's really not offensive pressure. Calyrex is able to deal with Glacial Lance thanks to the Intimidate that it's taken. So if I was Michelle, I'd almost want to get the Calyrex off the field, reset those. Yes, you lose your Leech Seeds, but if you can get something like the Grimmsnarl back on the field and set that Light Scream up, that's going to give you a little bit of a buffer against this nasty plot boosted Calyrex. But as soon as Trick Room's over, you know, Calyrex is going to be in a prime position on Lewis's side, and you have to find a way through it. A Assault Vest Incineroar is a great way, but you need to be able to land that knockoff.
Yeah, we're just going to see the Protect here from the Calyrex to try and stall out these remaining turns of the Trick Room here. There's going to be a parting shot from the Incineroar, so going to pivot out once again. It'll free up the way for the Rillaboom to come back onto the field. It'll be interesting to see Michelle goes for a parting shot themselves into that slot to get their own Calyrex back onto the field.
And there's still the Terastallization to be utilized on Lewis's side as well, so that could be a nice way for Calyrex to get around this by going for that Dark Terror type. But right now, it can safely go for the Protect. No need to utilize that and reveal it at this point in time. Obviously, having the Rillaboom on the field, very nice to have that fake out potential, but you have to watch out for this Grimmsnarl, because it's going to be able to take the Leech Seeds now that were left behind by that opposing Calyrex. And even though Reflect's gone off, you can set up that Light Screen. You now have to contend with the Trick Room as well, so a lot of variables for Michelle to contend with.
Yeah, and you've got the Grimmsnarl back out onto the field as that Light Screen's ended, and you can set that up once again. It's going to give you that little bit of a stability against the Astral Barrage. And with 2 Dog types out on the field now, you really are in a nice, comfortable position if you are Michelle, because you can utilize that Light Screen, you can utilize then the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar into either one of the 2 targets. You would probably want to go for the Calyrex, and maybe this forces the Calyrex off the field because it's not really going to be able to utilize the 2 attacking options very strongly. It's got the immunity, the Psychic there is useless into these 2 Dark-type Pokemon. The Astral Barrage is your only option, and why we're seeing it switch out for maybe trying to reposition that for a little bit later on in this game.
Exactly, and also a U-turn to allow Michelle a little bit of repositioning could be damaging into the opposing Calyrex, particularly if it did want to go for a Terastallization. Instead, the Incineroar on the opposing side going to be able to take that really well, deal a little bit of Rocky Helmet recoil for its troubles as Michelle uses the opportunity to reposition. So we know the Calyrex has to come onto the field now as the only Pokemon in the back, and that is something that Rillaboom has to contend with as well, with the potential Glacial Lance coming forward in the next turn.
Yeah, and the problem is you've still got that Rillaboom on the field. It is going to threaten with those Wood Hammers. They can do some considerable damage. It's into the right slot. It's not. It's into the Grimmsnarl, and that is a lot of damage. The recoil will not be kind to the Rillaboom and take it down. So that one threat that Michelle had to worry about more than anything is now removed from play. The Spirit Break going to follow up with that, do some nice damage, just chip damage, but it might be really crucial damage to that Incineroar in this end game.
I like this play, though, coming through from Michelle, because you were kind of doubling up into what was the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and either you get the knockout there or it terrestrializes and you guarantee the KO. But at the cost of your Grimmsnarl here as well. You know, the Rocky Helmet has been able to get the KO. The Rillaboom has gone down to its own recoil. It's a lot of passive damage that's being dealt in recoil, and whether or not now Incineroar and the Calyrex is going to be enough for Michelle versus the Calyrex and Incineroar on Lewis's side, time is going to tell. But Trick Room's over now, so possibly the speed could be with Lewis.
Yeah, but the way that Michelle's woven this board position and set it up to have this active fake out to slow down this Incineroar and open up a Glacial Lance into the opposing Calyrex. You're in a position as well, you're so healthy, you're going to be able to take an Astro Barrage from the incoming Calyrex. You just have to be worried about that play of Helping Hand Astro Barrage, but will it be enough to take down this full health Calyrex? I don't know if it will, but we'll soon find out.
That's the play, and it's one way to go around the fake out, as Helping Hand will have that priority. The Astro Barrage comes through. It will connect on both of Michelle's Pokemon here. It's not going to be able to get the KO on either of them. Too much HP on Calyrex's side to contend with, meaning that the Incineroar can just go straight for this Flare Blitz, get the knockout, and allow the Calyrex to clean up the Incineroar in the next turn.
Yeah, unless it goes for the Leech Seed, and it'll be wearing it down slowly
slow
but
and steady.
But we'll see what we go for. Is it going to be that Glacial Lance just to cover bases in case anything happens to the Incineroar? It is not quite enough, but it looks like Michelle has put themselves in a position to sort this one up, and what a really well executed, intricate game plan they've had to play to get around the big threats on Lewis's side of the field.
So many twists and turns from both of these trainers in this game one of our grand finals. I have to say, Michelle bringing the Grimmsnarl, I know a Pokemon that he had a few doubts about, but the way that it was able to come in with those light screens and the Replex really paid off, particularly in the face of Pokemon like the Calyrex. We saw that the longevity was giving Michelle the opportunity to keep Pokemon in the game, to be able to reposition and facilitate this end game situation.
Yeah, and I think Lewis here just taking as much time as they can just to think about how they've approached this match, what has went wrong for them here to come away from this first game with a loss, and how they can reevaluate approaching the second game to try and tie this up so we can go to that game 3. But Michelle doing everything right here. I think the way that they used their Miraidon just to whittle down the Zamazenta on Lewis's side, remove that restricted first. That was the big problem. Get rid of that first, and then we can go from there. We are seeing Lewis finally lock in with that Terastallization just to give themselves a little bit extra time, and this is really key. I think any extra time you can get in between now and that next team lock for the team preview going into game 2 is going to be valuable in helping decide how you go into this next game into the Helping Hand coming out. Damage there, just Helping Hand into nothing as the knockoff comes out and able to clean this up. Michelle taking game 1 here in the finals.
Amazing to be able to see Michelle come through with such a commanding start, but it was very difficult. Treacherous traps set out by Lewis the whole way through this game, particularly with that Wide Guard. And I think he made a great observation that Michelle, had said previously, Wide Guard Zamazenta is a really difficult Pokemon for my team, and he just made sure to remove that as quickly as possible to allow Calyrex to start going for those Glacial Lances, because it's the only way for that physical damage to really come through on the board.
Yeah, and how well he dealt with the Rillaboom, because that is an immediate threat if you decide you have to go down the Terastallization route with your Calyrex Ice Rider. Yeah, you open yourself up to becoming weak to these grass-type attacks, and when they're boosted by the grassy terrain, I mean, Grimmsnarl not one of those Pokemon that's weak to grass-type attacks, but you saw how powerful that Wood Hammer was into that Pokemon. Calyrex not wanting to contend with that, but didn't really have to face up to any sort of threat from the Rillaboom throughout that game, with how well Michelle positioned his Calyrex throughout and everything around it, utilizing that Incineroar so well. Like I say, it comes back, I think, to the start of the game with that Miraidon, utilizing that Electro Drift, not worrying about having to take it off the field to get that Electric Tree and set back up, just saying, okay, I've got consistent good damage that's backed up by this Choice Specs item. I'm going to get that damage onto the key important Pokemon that I want to remove early, and that was the Zamazenta, making sure that, yes, you have to go for those Wide Guards, because if you don't, there's a potential I can go for my Glacial Lances, and that'll be detrimental to you. So it kind of pins the Zamazenta in a spot where it's just soaking up that damage one after another to the point where it did eventually go down, and then that opened the door for Michelle to kind of unlock a few other pieces of the puzzle there, utilizing, like you said, the Grimmsnarl with that screen support. So pivotal, especially when there was that one opportunity for the Astral Barrage, which was boosted to get that attack off.
I mean, taking a look at Lewis's Pokemon, do we see any adaptations that could be made? The Choice Scarf on the Urshifu, really nice to be able to give you kind of a speedier edge, particularly with the Water Terror, but do you think it's got a place here?
I don't know. I think it's very difficult to bring it. I think the 4 that Lewis brought are probably the right choice.
Well, let's see if they've brought the same ones in this match. Front and center, it's going to be the Rillaboom with the Calyrex. On the opposing side for Michael, it's going to be that Landorus that we've seen be so formidable in top 4, paired up with that Grimmsnarl. You can just see it poking over the graphic there.
Yeah, you can. And the Landorus, a nice adaptation here, because behind the light screen that you can potentially get set up here with the Grimmsnarl, it can take attacks pretty well from the Calyrex. The only issue is you've got to contend with this fake out for the first turn, and the Grimmsnarl going to be a bit of a sitting target for that. It's not going to be able to get a screen up if we see a fake out from that slot, but we're starting off with a big terrestrialization.
Yes, it's actually going to be on this Grimmsnarl. Not something you see every day, but that Ghost Terrera type is going to be able to put it into a great position here, just removing some of the weaknesses it could potentially have. One of the interesting things is that fake out, of course, now is not going to be able to affect it, so it is going to be free to go for this Thunder Wave and start manipulating the speed controls. This is going to connect down into that Calyrex, not only paralyze it, but reduce its speed and give it the potential to not even move at all due to paralysis. Landorus follows up to add insult to injury with that Earth Power, doing a huge amount of damage, but the Calyrex able to break through. It knows it's in the finals here and can go for this Astral Barrage. This will now do super effective damage to that opposing Grimmsnarl, so Grimmsnarl is out of here without being able to set up Light Screen, without being able to set up Reflect.
That is a massive trade-off, because yes, you expect the fake out to come into the Grimmsnarl there to slow it down, prevent the screens getting set up or anything else disruption-wise. So you go for that terrestrialization, but in doing so, you're taking super effective damage from the Astral Barrage. And that, if that does happen, you could see the Grimmsnarl's gone in one. Is it worth the paralyzed on the Calyrex? That's the question. You've got some nice damage off onto it already. The Landorus, it's an iffy situation, of course, if there was no Intimidate here. I think that Intimidate is going to help out take that Crossing Glide from the oncoming Rillaboom. And you do have fake out now, you can lean into a bit more here. But the Calyrex in a horrible position because of that paralysis. It is going to go down to any attack if the Landorus is able to land anything this next turn, even though you've lost that Grimmsnarl so early on in this game.
That's the thing, you lose the Grimmsnarl, but you are able to stop that Calyrex from going first, allowing your Landorus to threaten the knockout. Incineroar, not even needing the fake out, goes for this damage into the opposing Rillaboom. We know this is a speedy Incineroar, and it's just showing what it can do as Landorus can follow up with that Earth Power, actually leaving that Calyrex unchecked, maybe thinking that Lewis was going to switch it out. You remove the Rillaboom from play, and now the Calyrex has a free reign to go for another Astral Barrage. It's already at +1, so connecting down into the opposing Landorus is going to be able to get the KO, but the Dark typing on that Incineroar, leaving it on the field.
Yeah, there's a big critical hit there. Not really going to matter too much on the Landorus. Already in range of an Astral Barrage. You're going to get that Grim and boost to the Calyrex, but it's the slowest thing on the field, and that Life Orb recoil is going to chip down at every single turn, and it's not got many turns, and before it's going to be knocked out. The one thing that you would have said was, okay, well, you can understand why the Rillaboom gets taken out here, because if you've got that Miraidon on the back, you can lock in that Electric Terrain for the rest of the game, and yeah, that Calyrex is going to be easy to deal with, even if the Zamazenta comes out, but it's not. It is the Calyrex here. There is the possibility that you can terrestrialize if you're on Michelle, but I think now you've got to... Do you go for the Trick Room? Probably not, because it's pretty awkward. You've got to get rid of that Calyrex because of the paralysis here. The Incineroar in a nice position where it could go for that, but also Lewis has the body press to be able to deal with that Incineroar before it is able to get an attack off, and why we're seeing the Calyrex on Lewis's side switch out.
And now you have to contend with the Wide Guard as well. Not only that, but the Intimidate comes through to ensure these Astral Barrages, if Lewis wants to let them go through, are not going to be dealing as much damage. So no Wide Guard, a cheeky little body press to be able to deal with the Incineroar, and then suddenly, as quick as a flash in this game too, Michael Kelch is down to his last remaining Pokemon against the 3 remaining on Lewis's side. Of course, Glacial Lance coming through, but this is going into a Zamazenta and an Incineroar. That is pitiful damage.
Yeah, it's not the damage output that you kind of want from this situation here. And down to your last restricted, maybe there's a chance if you saw the Leech Seed come out onto the Zamazenta, we kind of start to force switching out and switching around from Lewis's side. But even though it looked pretty bleak with the paralysis onto the Calyrex, I think now this bold position between Zamazenta and Incineroar here is just going to be able to kind of clean this matchup pretty quickly, especially because that terrestrialization's been spent.
Yes, and I think it might be back to the drawing board for Michael here going into a potential Game 3, but this is exactly the Lewis that we saw in top 4, coming out in such commanding fashion and just going through this team of 6 that Michael and the top 4 opponent had utilized here. Body press coming through, just chipping away at Calyrex as knockoff comes through to put it into the range of a KO in the following turn. Leftovers are gone. You can use the Grassy Terrain to get a bit of recovery. You can use the Leech Seed, but the fact that Calyrex is also slower than the opposing Pokemon means as soon as they're both able to break through a potential protect, then they're going to be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to recover enough damage in time, especially without that leftovers. It's just not going to stack up as quickly to get outpaced by the damage that's coming from Luce's side of the field. And now it is just a matter of time before we do see this set tied up. And we are going to be going to a game 3, because I think the way that Luce is able to command this, really catching Michelle off guard there, going for that terrestrialization, was it worth it? Well, you would say on the back of that game, probably not. The terrestrialization on the Grimmsnarl was really detrimental. Yes, you got the Thunder Wave off, but really, did it get you anywhere in the end? No. It's tied you up, and now you've got all the work to do to get your hands on that trophy to lift that championship.
I mean, I like the strategy. The Thunder Wave coming through, slowing down that opposing Calyrex, and hoping that there would maybe be a paralysis there. But I think the issue was you then left it unchecked. Maybe thinking Lewis was going to switch it out, and you targeted down into that Rillaboom, and as soon as the Astral Barrage could come through again, the damage was just monumental. So even if you slow it down, you can't count it out, let's say, because you can break through that paralysis. You can steamroll through with these Grim Nay boosts.
I think the danger there is, of course, if you kind of get in that situation where you're up against that Rillaboom and the Calyrex, there's always the potential of the fake out into the Grimmsnarl to stop the screens, and then the Calyrex goes for a nasty plot, and then the next turn you're in that really awkward position where you're staring down at a +2 Calyrex with a Life Orb, and it's going to be doing instrumental damage to the Landorus. It can't terrestrialize out of that weakness. The Grimmsnarl, yes, you can get the light screen up, but you can go for a Thunder Wave there, but you've got to be careful. Again, we've talked about that dark typing on Luce's Calyrex. In that situation, it would probably be really preferable to go for it. So it's a really tricky situation. I don't know if that was the right lead out, the Landorus, if that was the play, because if you can take advantage of that Thunder Wave a little bit better in that scenario, where you can go for it and then pick up the knockout onto the Calyrex, things turn a little bit better for you, because you still keep your Pokemon numbers, and you've got the ability to switch around when those last 2 Pokemon come in on Luce's side.
I mean, sometimes when we are a game up, we see trainers go for something a little bit spicier, maybe throw a rogue choice in, perhaps, and that's maybe what Michelle was doing here. So if you go back to maybe a more tried and tested slow and steady strategy we were seeing in game 1, where you were utilizing all the opportunities for some damage potential, that could give us a more of a thriller of a game 3. But Pokemon trainers, if you're just joining in, there is one game between these trainers and the champion title. Rillaboom and Calyrex Shadow Rider out for Lewis against the Miraidon and the Incineroar for Michelle.
Yeah, this feels a little bit better, a bit more stable than that Landorus. They did offer that great offense, but so does the Miraidon as well. We see the electric terrain set up. It'll be undone by the grassy terrain from the Rillaboom, but there is active fake out here. The predominant fake out is going to be on Michelle's side. It is going to be the fastest thing on the field in regards to it and the Rillaboom, so it will get the jump to be able to stop that Rillaboom going for the fake out onto the Miraidon, and leaves that Miraidon in a position where it can go for a Volt Switch. It will be going after the Calyrex, but it should be bulky enough to be able to take an Astral Barrage. It's not going to activate that Grim Nay ability, and you don't have the help in hand this turn if you are Lewis. Why we're seeing the Rillaboom switch out, probably to try and preserve that grassy terrain to later if the Miraidon leaves the field.
And I think it knows that it will have the slower fake out, so there's no point trying to utilize that at this point. Let's just bring the Incineroar in, but it's actually going to be a defensive play from the Calyrex here, just going straight for a protect, maybe seeing what this Miraidon is going to lock into, as the fake out was indeed going down into that Rillaboom slot to try and slow it down. Going to take a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage here, as Miraidon reveals that it was the Draco Meteor, but it was going into that protect, so no damage on the Incineroar as the switch in.
Wow, a huge Draco Meteor as the option there into the Calyrex, which probably would have been enough with that choice specs. You think may be very close without the electric terrain to pick up the knockout there. Now the Incineroar's back on the field for Lewis. You've got active fake out, can slow down either the Miraidon or this Incineroar on the next turn, or you've got the option to go for that help in hand, or even pivot out, keep your board momentum going with a parting shot into something like the Miraidon. It is forced off the field, of course. It doesn't really want to contend with taking a free Astral Barrage. Grimmsnarl going to be able to take something like that a lot better.
And it's a nice way to bring the Hadron engine back online if you can reset the terrain a little bit later on. But the terrestrialization coming out here on this Calyrex, it is going to be turning itself into a dark type here. So this is actually a little bit dangerous in the face of a Grimmsnarl that can go for something like a Spirit Break. But first things first, we're going to see the fake out come through into that Grimmsnarl, and it goes for a nasty plot on the opposing side. So actually the terrestrialization nice here to be able to give it a little bit of breathing room. Not going to have to worry about a knockoff coming through from the potential Incineroar, but instead it's that U-turn dealing super effective damage actually.
Yeah, super effective damage, and the little bit of chip is going to be very useful in this game. Now you've got the Grimmsnarl positioned onto the field. It's going to have access to be able to go for those light screens this next turn, which is going to give that layer of security against this Miraidon. It has to take an Astral Barrage this next turn. it probably will, with the light screen, be able to take this pretty comfortably, but you've got to worry about, again, that helping hand combination with the Astral Barrage. With that +2 that it's sitting on now, it's still going to be touch and go. The Grimmsnarl going to be in a position where it can take that, and you can return, like you said. Now that Spirit Break is going to be super effective into the Calyrex, but rather than go for a Spirit Break here, you've got to kind of spend that turn going for the light screen. We don't see anything just committed to yet. Lewis want to take their time with things and just get that Protect off.
I think, you know, because of the priority, light screen's going up anyway, but this way you scout out what the Miraidon is going to lock into, and once again, it is just going to be that Draco Meteor trying to remove the opposing restricted from the field. The Incineroar on Lewis's side now able to go for the parting shot. Will find its mark down onto the Grimmsnarl, just in case maybe in the following turn, if it's able to get that Spirit Break in, or in case there was a switch adjustment, you can now negate some of the offensive pressure that can be dealt out there. I think as well this is a nice opportunity for Lewis to bring the Rillaboom in from the back, because not only do you then reset the terrain to turn off the Hadron engine and allow a little bit of that chip damage from the U-turn to be recuperated, but you now have the fake out as well in that following turn.
Yeah, and you've got the fake out into the Grimmsnarl. You might want to go for it into the Miraidon, but I think without the electric terrain, knowing your calc, so you're going to be able to take that attack pretty comfortably. And what's better in this situation, taking a Spirit Break or taking a Draco Meteor? I think probably the option's going to be down to Lewis here. Maybe stopping that Miraidon is the better option in this scenario, and then getting that Astral Barrage off and potentially picking up a knockout. But because of that, we are seeing the pressure there that Michelle is switching it out. Is going to keep that for later on and try and keep control of that terrain, bringing the Incineroar back onto the field, dropping another Intimidate. Going to be important into that physical attacker and the Rillaboom as the fake out comes out into that slot.
Yeah, it was trying to shut down the Miraidon as another nasty plot comes through. All eyes are on this Calyrex, and Lewis really banking on to be able to pull through. Spirit Break will come through thanks to the parting shot earlier. Even though it's super effective, it's going to be able to hang on. And thanks to the 2 nasty plots, it's still going to be there at +3.
Yeah, +3 is still very, very strong in a position. And I think now, if you are Lewis, you're going to have to try and weave in that Zamazenta. It's the one thing that you can put next to that Calyrex and then pressure things like this Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl that are proving so difficult for Lewis to take any sort of momentum swing with, even though you've got that +3 Astral Barrage kind of sitting ready to be fired off.
The issue is, though, obviously you've got this potential fake out that can go through, so you might need to protect on the opposing Calyrex, but then that could give Michelle the opportunity to bring in the Miraidon from the back and try and apply pressure that way. There's going to be a lot of moves and counter moves here, particularly with Incineroars and Rillabooms in our finals. Incineroar does come in for Lewis here as the Protect does indeed come through, not wanting to take that fake out on another Spirit Break from the Grimmsnarl here. But Michelle could read into this. No fake out coming through. Instead, the Reflect gets set up to give you some pressure against the opposing physical attackers, as it looks like Incineroar was just trying to get the KO done here. Goes for that potential Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and now you've got the fake out from Lewis's side to support the Calyrex a little bit better, so you've got the option to shut down the potential opposing Incineroar from Michelle's side of the field. But again, if you expect the fake out into that Incineroar slot, do you just go for a switch out here, maybe into the Miraidon or something, or do you just stop this Spirit Break from coming out? Problem is, this Astral Barrage is going to be super effective, and another nasty plot taking it to +5.
+5, I mean, I love this, but it needs to be able to go for moves, to be able to get knockouts. It hangs on.
Just enough for it to survive. That's huge.
Oh my goodness, and of course the flinch coming through from that Grimmsnarl, so no damage can come on the board. But honestly, I cannot handle my nerves right now. If this Calyrex goes down before it's able to go for the Astral Barrage, these nasty plots will have been for nothing.
Okay, so we've got the light screen set up, but now you're +5. Now you've got the help and hand support with the Incineroar active next to you. You've got to think, even though there are 2 resisted Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, it might be enough to take these Pokemon down, depending on how they're trained, but they're giving Lewis the best opportunity to do this, and there it is. There's a helping hand. Is it going to be enough to take these 2 Dark types down?
Let's have a look. Astral Barrage will come through. It's going to connect. Can it do it? Can Calyrex get the double knockout? It gets 1, but it's not enough on the Incineroar.
It's not enough, and the recall damage coming in, and it's going to have a slither of health left with another Grimnair boost, taking it to +6 now, and the Incineroar able just to clean up. It had enough in the tank to hang on and close this one off for an option now going forward for Lewis.
the boldness and the bravery of that Calyrex, but the audacity of the Incineroar to hang on and get the knockout in retaliation as well. You saw the roar of victory as it went back into its Pokeball, and I think that's well deserved. Michelle now has the utility to switch things up again, bring in the Miraidon, reset that terrain, and start applying some more pressure. Now that powerhouse of a Calyrex has gone.
And do you bring the Miraidon in now, knowing that one of the options that's in the back for Lewis is that Rillaboom? Potentially is an option, of course, or do you opt for the Calyrex here, which could come in and then maybe try and disrupt a little bit from its own perspective? But the Miraidon opted for, it's going to be the fastest thing to come onto the field now, and even if the Zamazenta is opted for over the Rillaboom, it's still going to be able to do some nice, respectable damage with that Electro Drift.
I honestly think Assault Vests are going to be all the fashion after this tournament, considering that enabled Incineroar to hold on after that Astral Barrage. Now we're going to see the Calyrex and Miraidon, both the restricted for Michiel, coming out as he tries to close out this game and become the champion. But the nemesis of his team, the Zamazenta, is opposing him across the field. That Dauntless Shield boost is going to give the defense capabilities to the Zamazenta as well.
Yeah, and I think now you've got a couple of options if you're Michiel. You can start going for these Volt Switches here to you've got one Pokemon in the back there. You've got the Incineroar that you can Volt Switch out, kind of try and keep terrain control. Or you can do this where the Rillaboom comes onto the field to get rid of the electric terrain, you stay, then the next turn you position out and try and just chip away at this Zamazenta here. Leech Seed's a nice option in this situation as well, because you can start whittling away at it from that respect and just continually firing off these Electro Drifts.
Miraidon charges across the field, not very effective damage thanks to the Rillaboom coming in and resetting that terrain as well. But Calyrex capitalizing on this beautiful grassland here and going for the Leech Seed. So just going to be trying to get that recovery from its leftovers, Leech Seed and the grassy terrain to try and keep it in the match.
Yeah, now the Rillaboom on the field, it's going to be vulnerable to Glacial Lance now. There is the Y-God support, but if you leave the Zamazenta on the field, it's going to be sapped with that Leech Seed. You want to try and reset that, switch it out to maybe that Incineroar in the back. It does leave then the Rillaboom vulnerable to the Glacial Lance. So you've got to really make a tough decision here. Do you keep it on the field and not doing anything, and it maybe takes an Electro Drift in the process of doing that? Or not go for it at all and just go for the body press.
Yep, no Y-God coming through. Body press chipping away at this Miraidon as the Electro Drift changes its target. Critical hit takes the Zamazenta right down, but it's still here in the match. Rillaboom not able to get the KO, but of course this Calyrex still to move. No Y-God. If it has indeed gone for the Glacial Lance, that's going to be able to get the knockout on the Zamazenta and do some damage to the opposing Incineroar that comes in. But if it's gone for the Leech Seed, then it can keep this slow and steady creep of health regeneration.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't go for the Glacial Lance, the Leech Seed will be enough to get the Zamazenta after this turn. And that's exactly what it's went, the slow and steady way of winning this race. And it's the Leech Seed into the Incineroar now. We will see a little bit of grassy terrain recovery. Is it going to be enough to allow the Zamazenta to hang on? I don't know. I question this. It will be very, very tight. No, it's not enough. The Zamazenta going down. That critical hit being crucial at this turn of the match.
The grass giveth and the grass take it away with the Leech Seed and grassy terrain respectively. Looks like this Calyrex showing exactly why Leech Seed is an interesting tag for Michiel to bring into this team. Rillaboom now joins the fray for Lewis here, but both the restricted are down. You've got your Incineroar, you've got your Rillaboom, but can they contend with the powerhouses left on Michiel's side?
It doesn't appear so, with 3 Pokemon to 2, and 2 of those Pokemon that Michiel still has access to are restricted Pokemon, the most powerful in the format. It seems a very tall task, but if any Pokemon can do it, Lewis has got 2 of the most popular non-restricted Pokemon in the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, so don't count them out just yet. But Michiel has the option to reposition that Calyrex, get it off the field, or even the Miraidon if you want, to bring back and activate that electric terrain once again, and that is exactly what we're going to see. The Incineroar coming in, going to be great, going to drop and intimidate onto these 2 physical attackers and make life so much easier for this Calyrex as well. Doesn't have to contend or worry about these big physical attacks as much as it once did.
It's almost like you're pushing them further down the hill that they have to climb by throwing that Intimidate across the field. The Incineroar on Lewis's side, not an offensive variant either. The Wood Hammer, interestingly enough, gets a knockout into an Incineroar, not something you see every day, but the issue is the Incineroar on Lewis's side is not necessarily going to be able to follow it up. It does have the knockoff though, and actually that going down into the opposing Calyrex, if it was able to connect, would be able to do a significant chunk of damage, but with all all the recovery options this Calyrex has, I just do not see how Lewis is able to get it off the field.
No, and without any active fake out now to slow the Miraidon, coming back onto the field, activating that electric terrain, and it's going to be in a position to drop either an Electro Drift into that Incineroar to remove it quite easily from play, or lock in with even a Draco Meteor at this stage. I think the Electro Drift is the more reliable choice. It's going to be able to pick up the Incineroar. Once you've done that with Miraidon, Glacial Land's going to be more than enough to deal with that Rillaboom.
Exactly, and Michael actually still has the utility to go for terrestrialization there, adding a little bit of flair to the end of this grand finals. I mean, it's nice to have both your restricteds applying so much pressure both on the special and physical side. It's so difficult for Lewis to come back into this.
Yeah, completely. It feels at this point that there is just a match lock, but you don't want to give up at any point. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Electro Drift coming out from the Miraidon, and it will be into that Incineroar. Is it enough? Of course it's enough. Picking up a huge knockout, leaving that Rillaboom against these two behemoths on Michelle's side of the field.
You know what? Miraidon has tried the whole way through the set to get into electric terrain, and Rillaboom has always been there, stopping at every track of the way. And it's able to finally get the KO, but that Electro Drift really critical, removing the Incineroar from play. But now you have the Calyrex versus the Rillaboom, and the Glacial Land single target is going to be able to connect down into this opposing Rillaboom. It's been KO'd. Michael Kelch takes the title here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Michael Kelch is your champion.
Phenomenal play from Michael from start to finish. Everything was against them going into this match. The matchup was tough. Everything felt like it was not in their favor, but we said it, if there was one player to do it, it would be Michael. Performed extremely well throughout this entire weekend and coming out on top. What a deserving champion, getting that golden ticket, and will be winging their way to the World Championships later this year.
Not only that, but it's his third title at this level of tournament. Stockholm champion, back-to-back, and then now we're able to crown him a special champion as well. I mean, what an incredible match, and commiserations to Lewis. But I have to say thank you so much to Lewis as well, because what an incredible set, an incredible finals that was to witness.
It was incredible, and went right down to the wire. It was so intricate, you know. Throughout, there was just those micro decisions every single step of the way, and you could see it could go this way, it could go that way. Fortunately enough for Michael, it went the way for them, and just really testament to how they were able to manage a really, really tough position. Of course, we can take a look at some of the highlights from this match. Miraidon not getting very much use for Michael in that first game, and things looking not too great for them, but things turned around, obviously, going forward, and then tying it up. The second game came out, the terrestrialization from the Grimmsnarl was not really favorable for Michael. You felt like Lewis had that momentum swing there, but then reset again going into game 3, came back stronger and went back to that slow, methodical play style, utilizing the Miraidon in exactly the right positions, utilizing the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar so well against that Calyrex. They got to +5 in the end, boosted by the Life Orb, boosted by the Helping Hand, but it was in fact the Assault Vest choice on the Incineroar that came in that was the winning formula for Michael in the end.
I'm so glad to have you by my side here, because after that +5, that moment, the adrenaline for me absolutely took over, and now I'm just kind of calming down at the end of the match, absolutely speechless, lost for words at how incredible this match was. Lewis, I think, had taken the knowledge that the Astral Barrage at just, I think, the one boost wasn't going to be enough to be able to deal with both these Dark-type Pokemon. And so being able to go for the +5, banking everything, because that was so risky. At any point, you could possibly have been KO'd, and then all of that effort, all of that time invested would have been for nothing.
Yeah.
But actually being able to connect the Helping Hand Astral Barrage was such a beautiful hype moment. It just wasn't to be with Incineroar. It's #1 in the usage stats for a reason, and particularly with that fashionable Assault Vest, I think it's going to be all the range going forward.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and I think, you know, if it just been one more, if it got to +6, it would have been just enough for that Helping Hand. But I mean, yeah, you couldn't have went much more, and boosting the power of that damage. I mean, just testament to how well Michelle's trained this Pokemon. We know how fast it is. So when you train something so fast and you still want a bit of an offensive presence, you've got to take it out of those defensive stats, so you're not as stable, you know, as you would normally be. So to be able to weave in the training that they've been able to do on that Incineroar to take that attack from the range that it was at the time is just phenomenal. And I did say got their golden. This is their second golden ticket that they've got this season, which is incredible. Obviously, picking one up in Stockholm.
They're just collecting.
And yeah, just 2 golden tickets. But here we can go. We can celebrate our champions here. Champion Michael Kelsch and our finalist Lewis, who's performed incredibly well throughout this whole weekend. And yeah, they just need to be so proud of their performance on the route to this final, and even that performance in the final, because you took Michelle right down to the wire.
It was so close, so many twists and turns, and what I liked from both our trainers is you could see how they were really thinking through every move, not trying to lock in too quickly, staying calm, staying composed, and that really was testament to both these players, because in game 2, Lewis came out not holding back at all, and Michael had to go right back to the drawing board and think, okay, hey, my opponent's not messing around. I need to adapt going into this game 3 or I'm going to lose this final. One of my favorite things I have to say, though, is that Michael, before this final, when he was talking for his interview, was kind of really talking down the Grimmsnarl, saying it's kind of bad. Yeah. I wish I kind of hadn't brought it. But then if it wasn't for Grimmsnarl, you wouldn't be a champion right now. So really great to be able to see that in play.
Yeah, it was, you know, one of the MVPs in that match for Michelle, because of the screen support that it offered, because of the threat that it offered with that Spirit Break. Didn't go so well in game 2.
It didn't have a good moment.
You can see the thinking with Michelle, probably thinking that, okay, the Calyrex is in a position where it could get a nasty plot off because it's not immediately threatened by anything to get the knockout. So it's going to take the opportunity with that fake out support to get that nasty plot set up. And it probably would have worked out, that plan, terrestrializing into the Ghost type. You avoid the fake out, you get the Thunder Wave off into the Calyrex. It goes for the nasty plot, but you've got that Earth Power damage off. So the next one, you're going to be outspeeding it and then in a position to get rid of it before it is able to do anything. But they was kind of seeing through that and saying, okay, well, you might go for that this turn. I'm going to make sure that just get damage onto the field and take full advantage of the situation. If you do terrestrialize, and that's exactly what played out and made it impossible for Michelle to kind of make a comeback, having to reevaluate their game plan going into game 3.
And as a recap as well, not only did we have grand finals, but we had an incredible top 8 here at the Special Championships. So many interesting Pokemon coming through on these teams. There were some Whimsicots there, cheeky Iron Bundle as well that we got to see in Milwaukee has made its way over the pond, you know, swimming across and getting here.
Paddling.
And doing well, you know, getting a top 8 finish.
Yeah, incredible. And there was a Ho-Oh in there as well.
There was one, little Ho-Oh, yeah.
I got that there, so that's good. But Terrapagos as well making
it was also
an appearance. So a
no Groudon, though. No
Groudon.
Sad times.
Poor Dave. Next time, we'll get him. But no, real nice mix of Pokemon, I think, throughout that top 8, and a really good showing from all of our players. You can see, can have a quick look at that again. There aren't too many repeats, or is there any repeat combinations here? I don't feel like there are any at all, if any.
Oh, there's a Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, 4th and 1st there.
But
other than that, it is really varied.
It is very, very varied, and lots of different choices throughout. Like you say, we've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna from Nikolai that's performed so well this weekend. Lewis with that Ogerpon, the Hearth Flame. It's not so often used in this format so far, but there we've got the Entei, we've got the Terrapagos we've already mentioned, and even the Ogerpon Cornerstone, as well as that Sneasler. Have to give that a mention as well.
Also Zacian, you know, shout out to Eric with the Zacian there. We know we talk a lot about Zamazenta. Zacian seems to be a thing of the 2022 season, let's say, but it's still making, you know, efforts here in the 2025 season and showing that it can contend to be top dog, but it looks like Zamazenta was kind of the one more in the finals, let's say.
Yeah, Zacian, a lot of people have a lot of belief in that Pokemon, and we'll see how it performs for the rest of the Regulation I format. We've got a lot of events to go before we say goodbye to it, of course. So plenty of time for Zacian to come to the forefront and make its mark in this format. But of course, next to that Kyogre, it's normally quite potent, quite strong. So yeah, just a really great mix. I am just, that final is... that's what a final should be, right? When you come to these events, you expect we had an explosive top 4 games, which were absolutely incredible, and the final did not disappoint by any means. It went right down to the wire. It had everything in it as well, which was just really strategic. There was fast-paced moments in there. There was clawing moments, trying to get the power to a stage where it could knock out those threatening Pokemon, just not quite enough. So yeah, it was just an incredible showing for both of our players.
Honestly, it's just been the most incredible day of competitive action. Our top 8, our top 4, our finalist, our champion have all absolutely delivered. And I think it's time to award those medals and crown our champion. So let's kick it over to the stage.
Over 600 players battled it out here this weekend at the Utrecht Special Championship. And in the first regional level event of the regulation set I season here in Europe. And that brings more restricted Pokemon, more power, and we had a final that did not disappoint. A German showdown, but one with 2 friends. So let's first congratulate our finalist, Lewis Markle. Lewis, congratulations. You are our Utrecht Special Championship finalist. An incredible achievement and one that is, again, so much better than all the other achievements that you've had as well. And you just keep getting better too. How are you feeling?
I'm still feeling very well. It was a very close set with Michael, and yeah, I'm happy that I got so far.
Yeah, you absolutely should be, and up against such a tough opponent. How did you feel going into that set, obviously having faced a very similar team in the previous round?
Yeah, Michael played differently than my top 4 opponents. I still think I had a better matchup, but he outplayed me a little bit, and I also missed some things in game 1 and in game 3, but overall I think it was a very good set.
Yeah, you played it absolutely well, and we were on the edge of our seat with that helping hand, +5 Astral Barrage as well. So your Pokemon really gave it their all. So any shout-outs that you'd like to give for coming all this way?
Shoutouts to Team Germany. We think with each event we keep getting better, and yeah, shoutouts to all my friends who got me here. Yeah.
Fantastic, Lewis. Thank you so much. Give it up one more time for your finalist, Lewis Markle. And now, someone who's been up here maybe too many times, honestly. It is, of course, your champion of the Utrecht Special Championship, Michael Kelsch. Michael, welcome again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, especially after yesterday. I had so many issues, and I already thought yesterday that I was not being able to play today, but luckily I felt way better today morning, but I still didn't think that I could make it all the way, but yeah, I got a little lucky in the final, but yeah, that's Pokemon. I'm just really happy that I won another regional. It feels amazing.
Yeah, and it should do. You played so well. Yeah, and despite all of those struggles along the way this entire weekend, congratulations again. Just thinking about that match a little bit more, how are you feeling against that? Because I know you said in your interview with Marcus that was the one restricted pair you did not want to see.
Yeah, so technically, yeah, Shadow Rider Zama is really rough for our team. And technically, I had to attack the Shadow Rider with my Miraidon every time, because if he goes for Nasty Plot instead of protecting, I immediately lose the game. And he always protected, and I got so upset about it. But he played very well overall, and I think my game 1 strategy was really good, going for screens, using my Incineroar the best with U-turn, and then also with the screens, and then Terra Water, Calyrex Ice. Overall, the game plan was very good. And then in game 2, I thought, okay, maybe I can go for a very quick game plan with Landorus, Grimmsnarl, and the Terra Ghost Thunder Wave at least connected. But since I didn't get any full paras, which I cannot complain about, I lost to just a Astral Barrage spam. And then in game 3, it was really tight. The crit in the end, obviously, was a game changer. But yeah, overall, it's just really cool to see that I was able to play a friend in the finals, and a friend against a friend in the semifinals as well. Like Alexander against Lewis was in the semifinals. Just incredible weekend overall.
I'm so glad you had such an incredible time. We had an incredible time watching you, Michael. Any shout-outs you'd like to give here?
I really want to shout out my my gang again. Thank you so much. And my family. My head is really hurting a little, so really happy that I can go to sleep as well. But yeah, thanks for all the support to everyone who's been supporting me. Really appreciate it. And yeah, maybe Worlds this time will be even better.
Wow, even better than the finalist that you got before? That's something to say there. Michael Kelch, congratulations again. Give it up one more time, everybody, for your Special Championship champion, Michael Kelch!
Wow, well, we come to the end of the event for VJ. I can't believe we're here already, but what a final that was between, you know, Lewis and Michiel, Utrecht Special Event Champion, which is just incredible. I'm Lee Provost, Marcus Mann, David Partington, and for the last time with Lou Cromie. So how is everyone feeling? How was the final for you guys? Obviously, we were on the desk. I'd love to hear what you thought of it.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit with the German crowd, of course. Yeah,
nice.
Rooting for both Michiel and Lewis. And yeah, it was going to be either Lewis's first major win or Michiel's third. Yeah, both, of course. It would have been cool, but only one could win. And yeah, I was at the edge of my seat. In fact, I was like standing when Calyrex went to +5. And it was like, oh, like, what's he going to go for? Is he going to like knock off the Assault Vest? Is he going to go for like some more stalling? And yeah, like, you must give a lot of credit there for Lewis to identify this game plan and to go for it like that. And I'm pretty sure that this wasn't the last time that we'll see from him. And yeah, Michiel, at this point, I don't know. There's not really anything that I could add or say that would like really, yeah, be up to what he's achieved in the game in the last 2 years. And as he said, well, maybe Worlds is next.
Yeah, agreed. Honestly, like, it was a really interesting matchup because obviously Lewis had faced the exact same team in top 4. He was feeling fairly confident, but like Michiel Kelch has that like difference about him, you know? Like, so it was like, right, is it going to be straightforward? And Lewis was saying in the interview that it wasn't. Michiel didn't play it the same way. And so he was just able to pull it out the bag, like, despite all of the odds against him, despite that being the weak matchup, despite it being Lewis, an amazing person, and despite it being someone who's defeated so many opponents along the way, he still took it. So obviously, definitely a deserved 3-time regional level event champion.
Oh yeah, definitely for that. And we can now have a look at the updated EU Regional Champions graphic, and we'll have one more face to put on that graphic, and it's like snap. There we go, Michelle Kelsch again. But you know, twice on there. That's an incredible feat in itself, Lou.
I don't think that's something we've really truly acknowledged in this final, actually. We've talked about him winning Stockholm back-to-back, but actually winning this title puts him in twice for this season alone, and that's got to be a confidence boost ahead of the Pokemon World Championships.
Has anyone been in 3 times on the graphic yet? Because that, I mean, I don't know.
Pokemon Go, yes, that's happened over the pond, but not in VG here, I don't think.
You would need to go like quite a while back to find people who've won 3 regionals in one season.
The archives.
Yes, yeah. I wonder if Michelle decides to go to Bologna, if they can then get their graphic on the last slot that we've got. Of course, we've only got one more regional event, but these are our champions that will be representing us at the World Championships this year, along with a lot of other players, of course, that have managed to acquire a massive amount of championship points to lock in one of those 75 places that are up for grabs from this region alone, which is great to see. But those golden tickets, there's not many left. There's only one of those golden tickets left, and that will be at the Bologna Special Championship, which is coming up. I can see all the events that we've had throughout this season. We've got starting off in Dortmund all the way back last year and making our way to Utrecht now. We've got Bologna before NAIC, and then the big one, Marcus, in Anaheim, which all of our players will be looking forward to playing at this summer.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Worlds being the most anticipated event of every season, and it's so close, but 2 more events before that will also be, of course, action-packed, and it will be amazing to see a little bit more of the Italian community in Bologna for the Special Championships there. Of course, traditionally a very, very strong region, I would say. But not that many players from Italy making the trip here to Utrecht, maybe knowing that, you just gotta wait what we've been cooking down here in Italy. And I'm looking forward to seeing what teams they're bringing. And that's gonna be an amazing show in just a few days.
Yeah, because it's been a bit of a Germany takeover this weekend. Yeah, they've come in and shown what a strong region they are. I think from back when we played a lot, Marcus, I always felt that Germany were one of the stronger regions in Europe, but maybe not so much the past few years. But now with the rise of Michelle and Lewis and other players that we've seen have amazing runs, and of course yourself when you've been playing, I think they're really putting their mark back on the European map as one of the strongest places in Europe, and representing going to Worlds this year. There'll be some strong contenders for the rest of the world to think about, of course. Now we can have a look at the Twitch schedule for the rest of the week, of course, what you've got to look forward to now that Utrecht is finished. Tuesday we'll be kicking off with some Sun and Moon series action, so catch that from 2 till 5 on Twitch. Then Wednesday we got a bit of Unite and Go reruns, so you can watch that on Wednesday, and back to Sun and Moon on the Thursday before, Lou, we get to some big action on Saturday.
Yeah, this is the thing. The Pokemon action will continue across the pond with the Portland Regional Championships as well. And the NA region has a very different metagame to ours as well. I mean, they often pick a few spicier choices from time to time, and they also like to maybe try and beat us in our team building a little bit as well, and kind of try and flex a few different archetypes. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are starting to, get prepared for the World Championships as well.
Well, I think it will be a really influential event, this, going into Portland, because I think the one thing that you would say, when it is happening on the 23rd to the 25th of May, next weekend, I think one of the things that you would look at, Marcus, you quite rightly pointed out that Ursaluna there was no Ursaluna in that top cup, really, other than the Blood Moon. So our players have been able to manage what was such a threat from Milwaukee and not really talk about it at all, to be able to kind of manage it. So that influence will have an impact, I think, next week when we go over the pond to the US.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, some trends to take away from this tournament would probably be, Incineroar is back on top. We've seen it on both finalist teams, and as what was also present, of course, over in Milwaukee regionals. But of course, Incineroar is a Pokemon that can do well against those Lunala and Ursaluna teams. And then also Rillaboom. Lewis showed that it, is still a very, very strong Pokemon. But I guess the new duo to beat would be that Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider now coming out from Michael. Maybe Leech Seed. Maybe that's the new tech that makes that archetype even better. And so it's going to be amazing, I think, next weekend. I've got it marked in my calendar. I think we'll have a great team of commentators over there as well. Some that I'm especially looking forward to. And it's going to be great.
Yes, me too, indeed. And not only that, we've got the US with their regional next weekend. We've got Bologna coming up as well, and that is our next special championship event here in Europe, and that will be happening from the 31st of May over that weekend, taking us through into the 1st of June. So that is very exciting. Very short periods between all of these events, and the last one, the last big major for Europe this year. So if you need those last few remaining championship points to secure one of those 75 places to get that World's invite, then that is the place that you need to be going to attend, to try and claim the fame, be the best trainer you can.
Yeah, that's the thing. For all these trainers, they want to be able to not only get to Worlds, but also try and get that golden ticket. And I mean, we've seen a lot of those stories, right, David, today, where trainers are maybe not quite getting their way with the championship points, but then others really breaking through.
Yeah, and it depends on your goal as well, right? Like, not everyone was here to absolutely get that win. Some of them were saying they just need that little bit more championship points, or they'd just like to get to that day 2. So there's been so many trainers here this weekend who've got some sort of goal this weekend, and so we really need to celebrate that as well.
We definitely do. Well, you can keep up with all the action from Twitch, the broadcast through the week, and then that live broadcast at the weekend by visiting pokemon.com/broadcast. That will give you all the information, all the places where you can watch all of the action from all of these events. That's including VG, TCG, and Pokemon GO. But all the action's always with VG, so that's the place that you're wanting to be, I guarantee it. And then you've got the @PlayPokemon YouTube channel where all the action will be happening, /Pokemon over on Twitch as well, and all of our socials from X @PlayPokemon. Get in touch as always, like I say, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to keep us up to date with what you're going on, who you're supporting, what Pokemon or moments you've really enjoyed seeing over the weekend, and the rest at Pokemon. So that's it. But before we say goodbye, I just need to thank all of you. It's been amazing sharing the desk and the couch with you this weekend. But
Thank you, Lee, as well. You've done a great job hosting and a good teammate today.
Thank you. Thank you. Too kind. Too kind. Well done on the origami contest as well. That was great. I love that. But any highlights from the weekend before we go?
Yeah, I gotta give it to the German finals. Yeah, seeing Lewis and Michael in such a high level best of 3, that was pretty awesome for me.
Awesome. David?
For me, it was the variety of restricted Pokemon that we saw, I think.
Yes.
Really refreshing. It's still the same, very new to the format at the moment, but we're still seeing so much creativity as well, and I think we're only going to see more of it for future events.
I'm going to have to copy Marcus, I'm not going to lie. I fully agree with you. That final was one for the history books. It was great to see the German VGC community doing so well. And honestly, I've just been inspired. It's been a really incredible tournament from start to finish, and I couldn't think of a better way to end the weekend.
Yeah, I will echo both of your comments and yours, David, because I agree with all of you. And I'd say my probably top moment was that +5 helping hand Astro Barrage survival on the Incineroar. And with that, congratulations to our champion here, Michael Kelsch. Thank you to everyone for tuning in this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed the event as a whole. We'll look forward to seeing you in our next broadcast, which will be Bologna very soon.